Tianqin Dynasty, Chengzhou County. In the evening, this small southern city is no longer prosperous as before. Every household is closed, and occasionally a few hungry and thin figures run hurriedly on the street. On the roadside where few people go, a few reed wild dogs fight for food, and occasionally a few pieces of tattered cloth can be seen on the bloodstained hair. But in sharp contrast, in Chenghe, a lantern is hung high in a large family with two big characters on its Su's house. Today is the day to welcome the body of the previous generation of the Su family's head, and the whole mansion attaches great importance to it. In the guest house, all the servants are cleaning up the leftovers from the banquet. Ring, ring, ring in the inner hall, the sound of the bells echoing became louder and louder, and a black-robed old man gradually appeared in the light. He held a bronze bell in his hand and muttered something. Behind him, 5 people with dark faces were walking slowly. The last 4 people were wearing cloth armor, and the leader was wearing a steel helmet, which made him look very powerful. Father, Su Wanshan, who was dressed elegantly, knelt down in front of the figure in the steel helmet, whimpering softly but not daring to get close. After a while, he stood up and looked at the man in black robe. "Thank you, Mr. Ren, for sending my father's body back from afar. Wanshan is grateful. This is the money promised to you." After saying that, Su Wanshan clapped his hands, and a plate of silver ingots was handed over by the servant. Well, Ren Feng waved his hand, and the plate of silver ingots disappeared into his sleeves. "Is there anything else, Master Su?" Ren Feng narrowed his eyes, and Su Wanshan understood instantly and immediately dismissed his attendants. After closing the door himself, Su Wanshan immediately looked at Ren Feng with a wry smile. "I don't know about the salt. Of course I didn't forget." The bell rang again, and the armor of the 5 corpses fell off, and dozens of cloth bags fell to the ground. One of the bags was not tight, and some white particles fell to the ground. Su Wanshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately squatted down to pick it up and tasted it. "It's still the same purity. Thank you, Mr. Ren. This is the spiritual stone used by my father when he was alive. No one in my Su family uses it now. Please accept it, Mr. Ren." As he said, he took out 3 stones with faint light from behind the bookshelf and handed them to Ren Feng respectfully. "I have ordered someone to clean the guest room for you. Mr. Ren may as well rest for a night before leaving." "Yes." Following the servant to the guest room, Ren Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, not in a hurry to fall asleep. "It's been 20 years since I came here." Yes, he is a time traveler. 20 years ago, he traveled through the body of an abandoned child in this world. After struggling to survive for several years, he was picked up and raised by an old monk of Tiangu Dao who called himself Lu Liang. Through him, Ren Feng knew that he had come to a place called Chaos Yuan Continent. The Tiangu Dynasty is a society similar to the Han Dynasty in the original world. The difference is that this world not only has kings and generals, but also Qigong practitioners. Qigong practitioners either join the court departments to enjoy the salary of the world, or worship in the sect to practice the skills. And more are casual practitioners who embark on the path of Qigong by chance. Lu Liang is a casual practitioner, but he is not a casual practitioner without any foundation. The Tiangu Dynasty has been passed down for more than 600 years. In the past 100 years, the royal family has produced several generations of strange people, and their luck is about to end. At the end of the dynasty, naturally many heroes emerged. Tiangu Dao is one of them, similar to the Yellow Turban Army in the previous life. But on a larger scale, known as the 72 Altar Masters and 800 Channel Commanders. Lu Liang is a wandering Taoist who is responsible for training personal soldiers under the command of a Channel Commander. He began to practice the skills passed down by Tiangu Dao when he was 8 years old. Under the scarcity of resources, he only practiced for more than 10 years and reached the 2nd level of Qigong. Fortunately, he has a quick mind and practices various unorthodox methods, including refining poison, driving corpses, and disguising. He is among the best among the training targets. It was originally agreed that he would meet Chu Shui in person for training. However, Tiangu Dao was forced to act in advance, just like the Yellow Turban Rebellion in the previous life. Even though the emperor was incompetent, Si Tianjian was not a pushover. More than 20 altar masters were conquered and eliminated in the past 3 years. Chu Shui was even more dead or running away. Chu Shui on his side was originally an evil cultivator with many skills, so he temporarily escaped the pursuit. Unable to catch the other party, Si Tianjin naturally set his sights on their personal soldiers. They had low cultivation, so they could only keep changing their appearances and fleeing. They did not dare to practice with Tiangu Dao skills. Tiangu Dao skills have obvious characteristics, and once practiced, the risk of exposure would be greatly increased. Fortunately, he relied on his salt refining method and corpse driving skills to smuggle white salt to wealthy families in various places by ferry, and was able to exchange it for the spirit stones accumulated by the other party. With the inefficient absorption of spirit stones, he was about to break through the third level of qi refining. 6 from the Wang family, 2 from the Zhang family, 3 from the Su family. I should be able to break through to the third level of qi refining after absorbing all of them. When the time comes, I will go to the casual cultivator market to buy some magic tools, and then I will run to the deep mountains and come out after I use them up. Ren Feng was thinking about his future destination, and it was already late at night without him realizing it. With the bright moon in the sky, he lay down to take a nap and slowly absorbed the spirit stones in secret. Sir, please come this way. Ren Feng, the remnant of Tiangu Dao, is hiding here. I have coaxed him to sleep. You may as well capture him alive and interrogate the hiding places of other remnants of Tiangu Dao. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 are wrong. Ren Feng suddenly woke up, but did not move. Instead, he moved his spiritual energy to his ears and listened carefully. Yes, General Su and his son are concerned about the court, and they are indeed a loyal family. Then my father's official position. Silence. Do you want to wake up Ren Feng? When we capture him alive, you will naturally get some benefits. Su Wanshan stopped talking. In the moonlight, Ren Feng vaguely saw 2 monks in uniform approaching him. Judging from the aura, at most the 4th level of qi refining. Outside the window, a monk winked at another person, and the two immediately separated. The man on the left held a sword, and the man on the right was preparing a rope-shaped magic weapon. There's a chance. These two were obviously inexperienced, and their movements to activate the magic weapon were so slow. Ren Feng looked at the direction of the monk holding the rope, and a few poisoned steel nails flew out with a flash of silver light in his hand. At the same time, he threw out a few black projectiles. Bang! Oh no, there's an ambush. Get out of the way. Fire blazed everywhere, and in an instant, the Su family was filled with smoke. No, we've been tricked. This is an explosive pill. By the time the two found out, the smoke was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. A cultivator in the qi refining stage has no spiritual awareness and can escape with just smoke bombs. But smoke bombs are triggered silently and are easily detected. Ren Feng mixed gunpowder in it, disguised as an explosive pill, and escaped several times without any problems. Chase. The 2 cultivators blew away the mist, and Ren Feng was no longer there. He went downstream. On the Chung River, a lone boat sped downstream, attracting the attention of the 2 cultivators. We should be far away now. Water splashed at the place where the boat was moored. A young man wiped the flesh off his face and stood up carefully. It was Ren Feng who had the face of an old man just now. What a pity for my speeding talisman and spirit stone. It doesn't work. I'd better switch to another method and become an ordinary casual cultivator. Although he said so, Ren Feng was unwilling to give up. Changing to another method means starting all over again. With his qualifications, it may take more than 10 years to reach the current level. Huh, what is this? While wandering, Ren Feng noticed that there was a small bronze door under the water that stuck his foot. It's so heavy. Ren Feng couldn't help but use his spiritual power to lift the small door. Unexpectedly, as soon as his hands approached the small door, the spiritual power disappeared in an instant like a mud cow entering the sea. Instead, there was an extremely strong suction force. What's going on? The small door lit up faintly, and a feeling of dizziness came suddenly. Chapter 2. In the zombie world, crafting corpses. Have I, once again, traversed realms? Or is it a corporeal journey? Observing the unfamiliar surroundings before him, Ren Feng could not help but chuckle softly. As he gazed upon the steel structures, both familiar and strange, he attempted to channel his spiritual energy. The ambient spiritual essence in this realm seemed excessively stagnant. What on earth is this small door? Can I return? Within his sea of consciousness, the previously faintly illuminated bronze door now appeared dull and lifeless. Roar. Die, you wretch. A tattered figure, with a grotesque visage, lunged at Ren Feng, only to be swiftly dispatched by his blade. Beside him lay 4 similar forms, which contributed to Ren Feng's sense of alienation in this place. He was unequivocally not back in his original world. He had arrived in an entirely new realm. The technological advancements in this world seemed comparable to his previous life. However, it was evident that a zombie crisis had erupted here. Yet, how feeble they are. The mutated common zombies were roughly akin to a regularly exercised adult male, posing a challenge primarily to the modern, sedentary populace. But he was a cultivator, even in the nascent stage of chi refinement. He was undeniably a true practitioner of the mystical arts, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Mortals, zombies. Pondering this, a glimmer of insight sparked within Ren Feng. There were no celestial monitors pursuing him in this world. He could cultivate in peace. Moreover, zombies. Could they not be considered corpses? The technique he employed, known as corpse driving, actually encompassed a set of methods for refining corpses, traceable back to ancient demonic cultivators. Although the practice of demonic cultivation had nearly vanished due to generations of imperial suppression, even a modified version of such methods would be branded as heretical, drawing the ire of celestial monitors. As chaos loomed, the insurrectionist factions of rogue cultivators were already a significant concern for the celestial monitors. They would hardly have the bandwidth to pursue heretics. However, the immediate priority remained the enhancement of his power. With this thought in mind, Ren Feng activated his storage talisman, extracting a dozen or so spirit stones. Unlike storage bags and other storage artifacts, which were beyond the means of a humble cultivator like him, this was merely a piece of paper inscribed with spatial runes. Not only did it have a limited number of uses, but its storage capacity was also quite minuscule. Fortunately, it could be acquired with gold and silver, making it a standard tool for cultivators of his ilk. The laws of the universe are constant, the cycles of grains. The cultivation method passed down from Tiangu is of moderate caliber, allowing for a significantly faster progression than the inferior techniques of ordinary rogue cultivators. Otherwise, it would not have attracted so many to its ranks. By the third level of chi refinement, success. 5 days later, waves of spiritual energy radiated from Ren Feng. He did not restrain himself. He wished to fully relish the exhilaration that accompanied a breakthrough in his cultivation. The bronze door within his sea of consciousness gradually began to emit a faint glow. Ren Feng speculated that if he could fill it with energy once more, he would be able to return to the primordial continent. At the age of 24, having reached the third level of chi refinement, the foundation for the next stage was within his grasp. Before Ren Feng could revel in his momentary happiness, he was alerted by the ominous sounds of approaching zombies outside. Had the commotion he caused attracted them? Perfect timing. With a swift motion, he lifted the fire door and beheld a horde of approximately 30 zombies charging towards him. How foolish they were. With a deft strike of his blade, he severed the heads of the frail creatures, leaving only a few robust zombies clad in fitness attire. Ringing, Ren Feng leaped backwards, producing a bronze bell and reciting an incantation. The once ferocious strong zombies suddenly became vacant-eyed, lethargically following him into the supermarket. He procured 4 large barrels and commanded the zombies to jump in one by one. Carefully, he made incisions at specific acupressure points, slaying a few more to extract their blood, which he used to inscribe runes upon them. After placing a spirit stone in each zombie's mouth, he bit his palm, letting a few drops of his essence flow forth. Lacking sufficient medicinal materials, he could only attempt to refine the most rudimentary of ordinary corpses. Time was of the essence. Ren Feng could not afford to be discerning about their qualities, prioritizing the immediate creation of a power-enhanced entity. He pierced the zombies' foreheads, injecting his essence into their brains. All that remained was to wait. After capturing several more zombies and filling the barrels with their blood, Ren Feng inexplicably found a rocking chair and began to sway leisurely. Since the incident at Tiangu Dao, where they had been hunted as remnants for years, he had scarcely enjoyed a restful night. Unlike foundation-building cultivators who could cultivate their spirits through fasting, chi cultivators required sustenance and sleep to replenish their energy. But in the face of survival, who had the luxury of sleep? In this rare moment of safety, Ren Feng allowed himself to relax, gradually drifting into slumber. 3 days later, a sudden jolt roused him from his dreams. It had succeeded. This was the unique sensation that accompanied the successful creation of a corpse. Only 2 had been successfully refined. That was still commendable. He commanded the 2 corpses to consume the failed zombies. After all, they were half-finished products, and he could not afford to waste the last of his spirit stones. After a while, 2 beams of bloodlight surged forth, signaling the breakthrough of the corpses. One was a 7th-grade corpse soldier, the other a 9th-grade corpse soldier. My skills are still quite commendable. The grades correspond to their qualities. To have produced a 7th-grade corpse soldier from such limited materials was indeed a stroke of luck. The term corpse soldier denotes their rank, which aligns with the Qi refining stage, with further classifications such as bronze-armored and iron-armored corpses. The highest known being the golden-armored corpse that corresponds to the transformation stage of Qi practitioners. The techniques at his disposal could refine iron-armored corpses, akin to golden core stage cultivators. He still needed to enhance his strength. The 7th-grade corpse soldier's cultivation was roughly equivalent to the 3rd layer of Qi refining, while the other equated to the 1st layer. There are numerous methods for enhancing the strength of a yin corpse, the simplest being the consumption of copious amounts of blood and flesh. While this may be frowned upon by so-called righteous cultivators in the realm of Dongyuan, burdened with heavy karma, this is, after all, the world of zombies. Logically speaking, these zombies resemble the otherworldly demons, do they not? Slaying such demons would surely not bring about negative karma, if not the accumulation of merit. Dahei and Erhei advance. In an instant, Ren Feng determined the names of the 2 corpses based on their birth dates. Indeed, the names were derived from their astrological signs, rather than being arbitrarily assigned based on color and strength. Upon receiving the command, Dahei and Erhei eagerly seized the opportunity to consume flesh and blood. This environment, devoid of spiritual energy, caused them great discomfort. Only by feasting on flesh could they alleviate their suffering. They did not disappoint Ren Feng's expectations. Even without the innate spells possessed by their original forms, they wielded their physical strength with remarkable prowess, and even Erhei dispatched foes with ease. Soon, the zombies in the underground supermarket were eradicated, and the 2 corpses proceeded to the 1st floor. Meanwhile, a rugged off-road vehicle, its windows reinforced with mesh steel bars, gradually approached the vicinity. Tiangu, have you seen my wife's medicine? In the back seat, a small-framed man looked anxiously yet hopefully at the passenger seat. Rest assured, as long as you help us scout the supermarket, we can negotiate. The burly man in the passenger seat cast a disdainful glance. All right, Tiangu, thank you. However, as the vehicle drew closer, the small man grew uneasy. Tiangu, I get out of the car. With a sudden break, the noise attracted the attention of nearby zombies, and the small man was unceremoniously kicked out. Lu Biao, what the hell do you mean by that? Chapter 3. The Black King? What is that? What does it mean? Of course, it's to pave the way for you. With his objective achieved, Lu Biao ceased to feign humility, commanding the driver to start the car, all the while casting a scornful glance at the other party. Did you honestly expect us to expend precious medicine on a corpse? What? However, considering how alluring your wife is, when you return alive, I might grant you a can of food. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Lu Biao licked his lips. Lu Biao, even as a ghost, Sun Feng, will not let you escape unscathed. Sun Feng rose from the ground, straining to howl. But all that greeted him was the swirling dust raised by the departing vehicle. Roar. Unable to catch up with the car, Sun Feng was left to be besieged by the zombies. Damn it, whether human or ghost, you all think you can bully me, huh? If I am to perish, you shall not live well either. As if stirred by an inner rage, Sun Feng launched himself into combat against the zombies. Roar. Damn it, perish. In a fit of fury, Sun Feng unleashed a strength uncharacteristic of his physique. One zombie, unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, fell to the ground, its head severed by a shard of metal that Sun Feng had casually picked up. All of you die. Armed with a weapon, Sun Feng's assault grew ever more ferocious. Yet human strength is finite. After slaying 3 zombies, he found himself at his limit, teetering on the brink of collapse, and prepared to flee. How? But he had not run far before he spotted 2 towering zombies emerging from the building, advancing in his direction. Is this my end? Sun Feng chuckled bitterly. These 2 zombies moved with greater speed, and escape was utterly hopeless. Xiaoling, I'm sorry, in the next life, I will surely protect you, he muttered. As a wave of heat coursed through him, weighing him down, Sun Feng lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. From now on, I, Sun Feng, shall be a mad dog of the immortal, striking wherever the immortal commands. In the monitoring room, Ren Feng observed Sun Feng bowing before him, greatly pleased. The undead and their master could share perspectives. Once the zombies inside the supermarket had been completely cleared, he commanded the 2 corpses to venture out and continue enhancing their power. To his surprise, they encountered a human. With the intention of gathering information, he rescued Sun Feng. According to his account, the zombie virus had erupted for over 3 months. Countless humans had transformed overnight into monsters that slaughtered their own kind. While various flora and fauna had simultaneously joined the fray of mutations, humanity's once safe haven had turned into a hellish nightmare overnight. Only a select few seemed to have acquired special abilities, establishing strongholds and gathering ordinary humans to collect food. They thrived within their shelters, indulging in beauty and sustenance, becoming a new aristocracy of extraordinary powers, trampling over the common folk. The refuge where Sun Feng had previously resided was one such stronghold. The adversary not only sent him to his demise but also cruelly toyed with his only kin until death, transforming a once honest man into a raving lunatic. Upon awakening to the reality of Ren Feng, who commanded the undead, Sun Feng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. In this apocalyptic world, nothing could be more fortuitous than aligning oneself with a powerful ally. Thus, Sun Feng was willing to pledge his unwavering loyalty. "Do you recognize these individuals?" Ren Feng inquired, pointing to the figures captured on the surveillance footage entering the basement. "Let me see. It's Lu Biao." Sun Feng's eyes ignited with fury, and his lackeys. "Though one is missing, he must be dead. Do you seek vengeance?" Ren Feng observed him with keen interest. The spiritual energy in this realm was exceedingly scarce. To enhance his strength, he would eventually need to return to the Chaos Origin continent, and here he required a proxy. If Sun Feng performed admirably, he would not hesitate to consider him a candidate for cultivation. Absolutely. Sun Feng nodded vigorously, flames erupting from his hands as he, too, awakened his extraordinary powers. "I will ensure their protection. Upon completing the mission, return to me." Understood. Meanwhile, within the underground supermarket, gratitude was due to Sun Feng for diverting the zombies. Otherwise, their journey would not have been so secure. As they descended, their steps were cautious, exchanging light-hearted banter. However, disbelief soon overtook their expressions, and their pace quickened. What in the world? Have the zombies all perished? And where have all the items on the shelves gone? The entire entrance of the underground supermarket was barren, devoid of any bloodshed, yet littered with the desiccated corpses of the undead. Who arrived here before us? Damn it, you were supposed to scout for information. And this is what you told me about a well-stocked supermarket. Lu Biao, a strength-based ability user, kicked one of his subordinates across the room, shattering 3 shelves in succession. A scorching wave surged forth, accompanied by a derisive voice. Ah Biao, still as tempestuous as ever. The speaker was none other than Sun Feng. In the searing blast was a fireball he had launched, aimed at the hapless subordinate. The individual, unable to evade in time, was engulfed in flames, meeting a fiery end. He would spare none of these individuals. "Sun Feng, you're alive." Lu Biao was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to rage. "Speak. Where have those supplies gone? Did you hide them? Hand them over, and I might spare your life. Dream on." Sun Feng's eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed 3 fireballs in quick succession. "You've awakened your powers as well? Stand down. I will take you back to report to the Black King. We shall feast luxuriously, and I can provide you with as many women as you desire." Barely dodging the fireballs, Lu Biao then noticed that Sun Feng had indeed awakened his abilities, prompting a shift in his tone. No need for that." Although Lu Biao evaded the attack, his surrounding lackeys were not so fortunate, all falling victim to the inferno. Sun Feng appeared oblivious to the chaos around him, as fiery sparks erupted in all directions. What a jest! This so-called Black King was merely a second-tier ability user who raised Tibetan mastiffs. How could he possibly compare to my father, Ren Feng, who commands advanced zombies with unparalleled prowess? Moreover, ever since I was unceremoniously cast aside from the vehicle, Lu Biao had already secured a place on my list of targets. The two engaged in a relentless battle. Lu Biao, unable to close the distance, resorted to evasion. His attire quickly became tattered, his skin marred with burns. Yet he remained resolute. In contrast, Sun Feng had only just awakened and possessed little combat experience. After repeatedly unleashing his abilities, his complexion grew pale. He attempted to conjure flames, only to find that his hands emitted nothing but black smoke. At last, it was my turn. Seizing the moment, Lu Biao grabbed a shelf and hurled it towards Sun Feng. However, at that very instant, roar! A thunderous bellow shattered the air, and the shelf was obliterated. 2 imposing zombies emerged from just behind Sun Feng. High-level zombies. Their enormous shadows cast a dark pall over Lu Biao, who now faced a He and Er He, both having reached the 4th and 3rd levels of Qi refinement, respectively. The overwhelming stench of blood and an aura of malevolence sent Lu Biao into a panic. If you wish to serve me, Sun Feng, you still have much to prove. Ren Feng's figure materialized like a wraith between the two. What is this Black King you speak of? Speak well, and I may spare your life. Chapter 4. Did I bump into you? Returning to the Su family. Although Lu Biao was uncertain about how Ren Feng had appeared, he noticed that the two towering zombies had halted in their tracks. Instantly, a glimmer of hope ignited within him as he knelt before Ren Feng. Have you awakened the ability to control zombies? Our Black King is a second-tier ability user, soon to ascend to the third tier. We have seized control of half of Jiang City, and with your involvement, the entirety of Jiang City, nay, the whole Jiangdong province, will soon be within our grasp. Do not concern yourself with that scoundrel Sun Feng. He is nothing but a waste. We have over 10 ability users at our disposal, and when the time comes, I shall introduce you to the higher echelons. We, the first tier, will follow your command. Understood, Ren Feng nodded, turning away. Immortal, this. Sun Feng was taken aback. Was Ren Feng truly intending to spare him? Lu Biao, filled with sudden joy, rose to his feet and shot a furious glare at Sun Feng. You wait for it. However, the two eerie zombies reacted to the sound, swiftly tearing Lu Biao's limbs apart to feast upon him. Particularly, De He, with its rigid countenance, surprisingly bore a look of enjoyment, as if savoring a delectable dish. Lu Biao, astonishingly, did not lose consciousness from the pain. Disbelief filled his eyes. Did you not say you would not kill me? Did I lay a hand on you? Ren Feng shrugged, glancing at Sun Feng. Do you not desire vengeance? Thank you, immortal. Sun Feng exclaimed with elation. Lacking energy, he resorted to using hands and feet, relentlessly smashing Lu Biao's skull, eventually even resorting to his teeth. After over 10 minutes, Lu Biao lay on the ground, eyes wide open in death, his skull a gruesome mess, marked by countless bite marks. What a mad dog, Ren Feng observed, nodding repeatedly. This man could have sought revenge through other means but deliberately chose the most sanguinary approach, merely to demonstrate that he would stop at nothing to achieve his aims. My lord, this is his Yuan crystal. Sun Feng presented a bloodied crystal with both hands. What is this? Only after Sun Feng's explanation did Ren Feng comprehend that this world harbored not only ordinary mutated beings, but also more formidable entities that formed a type of crystal within them. The cores of mutated beasts and zombies were referred to as crystal nuclei, while those of humans were named Yuan crystals. The one before him had been extracted from Lu Biao. As for its quality, Ren Feng assessed it and found it inferior to a used low-grade spirit stone. Yet, it was the most precious item Sun Feng could offer, a testament to his loyalty. I shall reward you with this. Take care to recover well. Concurrently, Ren Feng retrieved a blood essence pill from his storage talisman and bestowed it upon Sun Feng. To ensure the horse runs, one must feed it grass, no? I will be departing for a while. You are to watch over this place. Also, prepare a supply of zombie blood and store it in the cold storage for me to retrieve upon my return. I will leave your He with you, and you may command him as needed. The Celestial Surveillance Bureau's pursuit is relentless, and one's own strength urgently requires enhancement, while the world lacks spiritual energy. Returning to the Chaos Origin continent seems inevitable, especially with the presence of Da He ensuring safety. Furthermore, is there not a vendetta to settle? Ren Feng's gaze hardened as he thought. Su Wanshan, your treachery leaves me no choice but to be ruthless. With Da He summoned into his consciousness, Ren Feng transformed into a streak of light and vanished, leaving behind the bewildered Sun Feng and He, who exchanged blank stares. Have you heard? The Su family reported the remnants of the Tiangu to the Celestial Surveillance Bureau the night before last, yet they still managed to escape. What remnants of the Tiangu? Aren't they just fellow unfortunate souls like us? In my opinion, Su Wanshan is no good either, smuggling salt and iron, and being unkind to the wealthy. Yes, I heard that his father, in his lifetime, even, in a tavern. A middle-aged man enjoying his morning tea listened intently to their conversation. This was Ren Feng, having changed his appearance. The flow of time here seems to be approximately 10-1. Ren Feng silently calculated that he had spent about half a month in the zombie world, while a day and a half had passed on the Chaos Origin continent. Speaking of his brothers, does Su Wanshan still keep those two young masters? Surely. He desires an official position, yet he allowed that person surnamed Ren to escape. Now he must cater to them hand and foot. The waiter presented the bill. Leaving a few coins, Ren Feng rose to depart the tavern. Not to mention, he had already prepared to leave no one alive within the Su family. The Celestial Surveillance Bureau had pursued them for years, creating a deep-seated enmity. Now, he feared not facing those two in the slightest. At the Su family entrance, call your master out. Who are you? How dare you speak like that? The young servant, seeing Ren Feng's unfamiliar face and plain attire, immediately flew into a rage. Looking like a guard dog defending its home, Ren Feng merely claimed to be an old acquaintance, able to assist in locating the remnants of the Tiangu. Is there a problem? Seeing the other party remain unmoved, Ren Feng did not hold back. The bloody aura from his battles in the zombie world immediately became apparent. And no, I'll go right away. The servant felt as if he had glimpsed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, regretting that his parents had not given him 2 more legs, and hurriedly dashed inside. At this moment, within the inner hall of the Su family, Su Wanshan was pouring tea. Opposite him, the 2 members of the Celestial Surveillance Bureau seemed oblivious to his presence, engrossed in teasing the woman in their arms. My lords, this is our former renowned talent from Qingzhou County, whom I redeemed, waiting for individuals like yourselves to indulge in. The cultivator with a cord at his waist nodded slightly, his left hand gradually reaching into the sleeve of the woman beside him. Master, a person has come outside, claiming to be your old acquaintance, asking to see you. He also said, what a blind fool. The second cultivator's good fortune was interrupted, and his expression soured. Su Wanshan was equally furious, exclaiming, what did he say? He said, he can help you find the remnants of the Tiangu. Hiss. Su Wanshan's expression changed multiple times before he finally cupped his hands in respect to the 2 individuals. Pardon me, esteemed gentlemen, while I take a moment to greet an old acquaintance. No matter, let us all meet together. The swordsman rose, for after all, this would indeed aid us. Thus, the 3 of them stood and proceeded towards the entrance of the Su residence. Upon encountering the unfamiliar figure of Ren Feng at the door, Su Wanshan couldn't help but feel puzzled. This person seemed utterly unfamiliar. How could he be an acquaintance? Yet, as long as he could locate Ren Feng and thereby secure an official position, it mattered not whether he was familiar or not. With this thought, he warmly exclaimed, Dear brother, why do you linger at the entrance? Come in with me. Ren Feng secretly scoffed, maintaining a facade of indifference as he followed him into the inner hall. After a hearty feast of food and drink, the 4 of them began to feel pleasantly inebriated. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Wanshan inquired, Dear brother, do you happen to know the whereabouts of that demon Ren Feng? Oh, once again I am referred to as a demon. Ren Feng silently marked a large red cross in his mind against Su Wanshan. Meanwhile, the 2 cultivators also turned their attention towards Ren Feng. Of course I know, he replied. Where is it? The 3 inquired in unison. It is truly far away yet so near. Chapter 5. Annihilation. Familiar faces in the heavenly valley before the 3 could regain their composure. Ren Feng swiftly severed Su Wanshan's head with a single stroke of his blade. A column of crimson surged towards the ceiling, startling Xiao from his stupor. Who on earth are you? The 2 hastily channeled their spiritual energy to dispel the effects of alcohol, cautiously summoning their magical artifacts while eyeing Ren Feng warily. Weren't you searching for me? Have you forgotten me in just 2 days? You are. Ren Feng? How is this possible at the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Ren Feng tore off his mask, his cultivation and bloodthirsty aura surging towards the 2. Surely you haven't forgotten me. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Feng unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing Dehei from his confines. A corpse servant at the 4th level of Qi refinement? How could you possess such a creature? Simultaneously, Dehei's menacing bloodlust bore down upon the 2, who, having only recently commenced their mission, were utterly unprepared for such a spectacle, leaving them frozen in terror. Die. Ren Feng commanded, directing Dehei to swiftly dispatch the Qi refinement 3rd level practitioner. After draining the victim's blood, Dehei's ferocity intensified, its aura now rivaling that of a 5th level practitioner. Little one, the remaining practitioner, consumed by rage, disregarded his fear and thrust his sword toward Ren Feng. You seek death. Ren Feng's voice rang out coldly, and in an instant, a flash of white light severed the sword-bearing arm. Meanwhile, Dehei pounced on the fallen man, its maw opening wide to consume his blood. The man, initially attempting to retaliate with a spell, found his left arm cleaved by Ren Feng's blade. I hate you, he uttered with a lingering note of despair before collapsing into a desiccated corpse. Roaring triumphantly, Dehei had consumed the blood of 2 Qi refinement practitioners, thus breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Ren Feng examined his low-grade magic sword, noting that it could only leave a faint mark on Dehei's resilient form. Go forth, leave no one from the Su family alive. Obedient to the command, Dehei dashed out with excitement, leaving Ren Feng to rummage through the 2 practitioners' storage bags. As expected from the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau, such bountiful spoils The imprints left by the qi refinement practitioners were shallow, especially in the wake of their demise. Ren Feng easily opened their storage bags. It was no wonder he felt envy. Although the 2 bags appeared modest, their combined worth approached 300 low-grade spirit stones. These wandering cultivators hardly accumulated enough resources for training, let alone for storage bags, which were typically reserved for the imperial court and major sections. Upon inspection, Ren Feng's haul included 132 low-grade spirit stones, 2 low-grade magical artifacts, sword and rope, numerous bottles of various elixirs, and a few tomes yet to be perused. Smuggling? Utter nonsense. Nothing compares to the thrill of slaying for treasure. This encounter had unveiled a new realm for Ren Feng. He had previously fled from the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau. Yet now, armed with newfound strength, he could turn the tables. Although he needed to remain vigilant against the pursuit of other Bureau agents, he felt emboldened to strike down any adversaries that crossed his path. I shall find an opportunity to fuse this sword with my 7-star blade. The practice of swordsmanship was cumbersome. In contrast, he favored the grand and sweeping techniques of the saber. Binding immortal rope? What an audacious name. Gazing at the hilt, Ren Feng could not help but scoff. Such a meager low-grade artifact, and its spiritual energy flow was rather obstructed. Who dared to bestow it with such a name? Nevertheless, it could be kept for emergencies. After securing the artifact, Ren Feng picked up several tomes. Among them was the Heavenly Valley breathing technique, presumably acquired from vanquishing other practitioners of the Heavenly Valley sect. There was also a method called blood ignition, which could incinerate one's blood essence to infuse it into jade, allowing the absorption of the resulting blood jade to enhance one's energy. This book, much like the breathing technique, was stained with blood, likely obtained from a single individual. The latest 2 volumes included the standard techniques of the Astral Monitoring Bureau and a soul-searching art. A mere glance at the techniques led Ren Feng to discard them. They were standard mid-tier methods, limited to cultivating to the peak of qi refinement, whereas his Heavenly Valley breathing technique even encompassed the means to forge a false stand. The soul-searching art was also a standard spell of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, utilized for information retrieval, but if one's soul power could not overpower that of the opponent, the only recourse would be to examine the soul posthumously. The blood essence that could be ignited could belong to any living being. But did it not invite heavenly retribution and entangle one in karma? A peculiar smile crept across Ren Feng's lips. Were zombies not also living beings? Could it be that slaying zombies would ensnare him in karma? Surely not. To his astonishment, the blood he had prepared for Dehe and Erhe could still serve a purpose now. Rapidly absorbing another's blood essence to elevate one's power. Was this not the act of an evil cultivator? Truly absurd. With righteous indignation, Ren Feng stowed the blood ignition technique close to his heart. A brief perusal allowed him to grasp its essence swiftly. Could it be that he was a genius in the art of cultivating dark techniques? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow. Though he had no intention of employing such methods in the Chaos Origin continent, he was, after all, a respectable loose cultivator. However, the soul-searching art was a different matter entirely. With the accumulated soul power from his 2 lifetimes, he comprehended it with remarkable clarity. Was this not a perfect opportunity for experimentation? Casually, Ren Feng seized a corpse and commenced the soul-searching. It was rather lackluster and incomplete. The soul strength of a qi refinement practitioner was not particularly robust, and after a brief moment, it had nearly dissipated. Only the recent memories remained somewhat lucid. By cross-referencing, Ren Feng discerned the identities of the 2 individuals and gleaned some valuable information. As he had surmised, both were newcomers, and he was their second target. They had also learned from the earlier Heavenly Valley practitioner about recent activities of their sect in the Xinglu market. Originally, they intended to report to their branch, but unexpectedly encountered Su Wanshan, who reported them instead, causing a delay. Thus, it seemed that the area should still be relatively safe. Lonely and distressed, one could only strive tirelessly. Finding an organization would certainly facilitate matters. Ren Feng was familiar with Xinglu Market, a small marketplace frequented by qi refinement loose cultivators. Established by 2 foundation-building families, located in a valley more than 30 miles south of Tiangu County, renowned for its dewdrops infused with starlight and spirit essence. This place was also one of his original trading venues. Coincidentally, I needed to procure some supplies and perhaps encounter some old acquaintances. The commotion caused by Dehe had attracted considerable attention, and neighbors had already reported it to the authorities. He had to depart swiftly. Ren Feng summoned Dehe back and once again slipped away into the river. Middle-grade yuan supplement pills. Purchase 10 and receive a bottle of low-grade qi and blood pills as a gift. Low-grade hidden weapons, free poison refinement, undoubtedly essential for your escapades of mayhem. Have you heard? The Su family in the western outskirts of Chengzhou Prefecture has been exterminated. And what of it? They were merely a mortal family. 2 corpses of the Celestial Surveillance Bureau were discovered inside. What? Were they from the Tiangu Dao or the Jiaohuang party? Ren Feng busied himself with purchasing various pills and talismans while discreetly eavesdropping on the conversations of the wandering cultivators around him. This time, he was determined to find a method to incinerate corpses and erase all traces. For now, he could only hope that the Celestial Surveillance Bureau mistakenly attributed the act to the Jiaohuang party. The Jiaohuang party was a faction associated with a royal uncle of the current dynasty, collaborating with sects such as the Yin Puppet sect and the Serpent Manipulators. And after their plot to usurp the throne was uncovered, they too faced the court's wrath. The practitioners of the Yin Puppet sect were adept at controlling various malevolent spirits and puppets. Ren Feng had learned his corpse retrieval techniques from them. If only he could set the Su residence ablaze cleanly, it would save him so much trouble. Once he confirmed that the aura of the Tiangu breathing technique on him remained concealed, Ren Feng began to scrutinize the faces of those around him. His gaze finally rested upon one individual. Blood melon. Fresh blood melon. Chapter 6. The secret signal. Purchasing goo worms. How much for this watermelon? Ren Feng approached the stall and casually picked up a red-skinned watermelon, giving it a gentle tap. Honest price. 5 spirit stones for 1, replied the stall owner. An elderly man. Oh, is the skin of this watermelon made of gold, or are the seeds golden? The stall owner's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at the disguised Ren Feng with surprise. These are cultivated from the finest blood bee nests, aged to perfection, ensuring an abundance of spiritual energy and sweetness. Is this watermelon guaranteed to ripen? Upon hearing this, the stall owner's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's precisely what we offer. Can I sell you an unripe watermelon? All right then, give me one that's 2.5 years old. No more, for any additional time will cause it to melt. The stall owner, overjoyed, immediately stood up. Ha! A knowledgeable customer indeed. Since these watermelons have a connection with you, I'll sell them to you for 3 stones each. Let us converse over here. The stall owner wrapped up the blood honey melons and led Ren Feng into a secluded alley. Once certain they were alone, he set up a soundproof formation. Brother Feng, is that you? Ren Feng remained silent, scrutinizing the stall owner's face. You've overdone it with the water-soft grass. How can a cultivator of your age have such flawless skin? This time, he did not alter his voice. Isn't it because I haven't yet mastered your techniques, Brother Feng? The stall owner peeled off his mask, revealing a youthful face. It's been a while, my little Ma Ge. Ren Feng smiled as he too removed his disguise. The man was Ma Changsheng, a farmer by origin and one of the personal soldiers nurtured by Lu Liang. His cultivation talent surpassed Ren Feng's. Yet he inexplicably favored using the Tiangu Ju to stimulate crop growth, with these blood honey melons being his specialty. Having been brought back to the camp almost on the same day, they had developed a good friendship. That 2.5 years of operation was crafted under his guidance, and the art of disguise was something Ren Feng had taught him. What are you doing selling blood honey melons? Haven't you revealed yourself? Isn't it due to a lack of spirit stones? Commander Lu recently encountered a foundation-building cultivator from the court and was forced to use a method that drains potential, ordering us to gather resources to restore his cultivation. And you're chiding me? I've heard about the Su family incident. It was your doing, wasn't it? Ma Changsheng looked at Ren Feng with a sense of grievance. Commander Lu Luchen? Ren Feng was all too familiar with this individual. He was an elite guard of the commander. And Lu Chun was the captain of the personal guard, a 7th-level Qi refining cultivator. As a blood relative of the commander, he could command the personal soldiers through blood seals. Yes, Brother Feng, why not join us? Commander Lu has news about the commander. His injury was sustained while searching for him, and once he recovers, we can rescue the commander together. At that point, we can reinvent ourselves and join a sect, becoming heroes anew. The prospect of locating the commander was enticing. To be honest, Ren Feng felt a flicker of excitement. After all, the commander was a foundation-building cultivator, ensuring safety. However, as the one who personally inscribed the blood mark upon them, Lu Guang possesses the ultimate authority over their lives and deaths. If they were to encounter him, the affairs of the zombie world might very well be revealed. Lu Chen, on the other hand, is relatively manageable. His indirect control allows him to convey only simple commands. Moreover, whether he can locate Lu Guang is another matter entirely. It is Lu Chen who has thoroughly mastered his father's sinister arts, undoubtedly including spells for incinerating corpses and erasing traces. What is your current situation, including myself? There are 6 captains of the vanguard, ranging from the early to mid stages of Qi refinement. We have seized a mountain stronghold for temporary residence, and the surrounding villages and towns have been drawn into the fold as believers of Tiangu. We command 300 able-bodied men. The ability to amass such civilian strength in a short time speaks volumes of Lu Chen's capabilities. However, with a considerable scale comes a significant risk of exposure. If we encounter danger, Lu Chen might very well leave us to fend off the enemy. I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable about the temperament of this father-son duo. Thus, I possess several elixirs acquired from the 2 individuals at the Citian Bureau. I would like you to exchange a few goo insects for me. I intend to lay low for a while, and once this commotion subsides, I will seek you out. Ren Feng pondered for a moment and decided to wait until he reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement before joining. By then, he would possess an independent strength apart from Lu Chen, allowing him the freedom to escape at will. As for the goo insects, he planned to cultivate them in the zombie world. Previously, he had the skills but lacked the funds for sustenance, and now that he has the means, he can use them to enhance his strength. Excellent. I have goo insects on me now. Ma Changxing exclaimed with delight. The efficiency of selling melons was too slow, and he dared not casually produce the goo insects. Being able to swiftly complete the task and return to cultivation was indeed splendid. This is the 4-winged flying centipede. This is the heart-eating mother goo, and this is the poisonous scorpion. I will take the 4-winged flying centipede and the heart-eating mother goo in exchange. I offer 10 bottles of low-grade Qi blood pills and 2 bottles of medium-grade Qi recovery pills. How does that sound? That is excessive. 1 bottle of Qi recovery pills will suffice. Ma Changxing pushed back 1 bottle of elixirs. That was meant for you. If you feel uncomfortable, please assist me in gathering some seeds that require blood and flesh for cultivation, and also keep an eye out for any unused malevolent artifacts Lu Chen may possess. Understood. Thank you, Brother Feng. We shall meet at the Emerald Bamboo Jade Workshop. I must take my leave now. Ma Changxing rejoiced, immediately thumping his chest in assurance. Ren Feng nodded, accepting the insect eggs and vessels from Ma Changxing's hands. He then packaged the blood honey melon and departed. As the 2 of them altered their appearances and left separately. Subsequently, Ren Feng spent another day acquiring various materials needed for corpse refinement and goo insects, as well as several array plates until his spirit stones were entirely depleted. Such expenses are indeed unforgiving, Ren Feng mused, shaking his head as he exited the market and transformed once more into a streak of light. In Jiangcheng, the villa district, the once beautiful greenery had vanished, leaving only the withered, massive roots behind. The walls of green bricks and dark tiles were adorned with barbed spikes, snagging withered scraps of flesh. Has Lu Biao been silent for days? On a genuine leather sofa, a man with a dark complexion sat sideways. Boss, Brother Biao has been out of contact for 10 days. How many times must I say it? Address me as Lord Black King. Zhang Gang hurled an ashtray, causing the man kneeling before him to tremble in fear. All right, boss. No problem, boss. Damn it. Zhang Gang rolled his eyes. Bring out my big black one and summon those twins. The man nodded in compliance, his face awash with terror as he retreated to the backyard. The big black one referred to a black Tibetan mastiff, originally intended for sale to the owner of this villa. Indeed, he was not the villa's proprietor, but rather a dog dealer catering to the affluent. 3 months prior, he had come here to deliver the dog, only for the villa's owner to transform into a zombie. During their ensuing struggle, he succumbed to infection and lost consciousness, awakening to find his mutated mastiff had saved him, along with the awakening of his own latent abilities. Subsequently, he rallied his former subordinates and allied with a group of those possessing special powers, gradually expanding his influence. At the first tier, he became the undisputed leader of his crew, utilizing his first-tier mastiff to compel others to gather crystal cores. And soon both he and the mastiff ascended to the second tier. With his promotion, he no longer relied solely on the manipulation of ordinary individuals. The first-tier abilities he had previously gathered now fell under his command. Lu Biao, once a mere subordinate, was dispatched to lead a search for provisions. However, 10 days had elapsed without any news from him. Zhang Gang had ample reason to suspect that either Lu had perished or absconded with supplies. Whichever the case, he needed to ascertain the truth for his peace of mind. Chapter 7. Breakthrough. The art of corpse and goo refinement. Soon, a large iron cage was pushed in, the accompanying cart groaning under the strain. What are you standing there for? Are you dazed? Open the cage for my Dehei, Zhang Gang said with dissatisfaction, while the Tibetan Mastiff inside the cage angrily slammed against the bars, causing the transport cart to shatter. Yes, I'll open it right away. The trembling underling fumbled with the lock, failing to secure the door before attempting to flee. However, things went awry as the Mastiff burst through the door, swiftly severing his arm and indulging in a feast. Dehei, I told you not to do that. Who will feed you meat in the future if you keep this up? Despite the admonition, Zhang Gang showed no signs of anger. At that moment, a pair of tall, slender twin sisters entered the room. Upon seeing the unfortunate underling sprawled on the ground, performing an involuntary fountain act, they frowned. Come on, ladies, let us find Lu Biao. The elder sister nodded slightly, leading her sister toward the heavy truck. What a challenge. But you will eventually be mine. Zhang Gang followed behind the two, unconsciously licking his lips. Having grown weary of ordinary women, these twin sisters had become his new focus. Unfortunately, they were not compliant. Both had awakened lightning abilities, making them formidable opponents. He would have to take his time. Let us go, Dehei. Zhang Gang instructed the Mastiff to jump into the truck bed, climbing into the driver's seat himself. In his view, this outing was sufficient with just him, yet he still wished to showcase his prowess. I've encountered many high achievers, but when they see a man like me, they surely weaken and beg, with fantasies of nightlife in mind. The heavy truck drove off into the night. Master, your Erhe seems to have leveled up. These are the blood samples you instructed me to prepare. Sun Feng opened the cold storage door, revealing 10 barrels of blood before them. Excellent, you may leave now. If there is nothing else, do not disturb me. Ren Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Sensing the power within, he noted that Erhe was now akin to a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement, with the zombie blood preserved quite well. Understood. Sun Feng replied respectfully, and after Ren Feng entered with the 2 corpses, he closed the door. What a delightful scent. Ever since mastering the blood dyeing technique, Ren Feng found the aroma of blood as intoxicating as a drunkard-smelling wine. You too, find an empty barrel and jump in. After pouring the purchased herbs in proportions with the blood over the 2 corpses, Ren Feng eagerly approached a barrel of blood. Let us begin. He retrieved a spirit stone fragment and began to channel the blood-burning technique. Soon, the blood within the barrel stirred, swirling upwards into the fragment suspended in the air. Even without spiritual energy, the quality of the fragment rivaled that of ordinary jade. Half an hour later, only a few bits of solid meat remained in the barrel, and Ren Feng grasped the blood-tinged jade in his hand. Still a bit lacking. He could sense that the energy contained within was far from the limits of a blood jade. He cast his gaze upon a new barrel. Come on. With the experience gained from before, Ren Feng refined the process more swiftly this time. 10 minutes later, half a barrel of blood had nearly vanished. In Ren Feng's perception, that blood jade was also infused with energy. No wonder so many people are willing to take risks to engage in evil cultivation. Absorbing the blood jade, Ren Feng was almost overwhelmed by the dual exhilaration of his cultivation progress, both mentally and physically. He had broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement without encountering any bottleneck. The blood jade turned to powder, and a spark of brilliance erupted in Ren Feng's eyes. It was possible that he could break through to the later stages of Qi refinement this time. According to common knowledge, the stages are divided into early, middle, and late phases at the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of Qi refinement. His original goal was to elevate his cultivation to the 5th or even 6th level. Now it seemed that reaching the late stage was not out of the question. At that point, even Lu Chun would have to converse with him as an equal. However, this might not be sufficient. He needed to cultivate the goo insects first. As his cultivation progressed, the energy required increased with each level. The remaining blood would likely only allow him to break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. He still needed to venture out for hunting. He wondered what the survivors in this post-apocalyptic world would feel when they realized that the zombies they feared were now prey for others. With such thoughts, Ren Feng took out the insect vessel. He prepared elixirs for Dahei and Erei to stimulate their innate spells and enhance their power, with a chance to improve their quality. To accomplish this, at least a week's time was required. This period was ample for him to cultivate the goo insects. He first took out the 4-winged flying centipede, a descendant of the ancient 6-winged fierce centipede. Though its bloodline was thin, it remained a top-tier existence among 2-star goo insects. Its toxin may not rival that of the deadly scorpion, but it possessed the ability to devour souls and had extremely sharp claws, making it highly cost-effective. Ren Feng let a drop of his essence blood fall, and the seemingly lifeless insect egg immediately burst forth with vitality. In mere moments, a centipede with 4 short wings and 2 sharp claws on its abdomen tore through the egg, appearing in Ren Feng's hand. Quite audacious. After consuming the egg, the 4-winged flying centipede's ferocity surged, and it began to attack Ren Feng's palm. Hiss! Ren Feng frowned as 4 streaks of blood appeared on his hand, which could not heal. He did not expect this little creature to be so formidable right from birth. However, Ren Feng was equally stirred with the fighting spirit. He forced out another drop of essence blood while using his soul power to strike the 4-winged flying centipede. 3 minutes later, the centipede was defeated, obediently accepting Ren Feng's blood soul mark. From now on, you shall be called Little Fei. Ren Feng named it earnestly. Choose a barrel of blood for yourself, Little Fei. Like zombies, all goo insects can enhance their powers by absorbing blood. The 4-winged flying centipede did not fly quickly, rising and falling as if still learning to navigate the air. Ren Feng did not intervene further and took out another insect egg. Once again, he forced out a drop of essence blood, and the heart-eating goo emerged from its cocoon. After consuming the larvae, the heart-eating goo did not exhibit the ferocity of the young Fei. Instead, it affectionately nuzzled against Ren Feng's palm. Was this a case of attraction between the sexes, or something else entirely? Ren Feng jested, noting that although the heart-eating goo was merely a 1-star insect, it was a highly prolific mother bug. As long as the energy of blood and vigor was abundant, it could incessantly produce heart-devouring offspring, which, once implanted into another's heart, could be controlled through the mother bug. The adage "the heart of a person is as inscrutable as the depths of the belly" rings particularly true in a post-apocalyptic world to forge a loyal faction. The heart-eating goo is indispensable. You shall be called Little Red. Now go and fetch a bucket of blood. Releasing Little Red, Ren Feng retrieved a piece of waste stone. A cultivator in the qi refining stage possesses approximately 10 drops of vital blood, and the recent expenditure had already left his complexion somewhat pale. After absorbing half a piece of blood jade, Ren Feng's complexion instantly regained its vibrant hue. However, his actions did not cease. He was determined to refine the remaining blood into blood jade. Unbeknownst to Ren Feng, as he was engrossed in his alchemical endeavors, an imbalanced battle had already commenced outside. Chapter 8. The Mad Dog Protects Its Master, and the Vitality Pill Comes to the Rescue. Half an hour ago, Zhang Gang arrived at the supermarket, only to witness Sun Feng on the road, mercilessly slaying zombies to extract their blood. Observing Sun Feng conjure a fireball to obliterate a zombie and subsequently collect its blood into a bucket piqued Zhang Gang's curiosity. Brother, what are you doing? You must be an ability user as well. Have you heard of my name, the Black King of Jiangcheng? Care to join me? You will have an endless supply of food and beautiful women at your disposal. Zhang Gang exuded confidence, adopting a demeanor of benevolence. He even began to envision how he would graciously accept the adoration of 2 women should Sun Feng choose to ally with him. I haven't heard of you, and I'm not interested. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Sun Feng's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. It was understandable that Zhang Gang, not recognizing him, would be oblivious to his past as a mere nobody, but Sun Feng would never forget his face. Lu Biao's reckless indulgence was undeniably linked to him. The leader of this construction warrior. The death of his wife could also be attributed to Zhang Gang. However, my strength is still insufficient. I cannot allow him to perceive any anomalies. I must remain patient. With the immortal present, I shall eventually obliterate you. With these thoughts, Sun Feng disregarded Zhang Gang and continued to collect blood for Ren Feng. Don't push your luck. Zhang Gang's dissatisfaction with Sun Feng's attitude was palpable, especially with 2 beautiful women watching from the vehicle behind him. The fantasy shattered, he ceased his pretense and adopted a cold expression. Do you know someone named Lu Biao? He is a first-tier strength-type ability user who drives an off-road vehicle. As he spoke, Zhang Gang scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate Lu Biao. He was devoured by a high-level zombie, Sun Feng stated bluntly, hoping to intimidate Zhang Gang. He was skeptical that Zhang Gang was merely searching for Lu Biao. Surely, he knew about Lu Biao's exploration of the underground supermarket. His true intention must be to covet the resources within. Had this been a few days prior, Sun Feng might have permitted him to enter and gather supplies, but not now. The immortal is in seclusion, and I must not allow any disturbances. Sun Feng was acutely aware of his role, akin to a loyal mad dog safeguarding its master. Only by fulfilling this duty could he survive in this apocalyptic world. Dead? Zhang Gang raised an eyebrow, ultimately choosing to believe it. There had once been a surge of formidable energy here, though now the aura was faint. The Tibetan Mastiff's nose never faltered. If he's dead, so be it. Zhang Gang summoned the two women, preparing to enter the underground supermarket. Clearly, he was unperturbed by the high-level zombie. Buzz, what do you mean by that? A fireball hurtled towards him unexpectedly, forcing Zhang Gang to roll away in a frantic attempt to evade the attack. You cannot pass. Sun Feng set down the blood bucket and spread his arms to block the entrance to the supermarket. Are you seeking death? Zhang Gang, incensed by the repeated humiliation, felt the mocking laughter of the two women behind him. Dehei, go for it. Dehei. Sun Feng was momentarily stunned, only to see a black Tibetan mastiff lunging towards him with ferocious speed. With a thunderous roar, a serpent of fire erupted from his mouth. He aimed to repel the mastiff before seizing an opportunity. However, this second-tier mutated beast was far beyond Lu Biao's capabilities. It deftly sidestepped the attack, its ferocity unabated as it advanced on Sun Feng. His scalp prickled with alarm, and he could only unleash a flurry of fireballs at the mastiff. The creature failed to evade, and the fireballs detonated upon impact, igniting its fur. With a pained howl, the mastiff rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Seizing the moment, Sun Feng dashed into the supermarket and slammed the door shut. You seek your own demise. Zhang Gang, gripping his claw with one hand, unleashed a mental whip that sliced through the door, striking Sun Feng with relentless precision, though his body bore no wounds. Sun Feng felt as if his very soul were being torn from him, pain coursing through his veins. Get out of here. Realizing he could not evade the onslaught, he chose to confront it head-on. Two fire dragons burst forth from the door, charging straight at Zhang Gang. The mastiff leaped forth to intercept one, leaving the other to Zhang Gang's defense. Zhang Gang, not known for his defensive abilities, was forced to cease his assault and evade. What are you two still doing? Come and assist me. At that moment, he cast aside any pretense of bravado and called upon the two women to join the fray. Having emerged from a life of delinquency, he excelled in mobbing opponents. Coming, the elder sister replied, exchanging a glance with her younger sibling as they began to conjure lightning. They too sought the resources within the supermarket. Sun Feng, already at a disadvantage, found himself further overwhelmed as the two joined the fight, retreating as he fought. The first floor, once a clothing store, now bore no intact garments, only scorched and charred remnants. Sun Feng was in a dire state, fatigued beyond measure as he grappled with four adversaries. His hair stood on end, emitting tendrils of smoke, his clothes in tatters, and every inch of exposed skin bore the marks of electric shocks. Yet that was not the worst. Zhang Gang relentlessly assaulted his spirit, leaving him in a dissociated state, fighting solely on instinct. The mastiff too was relentless, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. Sister, why doesn't he flee? I don't understand. He clearly cannot defend himself here and could easily escape. So why does he choose death? The two women were increasingly frightened, witnessing Sun Feng's eyes roll back in a frenzy. They truly could not fathom what benefit he derived from this. As their strength waned, Sun Feng appeared on the brink of death, while Zhang Gang remained unfazed and composed. Should they exhaust themselves, they risked falling under Zhang Gang's control afterward. Die? Huh. The one who deserves to die is you. Sun Feng produced a crimson pill from his pocket, the chi blood pill bestowed upon him by Ren Feng that fateful day. What is that? Zhang Gang was taken aback, only to watch in astonishment as Sun Feng swallowed the pill, astonishingly restoring himself to a state of vitality. Though the scars remained, he moved as if unscathed, the wounds on his body rapidly healing. This lad undoubtedly harbored secrets. Capture him alive. A mental chain burst forth from Zhang Gang, his instincts urging him to uncover the nature of that crimson pill. Dream on. A colossal fire dragon erupted from Sun Feng's mouth. He had actually broken through. What? The two women were astounded, their grip tightening gradually. If Zhang Gang were to perish, they too would likely fall victim to Sun Feng's fire dragon. The battle intensified, although Sun Feng had achieved a breakthrough. The prolonged exertion of his abilities had begun to take its toll. The Tibetan mastiff collided fiercely, sending Sun Feng hurtling towards the cold storage door. They must not allow this group to disturb the immortal. Sun Feng cast a glance back at the cold storage hatch. The immortal was in the midst of training, and any disruption could lead to a catastrophic misfire. The immortal has vowed to assist me in avenging my enemies. I cannot falter. The fire dragon exploded, similarly propelling Zhang Gang away. Simultaneously, Sun Feng was not faring well. His hair had noticeably turned white, and the wrinkles on his face had become pronounced. This was a desperate gamble. There were certainly secrets hidden within that cold storage. A glint of determination flickered in Zhang Gang's eyes. Dehei, break through that hatch for me. Heh, In that case, you are of no further use to me. Perish. Zhang Gang conjured a translucent giant dragon, soaring directly into Sun Feng's forehead. Immortal, I am sorry. Sun Feng collapsed with a thud, his mind racing through the memories since the apocalypse began. His child had perished from a fever, and he had fled with his wife to Zhang Gang's sanctuary. Every day thereafter had been a struggle akin to that of beasts, bullied by those with powers and subjected to scorn. In a bid to save his wife, he had volunteered to explore a supermarket, only to learn of her brutal murder. The immortal's arrival had been his only hope for vengeance. Yet now he found himself unable to even protect the immortal. Perhaps he truly was a worthless being. However, just as despair threatened to consume Sun Feng, a familiar voice emerged like a revitalizing elixir. Enough of this noise. Sun Feng, what are you doing? Ren Feng, dissatisfied, pushed open the hatch, casting a shattered blood jade onto the ground. Chapter 9. How dare you compete with my Dahe for a name? Immortal. What immortal? Zhang Gang was momentarily taken aback, only to see the grim-faced Ren Feng suddenly brandishing a long knife. Dahe, restrain him. Dahe? Ren Feng was startled. And then he beheld a large black Tibetan mastiff revealing its fearsome jaws. How dare you compete with my Dahe for a name? Ren Feng swung his blade, and a fountain of blood erupted as a massive dog-ass head soared into the air. Dahe! Zhang Gang cried out in anguish. He had not only lost a formidable ally but also an utterly trustworthy companion in battle. Damn it, die. Zhang Gang disregarded any semblance of secrecy, unleashing a translucent spiritual dragon that charged directly at Ren Feng. What is this? Soul technique? Su Feng was taken aback, hastily dodging aside. A Foundation establishment cultivator. Ren Feng looked at Zhang Gang with uncertainty. It was no wonder he was mistaken. In the chaotic realm of Dunyuan continent, only those at the Foundation establishment stage could wield sufficient spiritual power to refine the soul, giving rise to various soul attack techniques known as soul techniques. Yet, Zhang Gang emanated an energy that was entirely incongruous with that notion. A mere faade. Disperse. Ren Feng directly employed the soul-searching technique, causing the dragon to dissipate, leaving Zhang Gang frozen in place, gradually succumbing to a dazed state. What has happened to him? The two sisters huddled closer together in fear, seeking solace. Why had this man, with a mere wave of his hand, rendered the once arrogant Zhang Gang into a fool? So he is a mental-type supernatural being. I knew it. A surge of memories flooded his mind, perhaps due to the enhancement of his spirit. Zhang Gang's recollections were clearer than those of a typical second-tier member of the Celestial Monitoring Division. At the very least, he retained memories of several crucial milestones in his life and important figures within his faction. Inquiring matters is indeed more reliable than mere soul-searching. Ren Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. He had now roughly deduced the situation outside. It appeared that someone intended to raid the underground market for resources, and Su Feng had been intercepting them, holding out until exhaustion brought him down here. Thinking of this, a look of satisfaction crossed his face as he poured a chi blood pill into Su Feng's mouth. Thank you, immortal. After consuming the chi blood pill, Su Feng's complexion significantly improved. However, the previous exhausting exertion could not be entirely compensated for, as signs of aging still lingered on his face. Those two. Did they think I couldn't see them? With a flick of his sleeve, the binding immortal rope shot forth. Ah! The two women gasped, immediately quickening their escape. But the binding immortal rope was faster, ensnaring them together like a nimble serpent. Due to its length constraints, the rope tightened around them, accentuating their exquisite figures. Although Ren Feng had lived 2 lives, he was still a vigorous young man, and seeing the modern attire of the two women, he couldn't help but steal a few glances. Immortal, spare us. Immortal, I am willing to comply with any of your wishes, but please do not harm my sister. Wailing, she pleaded, Sister, give me a reason not to kill you. We are both awakened possessors of lightning abilities, and before the apocalypse, we were master's degree students at Jiangdong University. Sister, what good does that do? Slowly turning around, her sister murmured, Immortal brother, we are quite useful. We can cook and clean, and we can. Her eyes darted around, as if searching for her potential, and suddenly, she brightened. We can warm your bed. We are both clean. Have you ever tried twins? Would you like to? Woo-woo. Sister, what are you doing? Hearing their brazen words, Ren Feng's brows furrowed, but fortunately, her sister covered her mouth. Otherwise, they might have uttered something inappropriate. Observing their antics, his murderous intent gradually dissipated. The duo's lightning abilities and their identities as master's degree holders piqued Ren Feng's interest. To cultivate a faction, One Sun Feng was certainly insufficient. These two were not only pleasing to the eye, but also possessed intelligence, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. As for loyalty, wasn't there the heart-eating insect? First, let us hear your names, Ren Feng said, retracting the binding rope, unperturbed by their potential escape. Immortal, you are not planning to kill us? How wonderful. I am Yao Qin, and this is my sister Yao Zheng. Yao Qin immediately jumped up, eager to embrace Ren Feng, but he disdainfully sidestepped her. How could you have such a strong odor? Have you not bathed in 3 months since the apocalypse? In truth, he misunderstood. After the apocalypse, the water sources had mutated, leaving no excess water for bathing. Only those like the two sisters, as awakened beings, had the privilege of bathing once every half-month. However, his action left Yao Qin bewildered, and she inwardly mused, is my sister no longer charming? That cannot be. Wasn't she just eyeing him? After much contemplation, she arrived at a conclusion that frightened her. Could the immortal possibly? Hiss. Ren Feng remarked, though I do not know what you are thinking. I am certain it is not something good. He promptly ordered the two to bathe. Bring those two along with me. As you command. Sun Feng seized the headless Tibetan mastiff and the foolish Zhang Gang, trailing Ren Feng into the cold storage. Had it always been this cold inside? Fire-type awakened beings inherently repelled cold environments, yet he remained silent, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The 10 barrels of zombie blood were no longer visible, leaving only 2 barrels containing the blood of Dehe and Erhe, which were gradually enveloping the 2 corpses in streaks of crimson. I am quite satisfied with your work today. As he spoke, Ren Feng summoned back the heart-eating insect, which, having consumed half a barrel of blood, was now plump and accompanied by 4 little larvae. Hearing this, Sun Feng initially rejoiced but soon lowered his head in shame. It is my incompetence that disturbed your cultivation, and I request your punishment. Indeed, punishment is warranted. Ren Feng nodded and extracted the largest of the 4 larvae, the first larva, brimming with vitality. He opened his mouth, allowing it to crawl inside. Though Sun Feng did not comprehend Ren Feng's intentions, he complied, permitting the heart-eating bug to enter his body. This is the heart-corroding goo, residing within your heart. With it, we can converse across vast distances. Upon hearing this, Sun Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, soon followed by a sensation of warmth surging within him. He observed the wrinkles on his hands gradually diminishing, leaving him utterly speechless. Indeed, it exists in a symbiotic relationship with you. Currently, it is well-fed and capable of replenishing your vitality. Ren Feng then shifted his tone. Of course, if you fail to nourish it with blood in a timely manner or dare to harbor ulterior motives, it will swiftly devour your heart and return to me. Sun Feng harbored no such ulterior motives. Only that blood. Zombie blood would suffice. Ren Feng was assured of Sun Feng's loyalty at present. His diligence in collecting blood was evident, particularly in his fervent efforts to prevent Zhang Gang from interrupting him today. Yet, loyalty today does not guarantee perpetual loyalty. He had no desire to cultivate another agent, and employing the goo would save him some trouble. Additionally, he was intrigued by Zhang Gang's crystal. Could consuming it awaken latent abilities? With that thought in mind, Ren Feng commanded, Zhang Gang is also considered your enemy, eliminate him and bring me his crystal. Yes. Sun Feng rejoiced, seizing a butcher's knife and advancing toward Zhang Gang. What could be more exhilarating than personally avenging an enemy? To avenge 2 enemies. Chapter 10. Subjugating Zhang Gang's remnants and cultivating goo. Alas, the awakening of the soul technique still eludes me. Ren Feng discarded the desiccated essence crystal, yet he remained optimistic. Although he had not unlocked the soul technique, his spiritual strength had undeniably increased. Now, even ordinary Foundation establishment practitioners could no longer easily probe his soul. Meanwhile, the Yao sisters had finished their baths, their damp hair cascading as they approached the cold storage door. Now, this seemed more appropriate. Ren Feng confirmed that the two no longer bore any scent before allowing them to consume the heart-eating goo. Brother Immortal, from now on, my sister and I shall be yours. We implore your kindness. Yao Qin wore a playful grin, which made Yao Zheng's head throb with frustration. You 3 take this and absorb the energy within to upgrade. Any excess energy should be fed to your heart-eating goo. Retrieving the fragmented blood jade, Ren Feng directly handed it to Sun Feng. Although the refinement had failed, the energy contained within was sufficient for their advancement. Ren Feng estimated that perhaps only those of at least the 7th-tier ability users in this world could barely allow him to execute a few additional moves. Such pure energy. Regardless of the trio's astonishment, Ren Feng shifted his focus to the Tibetan Mastiff's carcass. According to his corpse refining techniques, Introducing a fierce beast during the evolution of a corpse would enhance the outcome. Though this Tibetan Mastiff may not qualify as a fierce beast, it certainly belonged to the category of formidable creatures. Contemplating this, Ren Feng tossed the headless corpse along with the crystal core into Da Hei's blood bucket. Given Da Hei's superior aptitude, the effect was expected to be even better. The remaining Mastiff head was then discarded into Hei's blood bucket. It seemed he would need to linger here for a few more days. However, idleness was not an option. He needed to nurture both the corpses and the goo worms while also refining blood jade to elevate his cultivation. The demand for zombies was exceedingly high. Establishing a faction to gather zombies for himself had become an imperative. With this in mind, Ren Feng stored the heart-eating goo in his heart meridian, summoned the four-winged flying centipede into his tendons, and set up a mesmerizing array in the underground market, tasking Sun Feng with guarding Da Hei and Hei. By the afternoon, after the Yao sisters successfully broke through to the second tier, Ren Feng called them forth. How do we get to Zhang Gang's villa? That way is. Just as Yao Zhang pointed in a direction, she suddenly felt something affixed to her foot by Ren Feng. A chilling sensation washing over her as her speed inexplicably surged. Wow, brother immortal touched my leg. Yao Qin's eyes sparkled with delight, appreciating the sensation. Enough with the banter. Follow me. Ren Feng rolled his eyes. Had it not been for the absence of a route in Zhang Gang's memories, he would not have brought along this peculiar individual. Otherwise, he could have simply flown over. If only I had reached Foundation establishment, I could effortlessly carry others while flying. With aspirations for the future filling his heart, Ren Feng swiftly arrived at the villa district. Yet again, this familiar scent lingered, prompting Ren Feng to frown. In this villa district, the distance between individual villas is considerable. Creating an environment centered around Zhang Gang's villa, with a cluster of tents encamped nearby. Through the windows, one can observe a pristine interior, inhabited by only a few individuals. Conversely, the exterior has become synonymous with disorder and squalor, starkly delineating the social hierarchy. Hello, Sister Yao. Near the tent area, several disheveled individuals. Despite their confusion regarding Zhang Gang's absence in the presence of an unfamiliar face, respectfully greeted the Yao sisters. Bring out those supernatural beings, henceforth. They will be under your command, tasked with assisting me in collecting zombie blood. Allow me. Yao Qin volunteered, and shortly thereafter, a few disheveled men and women emerged as if struck by lightning. It was evident that Yao Qin had engaged them in a cordial exchange within. Yao Qin, how dare you treat me this way? When Ganga returns, you shall pay for this. An argument erupted between Yao Qin and a provocatively dressed woman. Ren Feng glanced over and recognized her. She was Yang Hua, who had awakened the power of allure and was an associate of Zhang Gang. Silence, Ren Feng commanded coldly. His aura as a chi refinement period cultivator instantly enveloping the crowd. Zhang Gang is dead. From now on, you will submit to me. Do you have any objections? You speak nonsense. Whoosh. A streak of white light flashed, and Yang Hua fell silent, collapsing to the ground, leaving behind a centipede stained with crimson as it feasted upon her. Wei Junjia, a fool who cannot perceive the moment. He might as well be dead. Observing this, the previously dissenting individuals fell silent, fear gripping them at the prospect of being the next to perish. Zhang Gang met a deserved end for his numerous wrongdoings. You, sir, have liberated us from harm. We are willing to follow you unto death. Such a spirited youth. What is your name? Ren Feng expressed his favorable impression of the middle school student who had stepped forward. In response to your query, my name is Hu Weijin. To follow unto death. Is it? Then consume this. The last heart-eating bug was extracted by Ren Feng. This. Hu Weijin trembled involuntarily. Didn't the television say otherwise? Why does my script differ? The earlier centipede had already left him with a psychological scar. Who knows what this creature is? Yet, upon meeting Ren Feng's unfriendly gaze, he closed his eyes and reluctantly swallowed the heart-eating bug. This sensation, I feel invigorated, he exclaimed, swiftly running a couple of laps around the courtyard. As an agile supernatural being, he sensed his speed had increased by at least 50%. By following the immortal, you too shall acquire even greater power, Yao Zheng interjected, releasing the aura of a second-tier supernatural being. What? The remaining individuals exchanged glances, realizing why Yao Qin's lightning abilities had suddenly intensified. They had ascended to the second tier. Coupled with Hu Weijin as a precedent, under the dual pressures of coercion and temptation, they all expressed their allegiance. Ren Feng was not stingy, bestowing upon each person a blood essence pill. My lord, these are the crystal nuclei we collected from the zombies. Hu Weijin emerged from the villa, carrying a box filled with crystals, numbering around 20, the majority being red first-tier nuclei, with only a few orange second-tier nuclei. Ren Feng accepted them without hesitation, placing the entire box into his storage bag. The from Zhang Gang had piqued his immense interest. If the ability users could enhance their corresponding powers, could the zombie crystal nuclei possess other effects as well? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers immediately categorized Ren Feng as an awakened ability user of both insect control and spatial manipulation, interpreting the term immortal used by the Yao sisters merely as a form of respect. After all, Zhang Gang's dog was named Black King. What was wrong with calling someone with two abilities an immortal? After naming his faction Tiangu Dao, Ren Feng chose not to return to the underground supermarket, but instead took residence in the villa to begin crafting blood jade. As the days passed, the blood jade in his possession gradually accumulated to a quantity sufficient to break through to the 6th level of qi refinement. Success! A thrill coursed through him. He knew this was the successful activation of the second corpse's innate spell. After establishing a defensive formation and making simple arrangements for the two Yao sisters, Ren Feng soared away from the villa, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Could he truly fly? Was he really an immortal? Chapter 11. The Ascension of the Corpse. Preparing to join the bandit clan and surprisingly ascending. Upon returning to the underground supermarket, Ren Feng was utterly astonished by the remarkable transformation of He. At this moment, He had evolved into an 8th-rank corpse soldier, simultaneously awakening 2 innate spells, Blood Boil and Sonic Howl. Blood Boil is a technique that temporarily enhances combat prowess, elevating He's capabilities to that of a 5th-layer Qi practitioner. After employing Blood Boil, he could likely contend with late-stage Qi practitioners for a brief period. As for Sonic Howl, Ren Feng speculated it was connected to the Tibetan Mastiff. The spell's ability, as its name suggests, emits sound waves to disrupt enemies, instantly obliterating those with insufficient strength. Ren Feng was quite pleased with this development, for both spells rank among the more advanced innate abilities of corpse soldiers. Then there was He. Although He had not ascended, Ren Feng was nonetheless more thrilled, for he had astonishingly awakened 4 innate spells. These were Blood Shield, Swift Movement, Beast Transformation, and Corpse Devouring. Blood Shield serves as a defensive spell, while Swift Movement overcomes the inherent sluggishness of the Yin corpses. These 2 spells were already impressive, but what delighted Ren Feng even more were the latter 2. With Corpse Devouring, He had now become a growth-oriented Yin corpse, capable of continuously enhancing his strength through the consumption of corpses. Beast Transformation complemented Corpse Devouring, allowing He to freely choose a beastly form from the remains of the creatures he had previously devoured. Though he could currently only transform into the Tibetan Mastiff, one could only imagine the possibilities if He were to consume the beasts or even divine creatures of the Chaos Origin continent in the future. Imagining the birth of a legendary corpse king from his own hands, a peculiar smile crept upon Ren Feng's lips. Truly, good fortune comes in pairs. Now, let me examine the utility of these crystal cores. He retrieved a box of zombie crystal cores and casually picked up a red crystal core to scrutinize. Lacking spiritual energy, it instead brimmed with an extraordinary vitality of flesh and blood. Upon absorbing the energy from the crystal core, Ren Feng felt a powerful sense of satiety surge within him, accompanied by a warm flow rising from his dantian. Unlike the blood essence provided by Blood Jade, which enhances cultivation, the flesh and blood energy within the zombie crystal cores is more inclined towards augmenting physical strength. This method of cultivation reminded Ren Feng of body cultivation. In ancient times, there were mighty body cultivators who moved mountains and filled seas, creating numerous legends. However, powerful body cultivators require substantial resources, and as the availability of rare materials dwindled, Qi practitioners, who cultivate at a faster rate with relatively lower consumption, gradually rose to prominence. Currently, most body cultivators serve primarily as an auxiliary means to enhance the defensive capabilities of Qi practitioners or to expedite the attainment of mortal strength. Body cultivation imposes almost no threshold on the practitioner's aptitude. The mortal army under the banner of Tiangu largely practices specialized body cultivation techniques. As Ren Feng's personal guard, he too possesses a unique body cultivation method known as the Tiangu battle body, albeit limited to the equivalent of the Qi realm. But that suffices. With the constant pursuit by the Heavenly Monitoring Agency, every bit of strength gained counts. Ren Feng immediately commenced the transformation of the flesh and blood energy, engaging in the practice of the Tiangu battle body. 20 days have passed once more. during which Ren Feng has been incessantly traversing between the villa and the subterranean supermarket. His endeavors include the continuous collection of zombie crystal cores to enhance his physical prowess and the storage of zombie blood. Remarkably, this has resulted in the emergence of a vast, corpse-free zone between the two locations, thereby attracting a considerable number of survivors to the villa area. Sufficient progress has been made. Clenching his fist, Ren Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his own strength. At the very least, ordinary low-grade magical artifacts could no longer inflict fatal harm upon him. Simultaneously, he found himself merely a step away from the late stage of chi refinement. And with the assistance of Dehe and Erhe, he was confident that he could retreat unscathed even when faced with foundational stage cultivators. As for the four-winged flying centipede, it remained in its larval stage, awaiting further cultivation. It was time to meet Luchin. And he pondered whether Ma Changsheng had procured suitable seeds for him. Each zombie represented an exceptional biological field, and the spiritual materials cultivated from them could be utilized for personal gain or traded. In the Emerald Bamboo Jade Workshop, Ren Feng had disguised himself as a gaunt old man, meandering through the marketplace. He engaged in haggling with street vendors, presenting himself as a destitute old rogue, while in reality, he was in search of Ma Changsheng's whereabouts. The Emerald Bamboo Jade Workshop primarily consisted of shops, with few stalls. And since Ma Changsheng's disguise was taught by Ren Feng himself, he soon found himself halting before a female cultivator. How much for these seeds? 1 low-grade spirit stone per bag. Purchase 10 bags and receive a maintenance manual as a gift. I'll take them all. Here are 50 spirit stones for you. Customer. I only have 30 bags available. I want them all. What? The female cultivator's face displayed a moment of surprise, but she quickly leaned in. Very well. Where shall we go? Follow me once I have them packed. Without regard for her expression, Ren Feng strode towards the edge of the marketplace. Shortly thereafter, they stopped in an uninhabited grove. Are we staying here? The female cultivator surveyed the surrounding environment, her eyes reflecting both fear and an unexpected anticipation. All right. Remove your mask. Ren Feng rolled his eyes. If you cannot even maintain your disguise as an old man, what makes you think you can impersonate a woman? Were you truly hoping I wouldn't recognize you? I merely feared you wouldn't identify me, Brother Feng. Ma Changsheng returned to his original voice. Here are the seeds you requested. Brother Feng. Indeed. With a wave of his hand, Ren Feng stored the 30 bags of spiritual seeds within his storage pouch. A storage pouch? Ma Changsheng exclaimed with envy, then gazed at Ren Feng in astonishment. And Brother Feng, your aura. You have reached the mid-stage of chi refinement. Ren Feng nodded, acknowledging the unspoken truth, suppressing his aura to the recently breached 5th level of chi refinement, maintaining a balance neither too high nor too low. Where is your encampment? Brother Feng, do you wish to join our band? How wonderful. Ma Changsheng exclaimed with excitement. Follow me. You cannot imagine. As he led the way, he spoke incessantly, oblivious to the surroundings. Ren Feng did not interrupt, and from him, he learned much information that had previously eluded him. Commander Chu and Lu Guang were imprisoned in the dungeons of the county town, where a Foundation establishment cultivator from the court was stationed, albeit not permanently. Typically, a few late-stage chi refiners were tasked with overseeing the place. On the day Luchin attempted the rescue, fortune turned against him as he encountered the return of this cultivator, resulting in a devastating blow to their entire team, aside from Ma Changsheng, who was guarding the mountain stronghold at the time. Several early-stage chi refiners among his loyal soldiers self-destructed, creating an opportunity for the remaining 6 to flee. Nevertheless, the group's cultivation had sustained significant damage. Luchin barely managed to maintain his cultivation level, avoiding a drop to the mid-chi refining stage. Consequently, they temporarily abandoned the plan to rescue Commander Chu and instead disguised themselves as rogue cultivators, accepting various commission tasks to replenish their vitality. This elucidates Ma Changsheng's astonishment upon discovering Ren Feng was at the 5th level of chi refining. With Ren Feng's addition, the pace of replenishing their vitality could accelerate considerably, enabling them to rescue Commander Chu sooner. Only under the protection of a Foundation establishment cultivator could they hope for relative safety. Chapter 12. Ascending the Mountain to Win Hearts. Annihilating families by commission. As dusk fell upon the Black Wind stronghold, Ren Feng and Ma Changsheng traversed several hastily constructed villages before arriving at the mountain stronghold. What a dreadful name. Ren Feng silently scoffed, as if his own naming abilities were any better. Ma Changsheng, how could you bring outsiders into the stronghold? Just as they reached the entrance, a one-eyed man blocked their path. Bai Xian, open your eyes and see clearly. This is Brother Feng. not an outsider. Oh, it's Ren Feng. After years of hiding, you finally dare to show your face? Bai Xian remarked, his tone not only unchanged but even more caustic. What difference does it make if he is not an outsider? So much time has passed. Who knows if he has become an undercover agent for the Celestial Monitoring Bureau? Ma Changsheng, your audacity seems to have grown. Ren Feng halted Ma Changsheng, who was ready to retort, equally defiant. I don't know about your bravery, but Bai Xian, after 3 years apart, how have you turned into a one-eyed man? Perhaps your skills still need refinement. If you're willing, I could lend you some spirit stones. And in return, I wouldn't mind offering you some guidance. Bai Xian was no stranger. He was an old acquaintance. Like Ren Feng, he had also been trained as a personal soldier by Lu Liang, but he had joined 2 years prior. Before Ren Feng's arrival, Bai Xian had always been considered the most talented among the personal soldiers. However, ever since Ren Feng overshadowed him, their relationship had soured, affecting his camaraderie with Ma Changsheng as well. Who guides whom is yet to be determined. If you dare, let us have a contest, life and death aside. Bai Xian unsheathed his magical weapon. Really? Ren Feng's eyes lit up as he drew his 7-star blade. With his experience in the 2nd level of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, he now harbored a profound interest in killing and treasure hunting. However, just as the two were poised to clash, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the inner hall, signaling the presence of a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Enough. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated sharply in their ears. A gaunt cultivator emerged, appearing older than his 30 years, a consequence of the backlash from dark sorcery. This was General Lu Chun. Subordinate pays respects to the general. Bai Xian promptly sheathed his weapon. General, I suspect Ren Feng is an undercover agent sent by the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Bai Xian, you are overthinking. Ren Feng has slain the officials of the Bureau and annihilated an entire mortal family. He cannot possibly be an undercover agent. Besides, with Ren Feng now at the 5th level of qi refinement, his addition strengthens our forces, does it not? Lu Chen smiled at Ren Feng. What? 5th level of qi refinement. Bai Xian sensed it personally, and a fleeting glimmer of envy crossed his eyes. Why? Why does he always manage to be a step ahead of me? Ren Feng observed all of this keenly. Lu Chen could not have just learned of his ascent. He suspected Bai Xian's obstruction was a deliberate test. However, he chose not to elaborate further. Human hearts are inscrutable. Ma Changsheng was already aware of the disguise, let alone the cunning general. Ren Feng had met the general. As he spoke, Ren Feng extracted several pieces of blood jade from his storage bag. According to Brother Xiaoma, the general was injured while rescuing Lord Chu. This small token is merely a gesture of respect. Lu Chen swallowed hard. He too possessed the ability to cultivate blood techniques, yet he could not refine jade of such exquisite quality. You are far too gracious, Brother Ren, Lu Chen said, affectionately draping an arm around Ren Feng's neck. Come, let us converse inside. I shall introduce you to your colleagues. Upon entering the inner chamber, 4 cultivators approached simultaneously to greet them. These individuals were strangers to Ren Feng, likely the trusted aides of other itinerant practitioners. After presenting a few pieces of blood jade to each, the atmosphere in the room instantly brightened. So, this is Brother Ren Feng. We shall be relying on you in the future. One remarked, having heard tales from Brother Ma about Ren Feng's renown. Indeed, he was quite the handsome figure. Brother Feng is exceptionally generous. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The resources of the Black Wind Stronghold were already scarce, with a portion needing Lu Chen's approval for allocation, and they also had to reserve spirit stones for purchasing resources. Thus, the cultivation materials for these aids were insufficient. Encountering a wealthy individual like Ren Feng, they naturally seized the opportunity to curry favor. Seeing this, Lu Chen cheerfully guided Ren Feng to his seat of honor. Your arrival with cultivation resources for the brothers is a significant contribution. Should you desire any form of reward, do not hold back. I, Lu Chen, am not one to be stingy. Thank you, General. Ren Feng replied with a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the situation regarding his wanted subordinates, which had delayed his ascent. To be honest, had my subordinates possessed a method to erase their traces, we could have met sooner. What does it matter, General or not? This is the Black Wind Stronghold. We are all brothers. Lu Chen appeared quite affable. I happen to possess a technique for cremating bodies and refining souls, an indispensable choice for those who indulge in violence. Here, he said, producing an old tome and handing it to Ren Feng. This is a handwritten copy by my father, and it is the only one in existence. Consider it a gift. Thank you, Brother Chen. Ren Feng received the spell with great reverence, carefully tucking it away. Lu Qin was exceedingly pleased. Ren Feng's request had cost him nothing and garnered him goodwill among the ranks. Such capable subordinates were hard to find. His gaze towards Bai Xian grew somewhat unkind. Bai Xian silently lamented, "Why is this fellow so well liked? Bring forth wine and meat. I wish to treat brother Ren Feng well." Soon, platters of food and drink were served, and the gathering became lively, with even Bai Xian partaking in toasts to foster camaraderie. After several rounds of drink and an array of dishes, Lu Qin, having circulated his spiritual energy to dispel the effects of alcohol, addressed the assembly with seriousness. The afternoon prior, the Guo family from the southern part of the city approached us, offering 600 spirit stones to eliminate their rivals. The Qin family. I have conducted thorough investigations. The head of the Qin family is at the mid-stage of qi refinement, with 4 younger members at the initial stage, and 2 late-stage elders in residence. Who among you would be willing to accompany me on this venture tomorrow? Upon hearing the mention of the 800 spirit stones, every individual present, including Ren Feng, raised their brows in astonishment. What a profound grudge must exist to warrant such a price. Yet, no one dared to speak first. The fact that the opposing party could afford such a bounty indicated that the Qin family was indeed formidable. After a moment of silence, Ma Changxing broke the quietude with a hiccup, inquiring, "General, what is the background of these 2 families? This sum is sufficient to hire a foundation establishment cultivator, is it not?" "Humph." Lu Qin scoffed. "Both families are merchants, and their businesses overlap somewhat. The Qin family has severed the Guo family's trade route to Sui County. Do you understand? As for foundation establishment cultivators, in this modest territory of Chuzhou County, which of them isn't well known? Their spells would easily reveal their identities, leaving us, the itinerant cultivators, to bear the brunt. Oh, by the way, brother Ren Feng, I recall you have been mingling in Chuzhou County for many years." Ren Feng was taken aback. Was he truly about to return to a place where he had just been wanted? Unexpectedly, Lu Qin burst into laughter. "I know what you're worried about. Rest assured, the Guo family has connections within the government. Once the deed is done, they will obscure this incident as a result of internal strife due to unequal distribution of spoils within the Qin family, leaving no trace back to us. So, what do you say? With your involvement, our chances of success have significantly increased. Not only will there be spirit stones to gain, but your bounty is likely to be lifted as well. Since that's the case, I'm in. Where else can one find such a fortuitous opportunity? With both monetary gain and someone to clean up after them. Furthermore, with 2 corpses by my side, I deem myself safe from peril." Chapter 13. Mutated Beasts and Flesh Cultivation. In light of this, at dusk tomorrow, Ren Feng, Bai Xian, and Ma Changxing shall accompany me to annihilate the Qin family. You 3 were nurtured by old Master Lu. Now that he is no longer with us, it would be prudent for you to maintain contact. Ren Feng's gaze sharpened as he noted that Lu Qin spoke of not seeing rather than not being. Lu Liang had granted him the gift of life, and should the opportunity arise, he would willingly provide for him in his old age. Lu Qin remained oblivious to his unease, rising instead to speak. "Thus shall it be. The 4 of you will remain to guard the stronghold tomorrow. If there are any commissions, act as you see fit. Brother Ren Feng, I have ordered the side chambers to be cleaned for your comfort. Please rest well." "Thank you, Brother Xia." We are brothers. Why such formality?" That night, Ren Feng lay supine on his bed, the twinkling stars filtering through the window to illuminate him. He faintly recalled lying in the same position not long ago. During the initial stages of his qi refinement, living by smuggling salt for spirit stones, only to be betrayed by Su Wanshan. Had it not been for a fortuitous escape into the zombie-infested world, he feared he would have perished. Even after avenging himself, he found himself a fugitive, wary of stepping foot in Chuzhou County. Yet tonight, as he lay beneath the bright moon, he was on the cusp of advancing to the later stages of qi refinement. Having discovered the organization of Tiangu Dao, and possessing a commission worth 600 spirit stones, the apocalypse, the zombie world, signifies an end of days. But what of the Tiangu dynasty? A mere business conflict prompted the Guo family to hire assassins to eradicate a clan, with officials offering protection afterward. Meanwhile, the starving souls by the roadside scramble for scraps with wild dogs. How deeply ironic. Within the halls of power and among the common folk, which cultivator or mortal does not embark on a perilous quest for self-preservation? And here he was, merely a cheer-refining rogue of Tiangu Dao, seeking his place amidst such turbulent tides. Ren Feng found himself at a loss, plagued by insomnia. Once he confirmed his solitude, he set up a warning formation. After all, He would not depart until the following afternoon, allowing him at least a week in the zombie world. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment with the seeds Ma Changsheng had gathered for him. Why have I only encountered these zombies recently? In the basement of the villa, the Yao sisters stood before Ren Feng, heads bowed. Master, recently several mutated beasts have appeared in Jiangqing, and we are no match for them, Yao Zheng admitted, her face flushed with shame. They have an insatiable appetite, often competing with us for the zombie's flesh. Yao Qin gestured vigorously, trying to convey the magnitude of the threat. Mutated beasts? How formidable are they? You are all at least third tier now. Yet you cannot defeat them even with Sun Feng's help? Ren Feng fired off a barrage of questions, causing Yao Zheng's embarrassment to deepen. While Yao Qin hesitated to speak further, the master had cultivated them into third-tier practitioners, not to serve as mere ornamental figures, but to undertake meaningful tasks. Yet they had faltered in their duties, disappointing the master's expectations. Recalling the master's formidable abilities, the Yao sisters felt a shiver of fear. All right. You may leave for now. I will assess the situation later. After dismissing the two, Ren Feng retrieved the spiritual seeds and the corpse incineration and soul refinement technique. Upon inspection, he found that only a few of the spiritual seeds met his criteria, as they could be cultivated solely with flesh and blood. The remainder could only utilize blood and flesh as supplementary materials, with the spiritual soil being the key component. The renowned spiritual soil of the Dunyuan continent had long been monopolized by major factions, leaving only scattered remnants that were exceedingly difficult to locate. The situation in the zombie world was even more dire. However, as it turned out, he had just enough. Ren Feng divided the corpses into two piles. One comprised robust and powerful bodies, clearly suitable for cultivation, while the other consisted of either flabby and feeble corpses or outright skeletal remains, which he planned to use for practicing the corpse incineration and soul refinement technique. He decided to begin with the heart source fruit seed. He opened the chest of one corpse, creating an incision in its heart to plant the seed. As the name suggests, the heart source fruit must be nurtured within the heart, sprouting and absorbing the essence of the entire body's blood and flesh for maturation. Its effects are akin to that of a qi and blood pill, but it does not induce pill toxicity and can stimulate the production of vital blood. Using blood jade to catalyze the process, the heart source fruit quickly sprouted, and all he could do now was wait. The day the corpse was drained dry would mark the fruit's maturity. After planting several heart source fruit seeds, Ren Feng subsequently sowed the spiritual eye fruit, the bone-fortifying flower, and the blood enrichment melon, all of which needed to be planted in corresponding anatomical sites to achieve specific effects. He nurtured their growth in succession before opening the corpse incineration and soul refinement technique. Was it necessary to ignite it with his heart's blood? The essence of the corpse incineration and soul refinement technique is singular, to forge a sphere of one's innate fire. Initially, this flame is comparable to mundane fire, which ordinary cultivators can easily withstand. However, as the number of burned corpses increases and the flame consumes enough corpse oil, it can ascend to become corpse incineration fire, tainting the wielder with karmic retribution and potentially undermining their cultivation. In its perfected form, it can incinerate souls, and theoretically, with sufficient cultivation, even divine consciousness could be entirely consumed. Yet, this remains purely theoretical after all. The creator of this technique and the father-son duo of the Liu family had only managed to reach the level of incinerating souls at best. Ren Feng held no grand expectations. He would be content as long as he could obliterate the corpses without a trace, unburdened by mental constraints. He found himself adept at igniting the fire, and soon a dim flame flickered to life in his hand, seemingly on the brink of vanishing. Go. As he approached the corpse, he observed the fire dancing in his hand, reminiscent of an elderly man peering at a young woman changing clothes. The fire possessed a spirit of its own, and upon being cast into the air, it entered the body of a plump zombie, igniting upon contact. A conflagration swiftly enveloped the entire corpse. Tendrils of black smoke rose from its orifices, and Ren Feng caught a whiff of a rather sour and pungent aroma. Perhaps this particular zombie harbored an abundance of fat, causing the fire to burn slowly, prompting Ren Feng to frown. After all, this was a basement. He retreated to another corner, feeling somewhat better, but still summoned two corpses to assist in absorbing the odor. Their intellect is rather limited, otherwise they would certainly engage in a debate with Ren Feng about their identity as zombies rather than mere air purifiers. Meanwhile, it seems that the fire has also sensed its master's displeasure, as the black smoke emanating from the corpse has noticeably diminished. After approximately 2 hours, Ren Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the fire, having consumed the corpulent zombie, had evolved from a flickering flame into a more substantial blaze. He divided it into several portions and continued to incinerate the zombie remains. The now robust fire burned with increasing intensity, reducing over 20 zombies to mere ash in just 3 hours. Return. Ren Feng summoned the fire back to his heart. It had transformed into a fierce inferno, eliminating any concerns of it dissipating. If only he could incinerate the remains of some more formidable creatures. Observing the heart-eating mother insect curiously examining its new neighbor, occasionally attempting to poke it, Ren Feng realized that while the temperature of the fire had risen, its potency still required enhancement. It was timely that he needed to eradicate the entire Qin family. Those qi refining practitioners should suffice to bolster the fire as strength. However, was there something I overlooked? Never mind, let us continue cultivating. During this period, the 2 daughters of the Yao family seemed to have been spurred into action, gradually transporting several zombies to his basement. Although they bore signs of having been gnawed upon, they were still serviceable, having depleted his spiritual seeds. Ren Feng assigned the 2 corpses to digest the surplus zombies while he seized the opportunity to absorb blood jade to enhance his powers. A battle was imminent, and the 2 late-stage qi refining offerings from the Qin family would not be easily dealt with. With this in mind, Ren Feng meticulously sliced open one zombie after another, implanting seeds within their organs and urging them to sprout. After a considerable time, gazing upon the ground strewn with the tender sprouts of spiritual seeds emerging from the cadaverous flesh, a smile graced Ren Feng's lips. He could only wonder what level of power he would attain once they matured. Chapter 14. The Maturation of Spirit Seeds and the Mutated Giant Bull. 3 days into the world of the undead, the aroma is undeniable. The blood jade has run dry, and Ren Feng has not managed to reach the late stage of qi refinement as he had hoped. However, the spirit seeds he cultivated are now more than halfway matured. At this moment, he is savoring a heart source fruit in his left hand and a blood melon in his right. The flavors are delightful, albeit the effects are rather inconsistent. Cultivating using living specimens proves to be far more suitable. At the very least, low-level zombies are not an option. The varying times of death of these zombies have led to a significant loss of vital energy, resulting in the poor efficacy of the cultivated spirit seeds. Yet, controlling living zombies is a challenge, and placing them in the Villa district could easily risk infecting the survivors. Ren Feng finds himself in a quandary. Just as he is deep in thought, on the brink of a breakthrough, a thunderous roar abruptly shatters his concentration. Mu infuriated at the interruption. Ren Feng seizes his knife and rushes to the surface. What on earth is happening? Upon reaching the first floor, he is met with a horde of disheveled survivors rushing in frantically. Strangely, neither the second zombie nor those with abilities are present. Huh? Has night fallen? The light outside has suddenly vanished, and as Ren Feng looks up, he sees a colossal shadow dart past the floor-to-ceiling window. A mutated beast? It dawns on him. He slaps his forehead, finally recalling what he had forgotten days prior. The formidable beings that fire can incinerate are not limited to just those in the qi refinement stage. The mutated beasts spoken of by the Yo sisters can also be included. Moreover, these mutated creatures can be utilized to cultivate spirit seeds. As long as their limbs are severed, they are entirely within his control. Truly, they are my auspicious beasts. Recalling the mutated Tibetan Mastiff that had aided the second zombie in awakening its innate spell, a smile of contentment spreads across Ren Feng's face. The immortal has arrived. The first to notice him is Hu Weijian, who was originally dispatched by Yao Zheng to protect these survivors. To his surprise, he encounters Ren Feng head-on. What is happening outside? Ren Feng nods in acknowledgement, inquiring about the origins of this mutated beast. Outside stands a formidable fourth-tier mutated bull, ferocious beyond measure. According to the leader, it seems to have originated from a livestock farm, having consumed its kin and contracted mad cow disease, evolving into an even more fearsome creature that has already demolished 3 villas. However, Hu Weijian glances out the window again, noting that it is no match for your 2 zombies. A fourth-tier mutated bull? Ren Feng's interest is piqued, though he remains uncertain of its exact strength. With anticipation, he steps outside and is met with the sight of a massive hornless bull roaring and charging uncontrollably. At this moment, several first-tier ability users are busy evacuating survivors, while the Yu sisters and a handful of ranged ability users relentlessly assault the giant bull. Meanwhile, at the bull's legs, The two shadow zombies are also employing their full range of tactics. Dahe emits sonic waves intermittently, disorienting the colossal beast, while Arai has already transformed, inflicting numerous wounds upon the bull's legs. Moreover, with the assault from the Yao sisters and others, the massive bull bore patches of fur in disarray, its body marred with scars. The celestial being, upon seeing Ren Feng, halted her attack and approached, saying, "This giant bull is one of the mutated beasts I previously mentioned to you. Initially, we seemed to coexist peacefully, but this morning, for reasons unknown, it suddenly charged towards us as if possessed." Indeed, Yao Qin, having appeared from an unknown location, recalled a peculiar fragrance that had wafted in, its source being. She met Ren Feng's gaze, covering her mouth in apprehension, reluctant to continue. Furthermore, her words hinted at a grievance against the celestial being. Thus it was revealed. Ren Feng suddenly comprehended that the scent of the matured spiritual seed had lured this creature. The bull's keen sense of smell was surprisingly astute. "I sought no trouble with you, yet you came knocking at my door. Truly, a black mole seeking a washing machine." Ren Feng commanded the crowd to retreat, leaving only two corpses engaged in battle beside the giant bull. Upon seeing their master, the two corpses intensified their assault, and the already battered bull could hardly withstand the onslaught. "All right, return." Ren Feng summoned the two corpses back. At this moment, the once ferocious giant bull had lost its vigor, its steps unsteady and on the brink of collapse. Yet, the fierce glint in its eyes still conveyed its unwillingness to submit. It sensed that this man before it was the source of that alluring fragrance. Instinct told it that devouring this man would bring tremendous benefits, but the overwhelming aura emanating from him was something it had never encountered, even in its prime. "Come forth, little bull." The smile on Ren Feng's face appeared to the giant bull as that of a devil. As Ren Feng approached, the bull, unwilling to back down, exhaled a breath in a futile attempt to intimidate the man who exuded a sense of danger. Yet, all was in vain. In a flash of white light, the bull's 5 limbs were severed beneath its belly. The bull let out a mournful bellow, its form resembling that of a dying creature. "Oh, don't die. What will I play with if you perish?" With that, Ren Feng activated the blood jade to heal the bull. In no time, its wounds began to scab over, and the lightning-inflicted scars swiftly healed. The previously listless giant bull regained vitality, yet it dared not resist, merely gazing at the human before it in terror. Why would this human sever the bull's most vital parts and yet revive it? Could he be the devil spoken of by those humans? He must be a devil. Subsequently, as the giant bull's eyes widened in fear, Ren Feng made an incision at its brow. The night soul flower, when dissolved in water and consumed, could enhance the quality of the soul. This flower must be planted at the brow of an intelligent being to bloom, and the zombie was clearly unsuitable. Thus he preserved it. He could not guarantee that the Chun family possessed any soul-targeting spells. An extra layer of precaution was always prudent. After inducing germination, Ren Feng buried a piece of blood jade in the bull's chest, ensuring it would remain alive until the night soul flower drained its soul power. Subsequently, he commanded the Yu sisters to remove the enormous bull, leaving only 2 corpses outside the villa, clutching the severed limbs he had discarded. "Black leg. Save that for my tincture." A fetid black leg was promptly secured within a storage talisman. He could not allow such an object to taint the aroma of the medicinal herbs within his storage pouch. What other mutated beast roamed Jiancheng? As Yao Qin went to arrange for the removal of the bull, Yao Zheng was handed over to Ren Feng. Besides this 4th-tier giant bull, there was also a 4th-tier spider, primarily active near the Nightingale Club. Ren Feng nodded, inquiring further, "Are there any more?" The Nightingale Club represented another faction in Jiangxing, originally a high-end bodyguard company, its power far surpassing that of the previous leadership under Zhang Gang. The only remaining threat was a 5th-tier white rat, towering at nearly a person's height, rumored to even consume metal. Its territory lay around the 2nd hospital, commanding all rodent species across Jiacheng. The villa district maintained a relatively clean environment, with few rats posing minimal threat. However, present minimal threat does not guarantee future safety. Ren Feng dismissed her viewpoint, asserting that one must never underestimate such creatures. While evading the court's pursuit during assault transport, he had encountered a rat infestation, led by 3 foundation-building demon rats, unleashing an onslaught of 100,000 vermin. Though eventually repelled by the court, the region suffered from continuous outbreaks of the plague. Declared a no-go zone, Tiangu Dao would inevitably expand, leading to potential conflicts with that legion of rodents. Even in the absence of conflict, if another beast, akin to today's giant bull, were to arrive unexpectedly while I was away, how would you manage? Yao Zheng fell silent. Chapter 15. Arrangements and a glimpse before departure. It was not only she who felt a headache. Ren Feng was similarly troubled. The two corpses were now intended for self-defense, while the insect larvae were of no use to them, and firearms were utterly ineffective. Furthermore, as they ascended to the third tier, their rate of advancement gradually slowed. Over this period, Ren Feng discerned that in the world of zombies, whether they be the undead, mutated beasts, or those with supernatural abilities, all possessed immense energy, yet were unable to harness it effectively. The blood jade, sufficient to elevate someone from the third to the fourth tier of qi refinement, yielded a strength that barely equated to that of a second-tier practitioner. Moreover, Ren Feng had no intention of disseminating cultivation techniques at this juncture. Was it not preferable to be the sole cultivator in existence? What if an exceptionally gifted individual surpassed him? The region he had designated as a safe haven for cultivation, a veritable garden for qi refinement, could quickly become fraught with peril. Immortal, we have captured a second-tier zombie over there. The cheerful voice of Yao Qin resonated through the air, accompanied by a team of supernatural practitioners who had securely bound a rather imposing zombie, trailing closely behind her. With a thud, the zombie, marked with lightning scars, struggled fiercely upon being cast to the ground, striving to free itself from its restraints. Xiaoqin, where did you procure this zombie? It is quite an eyesore. Observing the zombie on the verge of escape, Ren Feng summoned the binding rope of immortality, ensnaring it once more, nodding in approval. There was no denying that this zombie was, indeed, as Yao Qin had remarked, a rather glaring sight. Appearing to be female yet possessing 4 arms, her body adorned with fresh bite marks, and her musculature exaggerated to an extraordinary degree. A true apocalyptic, mutated version of a muscular Barbie. Over there in the gym, Yao Qin pointed towards the location where the giant bull was kept. When we approached, we heard intense thumping sounds from within the gym, initially believing it to be a survivor calling for help. However, upon opening the door, we were met with a scene of severed limbs and dismembered bodies, with only this creature attempting to pound against the load-bearing wall in a desperate bid for escape. In that instant, Ren Feng comprehended that this zombie had likely been exercising in the gym prior to the apocalypse, subsequently trapped and unable to hunt for human prey. Starving zombies began to resort to cannibalism, and this muscular Barbie zombie was probably the last one standing, having acquired her additional arms from other zombies. There should not be many zombies left in the gym. This one had likely been famished for quite some time. And upon catching the scent of living beings in Yao Qin and her companions, it went into a frenzy, yearning to emerge and feast. Yet, it was subdued by Yao Qin, now a third-tier practitioner, and ultimately captured for her own use. Perfect. Despite its somewhat glaring appearance, its physical prowess was undeniably substantial, making it exceptionally suitable for corpse refinement. Ren Feng contemplated utilizing the next few days to conduct a basic ritual on her, ensuring that a formidable force would remain after his departure. With this thought, he commanded the binding rope of immortality to soar towards the underground supermarket. Under the bewildered gaze of Sun Feng, he placed the muscular Barbie zombie into the blood bucket and extracted a drop of its essence to infuse it. Indeed, Ren Feng had no intention of refining this corpse for his own use. Firstly, it was far too conspicuous to take along, and secondly, the distance between them rendered Sun Feng's control over it less than agile. Although his strength is currently modest, with the fervent guidance of Sun Feng, a wild and unpredictable spirit, there may be unforeseen results. The medicinal materials are insufficient, so let us temporarily utilize these as auxiliary components. Previously, the remaining 4 spirit fruits were each set aside, and after inscribing the runes, Sun Feng was summoned to guard them. 5 days later, a piercing roar echoed, and a scattering of zombies began to converge towards the underground supermarket. Immortal, that zombie has come to life. Witnessing Sun Feng's hurried demeanor, Ren Feng could not help but smile. Remember, these are not zombies, they are Yin corpses. Maida He and Air He are also Yin corpses. From now on, you shall control this Yin corpse. Do give it a name. How about calling it King Kong? Sun Feng proposed, his voice trembling with excitement. He was acutely aware of the formidable power of the immortals' Yin corpses, and now he could possess one himself. In that moment, Sun Feng began to envision a future where he and his corpse dominated the apocalypse, living a blissful life above all others, beneath the immortal. Excellent, Ren Feng thought, oblivious to Sun Feng's inner musings, yet he was greatly pleased with his naming prowess. truly deserving of being my #1 subordinate. This name embodies my own grandeur. Subsequently, you should also relocate to the Villa District, taking on a leadership role akin to Yao Zheng and Yao Qin. The underground supermarket had nearly been emptied, and the backup power for the freezer was running low. It held little value for him now. Yes. Sun Feng bowed deeply and then set about gathering his belongings with King Kong. Ren Feng took to the skies once more. Having spent over a week in the zombie world, it was nearly time to return to the Chaos Origin continent. The only matter left was the Night Soul Flower. Regardless of whether it had blossomed, it must be harvested, lest it wither before his next visit. Additionally, he intended to fully utilize his physical body and crystal core. Soon, Ren Feng soared above the colossal bull and discovered that it had lost its vitality. The Night Soul Flower did not disappoint. Its pale, blue petals unfurled, surrounded by a translucent essence of soul material. Truly, it was the Night Soul Flower. After consuming it in water, Ren Feng felt his soul power surge significantly. The soul energy provided by this flower was far superior to that of Zhang Gang. Now, in terms of soul strength, he was akin to a foundational stage cultivator. Simultaneously, he sensed that the thin barrier between him and the late stage of chi refinement had been breached. As long as the spiritual energy was sufficient, a breakthrough could occur at any moment. However, he had no intention of breaking through just yet. Without ample time to consolidate his cultivation post-breakthrough, a subsequent fall in realm due to battle would make future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. At the very least, his bottom line was to seek opportunities for a breakthrough only when truly overwhelmed. The Hay devoured it. The 4th-tier mutated beast's crystal core was comparable to a mid-grade spirit stone, only suitable for those of the alchemical stage and above. The energy contained within propelled the Hay to the 7th level of chi refinement. It reached its limit. Any further enhancement would be uncontrollable. Ultimately, the great black figure was not his destined shadow corpse. Should its cultivation surpass his by a significant margin, it might very well exist independently of him. The portions of the corpse abundant in fat were left behind, while the remainder was allocated to Arei by Ren Feng. A wisp of shadowy fire was unleashed by Ren Feng, and in but a fleeting moment, the bovine corpse was reduced to nothing but ash. At this juncture, Arei had also consumed his share, his strength now nearing the 6th level of chi refinement. A pair of bull horns was presented before Ren Feng by Arei. Their quality commendable. Ren Feng weighed them in his hands before stowing them away in his storage pouch. One horn remained intact while the other was fractured, both imbued with the essence of the Night Soul Flower, thus deemed valuable spiritual materials. It would be worthwhile to seek an artisan to refine them. It was time to depart. Summoning back the 2 corpses, Ren Feng activated the ancient bronze door. Who could it be? Just before he left, an unsettling sensation of being observed washed over him. Yet, upon casting his gaze, he could only discern a diminutive, luminous white. There was no time to investigate. He would have to clarify the matter another time. The ancient bronze door had been charged with energy, and Ren Feng transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he glanced at that white dot, within the Nightingale Club, a thunderous commotion erupted. "What is it, old Wang? Are you all right? What did you see?" A corpulent man tumbled from the high platform, his high-powered telescope shattered in hand, as a crowd rushed over to assist him. There was an immortal. He noticed me. Chapter 16. The beginning of the annihilation. As dusk approached, Ren Feng returned to the Chaos Origin continent, dismantling the formation. He arrived at the front camp of the Black Wind stronghold, where he discovered 2 figures already standing. Feng Ge. Ma Changxing greeted him warmly. Bai Xian nodded slightly, acknowledging the greeting. "I forgot to give you the blood jade yesterday, and I currently have none. Here, take these." With that, Ren Feng produced several spiritual fruits and handed them to the 2 men. Regardless of their relationship, they would soon face a common foe, and every bit of strength was vital. Ma Changxing was momentarily taken aback, pondering how Ren Feng had just asked him for seeds a few days prior. How could he already have fruits? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, assuming Ren Feng had purchased them. "Thank you, Feng Ge." Ma Changxing eagerly tore into a blood melon with his bare hands. Bai Xian, somewhat slow on the uptake, accepted the remaining spiritual fruits with a complicated expression, finally uttering 2 words, "Thank you." Though this fellow is bothersome, he is not without merit. As the 2 savored the spiritual fruits, the sun gradually descended, and the encroaching night began to envelop the land. "Ha! Am I late?" Lu Chen cheerfully strode out from the main hall. Not at all, not at all." The sky has just darkened, making it the perfect time for us to set off. Bai Xian immediately concurred, his excitement palpable. The bounty for this mission was a staggering 600 spiritual stones. Although he would only receive a small portion, it represented a significant resource for him. Ma Changxing also felt a surge of excitement, but refrained from speaking, as his cultivation level was the lowest among the four present. Here are the invisibility talismans, and here are the swift movement talismans. Before departing, Lu Chun distributed equipment to the three. This task must succeed. Failure is not an option. Do you understand? Understood. The three replied in unison. As the moon began to rise over Qingzhou County, at the Chun residence, chaos reigned. This is utterly outrageous. In the rear courtyard, three members of the Chun family surrounded several corpses, their faces contorted with anger. That fellow is simply unreasonable, daring to hire assassins to target our family head. Indeed, clearly, their goods were subpar, yet they insist on claiming we encroached upon their trade routes. Resorting to such despicable measures. Do they think they monopolize the commerce between Chengzhou and Suijun? Humph, they clearly believe us to be easy prey. I propose we sever their heads and display them at our gate as a warning. The two middle-aged men exchanged heated words, prompting Chun Jiankai to intervene, feeling somewhat exasperated. Enough. Chun Jiankai called for silence, bowing slightly to the towering cultivator beside him. Regardless, we must extend our gratitude to Daoist Bai for his timely discovery. Otherwise, the consequences for my family would be unimaginable. There's no need for thanks. Daoist Bai retorted, though his demeanor exuded arrogance. If Zhao Xing were present, these petty thieves wouldn't have dared to step foot in the Chun residence. Zhao Gongfeng had taken his son to Songhe Temple, and his absence was unavoidable. Upon hearing the mention of Songhe Temple, a flicker of envy crossed Daoist Bai's eyes. Zhao Xing, a disciple of Songhe Temple, had previously been expelled from the sect due to misconduct, thus becoming a lay practitioner like himself, serving the Qin family. To his surprise, Chen Jiankai's son possessed remarkable talent. And with Zhao Xing's recommendation, it seemed he might once again gain entry into the sect. When that time arrives, their statuses would inevitably differ. I am weary. You may continue your tasks. Summon me if needed. The monk bid farewell as he departed. In the courtyard, three remained. Elder brother. According to my informants within the Guo family, their patriarch has visited friends multiple times. It is likely that this is not the only group they have sent to attack. I am well aware of that, Chen Jiankai replied, turning his gaze to another. Jian Ting, how goes the defensive arrangements I entrusted to you? Rest assured, elder brother. I have instructed our guards thoroughly. With my son leading the team, not even a fly shall enter. Excellent. I trust your capabilities, Chen Jiankai nodded. Jian Kun. Escort these individuals to the magistrate. My acquaintance, Lord Lu, is a fellow alumnus. I shall summon him to testify. Ensuring the Guo family faces severe consequences for their transgressions against the Qin family. They seek their own demise. Understood. General, does the Qin family suspect our intentions? Behind the back wall of the Chun residence, Ma Changxing concealed himself among the treetops, observing the servants moving about. Unlikely, Lu Chen confidently shook his head. However, the Guo family is quite unscrupulous, dispatching multiple groups. Now that the Chun estate has fortified its defenses, they face considerable difficulty. Our disciples of Tiangu Dao need not fear complications. Ren Feng proclaimed, patting his chest, exuding unwavering loyalty to the sect, which earned him Lu Chen's approving gaze. Ren Feng's fidelity to Tiangu Dao mirrored his allegiance to Lu Chen. Bai Xian, follow closely. Once that individual wanders far enough, eliminate him without hesitation. Remember, a swift kill. And avoid alarming others. Understood? Absolutely. Bai Xian activated his invisibility talisman and stealthily trailed Chen Jianxuan. Soon, Bai Xian returned, bloodied blade in hand. I have fulfilled my duty. I probed the souls of those individuals. Currently, with Zhao Xing absent, only a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement remains. That man is the third brother of the Chun patriarch, possessing a mere 2nd level of Qi refinement. The defensive arrangements are overseen by Chun Jianting. At the 3rd level, along with his son, Chen Yudong, at the 1st level of Qi refinement, posing little threat. Excellent. Lu Chen cast a look of admiration his way. The absence of a late-stage Qi refinement disciple significantly increased their success rate. Ren Feng's confidence surged, barring any unforeseen events. He was certain to claim the reward of spirit stones. Let us proceed. Beyond this point lies the woodshed, the most suitable entry for our infiltration. The four crept towards a courtyard wall, when Bai Xian suddenly whispered, I shall go first. Ma Changxing volunteered eagerly. Within the vicinity, only 3 guards were present, currently stifling yawns and grumbling about the Qin family's negligence. Damn Qin Yidong, is it such a crime not to have offered him a gift? Must we be relegated to this? Indeed, it's pitch dark, we can hardly see a thing. Moreover, there is his old father, who insists on having us guard the courtyard late at night, as if we could truly handle a cultivator should one arrive. Regardless, if it's merely a thief, that would be one thing. But if a genuine practitioner were to show up, I would undoubtedly flee. What am I risking my life for? Earning a meager 2 silver coins a month? Suddenly, as one was speaking, the corner of his eye caught sight of a white object swiftly approaching. Despite Ma Changxing's usual demeanor among a group of cultivators, when faced with ordinary individuals, as the personal guard of the Heavenly Valley's channel commander, he certainly possessed his own formidable skills. A flash. The other 2, upon witnessing this, intended to shout a warning to flee, but were swiftly silenced by Ma Changxing's lethal strike. Hurry! Seeing Ma Changxing's signal, the group quickly followed suit, effortlessly leaping onto the roof of the woodshed without needing to fly, clearing the 4-foot-high courtyard wall with ease. Ren Feng, I'll leave Chunjian Kai to you. No problem. Brother Chun, you just take care of the Chun family's enshrined protector. Ren Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The head of the Qin family was at most a 6th-level qi refining cultivator. With his numerous skills and the presence of poisonous insects and shadow corpses, he could be considered quite formidable. Meanwhile, Ma Changxing and Bai Xian had also assigned their tasks, intending to first deal with the Chun family's practitioners before addressing the mundane guards. However, just as they were prepared to set off, 2 shadowy figures appeared below the woodshed, brandishing torches. You go ahead, I'll hold the door for you. Don't worry. Thank you, brother. Shua. I'm so tired. That Qin Yedong really knows how to indulge himself, arranging everything and then heading off to sleep. It's no wonder he pales in comparison to Chen Yeqiu. After all, he is the son of the family head, yet. Run. Chapter 17. You are Ren Feng, the one who annihilated the Su family. As the lookout spoke, his gaze wandered, inadvertently locking eyes with Ren Feng, poised atop the roof. A sinister grin spread across Ren Feng's face, revealing a gleaming set of teeth, as he swiftly unleashed the 7-star blade. In an instant, both adversaries met their demise. However, amidst the chaos, a torch fell, igniting the straw below. A sudden gust of wind fanned the flames, causing them to surge dramatically. The water is rising. Fetch water quickly. The blazing fire in the thatched house illuminated the night like a sun, throwing the entire Qin residence into disarray. There are people on the roof. Armed with blades, they are assassins. Hurry and alert the master. Onward. Ren Feng, donning an expression of resignation, exchanged glances with several individuals before plunging into the throng. This is in your hands. I shall head to the back courtyard of the Chun residence. Die. Ma Changxing, wielding dual blades, dispatched one guard after another. Bai Xian, equally fierce, manipulated a long knife with his hands, causing it to dance through the crowd relentlessly. Buzzing 4-winged flying scorpions darted among the guards, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. Help! Spare me! Immortal, please let me go. Witnessing familiar faces collapse around them, the guards were thrown into a panic. Those who retreat shall perish. A youth, reeking of liquor, led a contingent of guards from the rear. Spotting the fleeing, he swiftly struck down one with his sword. Chen Yedong's action soon bore fruit. No one dared to flee any longer. Kill. The one who brings me ahead shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and 10 acres of fertile land. Slay them, under the promise of generous rewards. Many of the Qin family's guards, seasoned warriors, charged towards Ren Feng and his companions. With a leader stepping forward, the others, emboldened, surged forward as well. That is indeed Qin Yedong. Bai Xian recognized him. Let me take him down. Ma Changxing attempted to eliminate the foe, but found himself encircled by a throng of guards, hampering his movements. Allow me, Ren Feng declared, cleaving through the nearest adversaries. Activating the corpse-burning soul refinement technique, he unleashed a torrent of sinister flames. What is this? The malevolent fire ignited upon contact with flesh, causing Chen Yedong to writhe in agony upon the ground. Hurry, extinguish the flames. The guards nearby, witnessing the scene, rushed forth to assist, only to ignite themselves as the sinister flames spread, intensifying the conflagration. Save me. Observing their comrades engulfed in flames, the remaining guards trembled in fear, none daring to approach. No one wished to be caught in the grasp of such an eerie blaze. Before long, the cries ceased, and the engulfed figures were reduced to ash. The sinister flames, under Ren Feng's command, divided into several clusters that surged toward the crowd. Ah! Return my son's life. Suddenly, 3 poison darts whizzed toward Ren Feng from a distance. Feng Ge, be careful. Ren Feng narrowly evaded 2, while the last was deflected by Ma Changsheng. Thank you. Ren Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. This poison may not be fatal, yet it can severely hinder one's movements. A fact that could prove to be exceedingly lethal in the midst of battle. Simultaneously, he turned at the sound to witness a middle-aged man, his eyes filled with rage, preparing to launch another attack. Qin Jianting, his fury ignited, had crimson eyes. He had rushed to the scene upon hearing of a fire in the woodshed, hastily donning his clothes to extinguish the flames. Yet, midway, he learned of an assassin's assault. After hastily retrieving his weapon from his quarters, he arrived only to witness the horrifying sight of his son perishing in flames. Allow me, Bai Xian volunteered eagerly. Qin Jianting was merely at the 3rd tier of qi refinement, well within Bai Xian's capabilities, thus serving as a means to repay Ren Feng for the fruit he had previously bestowed. As he wielded his long blade, he also brandished a spear, charging through the crowd and swiftly reaching Qin Jianting. Die. The wretched ones are you. Though Qin Jianting was 1 tier below Bai Xian, the extreme rage over the loss of his kin unleashed an immense power, allowing him to hold his ground against Bai Xian without faltering. Uncle Ting, I come to assist you. Suddenly, a tall youth emerged from the crowd, igniting a talisman in his hand, and engaged Bai Xian in combat. With Qin Jianting already evenly matched against Bai Xian in his fury, the assistance from the youth made it difficult for Bai Xian to maintain his defense. Behold! Ma Changxing hurled a pair of twin blades, momentarily halting the tall youth's assault, then swiftly maneuvered through the crowd to retrieve the twin blades and aid Bai Xian. Which little thief dares? A tremendous roar reverberated as Bai Xian and Ma Changxing were sent flying. Beside Qin Jianting stood a middle-aged man clad in leather armor, wielding a heavy sword. Glaring furiously, it was none other than Qin Jiankai, the head of the Qin family. Ren Feng sensed that his opponent likely possessed the strength of the 6th tier of qi refinement, explaining why he could overpower both Ma Changxing and Bai Xian to the point of spitting blood. Your adversary is me. In the backyard, a chilling wind swept through, indicating that Lu Chun had likely engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Gongfeng. With Zhao Gongfeng absent, his sole focus was now on Qin Jiankai. With that, Ren Feng gathered his dark fire and launched it directly at him. A mere trifling skill. Qin Jiankai, a cultivator who had remained at the 6th tier for many years, effortlessly deflected the dark fire with a powerful swing of his sword, extinguishing it in an instant. Behold my blade. Ren Feng, undeterred, recognized that his corpse-burning and soul-refining technique was still far from substantial, and thus he had not expected to inflict any significant harm on Qin Jiankai. Summoning the 7-star blade, he directed its gleaming edge towards Qin Jiankai's head. Clang! Qin Jiankai countered with another forceful strike, leaving Ren Feng's hands tingling from the impact. A mid-grade magic weapon. Retrieving the 7-star blade, Ren Feng discovered a notch had formed upon it. His gaze towards Qin Jiankai grew ever more avaricious. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous discovery. Should he eliminate Qin Jiankai, that heavy sword would be his. Xiaofei, the heavy sword, being a blunt weapon, swung slowly. Yet Qin Jiankai's movements were hindered by the agile and swift Xiaofei, who was commanded by Ren Feng to disrupt Qin Jiankai's actions. Meanwhile, the binding immortal rope was summoned by Ren Feng, ensnaring Qin Jiankai's limbs. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground, causing his heavy sword to fly away. It's mine now, Ren Feng exclaimed joyfully just as he was about to retrieve the heavy sword. However, a tremendous noise erupted from the backyard, shaking the earth, forcing him to steady himself with the 7-star blade. Deluded fool. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Jiankai broke free from the binding immortal rope, reclaimed his heavy sword, and swung it toward Ren Feng. Roar! Ren Feng executed a backward leap to evade, summoning the 2 corpses to his side. With the 7-star blade damaged and the long sword unfamiliar to him, he could only rely on controlling the 2 dark figures to face his opponent. In corpse. You are the one who annihilated the Su family, Ren Feng. Upon the appearance of the 2 corpses, Qin Jiankai immediately recalled the wanted poster from Chengzhou County. And so what? Ren Feng retorted, simultaneously controlling the 2 corpses while engaging in close combat with Qin Jiankai. Although his enhanced physical form, bolstered by the zombie crystal core, faced a mid-grade magical weapon with some difficulty, the heavy sword was not particularly sharp, and with Qin Jiankai also contending with the incessant biting of the 2 dark figures, Ren Feng fought with increasing confidence. Truly impressive, Brother Feng. In the distance, Ma Changxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, watching in envy as Ren Feng adeptly juggled multiple tasks, skillfully engaging in melee, while simultaneously commanding the Yin corpses and insect attacks. Beside him, Bai Xian stared blankly at Ren Feng, who was steadily gaining the upper hand, his eyes filled with desolation. Is the gap between us really this vast? Meanwhile, in the moments of their distraction, Qin Jianting and the tall youth seized the chance to catch their breath, hastily swallowing several pills before charging toward the two. Moo! With a mighty roar, the dark figure transformed its horns into those of a beast, its hands morphing into razor-sharp claws, instantaneously tearing a bloody hole in Qin Jiankai's body. What manner of creature is this? Qin Jiankai was taken aback, bewildered by the grotesque form of the Yin corpse. Heh. Ren Feng scoffed. If only you could summon the diamond, you would be terrified. Taking advantage of Qin Jiankai's momentary distraction, the second dark figure unleashed a sonic howl. The deafening sound reverberated like a death knell, stunning everyone present. None of the guards could move, with some fainting or dying on the spot from sheer shock. Qin Jiankai was similarly momentarily stunned, and Ren Feng seized the opportunity to command the dark figure to charge. Moo! Puff! Qin Jiankai, already battered and bruised, could hardly withstand the impact of the dark figure, akin to a 7th-level Qi refinement strike, as it pierced through his chest. With a powerful thrust, he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Elder Bai, come save me. At that moment, he retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, igniting it instantly, sending it soaring toward the horizon. Chapter 18, The 100 Ghost Banner. The Chun family's annihilation. The shadow corpse of destiny. An unsettling realization dawned upon Bai Xian first. Ren Feng, you must swiftly intercept that entity. It is the communication talisman he used to summon Zhao Xing. What? Ren Feng exclaimed, alarmed. Zhao Xing was an adept of the 8th level of Qi refinement. Should he return, given their current predicament, they would surely be outmatched. Just as he prepared to ascend, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. The thunderstorm pearl. How could such a thing exist? Ren Feng gasped as he beheld Qin Jiankai, who was poised to detonate 3 shimmering jade orbs crackling with electricity. Brother, we still need this to participate in the auction for cultivators in Suijun. Uncle, this is our family's hope of becoming a foundational clan. Life is at stake. Why concern ourselves with such matters? Qin Jiankai's visage twisted in fury, his aura swirling with power as he readied the thunderstorm pearls. Hold on, Qin family patriarch, I am coming. A thunderous shout resonated from the courtyard, revealing a blood-stained Taoist descending with a flick of his wrist. It was the white-clad rogue cultivator, now stripped of his ethereal grace. His right arm lay severed, his complexion a ghastly green. From his veins, a few cursed insects could still be seen rampaging about. Following closely was Lu Qin, his entire form also drenched in blood, though he bore his situation with far more composure than the white-clad rogue. Upon witnessing the scene in the courtyard, he burst into laughter. White, you are courting death. In the perplexed gazes of Ren Feng and the Qin family, Ma Changxing and Bai Xian exchanged a glance, each recognizing the light-hearted mirth within the other's eyes. Lu Qin extended his hands behind him, drawing forth a dark red bone banner from his spine. Come forth, my children, he cackled, as a wave of ghostly energy enveloped him, unleashing an innumerable horde of dark spirits from the banner. In an instant, the entire Chun residence transformed into a vast realm of phantoms. No wonder Lu Chun dared to undertake the task of annihilating the Chun family. It turned out he possessed the 100 Ghost Banner. Ren Feng felt a pang of envy. The 100 Ghost Banner, a remnant of ancient demonic practices, is one of the rare growth-type artifacts among wicked cultivators. With it, one can control spirits not exceeding one's own major cultivation realm or cultivate numerous spirits of the same realm or a multitude of lower-tier malevolent spirits for battle. Lu Qin's banner operated under the latter principle, initially releasing a swarm of lesser spirits that descended upon the guards, draining their vital essence. Soon after, 5 mid-level Qi refinement vengeful spirits clad in standard attire charged towards the white-clad rogue. Ren Feng was certain that these were the spirits of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. This was true wicked cultivation, reflecting on the derogatory labels cast upon him by those earlier. Ren Feng's envy deepened. When would he be able to forge a 100 Ghost Banner of my own? Before long, however, he suppressed his envy. Seizing the opportunity as a vengeful spirit attacked Qin Jiankai, interrupting his gathering of energy, Ren Feng commanded Erhe to snatch away the thunderstorm pearl. The materials for the 100 Ghost banner were scarce and difficult to refine. Lu Qin's was likely procured by his father, Lu Guang. Ren Feng dared not indulge in such aspirations, yet the heavy sword wielded by Chen Jiankai was within his reach. Unbeknownst to Ren Feng, shortly thereafter, he found himself in possession of an identical 100 Ghost banner. Evil cultivator, surrender your life. As the thunderstorm pearl was snatched away, and with Bai's assistance rendered futile, Chen Jiankai consumed a purplish-red elixir, his wounds healing at a visibly rapid pace, his strength surging to surpass the late stage of qi refinement. Yet, the cost was steep. His blood essence burned ceaselessly, his body aged progressively, and his intellect began to fade, leaving only the primal instinct for slaughter. Was this a breakthrough pill refined using the essence of 100 children's hearts? Who, indeed, was the true evil cultivator? Erhe, blood-boiling technique. A roar erupted from Erhe, his strength soaring to rival the 7th level of qi refinement. After tossing the thunderstorm pearl to Ren Feng, he engaged Chen Jiankai in combat. The middle-grade magic sword barely managing to carve a shallow gash upon Erhe. Similarly, Dehe's bloodlust was ignited, his claws slashing with a ferocity comparable to an ordinary low-grade magical artifact. This is perilous. The two undead grew more emboldened in battle, and Ren Feng was alarmed to realize that his control over them was waning. These three creatures, devoid of intellect, fought on pure instinct, leading to the inevitable victory of the two undead due to their numerical superiority. Chen Jiankai fell to the ground with a defiant roar, only to be drained of blood by the two undead. After feasting, the undead remained, their eyes glinting with greed as they gazed upon Ren Feng. If they could consume their master's essence, they would attain freedom. Ding, 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 ding. But Ren Feng would not grant them their wish. With a surge of soul power, he vigorously shook the bronze bell in his hand, causing the undead to grow sluggish amidst their struggles. Soon, the effect of Erhe's blood-boiling technique waned, their vitality diminished. Ren Feng regained control over the two undead and recalled them. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Ultimately, the undead were not his own life-bound corpses, had it not been for the significant amplification of his soul power in the zombie realm. He might have faced a fatal backlash today. Thankfully, the night had passed without further incident. Stowing away the heavy sword, he summoned Xiao Hong and Xiao Fei to consume Chen Jiankai's organs, igniting a wisp of fire. Thus, the head of the Qin family vanished from this world. The battle between Bai Xian and Ma Changsheng was drawing to a close as well. Chen Jianting and the towering youth were gradually worn out, and the two seized the opportunity to deliver a lethal strike. Spare me. Simultaneously, the white-clad rogue cultivator confronting the vengeful spirits and Lu Chun in the sky ceased his resistance, pleading for mercy. After all, with the main family eradicated, who would pay him? What significance did his desperate struggle hold? Spare you? How naive. Lu Chun scoffed. Having been forced to reveal all his trump cards tonight, he had expended considerable energy. To let him go would render his efforts futile. As he spoke, Lu Chun intensified his assault, and the white-clad rogue cultivator met his demise. His soul extracted by Lu Chun, adding another master soul to the 100 Ghost banner. Brother Chun, may I have the body of this Bai? Lu Chun extinguished the fire in his hand, looking at Ren Feng with curiosity. I wish to use it to refine a life-bound corpse. Well, Lu Chun furrowed his brows, moistening his lips, and spoke with evident difficulty. But my fire requires nourishment from cultivators and the belongings of this fellow. Everything belongs to you. In a swift motion, Ren Feng thoroughly stripped the white-robed rogue of his possessions, presenting Lu Chun with storage talismans, dust-cleansing artifacts, and even a set of magical garments. Lu Chun's expression relaxed, yet he remained non-committal. Ren Feng understood this to imply a desire for benefits. Very well. Ren Feng feigned a pained expression, extracting all the spiritual fruits remaining in his storage pouch. The general's arduous battles merit these fruits to aid your recovery. Furthermore, the entirety of the Chun family's servants and kin are at your disposal. I desire none of it. Such an imposition, Lu Chun remarked, though his hands moved swiftly. He was in dire need of resources to enhance his strength. The spiritual fruits before him not only surpassed medicinal pills in flavor, but, more importantly, boasted superior effects without any side effects. Coupled with Ren Feng's concession of the entire estate's corpses, the potential intensity of his fire could very well exceed its previous capabilities. A sense of self-satisfaction blossomed within Lu Chun. Ren Feng felt equally pleased. Blood and flesh spiritual fruits were challenging to cultivate in the Donyuan continent, but in the world of the undead, it was an entirely different matter, provided there were enough seeds. One could have as many as desired. As for the wealth of the white-robed rogue, he held it in disdain, doubting that a mere storage talisman could rival the riches contained in his own family head's storage pouch. Moreover, he had never harbored any desire for the corpses of the Qin family. The patriarch, having bloodily refined children and consorted with evil cultivators, was a fitting end for him. However, the thought of utilizing the entire Qin family for the sacrificial enhancement of Yin fire was daunting in terms of karmic repercussions. Lu Qin, unconcerned with excessive burdens, was content to establish a foundation in this lifetime and inherit the position of commander. But for Ren Feng, anything less than becoming a golden core cultivator and achieving the status of a sect leader would feel like a betrayal to the world of the undead he now commanded. Thus, the two, each with their own ulterior motives, bizarrely reached a mutually beneficial arrangement. Subsequently, as the flames in the woodshed raged on, Lu Qin unleashed his Yin fire, transforming the entire Qin residence into a sea of flames. After sweeping the Qin family's treasury clean, the four took advantage of the night to escape back to the Black Wind stronghold. Unbeknownst to them, in the skies not far from the Qin residence, a figure clad in a black cassock silently observed the inferno below. The longevity of the pine and crane, Brother Qin. Your ties to this world have come to an end. Well done, well done. Chapter 19. Harvest. The grand array of corpse refinement and blood seizure. That night, upon returning to the Black Wind stronghold, the group first indulged in a celebratory feast. Lu Qin presented a portion of the resources from the Qin family's treasury for the others to share, ensuring that those stationed at the stronghold also received their due share. Laughter echoed throughout the stronghold. In the latter part of the night, Ren Feng returned to the world of the undead to tally his gains. It was evident that Qin Jian Kai, the head of the Qin family, had accumulated a significant fortune. Firstly, there were 3 thunderstorm pearls, possessing immense power capable of severely injuring foundational cultivators. Additionally, apart from a mid-grade magical sword, Ren Feng discovered a total of 6 low-grade magical artifacts. Countless medicinal pills were also found, including 2 blood-soaked breaking boundary pills, which Ren Feng eagerly accepted, knowing they might prove useful. As for karma, the sins of the creator have nothing to do with the user. There were not many spiritual materials, leading Ren Feng to speculate that the Qin family had recently completed a trading expedition and had not had the opportunity to restock. The spiritual stones within Qin Jian Kai's storage bag further confirmed Ren Feng's suspicions, totaling over 430 low-grade spiritual stones. It is noteworthy that the Qin family's treasury contained just under 1,000 spiritual stones, meaning the amount in the hands of the family head was nearly half that. Although Lu Qin had thoroughly emptied the Qin family's treasury, he still needed to reward everyone, leaving him with a modest sum. Upon reflection, Ren Feng was astonished to realize that he might very well be the greatest beneficiary of this commission. Meanwhile, in the Diyuan continent, the incident of the Qin family fire was promptly reported to the authorities that very night, but it was swiftly suppressed by the Guo family. The following day, officials from the Guo family dispatched individuals early to classify the incident. Qin Yedong, the second generation of the Qin family, was dissatisfied with his legitimate elder brother's entry into the Songhe temple, colluding with the forces of the Jiao Huang faction, which incited internal strife resulting in the devastating fire. Leaving no survivors from the Qin family, the corpses were subsequently taken by allies of the Jiao Huang faction, disciples of the Yin puppet sect, for the purposes of corpse refinement. Even the previous bounty placed on Ren Feng was altered to target a disciple of the Yin puppet sect. With this matter resolved, the Guo family achieved its aim of monopolizing the trade routes between Changzhou and Suijun, with surrounding small families expressing their allegiance. 7 days later, with the commotion subsiding, the head of the Guo family finally dispatched a trusted aide to deliver the promised 600 spiritual stones to the Black Wind stronghold. Among them, 300 stones were taken by Lu Qin, claiming they were for the operational cost of the stronghold. 150 stones were allocated to Ren Feng. As his contributions were considerable, the remaining stones were divided, with Bai Xian receiving 100 and Ma Changxing 50, both expressing no objections. While 7 days passed in the outside world, over 2 months elapsed in the world of the undead. Ren Feng successfully advanced to the late stage of qi refinement, reaching the 8th level, along with enhancing his physical body. Facing Lu Qin, who did not produce the 100 Ghost banner, Ren Feng was assured of victory. Due to the necessity of gathering corpses for Ren Feng, the growth of Tiangu Dao was somewhat slow, yet it had amassed over 200 survivors. nearly 20 of whom were endowed with abilities. Ren Feng selected some promising individuals to ingest the newly produced heart-corroding worms. With his wealth soaring to 600 spiritual stones, Ren Feng was not content. He frequently altered his appearance and discreetly sold the low-grade magical artifacts from Chun Jiankai in batches, considering that the heavy sword might reveal his identity. He dedicated considerable time to smelting it into raw materials using fire. Subsequently, he sought out a weaponsmith to restore the Seven Stars blade. With the prior acquisition of the sword from the Astral Monitor, the horn of the giant bull, and the materials for the heavy sword, the Seven Stars blade was successfully elevated to a superior magical artifact. Following this, under his relentless financial investment, the binding immortal rope was also upgraded to a medium-quality magical artifact. In addition, Ren Feng procured numerous medicinal pills and talismans for unforeseen circumstances. The remaining spirit stones were allocated to purchase materials for Foundation establishment pills and to refine the spiritual materials for his personal corpse. After the shopping spree, Ren Feng successfully reverted to his former identity as a pauper, left with merely 20 spirit stones as a reserve. Insufficient funds, indeed, Ren Feng lamented. Yet the smile on his face was impossible to conceal. It must be said, the act of exterminating a family was utterly exhilarating. He even felt an impulsive urge to annihilate the Guo family as well. However, upon recalling the likelihood of their seeking assistance from Foundation establishment experts, Ren Feng prudently relinquished this audacious notion. In the zombie-infested world, within the basement of the Mingho Hotel, Ren Feng was engrossed in scribbling at a table. The villa area had become overrun by survivors, rendering it an unsuitable environment for his cultivation. Hu Weijian had specifically dispatched individuals to clear out and present this former premier hotel of Jiang City to Ren Feng. Before him lay a large barrel filled with zombie blood. Within, a body devoid of any garments was immersed, that of the previously encountered by surname Loose Cultivator. Moreover, after a thorough 49 days of blood exchange and soaking, the corpse, save for its still grizzled hair, exhibited robust and powerful muscles, resembling a cybernetic elder. Perfection. After elegantly completing his final stroke, Ren Feng disregarded the cut and began adding various spiritual materials into the zombie blood. 3 petals of Qiyun poison mushroom, 1 piece of corpse bone illusion crystal, 6 ounces of demon corpse ginseng, followed by heating and adding scallions, not the extreme cold poison pill. As he observed the toxic bubbles gradually surfacing in the barrel, wisps of black smoke began to emanate from the corpse's orifices, prompting Ren Feng to immediately retract the fire. As the black smoke dissipated, the purple-green toxic liquid permeated the corpse's veins, and its teeth began to elongate, protruding beyond its lips. Yet, one more flowing soul fruit was required, whether for the formation of a zombie or the refinement of a corpse. The preservation of the 7 souls was essential. The zombie necessitated the original soul, while for corpse refinement, any soul would suffice. Since the soul of the by surname Loose Cultivator had been devoured by Lu Chun, a flowing soul fruit was required. Fortunately, he had seeds. Ren Feng was secretly delighted when a bold idea struck him. He retrieved the remaining 3 blood jade pieces, placing one in the corpse's mouth and merging the other 2 into the blood barrel. However, he still felt this was insufficient and tossed in the remaining zombie crystal cores into the blood barrel. He also needed to gather souls, as the refining speed of the blood jade was becoming somewhat inadequate. Rest assured, my brother Ren Feng, this was passed down by my father. Although I have never used it, I have witnessed my father utilize it, and it is undoubtedly reliable. In the Black Wind stronghold, within Lu Chen's dwelling, Ren Feng was meticulously examining a formation plate. This is an 8-grade formation plate, intricately inscribed with the corpse refining blood siphoning array, which achieves optimal efficacy when paired with the blood ignition technique. Ever since his breakthrough in the late stage of qi refinement, he has distinctly sensed that the speed of crafting blood jade has not kept pace with his escalating demands. Coupled with the imminent emergence of his innate corpse, both represent significant drains on his blood essence. This formation plate has thus become his new target. Although its arrangement appears straightforward, its effects are remarkably pronounced. It is said that Lu Chen's father, General Chu Guang, ascended to the Foundation establishment stage by utilizing this very formation plate to conduct a blood sacrifice for an entire city. However, this act drew the attention of the imperial court, leading to his expulsion by the then altar master, Ming Zhe, who sought to preserve his own safety, resulting in Chu becoming a rogue general. Although such items are strictly regulated by the court, with immediate execution upon discovery. He is in a world of zombies. What is there to fear? I certainly trust you. This is my newly refined blood jade. Ren Feng placed the formation plate down, and a stack of blood jade materialized upon the table. Excellent. Lu Chun's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly collected the blood jade, watching Ren Feng depart. There was, however, a crucial detail he had yet to disclose. The array lacked a corresponding spell, necessitating the removal of all formation flags post-arrangement. Otherwise, over time, the corpses within the array would undergo transformation, and those zombies near the flags would devour one another, ultimately nurturing a corpse king rivaling the Foundation establishment stage. In his estimation, since Ren Feng could produce such a quantity of blood jade, he must possess his own means. Perhaps he hailed from a small border town or had brokered an agreement with local officials. Extracting the address from him would undoubtedly prove futile. But what if Ren Feng were to encounter a corpse king? He would surely seek Lu Chun's assistance, allowing Lu Chun to feign ignorance while providing aid, thus not only securing a favor but also acquiring a new site for corpse refinement. Such a minor attendant does not deserve to monopolize such a treasure. Lu Chun gazed ominously as Ren Feng gradually faded from view at the foot of the mountain, drawing forth a piece of blood jade to absorb. Exhilarating. So exhilarating. The streams of blood essence were extracted by Lu Chun, and at that moment, he was consumed by a manic ecstasy, laughing uncontrollably within the confines of his chamber. Chapter 20. Slaying Spiders to Extract Blood for the Main Flag. An unexpected encounter at the Nightingale Guild. Is it time to craft the formation flags? Ren Feng's aptitude for array formations is commendable, and after some contemplation, he is confident in successfully arranging it on his first attempt. What remains to be procured are the flags themselves. Fortunately, the materials required for these flags are not overly complex. Simply some rods, cloth, and blood for the inscriptions will suffice. With a determined mindset, he set up a barrier array in the basement and promptly summoned the Yao sisters to gather the necessary materials. In this post-apocalyptic world, while food and water are scarce, sourcing some fabric is a relatively straightforward task. Before long, Ren Feng found himself gazing at a plastic pipe and tattered clothing scraps. Lost in thought, where has my sinister aura gone? Which practitioner would resort to such materials for an array? Alas, it will have to do. Survival in this harsh reality is fraught with challenges. One cannot expect them to unearth anything of quality. He can only hope that the corpse-reaping blood array will still yield effective results with these humble items. In no time, he completed the engraving of 18 auxiliary flags. Only the main flag remains to be crafted before he can select a suitable location for the array. Unlike the auxiliary flags, which can utilize blood from any creature, the main flag for the corpse-reaping blood array must be inscribed with the blood of a beast. Otherwise, its malevolent aura may not be contained, potentially rebounding upon the array master. Ren Feng has already formulated a plan regarding this beast. Isn't there a pair of mutated creatures in Jiang City? While the rat is of a higher level, its numerous offspring could pose complications. The spider, however, is a different matter entirely. Its limited territory means that slaying it would pose no future threats, and he might even encounter individuals from the Nightingale Guild. Through his efforts, Tiangu Dao has transformed into a formidable entity within Jiang City, and if he were to annex the Nightingale Guild, he would hold dominion over the entire city. With aspirations to expand into the Jiangdong province, imagine an entire province of zombies. Ren Feng shudders to contemplate the heights of power he could attain by absorbing the essence of these zombies. Would he reach the realm of Foundation Establishment Commander, the Golden Core Master, perhaps even a nascent Soul Grandmaster? Regardless of whether he departs from Tiangu Dao, he would undoubtedly become a figure of prominence wherever he goes. Alas, the incompleteness of his cultivation method remains a harsh reality. Ultimately, even if he were to seize the blood essence of countless zombies, he would merely attain a false core at best, his cultivation stagnating at this level. Beyond capturing zombies, he must also seize the opportunity to gather higher quality cultivation methods. With these thoughts in mind, Ren Feng collected the auxiliary flags and gradually ascended, departing amidst the reverent gazes of the Tiangu Dao followers. Boss, some brothers discovered these spider silk in our guild. Cheng Su placed the strands of white silk upon the table. What? In the general manager's office of the Nightingale Guild, a robust man picked up the strands of silk and examined them closely. This silk, though referred to as spider silk, was as thick as a finger, unyielding to blades and impervious to flames. It could only dissolve in water at an excruciatingly slow pace. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the second-generation silk produced by the matriarch spider. Were many found? Tian Feng made a swift assessment and immediately inquired. Well, Cheng Su scratched his head and stepped outside. Fetch old Wang for me. Before long, an overweight man entered. Boss, did you call for me? Is this spider silk what you discovered? Indeed, this is merely a fraction. There are strands of it in the liquor cabinet and even in the brothers' quarters. The situation is dire. Tian Feng furrowed his brows. When the spider was at the 4th tier, he had barely managed to assemble the full strength of the Nightingale Guild to reach a standoff. However, ever since it ascended to the 5th tier 2 weeks ago, it began to test the guild's resolve, initially sending its kin and now outright releasing its 2nd-generation spawn. If this continues, the Nightingale Guild could face total annihilation. The entire Jiang City would transform into a forbidden zone for humanity. Jiang City. Wait. Jiang City is not solely under their influence. Tian Feng suddenly looked up. Old Wang, I recall you mentioning that within Tiangu Dao, there exists an individual suspected of having awakened multiple supernatural abilities. Have you been able to reach out for collaboration? That colossal bull was slain by that very person. If we could enlist their help, our chances of defeating the spider would significantly increase. I'm afraid not. Wang Chuan replied with a bitter smile. You see, ever since that day he discovered me, I've been plagued by nightmares for a week. I hardly dare to keep an eye on him. However, the leaders of Tiangu Dao are all 3rd-tier supernatural beings. In my opinion, we might as well invite them to assist us, and once we succeed, we can split the rewards 60-40. Why only 60%? Wang Chuan shook his head. Manager Cheng, we are the ones in need. How could we dare to demand the lion's share? Aren't they also residents of Jiang City? At this moment, could it be? Cheng Su began. But upon noticing the incredulous expressions from the two, he promptly fell silent. Indeed, they were not like the Nightingale Guild, with no escape route. The Villa district was backed by a river. Even if the spider grew stronger, it could simply flee to the provincial capital, rendering any notion of shared survival moot. Let us do this, Tian Feng declared, striking the table decisively. Old Wang, you lead the team to contact the folks from Tiangu Dao. Inform them that they can state their demands. As long as they assist us, it will suffice. Understood. Cheng Su, gather our 2nd-tier supernatural beings and those agile 1st-tier ones to accompany me in probing the spider's strengths and weaknesses. At your command. If all else fails, we will have to reach out to the Jiangdong army. Watching the two depart, Tian Feng stared at the ceiling, overwhelmed with a profound headache. The apocalypse. Damnable apocalypse. Soon after, 2 reinforced RVs arrived at the entrance of the guild. Tian Feng took out paper and pen to tally the numbers, including himself. There were 1 4th tier, 2 3rd tier, 5 2nd tier, and 2 agile 1st-tier supernatural beings participating in this outing. We are merely probing this time, not aiming for extermination, but prioritizing safety. Do you understand? Understood. Let us set off. The 2 vehicles sped away, ultimately halting outside a suburban park. This was the lair of the mother spider. In the park, there were no zombies, yet countless spiders scuttled aimlessly, scattered like whispers in the wind. These arachnids varied in size, some smaller than a computer, others larger than a desk. Upon sensing the approach of a human, they would puff up in alarm, resembling cats detecting a whiff of blood. The cacophony of chittering filled the air, a disconcerting symphony. Inside the car, Cheng Su was met with a multitude of compound eyes staring back at him. A wave of nausea surged, prompting him to roll down the window and gag. Tian Feng, though somewhat pale, quickly regained his composure. After ensuring the vehicle was parked securely, he orchestrated the attack with precision. Cheng Su pressed his hands against the ground, and suddenly, the park's surface was marred by numerous mud pits. Some of the smaller spiders fell into these traps, thrashing about in vain, only to hasten their descent. Cheng Su's actions set a formidable precedent, and soon an array of abilities surged forth from the crowd, bombarding the swarm of spiders, sending limbs and remnants flying through the air. However, these spiders were no mere trifles. Tian Feng soon discerned that larger spiders, comparable in size to cars, were emerging from the depths of the park. Beware of the progenitor spiders, he warned. Yet, his caution was drowned out by the speed of the spider's silk. In an instant, 2nd-tier ability users found themselves ensnared. The silk rapidly morphed into a web, constricting around them and making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Boss, save me. Help. The sight of their comrades trapped sent the others into a frenzy, including Cheng Su. Cut them all. A 3rd-tier ability user conjured a massive metal blade, frantically slashing at the threads, but only managed to leave faint marks upon the formidable silk, which was as thick as 3 fingers. Go! Surrounding Tian Feng. A mist began to swirl as he crystallized droplets of water into ice shards, hurling them towards the spider's eyes and other vital spots. The icy projectile struck true. And in a display of prowess befitting a 4th-tier ability user, 3 of the once menacing progenitor spiders fell lifeless, their dark green blood splattering everywhere. I will take over. Seizing the moment as the spiders recoiled in fear, Tian Feng continuously thawed and melted the webbing, rendering it brittle. With a decisive crack, the metal blade sliced through, creating an opening through which the trapped individuals could escape. Chapter 21. In the next life, I shall be your soldier. Loyal soul, Chengsu. Thank you, boss. In a hurried attempt to rescue one person, before Tian Feng could make another move, more spider silk surged towards them with alarming speed. The group was forced to evade, leaving no time to consider their comrades ensnared by the webs. Help! Help! A faint cry for assistance faded into silence, and they turned to witness a 2nd-tier ability user being suffocated by the web, his body marred with purple-red, web-like bruises, his expression grotesque, with eyes bulging as if they might pop out. The others who still drew breath fared little better. The webs had ensnared them tightly, leaving no room for struggle, as they awaited death amidst fear and agony. Let us go, boss. Chengsu conjured a massive mud pit, temporarily restraining the 1st-generation spider, but at the cost of exhausting his energy. Yet, Tian Feng glanced back at his former brothers, trapped in the webs, feeling a pang of compassion. If they did not leave soon, it might be too late. In the midst of their conversation, more 1st-generation spiders emerged from the depths of the park, heralding the mother spider's imminent arrival. Whoosh, thick strands of silk, as wide as an arm, shot towards Tian Feng from afar. Quick, take the brothers and go, Chengsu leaped forward, shielding Tian Feng from the spider silk, only to find himself ensnared. Orange. Tian Feng shouted in despair, preparing to rescue Chengsu. You all must leave. I will hold them off. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from Chengsu, far surpassing his usual strength, and a gigantic mud pit began to rapidly expand towards the park. The few giant spiders that had just escaped the mud pit barely took a few steps before they were instantaneously trapped in the enormous pit conjured by Chengsu's dwindling essence. In that moment, the numerous 1st-generation spiders could do nothing but struggle desperately, only to find themselves sinking deeper into the muck. You must go. There are more spiders behind. This is beyond our capacity to handle, Chengsu urged, pouring his energy into the expanding pit, though it grew at a far slower pace than before. And his body began to turn to mud, eventually becoming a mud chrysalis. Squad leader, in my next life, I shall still be your soldier. With those final words, Chengsu fully transformed into the mud chrysalis. Without his energy sustaining it, the pit quickly began to dry up, returning to solid ground. Crack! Snap! The sound of cracking earth echoed as the spiders still on the surface struggled to extricate themselves. Get to the car, suppressing the sorrow swelling within. Tian Feng led the remaining ability users towards the parked vehicles. One car roared to life, speeding away down the path they had come. Tian Feng called for everyone to get in, while he stayed behind to handle the aftermath. Whoosh, a colossal net, propelled by a fierce gust, swept in from the distance, ensnaring both Tian Feng and the remaining RV in its grasp. Before Tian Feng could react, a colossal purple spider, the size of a truck, emerged from the depths of the park. A 5th-tier mother spider. Tian Feng gazed in disbelief at the approaching giant arachnid, astonished by its rapid arrival. Opposite him, the spider's 8 legs moved with remarkable speed, as if something was pursuing it from behind. Indeed, Tian Feng noticed a dark spot in the low sky behind the spider, gradually enlarging. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a human figure. You vile creature, do not flee. A thunderous voice echoed from above, followed by a flurry of crimson blade light. A phrase inexplicably surfaced in Tian Feng's mind, like a celestial demon descending from the heavens. Truly a god of calamity on earth. The giant spider charged towards him but did not linger. It crashed through the RV and continued its flight, seemingly terrified of the figure behind it. As Tian Feng dodged, 2 towering zombies suddenly appeared beside him, blocking the spider's path. Let's see how you escape. Ren Feng descended from above, surrounded by a fierce aura, his blade flashing. The spider's legs were severed, and as it sprayed blood, it refrained from retaliating against the terrifying man before it, emitting agonizing cries instead. If only it had been this way from the start. Xiaofei, go. The 4-winged flying insect darted from his hand, swiftly burrowing into the spider's heart. Moments later, the giant spider fell silent and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiaofei returned to Ren Feng, clutching a massive venom sac, exuding an air of triumph. Well done. Ren Feng smiled and gently patted Xiaofei's head, storing the venom sac in his storage pouch. He then retrieved a large bucket to begin collecting the spider's venomous blood. Unexpectedly, this spider had advanced to the 5th tier, matching that of the white rat. It was simply too swift, had he not feared the rapid consumption of Yin fire. Thank you, immortal, for saving my life. Tian Feng knelt amidst the spider webs, believing wholeheartedly that this was indeed the immortal old Wang had spoken of. Ren Feng turned and noticed another person nearby. Perfect. Come here and help me hold the bucket. This. Tian Feng's expression turned awkward. What? Are you unwilling? No. Tian Feng quickly shook his head, fearful of offending Ren Feng, and hurriedly explained, the web of this 5th-tier mother spider is too resilient. I cannot escape, immortal. Is that so? Ren Feng commanded the 2 zombies to assist in collecting the blood and took out the 7-star blade, casually slicing through the spider web. SEC. The web snapped in response, and had Ren Feng not been quick to stop, the blade might have cleaved Tian Feng in two. Tian Feng. Winky face. At that moment, he was all the more convinced of his judgment. It was indeed an immortal. Not only could he control zombies, but his artifacts were also extraordinary. Go and rescue them. Ren Feng instructed, pointing to the overturned RV as he cleared the web. I shall do so at once. Tian Feng hastily extricated himself from the web, while Ren Feng examined the spider silk in his hands. The clean fracture indicated that the 7-star blade was indeed sharp, and upon tugging at the silk, he discovered it was as resilient as Tian Feng had claimed. Perfect for crafting the main banner, with any surplus suitable for making ritual garments. Ren Feng mused, gathering all the spider silk in the park. Alas, had he known, he would have preserved it for the blood field, which could also yield silk. What a pity. What a pity. Ren Feng lamented the loss, knowing the colossal spider was now deceased, leaving him with little to say. He merely took note, contemplating future opportunities to capture a giant spider or a mutated silkworm specifically for silk production. Soon, the spider's blood was drained, and its carcass consumed by Dahei. Following this, Ren Feng observed Dahei carrying a bucket of blood while Erhei approached him, reverently holding a crystal core. Truly a wretched creature. Ren Feng shook his head. After his breakthrough, these two had become considerably more docile following his lessons. Simultaneously, his longing for the soul of his destined shadow corpse intensified. The soul of the flowing spirit. Where might I find an appropriate soul? Just then, as Ren Feng pondered in distress, he suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar aura. A ghostly presence? Infusing his eyes with spiritual energy, he activated his rudimentary spiritual sight, sufficient for his needs. Following the aura, he discovered a mud cocoon half buried in the earth, and the ghostly presence he sensed emanated from within. What is this? A mud sculpture? So lifelike. But why does this ghost resemble the mud cocoon? Could there be a spell in this realm that petrifies individuals into mud? Ren Feng scrutinized the cocoon, gradually moving closer. Is something the matter, immortal? Tian Feng, having rescued his trapped subordinate, followed Ren Feng's gaze and beheld Cheng Su's visage, which filled him with sorrow. He had survived, yet forever lost a valiant comrade, a true brother. Your expression, do you recognize this mud cocoon? Not only did Tian Feng display compassion, but Ren Feng also noticed the ghostly entity within the cocoon becoming agitated upon seeing Tian Feng. Indeed, it is as such, immortal. Chapter 22. The Annexation of the Nightingale Guild. Preparations for the formation, thus it was. Upon hearing Tian Feng's account, Ren Feng gained a general understanding of the situation and cast an appreciative glance at Cheng Su's spirit. In this realm, where the spiritual energy was scarce, becoming a ghost was already a formidable challenge, let alone for someone with such genuine character. If I were to say that I could offer him a chance to live anew, to remain by my side, would you consent? I have no particular preference in the matter, but if Cheng Su can accompany the immortal, I would be truly delighted for him. Tian Feng replied. Haha, splendid. With that, Ren Feng produced a seed of the lupuo fruit from his storage bag and attempted to channel Cheng Su's ghost into it. However, upon trying to enclose it, he discovered that the storage bag remained unresponsive, even exhibiting a degree of rejection. Indeed, one cannot contain living beings within, Ren Feng mused, as he had long been aware that neither storage talismans nor bags could hold the living, for both were purely spatial constructs devoid of the concept of time. Only treasures imbued with the laws of time and space could harbor life. With this realization, he did not persist any further. He simply withdrew the seven-star blade and prepared to depart. Yet, this maneuver left Tian Feng astounded, further solidifying his conviction that an immortal was indeed an immortal, possessing mastery over spatial magic. Immortal. Observing Ren Feng's intent to leave, Tian Feng hastily called out, "That Tiangu Dao must surely have been nurtured by the immortal." Old Wang's plea for assistance is likely a fruitless endeavor. By now, he no longer dared to entertain the notion of seeking the immortal's aid. He had but one objective, to cling tightly to this golden leg. He must embrace this opportunity with great fervor. After retiring from the Jiangdong army, he had assembled a group of brothers to establish a bodyguard company, later expanding its operations by recruiting numerous veterans. He prided himself on being generous and fair, which led to the establishment of the Nightingale Guild after the apocalypse. They gathered a multitude of supernatural beings, attracting countless survivors to their cause, thus becoming the preeminent force in Jiangxing, once sought after for protection by former employers. All this seemed resplendent, yet the perils were known only to him and a few trusted comrades. Now, with one comrade lost, their core strength had been halved in this recent trial. Moreover, dissent brewed within the Nightingale Guild regarding his management policies, and his return promised unrest. He was truly averse to facing such a scenario. Before him lay a pathway to avert this turmoil. Should he manage to secure the immortal's favor, the power dynamics of Jiangxing would unify, facilitating resource gathering and the preservation of humanity's essence. More crucially, with the immortal present, the safety quotient would soar, leaving behind the perils of the past. No matter what, he must seize this opportunity. I, Tian Feng, am willing to devote all the members of the Nightingale Guild to Tiangu Dao, to serve the immortal with utmost diligence. Oh? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering whether he had unwittingly revealed a legendary aura of dominance that would attract heroes from all quarters. However, soon he found solace in the realization that survival in a post-apocalyptic world was arduous. While he may have been insignificant in the realm of the Chaos Origin continent, in the world of the undead, he was undeniably a formidable force. It was only natural for Tian Feng to seek a better existence by aligning himself with Ren Feng. Thus, he resolved to consume it. Taking the heart-eating insect from Ren Feng's hand, he did not inquire about its nature and swallowed it in one swift motion. This sensation. Before long, a surge of potent energy coursed from his heart throughout his entire being, and a layer of crystalline ice manifested upon his skin. Immortal, bestow upon me your grace. I bow before you. Rise. Ren Feng gestured, and from that moment forth, there would be no Nightingale Pavilion in Jiangxing, only Tiangu Dao. Do you understand? I understand, Tian Feng replied in astonishment. Initially, he had intended to prostrate longer to demonstrate his loyalty, but unexpectedly, a force emerged from his knees, lifting him to his feet. Truly, the immortal is deserving of his title. You may still command your followers. Take this and seek out Yao Zheng or Sun Feng in the Villa district and introduce yourselves. Ren Feng tossed a shattered blood jade, collecting the two corpses as they soared away from the park, leaving Tian Feng gazing upwards in awe. Accepting the blood jade and feeling the energy within, Tian Feng was deeply moved. Realizing the immortal's trust in him, he vowed to. This part is omitted for brevity. In the distance, Ren Feng flew through the sky. A sneeze. Am I catching a cold? No, this slight breeze cannot bring me down. Where is the dignity of a Qi refinement practitioner? In the basement of Mingho Hotel, Ren Feng refined spider silk into a piece of white cloth, draping it over a spider's leg, forming the preliminary shape of the main banner. He then dipped his hand in blood and inscribed runes upon it. Before long, an oddly colored grand flag stood erect before him. The resilience of my physical form still falls short, rubbing his slightly shed and corroded index finger. Ren Feng murmured, I must remain vigilant against zombie crystal nuclei. My body refinement practices cannot falter. Noticing that there was still spider blood left, he encouraged the growth of the soul-draining fruit seed, which was attached to Cheng Su's ghost, and placed it into a barrel. The soul-draining fruit sprouted rapidly, and after a hearty drink, its roots had already ruptured the blood barrel, with thorn-like vines spiraling upwards, gradually forming a pale blue fruit. This was indeed the soul-draining fruit. Though it was not yet ripe, faint patterns had begun to appear on its skin. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the patterns were composed of Cheng Su's visage. Consuming this fruit would bring you closer to transformation. Do not let me down. May all deities bless this endeavor, and let it yield the golden legend. Ren Feng whispered his prayer, having spent no less than 200 spirit stones on this endeavor. This did not even account for the soul-draining fruit, which was considered a forbidden item on the Chaos Origin continent due to the necessity of living souls for cultivation. Only a few naturally occurring soul-draining fruits could be found in the market, often without a buyer. As Ren Feng calculated his expenditures, he continued his silent prayers. His desires were modest. He would be content with the cultivation of a medium-grade undead. After contemplating for a while, Ren Feng prepared to seek a suitable location for his formation. The maturation of the soul fruit would take at least 3 days, a time frame ample enough for him to arrange the setup, leaving behind Erhe to guard and remind himself of the soul fruit's ripening. Ren Feng collected his formation flags and stepped out of the basement. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he turned around, a faint golden light suddenly emerged behind him, splitting into 2 streams that infused the soul fruit and the corpse. Having encountered an immortal, Ren Feng soon after exiting the hotel, greeted Hu Weijin, who was on patrol. You've reached the 2nd tier? Impressive, keep up the hard work. As you command. The immortal's guidance is the direction of my life's endeavors. Well, never mind. Observing the fervent spark of youthful zeal in Hu Weijin's eyes, Ren Feng could only offer a wry smile, unsure of how to respond, and promptly took flight away from the hotel. While soaring through the air, Ren Feng scanned his surroundings in search of an appropriate site for the formation. He had a general idea regarding the arrangement of the blood extraction formation for refining corpses. Firstly, a substantial number of zombies in the vicinity would enhance the efficiency of producing blood jade. Secondly, a flat and open terrain would facilitate the influx of zombies from all directions. After much contemplation, Ren Feng ultimately decided upon the city center as his chosen location. As the heart of the commercial district, this area had witnessed the highest foot traffic prior to the apocalypse. Thus, it was only natural that it would also harbor the greatest number of zombies following the catastrophe. This perfectly satisfied his first criterion. As for the terrain, why not simply demolish the buildings? After all, what did he bring Dahei along for? Chapter 23, the 9th level of Qi refinement, the bestowal of meritorious virtue. Perfection. Ren Feng planted the main array flags atop the Jiangqing No. 1 building, and thus the blood refining corpse array was established. Go, Dahei, level the surrounding structures. With the command, Dahei sprouted 6 spider-like legs from its lower body, descending step by step in a vertical manner. Soon, it reached the ground, and from Ren Feng's vantage point, a small black sped towards a dilapidated office building with astonishing velocity. Boom, boom, roar. The sound of impact echoed alongside Dahei's roar as the once prosperous building, housing dozens of registered companies, succumbed to the onslaught, collapsing with a thunderous crash. With a resounding bang, clouds of dust enveloped the area, and Ren Feng, momentarily distracted, coughed as he soared into the sky. The entirety of Jiangcheng lay before him. The buildings in the city center were densely packed, and the collapse of that office building triggered a domino effect, toppling one skyscraper after another. The commercial district, which had once generated countless GDP for Jiangcheng, was now obliterated. Accompanying this destruction were the terrified roars of zombies within the buildings in the gaze of the city's undead. They were all irresistibly drawn to the cacophony. One zombie led 10, 10 led 100. Those that had once wandered aimlessly throughout Jiangcheng were now attracted by the deafening noise, converging into hordes of the undead, rushing towards the city center from all directions. Ha! Come, the more, the merrier. Ren Feng laughed heartily, envisioning a mountain composed of blood jade and zombie cores rushing towards him. However, his expression soon darkened. Indeed. With the buildings demolished, the zombies no longer needed to traverse the narrow streets to reach the city center. Yet, the debris from the numerous buildings created an artificial high ground in the city. He observed that the earliest arriving zombies could not quickly access the array's range. Ren Feng was preparing to incinerate the rubble with his fire when he noticed a repulsive sensation emanating from the array. The Great Formation feared fire? Upon realizing this, Ren Feng had no choice but to withdraw his fire. Alas, he had intended to use the remaining corpses of the zombies to nurture the fire. But that plan was now thwarted. Fortunately, as more zombies surged towards the city center, the earlier arrivals were soon overwhelmed by the latter. A staircase of zombies gradually encircled the entire debris high ground. Yet, as the zombies eagerly reached this elevated area, they found no sign of the anticipated food. Instead, more and more of their kind continued to fall, and the stench of blood grew ever stronger. 1 piece, 3 pieces, 12 pieces, 67 pieces. Atop Jiangcheng No. 1 building, Ren Feng incessantly urged the blood refinement technique. The blood energy emanating from the ground continuously gathered, being refined into chunks of blood jade. Roar. Howl. The imposing figure of Dehe was not idle. Imbued with the essence of the formation's master, he remained beyond the reach of the array's assault. Observing the increasing number of desiccated corpses collapsing to the ground, his appetite surged. With his arachnid legs propelling him swiftly, he seized the fallen with an insatiable hunger. As if he could devour entire zombies in a single bite. Roaring. As he relentlessly consumed the undead, the malevolent aura surrounding him intensified, instilling fear in the zombies. Deprived of sustenance, they now faced a creature capable of overpowering them. Although their intelligence was limited, instinctively, their advance towards the city center slowed considerably, with some even turning to flee. What was happening? Noticing the deceleration in the creation of the blood jade, Ren Feng's attention shifted below, where he discovered a vacuum zone surrounding Dehe, with no zombie daring to approach. Wherever he moved, the zombies scurried away. This was unacceptable. Ren Feng promptly commanded Dehe to return to his side, unwilling to let his gluttony impede the crafting of the blood jade. Responding to the order, Dehe attempted to resist, but the excruciating pain within him compelled him to ascend the Jiangqing No. 1 building. His eyes filled with resignation as he glanced back longingly at the departing sustenance. Come back. Once Dehe returned, the number of fleeing zombies significantly diminished, and the pace of Ren Feng's blood jade crafting gradually accelerated. Yet, it still did not revert to its previous speed. Puzzled, Ren Feng looked downward and noticed, in the southern expanse of the building, a group of zombies hesitating before the formation, appearing distinctly out of place. This throng was progressively expanding towards the east and west. What could this be? Ren Feng discerned that at the center of these zombies, an infant-sized zombie clung to the head of a colossal zombie, gazing at the formation with a surprisingly human expression of fear. Could it be an intelligent zombie? In his past life, Ren Feng had encountered numerous apocalyptic narratives and was familiar with such beings. They represented a rare breed of highly intelligent zombies capable of commanding others through unique means, albeit at the cost of their own frail physicality, often relying on robust zombies for support. Conventionally, the zombie hordes besieging shelters were frequently instigated by them. However, this would not deter me. The zombies could be commanded to halt, primarily because the prior commotion lacked the force to captivate them. Ren Feng drew forth the 7-star blade, wincing as he made a cut upon his arm. Blood gushed forth. Zombies, already inclined to consume human blood, favored supernatural beings and mutated beasts even more. As a late-stage qi refining practitioner, the energy within his blood was undoubtedly a tremendous lure for them. Those zombies situated farther from the intelligent one caught the scent of Ren Feng's blood and immediately broke free from their stupor, racing towards the heart of the formation. Still not enough. Ren Feng's physical resilience was insufficient to withstand superior-grade artifacts, yet he could heal rapidly. He subsequently made several incisions on his arm, from which crimson streams gushed forth, staining the ground around him. Feeling a waning of his strength and a slowing of the blood flow, Ren Feng seized a piece of blood jade and began to absorb it, causing a substantial amount of blood to accumulate on the rooftop. This was sufficient. Drawn by the overwhelming allure of such copious amounts of blood from cultivators, even the cunning zombie could not resist the temptation and gradually approached the grand formation. As for the other zombies, their numbers multiplied. After a gust of wind swept through, Ren Feng noticed even more zombies converging from the distance, their sights set firmly on the city center. The relentless influx of blood energy gradually coalesced towards the array, as Ren Feng himself constructed a small mountain of blood jade. It was time to break through. Ceasing his alchemical endeavors, Ren Feng sat upon his mount of blood jade, activating the Heavenly Valley breathing technique. As a thick mist of blood gradually enveloped the rooftop of the Jiangqing No. 1 building. At this moment, he had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. With just one more breakthrough, the foundation establishment stage would be within reach. The natural order prevails, the cycles of the grains. The streams of blood energy were refined and transformed into his own magical power. As his dantian expanded, the scarlet and azure energies circulated within. 9th level of qi refinement. Shatter for me. With a fierce roar, a colossal phantasm, comprised of blood energy, materialized above him. This apparition bore a resemblance to Ren Feng, but was far more menacing. With fierce eyes, bared fangs, and wielding a massive bone blade that swirled with ferocity. It was a living manifestation of a malevolent specter, a demonic version of Ren Feng. I have succeeded. I have transcended. Amidst the blood mist, Ren Feng shouted with exhilaration, Yet the phenomenon did not dissipate. Suddenly, the sky, which had been shrouded in darkness since the apocalypse, illuminated with radiant colors, accompanied by flickering lightning. Mist descended from the heavens, morphing into the shapes of auspicious creatures like koi and qilin. Suddenly, a golden dragon descended from the sky, spiraling towards Ren Feng. This is the Dragon of Merit? Looking up at the sky, a term inexplicably surged in Ren Feng's mind. As he reveled in his astonishment, the entire Jiangcheng and even the Jiangdong province trembled in response to the extraordinary phenomenon he had invoked. Chapter 24. Reactions from all sides, a foundation laid. At the Nightingale Pavilion, Tian Feng was preparing gifts when he noticed Wang Chuan returning. Wang Chuan appeared breathless, clearly having sprinted back. So, old Wang, did you manage to enlist the help of the Tiangu Dao? His tone was light, eager to share the delightful news that he had already joined the Nightingale Pavilion. No. But let us not discuss that for now. Wang Chuan shook his head and took Tian Feng's hand, leading him outside. Hey, old Wang, what are you doing? I encountered an immortal. Never mind. You'll understand once you come with me. An immortal? As Tian Feng walked, he thought of his own encounter with an immortal. But when he stepped outside, his mouth fell agape. What on earth is that? Following Wang Chuan's gaze toward the city center, he was utterly dumbfounded. Atop the tallest building in the city center, a crimson phantom loomed, enveloped in a haze of blood. As if that were not enough, various mythical beasts, known only from legends, raced through the higher clouds. What do you think, boss? I was mistaken, right? That must be an immortal. Indeed. Wait, is that a dragon? With a resounding roar, a golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire Jiang city. Though no one had ever seen the colossal figure swirling in the air, the term that sprang to their minds was unmistakable: dragon. This is undoubtedly a dragon, an immortal truly deserving of the name. Huh, from what you're saying, boss, you've encountered an immortal? Of course. Suppressing his excitement, Tian Feng began to vividly recount the day's experiences to Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan's expression transitioned from disbelief to shock, and finally to delight. Boss, you mean to say we have become the subordinates of an immortal? Meanwhile, in the villa district, the once living room had been transformed into a conference hall by the Yao sisters. Today, for reasons unknown, the zombies had gone mad. Rushing toward the city center, Sun Feng sat on the sofa, with the formidable Jin Gang standing behind him, recounting his observations of the day to the Yao sisters. However, this has provided me with the opportunity to sweep through the southern part of the city. There are 3 large supermarkets there, one of which even has a cold storage filled with frozen meat. Huh? What are you two looking at? After a while, Sun Feng noticed that the sisters' attention was not on him, which made him somewhat irritated. You're referring to the city center. Is it this city center? Yao Zheng pointed toward the floor-to-ceiling window. What do you mean by that? Are there several city centers in Jiang City? Sun Feng replied impatiently. But given Yao Zheng's typically composed demeanor, he turned to look. Holy cow, a dragon. And zombies, how can there be so many zombies? Are they heading to their doom? Beneath Jiang City's #1 building, countless zombies surged from all directions. They trampled over the corpses of their kind, frantically striving to reach the building, only to inexplicably collapse along the way, becoming desiccated remains, due to differing perspectives. The villa area offers a far greater view than that of the Nightingale Pavilion. This disparity is what left Sun Feng momentarily speechless. Was this not a world besieged by a zombie apocalypse? Good heavens, are you conjuring a dragon, a mythical creature, amidst such chaos? Moreover, that crimson specter seems oddly familiar. Yao Zheng furrowed her brow as she gazed at the distant sky, her heart racing. Let me see. Yao Qin lifted the binoculars, exclaiming, it's the immortal brother. So, it is indeed an immortal. In that instant, Sun Feng felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Indeed, if there are immortals amidst the zombie crisis, what is so strange about a dragon? Furthermore, it is highly probable that this dragon was summoned by an immortal in the outskirts of Eagle Sea City, at the Jiangdong military encampment. Report. A peculiar celestial phenomenon has been detected towards Jiangqing. A senior figure, exuding an aura of authority, turned his gaze toward the reporting officer. Peculiar phenomenon? How peculiar? The officer hesitated, appearing somewhat flustered. Speak up. Stop dawdling. There are koi, there are qilin, and a dragon. The elder burst into laughter, glaring at the officer. Why didn't you mention a phoenix as well? There is no phoenix, but there is a peacock, the officer replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, the elder's smile faded. He had known this officer for many years and understood the gravity of humor in dire times. Since he had said so, it was likely true. The elder rose, gazing intently at the officer. Is it a new mutated beast? Could Jiangqing be on the verge of falling? It is not a mutated beast. According to the data from Warhawk number 7, those phenomena are merely illusions, composed of 83 luminous cloud energy. Upon hearing this, a general beside the elder's eyes brightened. Sir, could these manifestations possibly be the work of an immortal from Jiangqing? What immortals? Xiaotian, I believe you are losing your grip on reality. The elder cast a discontented look at the general. In this world, there are no immortals. As the apocalypse descends, it is only through our unity as humanity that we can overcome the perils and rebuild our home. I know your brother has established a bodyguard company in Jiangqing, and it seems he has recruited some ability users to protect a number of survivors, which is commendable. However, do not let the supernatural influence you. Immortals are merely powerful ability users. But the general attempted to interject, but was silenced by a wave of the elder's hand. Very well. There is a crucial experimental data set at Jiang Medical University. In due course, Old Qin from the Medical Institute will pass through our Eagle Sea City. I entrust you with the task of escorting him. Additionally, see if we can recruit ability users into our Jiaodong army. Understood? Understood. The general saluted. Meanwhile, at Jiaqing Tower 1, the Golden Dragon had completely merged with Ren Feng's being. At this moment, he was entirely oblivious to the tumultuous events unfolding outside. The power of the Golden Dragon was more than sufficient for him to manage. From the initial slaying of Liu Biao and Zhang Gang to the subsequent protection of the survivors from Fengdu, and then to the annihilation of mutated cattle and spiders, a series of vivid images flickered through his mind. Golden rays, both large and small, emanated from these memories, gradually coalescing into a magnificent golden koi of virtue. Yet, this was insufficient. The final image, the formation of a blood-draining array for corpse refinement. Countless golden lights radiated from the zombies he had vanquished, converging upon the koi. Empowered by an overwhelming abundance of virtue, the koi transformed into a dragon. Thus emerged the Golden Dragon of virtue witnessed moments ago. The heavens and earth manifested strange phenomena, and virtue adorned him. Ren Feng soared into the sky, releasing a triumphant roar. At this moment, the ethereal beasts in the sky vanished, leaving only a blood-colored phantom of a Rakshasa. Strangely, behind this fearsome demon, a golden wheel of virtue began to materialize. If the inhabitants of the Dunyuan continent were to witness this, they would surely be left in utter disbelief. Within Ren Feng's dantian, alongside the previously seen crimson and azure energies, a luminous sphere of virtue, gleaming like the sun, illuminated his dantian. Could this be considered a golden elixir? Haha. Ren Feng chuckled to himself, acknowledging that it was certainly not a golden elixir, but rather the coveted golden pearl of virtue, desired by countless golden elixir cultivators. Those possessing this pearl attract fortune, receive divine favor, and witness their good fortunes multiply. More importantly, once he summoned the golden pearl of virtue, regardless of the enemy's strength, they would have to ponder whether they could bear the immeasurable karmic repercussions of their demise. Perfectly, this opportunity would allow him to establish his foundation in one fell swoop. Chapter 25, the 10th level of Qi refinement, second rank corpse soldier. The laws of nature are constant, and the cycle of grains persists. Ren Feng continued to absorb the energy of the blood jade, preparing to break through to the foundation establishment stage with the aid of virtuous merit. As the pieces of blood jade transformed into waste stone, the energy within his dantian surged ever more abundantly, feeling his strength steadily augmenting. The spiritual energy was on the verge of filling his entire dantian, and an expression of excitement gradually appeared on Ren Feng's face. Once his dantian was filled and the spiritual energy condensed into liquid, he would become a foundation establishment cultivator. And he had yet to consume even a single foundation establishment pill. This was the formidable power of virtuous merit. Breakthrough. With the dantian brimming with spiritual energy, Ren Feng ceased absorbing the blood jade and began to control and compress the spiritual energy, transforming it into a liquid state. The crimson spiritual energy continuously morphed into azure energy, and under Ren Feng's guidance, a small portion had already transitioned into a misty form. I am about to establish my foundation. Ren Feng intensified the compression, causing even more spiritual energy to convert into mist. Soon, the majority of the spiritual energy in his dantian had been compressed into mist, yet the liquid state he envisioned did not materialize. Suddenly, the golden pearl of virtuous merit radiated brilliantly. The vaporized spiritual energy rapidly dispersed, reverting to its original state, and even showed signs of expanding in volume. What is happening? Ren Feng was bewildered. After years of cultivation, he had heard of vaporization failures, but never of spiritual energy swelling. He was soon astonished to discover that his dantian was autonomously absorbing the energy from the surrounding blood jade, even drawing from the blood qi stored in the formation. As the spiritual energy within his dantian continued to swell, Ren Feng noticed that his dantian had inexplicably enlarged. A surge of intense pain accompanied the exhilarating sensation of a breakthrough, leaving Ren Feng at a loss for words. The golden light of virtuous merit dimmed, and the dantian ceased its tumultuous activity, now nearly twice its previous size. Have I truly broken through? Ren Feng pondered. He had indeed felt the elation of a breakthrough. Yet why had the spiritual energy not condensed into liquid? He was certain that he had not achieved the foundation establishment stage. Yet his strength was palpably greater than that of a 9th-level qi refiner. What does this even mean? The 10th level of qi refinement? Ren Feng chuckled wryly, deciding against further absorption of the blood jade. If he continued cultivating, what if he inadvertently reached the 5,000 level of qi refinement? No matter how strong one's qi refinement stage might be, the peak lifespan would still be a mere 200 years. He resolved to return to the Dunyuan continent, uncertain if anyone had encountered a similar predicament. However, before that, Ren Feng had one more task to undertake: body refinement. Roar. With a resounding crash, Dahei was knocked to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. As Ren Feng absorbed the crystal core, he consumed the remnants of the zombie. Though his strength had not increased, his intellect had evidently improved. Once he reluctantly stood up, he cautiously perched in a corner, hesitant to approach Ren Feng. It's over. The master has gone mad. Instead of diligently cultivating, he chooses to spar with me. What is he thinking? Moreover, the most crucial question arises: why does his physical strength surpass mine? Who, indeed, is the true zombie here? The myriad expressions of Dahei were effortlessly captured by Ren Feng. All right, I shall no longer strike you. Return. With that, he summoned Dahei back. Clenching his fist, Ren Feng expressed his profound satisfaction with his own power. After 4 days of diligent effort, he had successfully perfected the first level of the Tiangu battle body, merely a step away from foundational establishment. Could it be that the prodigious talent of qi cultivation, Ren Feng, might ultimately possess a greater prowess in physical cultivation than in qi cultivation? Ren Feng pondered this unrealistic notion. Yet it seemed improbable. While the Tiangu battle decision's qi cultivation aspect was accessible to all major leaders, the foundational aspect was an entirely different matter, reserved for those who originally possessed body refining techniques, such as leaders or sect masters. If he wished to expedite his physical foundation, he would have to shift his cultivation methods. However, this would necessitate starting anew, and there was no guarantee that his strength would surpass his current capabilities. Thus, his body refinement plans were momentarily shelved. After reclaiming Dahei, he soared back to the Mingho Hotel. Arai had informed him the day prior that the Lapogwo had ripened, yet he had been too occupied with enhancing his physical cultivation to attend to it. Now, that Lapogwo was likely fully ripe, and if he delayed any longer, he feared Arai, the foolish one, might consume it first. Upon descending into the basement, Ren Feng was greeted by the sight of Arai, salivating over the Lapogwo. What on earth? With a swift slap, Arai tumbled to the ground, rising to shake his head in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Who is the true zombie between me and my master? If only Dahei were present, witnessing this scene would surely have brought him some amusement. Ren Feng paid no mind to this actor, plucking the Lapogwo from its perch. Instantly, the thorny vines withered, and a foul odor, alien to any plant, emanated from its severed end. Dispose of this at once. Arai complied post-haste, eager to escape the confines of the basement. Upon swallowing the Lapogwo, the formerly silent corpse stirred to life. In the instant its eyes fluttered open, Ren Feng swiftly expelled a drop of his essence blood, inscribing a mark upon its brow. Feeling Ren Feng's intent to control him, the first instinct of the corpse was to resist. However, just awakened, its body was rigidly unyielding. A mere shake of the bell from Ren Feng quelled its agitation. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. With a pained expression, Ren Feng severed a small piece from his soul, blending it with his essence blood to deepen the imprint. The birth of the destined corpse was achieved. Stepping back, Ren Feng was suddenly seized by inspiration, casting forth 10 blood jade pieces. As the blood jades plunged into the blood barrel, they met the liquid as oil meets water, erupting in a chaotic spray of crimson. Soon, the swirling blood energy enveloped the entire corpse. What is happening? Ren Feng was momentarily bewildered. Only just realizing the implications of his previous actions and the blood cocoon before him. The incantations passed down from the Yin puppet sect contain no records of such phenomena. This cannot go awry. Ren Feng gazed anxiously at the blood cocoon before him, which seemed to pulsate with a life of its own. Suddenly, he noticed that the merit golden pearl within his dantian once again radiated a brilliant light. Almost simultaneously, the sinister corpse let out a deafening roar, shattering the blood cocoon and leaving behind a fearsome specter standing in its place. At that moment, the corpse was adorned with peculiar patterns, its fierce countenance revealing sharp fangs. And astonishingly, it had grown a suit of bone armor. This armor boasted barbs, serving both defensive and offensive purposes, with 3 prominent spikes jutting skyward from its head, resembling a terrifying demon. Moreover, Ren Feng observed 2 fleshy tumors protruding from the dual spines on the back of the corpse. He speculated that as its power increased, it might even sprout wings. Upon examining its grade, Ren Feng was rendered momentarily speechless. A second-tier corpse soldier? He felt an overwhelming joy, wondering if this was what it felt like to be favored by the goddess of fortune. To his knowledge, even the elders of the Yin puppet sect wielded only 4th or 5th-tier corpses. A second-tier corpse of such high caliber was a rarity reserved for the sect's ancestors who were in secluded cultivation. Turning to assess its strength, he realized that this corpse soldier emerged at the 9th level of chi refinement, merely a step away from foundation establishment. Techniques such as blood boiling and corpse devouring thrilled him as he discovered the corpse not only possessed a high grade but had also awakened numerous innate spells. Earth manipulation, soul devouring, and corpse poison. These were all top-tier spells. Earth manipulation was particularly suitable for ambushes or escapes, while soul devouring promised that any corpse possessing this spell would eventually cultivate into a sentient corpse king. As for the corpse poison, Ren Feng had anticipated its presence, having invested considerable toxic materials during the cultivation of the corpse. This poison was no ordinary toxin. Upon causing death, it could convert the victim into a corpse slave. Without expending any materials, he would indirectly command an army of corpse slaves. Excellent, excellent. Ren Feng nodded repeatedly, now only needing to bestow a name upon this remarkable being. Chapter 26. Unifying Jiang City, Perfecting the Foundation. The original owner of this body bore the surname Bai. Henceforth, you shall be known as Bai. Unwilling? As Ren Feng reveled in his exceptional naming prowess, he sensed a flicker of resistance emanating from within his soul. Bai Su. Bai Su? Is this the name you have chosen for yourself? Very well, you shall be called Bai Su. Alas, it is a pity to forsake the splendid name Bai. Sigh. Ren Feng clicked his tongue in contemplation, but ultimately accepted the name. As he departed the basement with Bai Su, they encountered He loitering outside. How? Upon seeing Ren Feng, He instinctively recoiled in fear, but when he noticed the unfamiliar specter accompanying Ren Feng, his anger surged. He felt his status had been affronted. He dashed toward Bai Su, throwing a punch, yet Bai Su remained unyielding. Roar. Bai Su, incensed, retaliated with a powerful strike, sending He half buried into the ground. Howl. In an instant, He became docile, trailing behind Bai Su with an obsequious demeanor. Indeed, a wretched creature. Ren Feng chuckled and shook his head. This was preferable, sparing him the need to discipline them himself, as they had willingly submitted. Immortal. Turning around, he spotted a youth sprinting toward him. It was Hu Weijian. Immortal, Boss Yao has asked me to inform you that Tian Feng from the Nightingale Pavilion has brought people to join our Tiangu Dao, and he wishes for you to oversee the situation. Understood. Ren Feng nodded, retracting Bai Su and He, and ascended towards the villa district, leaving Hu Weijian in awe, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The immortal has grown even stronger, and that specter truly terrifying. I aspire to become as formidable as the immortal specter. Hu Weijian silently vowed, clenching his fist. In truth, such messages could be conveyed to Ren Feng through the heart-eating goo. Yet he had deliberately requested to relay the information himself to relish the opportunity to see the immortal and personally experience his majesty. In the villa's conference hall, the Yao sisters and Sun Feng sat in a row. Tian Feng and Wang Chuan occupied another. At the head was a grand chair made of golden silk nanmu, upon which Ren Feng was seated. Behind him stood Bai Su, He, and He. The atmosphere gravely serious. Let us commence. Ren Feng exchanged a glance with Yao Zheng, signaling her to speak. Although Sun Feng had been with him the longest, he was more suited for execution. Yao Qin, despite her qualifications, lacked the requisite composure. In contrast, Yao Zheng possessed a broader perspective, and in Ren Feng's absence, the members of Tiangu Dao regarded her as their leader. Despite Tian Feng's recent induction, his remarkable prowess and prior experience had subtly positioned him as a vice leader in the eyes of others. As for Ren Feng, he was responsible solely for issuing directives and addressing the mutated beasts that the Tiangu Dao members could not confront. He refrained from meddling in the specifics of their operations. Today was an exception, as it marked the first joint meeting of Yao Zheng and Tian Feng, a rare opportunity to listen attentively. First and foremost, allow me to extend a warm welcome on behalf of the esteemed members of Tiangu Dao to all the members of the former Nightingale Guild. Furthermore, I would like to congratulate the celestial beings on the unification of the two formidable factions in Jiangqing. After this opening address, Yao Zheng produced a stack of handwritten reports. Currently, within the combat strength of Tiangu Dao, there exists 1 individual at the 4th tier, 5 at the 3rd tier, 12 at the 2nd tier, and 34 at the 1st tier. The original sanctuary survivors consist of 372 males and 266 females. Following the merger with the Nightingale Guild, the male population has increased by 428, while the female population has risen by 357. At this juncture, Yao Zheng's expression turned pensive. Celestial being, it seems we may struggle to accommodate such a multitude. Additionally, the availability of food and water poses a significant challenge. I shall resolve the water issue. Tian Feng volunteered. His unique ability allows him to directly condense moisture from the air. Previously, he was responsible for the water supply at the Nightingale Guild. The continuous use of his powers also aids in enhancing his strength. I can stimulate plant growth, but suitable soil is imperative. Otherwise, it may inadvertently yield mutated creatures. Remarked Wang Chuan, an earth elemental adept capable of accelerating botanical growth. Thus, only the matter of land remains. Ren Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully, recognizing that, akin to slaying zombies, aiding the sanctuary survivors is a noble endeavor. While he would not go out of his way to perform grand gestures, he was more than willing to provide assistance within his means. I have established a large formation at the number 1 building in Jiangqing, which ensures that zombies in proximity will not engage humans, effectively creating a safe zone. As the zombie population diminishes, this safe zone shall expand. Upon hearing this, the group was invigorated, recalling the extraordinary spectacle initiated by Ren Feng on that fateful day. Thousands of zombies willingly meeting their demise, a sight forever etched in their memories. If that did not qualify as a safe zone, it seemed there would be no such place at all. I will address the soil issue. You all should prepare for relocation. The reason Tiangu Dao is named as such is due to its unique spell capable of resolving food shortages, thereby attracting refugees and cultivating an army. Records of how to summon rain, enhance soil quality, and induce grain growth can all be found within the scriptures of Tiangu Ju. However, these techniques are typically employed by itinerant practitioners, Ma Changxing being an exception. Though his mastery is not profound, he can purify the contaminated lands of the zombie world with relative ease. Following this relocation, he would have a veritable stronghold within the zombie realm. Ren Feng was confident that, in the near future, the resources of this entire planet would be at his disposal. After finalizing all necessary arrangements, Ren Feng returned to the Dunyuan continent. The conundrum of his cultivation level had been a persistent source of concern, one that required resolution. Upon his return to Dunyuan, he scoured various locations for information and ultimately discovered the answer within the library tower of Soma Temple. It revealed that in ancient times, the initial batches of Qi practitioners cultivated realms that differ significantly from the present. To transition to the current standards, the Qi realm comprises a staggering 13 tiers. From the 10th level onward, the enhancement of one's abilities becomes less pronounced, with the focus of cultivation shifting towards the continuous expansion of the Dantian space. The Dantian of a practitioner at the 13th level of Qi refinement is several times that of the 9th level. Beyond that, the foundation establishment phase, often referred to as perfect foundation establishment, entails overcoming a tribulation that is several times more formidable than that faced by practitioners in the current Qi refinement stage. The consequence of this is that once foundation establishment is achieved, one's magical energy is immensely profound, effectively breaking the shackles that hinder the transition to the Golden Core realm. However, as the spiritual energy in the world diminishes, it becomes increasingly challenging for Qi practitioners to absorb sufficient spiritual energy before the end of their lifespan. Consequently, the methods of Qi cultivation have undergone numerous transformations, ultimately being condensed into the current 9-tiered system that allows for foundation establishment. Yet, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement find it exceedingly difficult to advance into the foundation establishment phase. Thus, the foundation establishment pill was conceived, utilizing the power of elixirs to forcibly compress the spiritual energy within the dantian, achieving the effect of foundation establishment. Such a foundation establishment cannot directly lead to the golden core, giving rise to the subsequent method of forming a false golden core. The cultivation technique he practiced, the Heavenly Valley breathing method, indeed records the practices for foundation establishment beyond the 9th level. Little did he expect that under the influence of virtue, he would embark upon the path of an ancient Qi practitioner. Well, it matters not. I have cultivated my body, with the world of the undead at my fingertips. Why should I fear a lack of resources to reach the 13th level of Qi refinement? Satisfied, Ren Feng placed the ancient tome back and was about to depart when he collided head-on with a young monk approaching him. Who are you? Chapter 27. Elder Jinchi and the hospital's unrest. Who are you? Ren Feng retorted. With reason lacking, he dared to take a bold stance, aware that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. I am a newly accepted disciple of the abbot of Jinhu, hailing from Qinzhou County. My mundane surname is Qin, and my Dharma name is Wangchen. No, wait, I should be the one asking you. Qin Wangchen realized his blunder and, for reasons unknown, felt a pang of anguish as he gazed at the individual before him. This is the library tower of Songhe Temple. Outsiders are forbidden entry. I must report this to my master. Qin, you say? A new disciple as well? Ren Feng couldn't help but speculate boldly that this young man might be the son of Qin Jian, for his features indeed bore a striking resemblance. Who says I am an outsider? Ren Feng's mind raced as he sought a plausible excuse. He knew well that the abbot of Jinhu was a renowned foundation establishment practitioner. Should he encounter him, the aura of Tiangu would surely betray him. At that point, deceiving Qin Wangchen would be a far more arduous task, leading to potential expulsion or worse. Quickly, Ren Feng concocted a response. I am a disciple under Elder Jinchi from Suijun. My Dharma name is Wang Jiasha. How is it that you do not address me as senior brother? Wang Jiasha? What a peculiar Dharma name. Suspicion deepened on Qin Wangchen's face. Although he had just entered the mountain gate and was unfamiliar with many of his elders, this person before him hardly resembled a monk, especially since he had hair. Was there a monk in their sect who wasn't bald? Particularly one who had recently shaved his head. Qin Wangchen held a deep grievance regarding the matter of hair. Why do you have hair? I have been slaying demons and vanquishing evil for many years. My hair has grown long without a chance for trimming. At this, Ren Feng's mind sparked with inspiration, and an ethereal image of a golden wheel of merit appeared behind him. Long live the Buddha of Songha! Qin Wangchen exclaimed. I have met senior brother Wang Jiasha. In an instant, he was convinced, as such a profound golden wheel of merit was likely beyond even his master's possession. This individual must certainly be a seasoned senior brother. My master is just outside. He can take you to meet Elder Jinchi. I believe Elder Jinchi would be most pleased to know of your return. I too am delighted. Alas, there was no turning back now. Suddenly, Qin Wangchen seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead and joining his hands in reverence toward Ren Feng. Senior brother, my time in the library tower is limited, and I must ascend the stairs. We shall meet again. How long do you intend to stay? Ren Feng inquired, knowing that Elder Jinhu was likely awaiting him. Once they departed, he could make his escape. 1 hour. That equated to 2 hours, which in the world of the undead translated to nearly a day's time. To prevent Elder Jinhu from unexpectedly entering, Ren Feng returned to the zombie realm after Qin Wangchen left. Once he was gone, he would flee, leaving the matter of Wang Jiasha for them to ponder. On the rooftop of building number 1 in Jiangcheng, the spiritual stones remained insufficient, bringing operations to a halt. The array required spiritual energy to function, and without Ren Feng, it depended on the support of spiritual stones. The spiritual stones he left behind were scarce, and the grand formation had ceased to operate. Fortunately, the formation plate had reached its limit for storing blood essence, and Ren Feng prepared to seize this opportunity to continue refining blood jade. Meanwhile, a wisp of dark fire was cast into the mountain of corpses below. Once the dark fire leaped into the pile, it quickly expanded, dividing into several clusters that danced exuberantly, each landing igniting an even larger flame. What was happening over there? Just as he was about to begin his refining, Ren Feng sensed something amiss. The blood he had left was already dried up, losing its allure for the zombies. And with the dark fire burning, the instinct of living beings to avoid danger compelled the zombies to retreat. However, Ren Feng noticed that the surrounding zombies were not merely wandering aimlessly in all directions. Instead, they were gathering with purpose towards the eastern part of the city. What was going on over there? Following the direction of their movement, Ren Feng observed that as the density of zombies increased, various sizes of rats began to emerge within the horde. As he continued eastward, both the density and size of the rats escalated, with the highest concentration located at the second hospital of Jiang City. Were there humans? At that moment, explosions erupted incessantly from the outer courtyard of the hospital, and Ren Feng's intuition suggested the use of firearms. With the burgeoning number of gathering zombies and mutated rats, the situation for the firearms was evidently deteriorating. How intriguing! Ren Feng's innate curiosity was piqued, yet he did not wish to squander time refining blood jade. Bai Su, hold on, I'm coming in. Roar. Bai Su, as his primary shadow corpse, differed from Dehe and Erhe not only in his unwavering loyalty, but also in the ability to control others through his soul. The method involved enveloping a portion of his soul around the previous imprint without severing the connection to the original essence, allowing for free movement within a radius of 1,000 miles while ensuring safety. Essentially a low-tier version of an external incarnation. Ren Feng had refined blood jade to the point of instinct, requiring minimal soul expenditure. After summoning Dehe and Erhe to guard him, he manipulated Bai Su's body to leap from the skyscraper. Thud! Upon landing in the mountain of corpses, the dark fire actively parted to avoid him. It didn't hurt at all. Ren Feng moved about, thoroughly pleased with his new form. Thereafter, he sped towards the second hospital. Bai Su could not fly, but fortunately, he could traverse through the earth. Ren Feng moved swiftly underground. If not for the need to avoid building foundations, he could have charged forth without thought. Nevertheless, he soon arrived at the second hospital. Notably, he encountered Tian Feng along the way. He was leading a group towards the hospital as well. Roar! Bursting forth from the ground, Ren Feng let out a mighty roar, causing both zombies and mutated rats in the vicinity to fearfully part a path for him. To be honest, he quite enjoyed this feeling. With that thought, he approached the hospital's main entrance, where whispers surrounded him. What is that? An advanced zombie? Have you ever seen a zombie clad in bone armor? I suspect it must be a mutant. Without further ado, that appearance is truly striking. Are we to engage him? Are you out of your mind? Do you not see that even the mutated beasts fear him? One individual hastily pressed the cannon beside him. I surmise it is the reinforcements called by the captain. Observing the gesture directed upwards, Ren Feng's intuition began to form a hypothesis, likely concerning a conflict between these humans and the mutated rat within the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, the first floor revealed a scene marked by the ravages of battle. Fragments of the mutated rat lay scattered, alongside dismembered human limbs and discarded weapons. What purpose did these individuals have in coming to the hospital? Searching for medicine? Surely, such a commotion is unwarranted. For that, as Ren Feng ascended the stairs, he observed the increasingly intense signs of conflict around him, feeling utterly perplexed. Just as he reached the fourth floor, a tremendous fireball erupted, piercing through the fifth floor's ceiling and narrowly missing him. What on earth is happening? Ren Feng was taken aback. The force of this fireball far surpassed that of Sun Feng, though, of course, it posed no threat to him. With this thought, he gazed upwards in the direction from which the fireball had come. Chapter 28. The Spirit Stones of the Zombie World and the Gold-Eating Beast? Squeak. Professor Qin, quickly hide behind me, Tian Ling urged as he shielded Professor Qin. He turned to the person beside him and said, Old Zhao, could you please aim a bit better? I never expected you, the captain, to let it escape your grasp. Zhao Qian grumbled, continuing to unleash his attacks on the mutated giant rat. Squeak. The giant rat dodged the fireball once again, commanding a nearby hedgehog to launch an assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp quills pierced through the air, hurtling towards Tian Ling and the others. Tian Ling did not flinch. With a wave of his hand, an ice wall materialized before him, blocking the hedgehog's onslaught. Squeak. Enraged, the giant rat leaped over the hedgehog and lunged at Tian Ling. Crack. The ice wall shattered instantly, unable to withstand the attack. Tian Ling scooped up Professor Qin and rolled aside. Rest assured, Professor, I have already contacted my brother for reinforcements. Once he arrives, we will seize the opportunity to retreat. The suitcase. The briefcase. Professor Qin nodded, anxiously glancing at the briefcase that had fallen during their roll. I've got it, Zhao Qian exclaimed as he snatched the briefcase. only to find the giant rat's attention shift to him in an instant. Squeak, squeak, squeak. With a swift motion, the mutated white rat commanded a horde of mutated rats to pursue Zhao Qian. Captain, save me. A powerful roar interrupted everyone's movements. Ren Feng leaped to the 5th floor, unleashing a cloud of toxic gas from his mouth. The aggressive mutated rats immediately collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Squeak. The mutated white rat glanced at him in confusion before charging towards him. Let me see how formidable you are. Ren Feng sensed that this rat's power had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level, merely a step away from the 6th. Squeak. Within 3 meters of Ren Feng, the mutated white rat leaped high, and just as Ren Feng prepared to throw a punch, he was taken aback when the rat suddenly changed direction midair and jumped down the large hole from which he had ascended. Huh? Ren Feng stared blankly downwards, witnessing the rat desperately scurrying downward, clearly terrified of him. What on earth? Turning around, he saw the remaining mutated rats trembling in fear, utterly at a loss. A family should remain together. With that, he exhaled a plume of toxic gas, ensuring that no living rat remained on the 5th floor, leaving only himself and the 3 humans. Are you human or ghost? Ren Feng turned around, first meeting Zhao Qian's gaze. Zhao Qian looked at Ren Feng's fierce visage, his voice dropping significantly. I am not a ghost, Ren Feng replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian sighed in relief, but soon gasped in shock. Nor am I human regardless of what you are. We are immensely grateful for your rescue. Tianling offered a respectful salute. Are you soldiers? What brings you here? We belong to the Jiangdong army, tasked with escorting Professor Qin to Jiangqing. I am Tianling, the team leader responsible for this mission. What is that object? May I take a look? Ren Feng pointed towards the suitcase, revealing that both they and the mutated rat seemed to hold great significance for the contents within. This. Tianling hesitated, glancing at Professor Qin. Fear not. Had it not been for this individual's assistance, we might have already met our demise. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Shiguo from the Medical Institute and also a professor at Jiangxing Medical University. At the onset of the apocalypse, our university was besieged by an overwhelming number of zombies and mutated beasts. Strangely, these mutated creatures did not attack humans, but instead rushed into the university's wooded area. Subsequent research led us to believe this phenomenon might be linked to a specific mineral found in those woods. As he spoke, Qin Shiguo opened the suitcase, revealing a foam-inlaid interior, mostly empty with gnaw marks evident, leaving only 3 translucent, glowing stones quietly resting within. This is. Ren Feng's pupils constricted, as the stones evoked a striking familiarity within him. They resembled spirit stones. But isn't this a world overrun by zombies? How could spirit stones possibly exist here? Could it be that he is not the only one with a bronze ancient door to traverse into this realm? What level of cultivation does the other party possess? Are they also operating within Jiangxing? Yet why has Tiangu Dao not reported any information about them? A cold sweat instantly broke out on Ren Feng's brow. Upon introspection, if a practitioner with lesser cultivation than his appeared in the zombie-infested world, he would undoubtedly eliminate them at once, ensuring their soul would scatter. He would not allow anyone to rest easy beside his own slumber. But what if the other party's cultivation surpassed his? Then he would be the one facing obliteration. Qin Shiguo, unaware of Ren Feng's expression, regretfully picked up one of the stones. Through my research with my students, I have discovered that this mineral possesses a remarkably positive effect on flora and fauna. Yet humans are unable to utilize it effectively. I surmise that it may restore mutated soil and contaminated water bodies. But I had no opportunity to experiment before the university fell. Later, soldiers from the capital came to rescue us, but due to space constraints, we could not bring along the data or these stones. Recently, this mineral has also surfaced in Yinjiao, leading to the enhancement of many mutated beasts, prompting me to request a return to Jiangxing to retrieve the necessary data. Yinjiao? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow. If so, it seemed the other party might not be in Jiangxing at the moment, granting him a temporary reprieve. However, he needed to elevate his cultivation swiftly. Who knows what strength the other party might wield? Brother, are you all right? Huh, immortal. A familiar voice called from behind, and Ren Feng turned to see Tian Feng. Immortal, Tianling exclaimed, shifting his gaze between Tian Feng and Ren Feng. Is this the immortal you mentioned? Sort of. Tian Feng scratched his head. Well, it's a long story, but shall we first go to my Tiangu Dao base? What do you think, immortal? Let us proceed. Ren Feng waved his hand, contemplating that the white mouse, having consumed the spiritual stone, might possess some remarkable qualities. He intended to capture it for further examination. After Tian Feng and the others departed, Ren Feng collected the blood of the mutated white mouse from the ground. "Found you," he exclaimed, employing the ability of blood tracing, a skill of the Yin corpse. Soon, he followed the scent and located the creature's trail. In front of a CT room, the door had been gnawed into a sizable hole. As Ren Feng stepped inside, he beheld the white mouse, engrossed in gnawing on a holiday decoration. Squeak. This time, the white mouse did not flee. It seemed determined to confront him in a fight to the finish. Squeak. You have some nerve. Ren Feng praised the creature for its audacity, recognizing that it was aware of its superiority yet still dared to attack. Regardless of anything else, its courage was commendable. With a roaring shout, Ren Feng unleashed an aura of death, his bone spikes protruding in a fearsome display, embodying the visage of a skeletal demon. However, the subsequent actions of the white mouse left him utterly astonished. Upon hearing his roar, the creature trembled violently, covering its head and crouching on the ground, as if awaiting its fate. "Isn't that a bit too cowardly?" he mused. "Well, this makes things easier." After devouring the white mouse, Baisu's strength would significantly increase. As he approached the mutated white mouse, a foul odor wafted towards him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the creature had urinated in fear. Clink. Another sharp sound echoed as metal fell from behind the mutated white mouse. "What? You were so frightened that you lost control? Wait a moment. Is that fine steel? You are a gold-eating mouse?" Squeak. Chapter 29. Taming the Gold-Eating Mouse. Night Sky Terror. After trembling for a prolonged period, the mutated white mouse, sensing that the frightening creature before it had no intent to kill, curiously raised its head. To its astonishment, it discovered that the monster was holding its excrement and displaying a peculiar smile. The white mouse suddenly froze in place, wishing desperately for its adversary to end its life swiftly. Alas, it seemed that this wish would remain unfulfilled. As it was White Su's body, Ren Feng, unfazed by the filth, picked up the white mouse's droppings and confirmed, without a doubt, that they were indeed composed of refined steel. Recalling the introduction of this mutated white mouse by Yao Zheng, who had mentioned its ability to devour metal, coupled with his own observations from that day, it became evident that this creature was not merely capable of gnawing on metal, but rather, it thrived on it. Connecting these attributes, Ren Feng was reminded of a certain type of beast from the Chaos Origin continent, the gold-eating mouse. This creature was said to be a descendant of the ancient aberration, the celestial devourer, possessing extraordinarily sharp teeth and subsisting on a diet of various metal ores, with its excrement serving as a refined byproduct of these minerals. He vividly recalled a past encounter with a rodent infestation that included the gold-eating mouse, and he could still picture how those creatures swarmed, devouring the shield talismans of the Celestial Observation Institute's practitioners with unbridled audacity. However, this particular mouse, aside from being timid as a mouse, it was a mouse, was remarkably similar to the gold-eating mouse. Yet, if it truly was a gold-eating mouse, why had it appeared in the world of zombies? Moreover, they mentioned that it was a mutated native species of this zombie-infested realm, which made the scenario even stranger. Regardless, if he could harness this little creature for his own purposes, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous acquisition. Imagine, should he encounter a practitioner from the Celestial Observation Institute or any so-called righteous individuals opposed to the Heavenly Valley path, he could simply unleash this little creature to gnaw through their talismans, rendering their identities irrelevant and leaving them at his mercy. With determination, Ren Feng grasped the white mouse by its neck and kindly inquired, "Would you like to come with me?" He utilized soul communication, unperturbed by the possibility of the creature's incomprehension. The white mouse was initially bewildered by its ability to understand the creature's speech, instinctively inclined to refuse. But upon seeing the gentle smile, it cautiously nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Then let us depart." Ren Feng set the white mouse down, prepared to return to his original form. Who would have thought that after hiding in the zombie world for just a day, I would encounter such an unexpected boon? Delightful. As Ren Feng walked, hands clasped behind his back, the white mouse followed closely in his wake. Just as he was reveling in his good fortune, he noticed that upon reaching the hospital's entrance, the white mouse attempted to dart away. Not a chance. He swiftly seized the white mouse once more, realizing it was still unruly. With a swift bite, he injected the creature with a controlled dose of corpse poison, his fangs looming menacingly. "Does it hurt?" "It should. 3 days hence, without my antidote to the corpse poison, you shall perish." The white mouse nodded vigorously, Though it was unaware of the meaning of perish, it certainly understood it was not a favorable term. I, the mouse, wish to extend my existence for a few more days. After this exchange, the white mouse became considerably more compliant, following him back to his original form. Squeak, squeak. Upon witnessing the towering mound of blood jade beside his original self, the white mouse's eyes glistened with greed, momentarily disregarding its fear as it yearned to feast. I unilaterally declare that after metals and that radiant little stone, this substance is undoubtedly the most delectable of all. You wish to eat? That simply will not do. Ren Feng retracted by Su, restoring his spirit, and once again grasped the white mouse by its neck. It was soft and fluffy, quite pleasant to the touch. If you accompany me, this delightful treat shall be yours. He would never bind a living creature with a contract, as that was a technique reserved for the spirit beast sects and other such orders. Thus, he resorted to coercion and temptation. This method proved effective, as the white mouse eagerly nodded in agreement upon seeing the blood jade draw near. Consequently, Ren Feng decided to affix another label to it, gluttonous. This would facilitate control. It merely lacked a name. Henceforth, you shall be called Little Gold. Initially, he intended to name it a bai, but upon noticing a tuft of golden fur upon its forehead, he altered his decision. When Ren Feng presented a piece of blood jade, Little Gold affectionately rubbed against him. Unperturbed, Ren Feng noted that although this mouse was somewhat large, its texture was undeniably delightful as he tossed the blood jade into its mouth. Little Gold immediately began to gnaw with enthusiasm, and observing its antics, Ren Feng felt a wave of nostalgia. In his previous life, he had once cared for a hamster. A female. Much like Little Gold, she was timid, greedy, and remarkably clever, often managing to escape her cage whenever he was absent. He pondered whether, after his demise, that little creature had sought him out and how she was faring. Never mind, why dwell on such thoughts? Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of distractions and glanced at the sun, realizing that the time had come. If he ventured out now, Chen Wanchen would likely have departed, providing him the perfect opportunity to leave. Additionally, he cast a glance at Little Gold, who had begun to doze off after devouring a piece of blood jade. He also needed to prepare a beast confinement bag. Unlike the spirit beast bags that could house contracted spirit beasts, the confinement bag was designed solely for capturing demon beasts and was significantly more economical. Certain medicinal concoctions required fresh ingredients sourced from demon beasts, necessitating their prior capture in confinement bags. With no contract binding it, this confinement bag would serve him well. Given that this creature was afflicted with corpse poison, it would not dare to roam freely. However, it might still encounter trouble. Thus, Ren Feng decided to leave He behind to watch over it, while he returned to the Chaos Origin continent. Inside the Tower of Many Books, he manifested just in time to see Chen Wanchen preparing to depart. Ren Feng turned and ascended the stairs, ready to take flight into the skies. Before ascending the stairs, Ren Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to take the life of his adversary. After all, this individual was exceptionally gifted. Should he discover that the Qin family had been vanquished by Ren Feng and his companions, their future encounters would likely not end favorably. However, if he were to eliminate him now, the elder Zhang from Jinhu might ensure his own demise. After much deliberation, Ren Feng chose to continue his ascent. On the first floor, Chen Wanchen opened the door and found the Jinhu abbot chanting outside. Master, my dear disciple, have you gleaned any insights during your contemplation in the Tower of Classic Texts? Indeed. Chen Wanchen was eager to share his profound understanding of the Great Liberation Arhut method, yet he was suddenly struck by a familiar scent that twisted his heart in anguish. Master, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Master Jinshi? Which fiend dares to trouble us? Before Chen Wanchen could finish his sentence, Elder Jinhu erupted with a fierce roar, casting his furious gaze toward the heavens. What troubles you, Master? Chen Wanchen followed suit, looking skyward, yet saw nothing. Disciple, return to your chamber for meditation. I shall vanquish this malevolent being. With that, Jinhu planted his staff upon the ground and soared into the air, racing toward the fluctuations of spiritual energy above. What the hell? Are foundation stage cultivators this perceptive? In the sky, Ren Feng was taken aback. Despite employing an invisibility talisman and concealing his aura, he had still been detected. Well, since I am here, I might as well engage. Curious about the odds of confronting a foundation stage cultivator with his own mastery at the 10th level of Qi refinement and the perfected Tiangu battle body, complemented by the prowess of Baisu S. Dahe and Xiaofei, Ren Feng resolved to reveal himself, preparing for battle. Unexpectedly, a familiar roar pierced the air beside him. Bald thief of the Buddhist sect, you have harmed my father. Prepare to face your reckoning. Chapter 30. An unexpected turn of events. In an instant, the sky was filled with ominous winds. Ren Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and indeed saw a familiar figure. Lu Chun. Brother Chun, he exclaimed involuntarily. Lu Chun also heard his voice. Turning in surprise, Ren Feng? What are you doing here? Never mind, there's no time for that. You arrived just in time. Help me deal with this bald thief. With that, Lu Chun waved his right hand, summoning the 100-ghost banner. Howls of anguish filled the air as countless spirits surged forth from the banner, rushing towards Jinhu. Reinforcements. Jinhu cast a sidelong glance at Ren Feng. Glaring fiercely at Lu Chun, he chanted a brief Buddhist incantation, radiating a brilliant golden light. The swarm of spirits collided with him, and, akin to butter on a hot iron, they were instantly incinerated. Child's play, Jinhu sneered, unleashing a golden palm that illuminated the surrounding sky. In response, Lu Chun struck out with a blood-red palm, infused with an overwhelming aura of malice, charging directly at Jinhu's golden hand. Boom. The two forces collided, producing a thunderous sound that nearly sent Ren Feng tumbling down. Why do I feel this is a blunder? Ren Feng pondered, reflecting on whether the old monk had indeed discovered him. Observing the fierce confrontation between the two, it seemed more likely that the one who had been noticed was Lu Chun, not him. What a calamity! Had I known, I would have remained hidden. Ren Feng felt an urge to stomp his feet in frustration, yet he was utterly helpless. The situation was dire, and he had no choice but to act. Although he was perplexed as to why Lu Chun was here and so incensed, it was evident that Jinhu had mistaken him for Lu Chun's accomplice and would not spare him. As their palms clashed, Lu Chun, merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was no match for the renowned Jinhu of the Foundation establishment stage. The blood-red palm was dispersed in mere seconds, while Jinhu's golden hand only dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Lu Chun remained unfazed, shaking the 100 Ghosts banner once more, unleashing 10 formidable spirits from the Qi refinement stage. After annihilating the Qin family, he had refined the souls of 5 Qi refinement cultivators, including Bai Gongfeng, into the banner. Another wave of ghostly wails erupted as 3 spirits charged at Jinhu's golden palm, while the remaining 7 surged towards him. With a hum, Lu Chun formed a seal, unleashing a volley of dark flames that burned as black as ink, shimmering with a hint of purple within, far more potent than Ren Feng's. The 3 spirits clawed and bit at the golden palm, which was nearly extinguished. With Lu Chun's power behind it, the dark flames exploded in the sky, hurtling directly towards Jinhu. What a wicked force. No wonder he is the son of that demon, Lu Guang. Jinhu seemed reluctant to confront the dark flames head-on, deftly wielding his staff to deflect them. I shall assist you. Ren Feng, fully aware that Lu Chun was no match for Jinhu, knew he could not allow Jinhu to gain the upper hand. Ren Feng unleashed a sphere of dark fire, albeit not as dense as Lu Chun's. Yet its vast expanse transformed the entire sky into what appeared to be a pitch-black fire cloud. Ren Feng, have you truly advanced your cultivation so swiftly? Lu Chun exclaimed with delight. The eerie wails and howls emanating from the dark fire indicated that Ren Feng had already made significant progress. Now, how would Jinhu have aided? As anticipated, constrained by the multitude of vengeful spirits, Jinhu could only disperse a minuscule portion of the dark flames. Soon, the fire enveloped him, eliciting a cry of agony. Just as Ren Feng prepared to intensify the flames, he heard Jinhu recite a Buddhist chant. A golden bell emerged from Jinhu's body, expanding rapidly, and swiftly extinguished the dark fire. Ren Feng hastily withdrew, only to discover that the essence of his dark fire had sustained damage. This was a secret technique of the Buddhist sect, the Golden Bell Shield. Lu Chun recognized the technique Jinhu had employed at a glance. The Golden Bell Shield, derived from a similarly named Buddhist body refinement method, had been modified to incorporate the radiance of merit, rendering it impervious to evil. As the Golden Bell Shield manifested, not only did Ren Feng's dark fire lose its efficacy, but the attacking speed of Lu Chun's vengeful spirits also began to wane. Amidst the vengeful spirits' assault, their spiritual forms gradually weakened, evidently constrained by the radiance of merit. Come back. Lu Chun dared not allow the vengeful spirits to continue their assault. Should they exhaust their strength, his own power would diminish significantly. As he spoke, a blood-red bone spear appeared in his hand, clearly intent on engaging Jinhu in close combat. Commander, draw him down to the ground. Ren Feng brandished his 7-star blade, joining the fray. Bai Su, the great black beast, could not fly. If they could lure the old monk to the ground, he would face a 1-to-4 scenario. Excellent. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization, recalling that Ren Feng possessed the dark corpse technique. While engaging in a relentless exchange with the monk's staff, Lu Chen feigned weakness, descending toward the ground. Where do you think you're going, demon? Jin Hu, evidently convinced, confidently pursued Lu Chen. He was no martial monk. Close combat at this level was not his forte, and with the opportunity to dominate a lower realm opponent, he would not let it slip away. As their altitude decreased, Ren Feng joined the battle. The clash of metal resounded, and Ren Feng gazed in astonishment at Jin Hu's staff. It was an exceptional magical artifact. Such artifacts, often found in the possession of golden core stage cultivators, represented the pinnacle of items beneath the category of treasures. To find one in the hands of this fellow was unexpected. The old monk was quite affluent. Ren Feng sneered, exerting greater force in his grip. What? Jin Hu was equally astonished. Was this not a mere chi refinement stage cultivator? How could he possess such tremendous strength? Sensing impending doom, he sought to ascend, but Ren Feng and Lu Chen would not grant him that opportunity. Both exerted their might, causing Jin Hu's hands to tingle with pain, especially Ren Feng, seizing the moment as Jin Hu winced. He struck the monk's bald head forcefully with the back of his blade, producing a resounding boom from the golden bell, sending Jin Hu crashing to the ground. You have reached the late chi refinement stage and cultivated the heavenly valley battle body. Lu Chen felt a formidable power emanating from Ren Feng, even more potent than his own, leaving him astounded. It's merely a fortunate encounter, Ren Feng casually explained. Nodding in agreement, Lu Chen found this rationale plausible. After all, Ren Feng had always been elusive during their time in the mountain stronghold, clearly a restless spirit, so an extraordinary experience was not out of the question. Naturally, he had little time for such musings. With a formidable adversary looming, he wished fervently that Ren Feng were an established foundational cultivator. How splendid that would be. Yet, Lu Chen recognized the impracticality of such a wish as they soared toward the landing site by the Golden Lake. With a thunderous roar, Ren Feng released Bai Su and Dehei the moment they touched down. What? A carp from the Golden Lake sprang up, its expression shifting in alarm as it beheld the approaching figures of the two corpses. Aren't you practitioners of the Tiangu Dao? How could you possibly wield the arts of the Yin Corpse sect? Your words are of no concern to me, Ren Feng declared, brandishing the 7-star blade as he charged after the two corpses toward the Golden Lake. Chapter 31. The Thunderstorm Pearl Saves Lives. Jin Hu, aware of his inability to withstand the assault of 4 adversaries, contemplated a hasty retreat into the skies. However, Lu Chen was not inclined to grant him such mercy. At that moment, Jin Hu's protective barrier had dissipated, and a horde of vengeful spirits emerged to obstruct his escape. Roar. Dehei sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Jin Hu and immediately transformed into his beastly form, charging towards him with ferocity. Clang. The claws of the specter collided with Lu Chen's staff, producing a resonating clang of metal against metal. Gur. Bai Su, not to be outdone, unleashed a torrent of toxic gas from his mouth, aimed directly at Jin Hu's face. Jin Hu instinctively held his breath, wielding his staff in an effort to disperse the noxious fumes. Yet, as the poison was momentarily cleared, Bai Su surged forward. Roar. Ren Feng commanded him to activate the blood-boiling technique, causing Bai Su's power to surge as if he were a foundational-level cultivator. What? Jin Hu gasped in astonishment. If he could scarcely withstand the physical prowess of a mere chi refinement stage specter, how could he contend with one who had transcended to the foundational stage? Disregarding the spirits above that sought to hinder him, Jin Hu valiantly ascended, bearing the pain of his wounds. The Bai family rogue spirit, swift in its pursuit, seized the opportunity to viciously bite down, tearing into Jin Hu's right arm until it was a bloody mess. Nevertheless, Jin Hu managed to lift off the ground. Sky Valley's evil cultivators. I admit I underestimated you, but do not forget, I am a foundational level cultivator. With that declaration, Jin Hu retracted his staff and produced a wooden fish, chanting, Infinite Pine Crane Buddha, praise the Pine Crane Buddha. The Buddha's Dharma is boundless. Dong, dong, dong. Jin Hu synchronized his movements with his incantation, and a colossal phantom of a Buddha materialized above him, characterized by long eyebrows that reached his shoulders and fierce, wide-open eyes. In his left hand was a golden alms bowl, while his right wielded a vajra, both swirling in the void. Hiss. Lu Chun was the first to falter. Having practiced dark arts for years, he bore a heavy karmic weight that rendered him particularly susceptible to such stimuli. The relentless chanting of Jin Hu's sutras caused his head to throb painfully. "Silence yourself." The 100-ghost banner fluttered, and the chilling wind howled as he summoned countless minor spirits to shield his ears and eyes, seeking respite. Roar. Meanwhile, Bai Su and Dahei were not faring any better. Although they had gained merit from Ren Feng by vanquishing zombies, their inherent Yin attributes remained unchanged. The incessant recitation of the sutras in the sky left them dizzy, rolling on the ground in disarray. Dahei even emitted plumes of white smoke, sizzling as the Buddha's light seared his flesh. Return. Recognizing that it was futile to leave Bai Su and Dahei exposed to such torment, Ren Feng recalled the two spirits, focusing his mental strength to counter Jin Hu's soul attack. With his own merit bolstering him, Ren Feng knew that Jin Hu's accumulated merit was unlikely to surpass his own. His sole concern lay in the soul wave attack triggered by Jin Hu's rhythmic strikes on the wooden fish. From the intensity of the amplified soul power, it was evident that this wooden fish was at least a superior-grade magical artifact. Truly extravagant. Ren Feng concentrated his soul force, bracing himself for the confrontation as his spirit, having undergone multiple enhancements, barely managed to withstand the onslaught. A mere chi refinement practitioner possesses such a formidable soul? Jin Hu, noticing the unusual activity, found his interest piqued, directing his soul attacks towards him. "Silence, you fool." With the pressure on Lu Chun alleviated, he immediately hurled the blood-red bone spear, overestimating his capabilities. Jin Hu scoffed derisively, as the phantom of the great Buddha behind him wielded the Vajra pestle, effortlessly knocking the bone spear aside. What? Lu Chun retrieved the bone spear, only to realize that after being tainted by the Buddha's radiance, it had diminished from a high-grade magical artifact to a mid-grade one, and would take at least a year and a half to restore. "Surrender willingly. This monk shall escort you to the dungeon, where you will reunite with Lu Guang in 5 days' time. Then, you shall embark on your journey together." Jin Hu's smile broadened, as if he could already envision the moment he received his substantial rewards. 5 days? Set to embark. Ren Feng was taken aback. Wasn't it said they were still imprisoned? How could they be executed? Did Chengzhou possess such power? He turned to seek confirmation from Lu Chun, only to find him nodding gravely. It was indeed true. No, he absolutely could not allow himself to be captured. Once imprisoned in the dungeon, there would be no hope of escape, especially considering he might encounter a Foundation establishment practitioner from the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau, adept at soul-searching techniques. The thought of the zombie world being exposed sent chills down Ren Feng's spine as he envisioned the fate that awaited him. What could possibly save him? While fending off Jin Hu's attacks, Ren Feng rummaged through his storage pouch, hoping to find something to turn the tide. A speed talisman. Useless. He would surely be pursued. A blood-boiling pill, to briefly enhance his strength? Also futile. Jin Hu would undoubtedly outlast him. Why were all these items so ineffectual? Despair engulfed Ren Feng. Was he truly destined to perish here? Wait. The thunderstorm pearl. Suddenly, he spotted the thunderstorm pearl he had snatched from Chun Jian's grasp in the corner of his storage pouch. This treasure was originally intended by the Qin family for auction in Suijun, regarded as their hope for ascending to a foundational family. The reason was simple. This pearl contained the sealed thunder tribulation encountered during a Foundation establishment practitioner's breakthrough. Utilizing 3 consecutively could potentially trigger the tribulation prematurely, ensuring the opponent's certain demise if they lacked adequate preparation. Its only drawback was that activation was somewhat slow, allowing the opponent an opportunity to escape. However, this would pose no issue for Ren Feng. He still possessed the celestial binding rope. "Lu Chun, obstruct him for me," Ren Feng conveyed through thought. Although puzzled, Lu Chun complied. The 100-ghost banner surged continuously, unleashing its spectral beings. Now, the celestial binding rope shot forth like a sinuous serpent, aiming directly for Jin Hu. "You think to thwart me? Not a chance." Jin Hu believed Ren Feng aimed to hinder his assault, boldly attempting to intercept the celestial binding rope head-on. Little did he realize, Ren Feng's true intent was to prevent him from escaping upon sighting the thunderstorm pearl. Bind. As Ren Feng executed the incantation, Jin Hu's hand, which had been striking the wooden fish, was suddenly ensnared. But that was not the end. The celestial binding rope continued to extend, ensnaring half of Jin Hu's body. "Did you think you could escape like this?" Jin Hu sneered, his entire being pulsating with magical energy, though both were mid-grade magical artifacts. The activation during the Chi refinement stage and the Foundation establishment stage represented 2 entirely different concepts. Within 3 breaths, he would shatter this object. Who said I was going to flee? Ren Feng chuckled sinisterly, drawing the thunderstorm pearl from behind his back, while Jin, who was busy with his idle chatter. He had already begun infusing energy into the thunderstorm pearl. With just one more breath, he could trigger its explosion. The thunderstorm pearl. Both Jin Hu and Lu Chun exclaimed in unison, though one was filled with dread while the other experienced delight. I almost forgot you possessed this. Feeling the dense aura of annihilation emanating from the thunderstorm pearl, Lu Chun felt a surge of confidence, undeterred by the potential loss of his specters. Focusing solely on restraining Jin Hu, simultaneously sensing the lethal energy within the thunderstorm pearl, Jin Hu struggled violently. One thunderstorm pearl required his utmost caution. How could he contend with 3? Having just recently broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, a single bolt of tribulation lightning could spell his doom. How about this? I will let you go if you return the thunderstorm pearl. Not a chance. Ren Feng sneered. This object had nearly brought about his demise. And now Jin Hu thought he could nonchalantly negotiate his release? In your dreams. The thunderstorm pearl was now fully charged, and with a powerful sweep of his hand, 3 streaks of blinding light surged towards Jin Hu. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chun immediately recalled all his specters. Tribulation lightning does not distinguish between friend and foe. And heavenly thunder is especially lethal to specters. Aha. Seeing the specters vanish, Jin Hu was overjoyed, having expended his lifespan to successfully break free from the celestial binding rope. He found himself unimpeded and ready to flee. However, just as he lowered his gaze, he noticed 3 streaks of violent blue light racing toward him. What? Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 32. The Inheritance of the Golden Core Stage. Who isn't tempted is a fool. Run. As the first thunderclap erupted, Ren Feng urgently called for Lu Chun to flee. It is essential to understand that once all 3 thunderstorm pearls detonated, it could very well summon a tribulation. At that moment, not even the Golden Lake would be able to escape. Consequently, both resorted to their utmost means. Ren Feng summoned Bai Su, who half buried himself in the earth while Ren Feng perched upon his neck, moving swiftly. Lu Chun conjured a sinister wind to assist him, as ghostly figures formed a dark cloud that carried him away into the distance. It should be about time. Ren Feng dismounted, gazing at the gathering tribulation clouds in the sky ahead, a look of relief spreading across his face. Indeed, my brother Ren Feng, you have been of immense help. Lu Chun, too, observed the brewing tribulation lightning with an expression of vengeance fulfilled. Speaking of which, Brother Chen, when you yelled about that thieving bald man harming your father, what was that all about? Ren Feng produced 2 blood jade stones for their recovery, with the 4th tribulation lightning having struck, essentially marking the death sentence for the Golden Lake. The 2 found a moment to sit down and converse. It goes like this. Lu Chun accepted the blood jade and began to speak slowly. After failing to rescue Lu Guang, Lu Chun had not given up on seeking further opportunities for his rescue. However, what he did not expect was to hear of his father's tragic fate. To understand this, we must begin with the extermination of his family. While the Guo family was clearing the ruins of the Qin family, they discovered traces of the operations of the Heavenly Valley Path. Upon further verification, it was confirmed that the Black Wind Stronghold was an organization formed by scattered personnel of the Heavenly Valley Path. Yet, the Guo family chose not to report this. Instead, they seized the opportunity to inform Lu Chun of significant news. The government of Qinzhou County, after capturing Lu Guang, failed to report his execution in a timely manner. One reason, naturally, was the concern that he might unleash some unpredictable lethal move in his dying moments. The second reason was that Lu Guang had knowledge of the fall of a Golden Core Master. If it had been any other master, it might not have mattered. But the Heavenly Valley Path had substantial expenses, and most masters and leaders had little savings for nurturing their disciples and cultivating. However, as fate would have it, this particular master was named Qiantan. Aptly named for his miserly nature, he had few subordinates to begin with, and after being pursued by the court, 3 had already fled, leaving him with a considerable fortune. Moreover, he was infatuated with his daughter, who was reportedly on the verge of successfully establishing her foundation. He had spent heavily to procure a Dragon Tiger solidifying essence pill, which could enhance the probability of breaking through to the Golden Core stage by 40%. At this juncture, news of his resentment had spread among his subordinates, and thus, not only did the Heavenly Supervisory Bureau intensify its efforts to apprehend him, but numerous sects also rallied under the banner of purging evil and eradicating rebels to pursue him. Breaking through from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage is inherently arduous, 6 out of 10 foundation establishment cultivators end their lives within that stage. And only 3 in 10 have the opportunity to form a false core. Ultimately, it is only that remaining 10%, with profound foundations, who possess the chance to successfully form a golden core, thus qualifying to establish their own sect and assert dominance in their realm. The difficulty of forming a golden core lies in the lack of a perfect foundation. When the roots are incomplete, the success rate is significantly diminished compared to ancient cultivators. The legendary Dragon Tiger Essence Pill astonishingly enhances the probability of success by 40%. Who among us would not feel envious upon witnessing such a marvel? Not only the foundation-building cultivators, but even those who have attained the golden core stage often find themselves yearning for a close foundation-building junior. In a moment, from the esteemed elders of the late golden core stage to the leaders of the various factions within the foundation establishment period, they all pursue the avaricious money grabber relentlessly. Yet, this money grabber possessed an exceptional talent for concealment, adept at hiding wealth, and equally skilled in the art of evasion, managing to feign death and escape into a realm of illusions. Initially, the cultivators were filled with insatiable desire, striving to locate the money grabber and claim their share of his fortune. However, as time stretched on without any news, they gradually relinquished their hopes. Little did they know that the illusion into which the money grabber had fled was the same one that Lu Guang used to evade capture. Furthermore, the money grabber had been poisoned within, and it was certain that he would meet his demise within a few years. Upon Lu Guang's emergence, he conspired with 2 familiar captains to divide the inheritance of the money grabber. Although their words were sweet, promising to share both hardships and fortunes, their true intention was to poison the 2 and claim everything for themselves. Unbeknownst to them, their counterparts were not to be underestimated. One of them had already surrendered to the Qingzhou prefecture, hoping to redeem himself through this matter. Enraged, Lu Guang and his companion executed the traitor. However, it was too late. The Qingzhou prefecture's authorities, in collaboration with the local branch of the Heavenly Monitor and the 3 great foundation-building families within the city, encircled them. The other captain, unaware of their precise location, managed to escape, while the forces of Qingzhou gathered to capture Lu Guang, subjecting him to relentless interrogation day and night. Initially, they feared that Lu Guang might self-destruct, jeopardizing their chances of gain, so their interrogation methods were relatively gentle. However, after Lu Chen's prison break, they feared that the escaped captain might return to rescue him, which would prevent them from obtaining the Golden Core cultivator's inheritance. Moreover, disclosing this incident could lead to punitive measures from higher authorities, as the Qingzhou prefecture had concealed the matter to monopolize the money grabber's treasures. Consequently, they intensified their interrogation tactics, employing sinister methods of soul-searching and curses. They issued Lu Guang a final ultimatum: if he did not reveal the location of the illusion within 5 days, it would be a mutual destruction, and none would lay claim to the inheritance. The executioners would be the very cultivators guarding the dungeon, including the only martial monk of the Songha Temple's elite, Elder Jin Gang. Previously mentioned, the Guo family had connections within the government, and it was rumored that they too wished to partake in the spoils, but lacked the capital to join the fray. Moreover, as their trade routes were obstructed by the Qin family, their waning strength rendered participation even less feasible. In their frustration, they initially sought to hire an external force, the Black Wind Stronghold, to eliminate the obstacles. Unexpectedly, they stumbled upon the fact that the Black Wind Stronghold was affiliated with the Tiangu path. Seizing the opportunity, they informed Lu Chen, expressing their willingness to cooperate in the prison break on the day of the execution, hoping to share in the Golden Core inheritance. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was initially enraged, furious that his father had endured such inhumane treatment at the hands of the Qingzhou prefecture. He was equally incensed that his father had not confided in him but instead disclosed such matters to outsiders, even allowing them to take advantage of the situation. Weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chen ultimately agreed to their request. Subsequently, there were reports from the Guo family indicating that Elder Jin Gang had taken leave to return to the sect. Lu Chen stealthily approached to gather information, only to discover that the other party intended to summon Master Jin Han from Songha Temple. The party had a profound understanding of soul techniques and hoped that Jin Han would lie in ambush at the execution ground, waiting for the opportune moment to capture the remnants of Lu Guang's soul. Should this plan succeed, the inheritance left by the greedy Qian would be completely monopolized by Songha Temple. Upon learning of this, Lu Chen was overwhelmed with anxiety and prepared to flee, fearing discovery. However, despite his efforts to conceal his presence upon taking flight, he was detected by Jin Hu. Had it not been for Ren Feng's fortuitous presence, he might have lost his life that day. By the way, what brings you to Sangha Temple as well? Ren Feng no longer concealed his intentions. Revealing his cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, I experienced a fortuitous encounter that elevated my cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Initially, I aimed for a direct foundation establishment, but unexpectedly, I expanded my dantian instead. Unsure of what this signified, I sought to consult texts for clarity. The books in the market were too recent, and the government maintained strict vigilance. After much contemplation, I realized that only the extensive library tower at Sangha Temple would suffice. I see, Lu Chen nodded. Have you discovered any results? Have you heard of the perfect foundation establishment? Naturally, it is said that in ancient times, every cultivator could achieve a perfect foundation. But do you know why? Why? In ancient times, the Qi refinement realm did not consist of merely 9 levels as it does now, but rather 13. Ren Feng recounted the information he had encountered to Lu Chen. By sheer happenstance, I have cultivated to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Brother Ren Feng, you possess incredible fortune. Lu Chen exclaimed with envy and immense joy, for Ren Feng was not only a trusted soldier of his father but also his subordinate. With Ren Feng's presence, the success rate of the operation at the execution ground in 5 days would be significantly enhanced. Brother Ren Feng, given this, in 5 days, safeguarding the safety of Commander Chu is indeed the responsibility of us loyal soldiers. Ren Feng asserted with righteous fervor. However, a thought lingered unspoken in his heart. Who wouldn't covet the inheritance of the Golden Core stage? Chapter 33, The Spirit Stone Vein in the Zombie World. Lu Chen was well aware of Ren Feng's thoughts, yet at this moment, an additional ally was invaluable. He feigned camaraderie, draping an arm over Ren Feng's shoulder. Brother Ren Feng, your loyalty is unparalleled. Once we rescue my father, I shall beseech him to appoint you as the chief commander, with myself as your deputy commander. Such flattering words. Yet who could deny that Lu Chen was the sole heir of the commander, making his position merely titular? How could I presume? Such is the duty of a subordinate. If the chief commander does not mind, I shall gladly serve as your assistant. My dear Ren Feng. Lu Chen feigned a look of being deeply moved. In that case, I shall certainly request my father to reward you handsomely. Thank you, Chief Commander. I must attend to some matters, so we shall part ways here. Coincidentally, I too have affairs to address. Let us reconvene at the stronghold. The two exchanged polite farewells, radiating an air of camaraderie. A quarter of an hour later, the thunderclouds dissipated, and the two met once again. The scene was devoid of anything but a charred corpse, utterly consumed by the lightning strike. With even the storage pouch reduced to ash, they exchanged awkward smiles. Isn't this a coincidence, Chief Commander? You too happened upon this place. Indeed, indeed. I came to ascertain whether he was truly dead. And you are? I too came to verify his demise. Now we can rest assured. Let us return to the stronghold. Together then. Upon their return to the stronghold, Lu Chen convened a meeting to inform everyone of the impending heist scheduled for 5 days hence. Some voiced their reluctance, but Lu Chen swiftly brandished the 100-ghost flag, and the opposition fell silent. He then publicly announced Ren Feng's prowess, declaring him the deputy commander for the upcoming endeavor. To ensure their readiness, Ren Feng distributed a portion of blood jade among the crowd to expedite their strength enhancement. The assembly, including Bai Xian, erupted in cheers. Bai Xian's gaze towards Ren Feng transformed from shock upon learning of his 10th level of Qi refinement to one of admiration upon receiving the blood jade. I truly cannot compare. Having accepted reality, Bai Xian was the first to raise his cup. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on your promotion. In my youthful ignorance, I may have wronged Deputy Commander Ren. I humbly ask for your forgiveness and shall follow your command henceforth. Ma Changxing, unwilling to be outshined, raised his cup in celebration of Ren Feng's elevation. The others, having received the blood jade, seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with their future leader, toasting to Ren Feng in succession. In this manner, Lu Chen, the chief commander, found himself overshadowed as the gazes directed at Ren Feng turned increasingly unfriendly. His authority over this group now rested solely on strength and the commander's blood seal, while Ren Feng had undeniably won the hearts of the people. Over time, who would truly command the loyal troops? Lu Chen began to regret his decisions. However, having spoken, altering his stance would only diminish his standing further in the eyes of the crowd. Leading this team would prove challenging. A cold glare swept over the gathered loyal troops, a fleeting chill flickering in Lu Chen's eyes. In the dead of night, as the banquet was cleared away, everyone returned to their quarters, preparing for the prison break set to unfold in 5 days. Ren Feng returned to the world of zombies. Siphoning the corpse poison from Xiao Jin, he transformed it into a heart-eating goo, making it not only easier to control, but also enabling communication. So, is this your first time experiencing such spiritual energy fluctuations? Ren Feng retracted the energy in his hand. Indeed, Xiao Jin nodded, inching closer to catch a whiff of the scent. If that is the case, Ren Feng gazed into the distance, contemplating that this world should be devoid of other cultivators. Xiao Jin had seen spirit stones before. Although the spiritual energy contained within was even more diluted than that of inferior spirit stones, they were undoubtedly spirit stones. To Ren Feng, however, they resembled used spirit stones. Yet, Xiao Jin was at Jiangxing Medical University. If his opponent had utilized spirit stones, it would be impossible for Xiao Jin not to have experienced the fluctuations of spiritual energy. Do you know where the grove where they discovered spirit stones at Jiangxing Medical University is? I do, but... Xiao Jin rubbed his hands together and licked his lips, clearly yearning for blood jade. Dream on. Take me there quickly. Ren Feng commanded the heart-eating goo to take a sharp bite, and Xiao Jin immediately complied, indicating the direction. Why is this thing so heavy? In the sky? Ren Feng grasped Xiao Jin by the neck, exerting effort with both hands, limited to low-altitude flight. I've already become lighter, you know. Xiao Jin retorted, maintaining his stance. After consuming the blood jade, he had rolled over to sleep, only to awaken and discover he had shrunk a bit, yet his strength had increased. This was why he still craved blood jade. If he could return to his former size, he would be able to frolic joyously with those mutated female rats. Little did Ren Feng know of his thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely accuse him of being lecherous. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Ren Feng, while Xiao Jin shivered, an ominous premonition washing over him. No, please, no, squeak. I'm so scared. As Ren Feng ascended higher, the biting wind brushed against Xiao Jin's face. But that was not the worst of it. Ren Feng produced the binding immortal rope and proceeded to hoist Xiao Jin up, without needing to exert force. His speed increased significantly. Below, a zombie suddenly felt a chill on its head, reaching up to touch it, only to encounter a damp sensation. Roar? It attempted to take a lick, and a pungent odor wafted forth. Yell. In that moment, yet another wounded zombie joined the ranks. We've arrived, master. Please let me down. Now he acknowledges me as master? Ren Feng shot him a glance, gradually descending to the ground. Humph, this scent, it's even more potent. Upon reaching the grove's entrance, Xiao Jin twitched his nose, immediately dashing excitedly into the depths. Keeping pace with Xiao Jin, Ren Feng began to sense something amiss. The concentration of spiritual energy here had inexplicably increased. Is there a gathering formation? No, there are no signs of any formations being laid. Ren Feng confidently assessed while continuing deeper into the grove. Rustle, chirp, cross. The air was filled with the cacophony of various birds and beasts. As an array of mutated creatures passed by him, seemingly intrigued by this peculiar outsider. Is this truly a mutated beast? To ensure his safety, Ren Feng restrained the aura of his cultivation. Yet, these mutated creatures did not attack. Rather, some curiously perched on branches, observing him with interest. From their eyes, Ren Feng discerned a trace of spiritual energy that did not belong to them. Suddenly, a series of grinding sounds echoed, and Ren Feng located Xiao Jin, who was on the ground gnawing on a massive stone, exuding an expression of sheer delight. What are you gnawing on? Be quiet. Ren Feng grasped Xiao Jin by the neck, dropping a stone as large as a human head onto the ground. Another spiritual stone? As Ren Feng sensed the spiritual energy within, he realized that unlike the previous small stones, this one contained a concentration of spiritual energy that nearly rivaled that of a low-grade spiritual stone. He attempted to absorb it and found it to be effortless, instantly consuming all the spiritual energy within. A mid-grade spiritual stone. Holding the discarded stone in his hand, Ren Feng spoke in disbelief. He had once been fortunate enough to possess a mid-grade spiritual stone, which contained far fewer impurities than a low-grade stone, with an absorption speed remarkably similar to this one. However, the spiritual energy content was directly proportional to its impurity level. Ah, Xiao Jin, where are you going? Another one. Turning around, he saw Xiao Jin kick a mutated squirrel aside, seizing the spiritual stone from its mouth to devour it. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the mutated beasts were speckled with traces of spiritual stone powder. Could this place possibly be? Ren Feng settled into a meditative position, extending his spiritual tendrils beneath the surface of the ground. As his tendrils explored a wider area, he sensed countless points of spiritual energy, both large and small. This is A spiritual stone vein. Chapter 34. The zombie world and the revival of spiritual energy. Ren Feng expanded the range of his soul's exploration to its maximum. Yet he still could not reach its limits. "Dehei, dig there," he commanded. "Huh? What do you mean?" Dehei responded, perplexed. "Stop talking nonsense," Ren Feng urged. Reluctantly, Dehei transformed, manifesting his claws, and began to dig frantically in the area designated by Ren Feng. "What is this big oaf doing?" Xiao Jin wondered, glancing at Dehei and then at Ren Feng. "You'll find out soon enough," Ren Feng smiled, indicating a location where something resembling a spiritual stone was buried shallowly. If what Dehei unearthed resembled what Xiao Jin had consumed, then he could be certain that this was indeed a vein of spiritual stones. Before long, Dehei emitted an excited bark, and Xiao Jin, catching a familiar scent, dashed toward the pit. With a growl, Dehei seemed to challenge Xiao Jin, then placed the glowing stone in Ren Feng's hand. Indeed, it was a spiritual stone. Ren Feng attempted to absorb it, however. The absorption was not as swift as with the previous stone, resembling more that of a low-grade spiritual stone. With this, he could essentially conclude that this was undoubtedly a vein of spiritual stones, and one that was still developing. "I understand now," Ren Feng exclaimed. Feeling the significantly denser spiritual energy in the forest compared to the outside world, he began to grasp the reason behind the outbreak of the zombie virus in this realm. No, strictly speaking, the crisis was not solely due to the virus, but rather the spiritual energy. Indeed, Ren Feng surmised that this world was experiencing a resurgence of spiritual energy. This unfamiliar energy served as nourishment and the foundation for cultivation for him. Yet for the creatures in this world, who had never encountered spiritual energy, it was akin to poison. Those with weaker constitutions suffered under the baptism of spiritual energy. Their brains damaged while their physical forms were enhanced, leaving them with only the instinct to consume, thus transforming into zombies. Conversely, those with stronger physiques or unique constitutions remained unharmed, surviving and even awakening special abilities to become empowered beings. The same principle applied to mutated beasts. While their physical attributes may surpass those of humans, their intelligence was limited. Therefore, in the initial stages of spiritual energy infusion, they often became bloodthirsty and violent. Only a select few, who had formed deep bonds with their masters before the resurgence, retained their intellect and, in some cases, even exhibited protective instincts toward their masters. As the prolonged exposure to spiritual energy continued, these creatures would gradually adapt, regaining their intelligence and even becoming more sentient. The beings inhabiting this forest were likely examples of such adaptation. Furthermore, Xiao Jin was likely not a mere ancestral sky-devouring rat, but rather evolving towards that form, becoming an ancestor in its own right. This vein of spiritual stones, too, could potentially transform from a low-grade to a medium-grade spiritual stone vein as the resurgence of spiritual energy deepened. Upon this realization, Ren Feng exhaled with relief. Since this realm had undergone a resurgence of spiritual energy, he need not concern himself with the presence of advanced cultivators. In this world of zombies, he remained the sole practitioner, at least for the time being. As for whether humanity would eventually develop methods to harness this burgeoning spiritual energy, that was of no consequence to him. By that time, his own cultivation would have likely soared to unimaginable heights. Furthermore, the zombie world might yield various rare treasures in the future, all of which would be his for the taking. This was not an apocalypse. It was clearly a treasure trove brimming with new riches. Even the spiritual stone vein beneath his feet, given time, could transform into a low-grade or even mid-grade spiritual stone mine. Every golden core faction in the Dunyuan continent, be it a family or sect, had established itself by at least occupying a low-grade spiritual stone vein, as long as he could survive in due course. The entire planet's spiritual stone veins would belong to him. What kind of power could he then amass? Nascent soul? Or perhaps transformation? Ren Feng dared not dwell on such thoughts, feeling only that a promising future was approaching him. The sole method to embrace this future was to endure and survive. On this point, Ren Feng felt a sense of confidence. After a time, he composed himself and returned to Jiangcheng No. 1 building with Xiao Jin. After all, those aspirations felt somewhat distant. For now, the zombie world could serve as his garden for refining corpses and accumulating merits. With 5 days remaining until the calamity. In the zombie world, that translated to 50 days. As long as he had sufficient blood jade, he could cultivate to the 13th level of qi refinement. By then, not even the in-corpse goo worms would deter him. He would boldly proclaim that below the foundation establishment stage, he was invincible and above it. A one-for-one exchange was his guarantee. Restarting the blood absorption array, Ren Feng began to voraciously absorb the blood energy of the zombies. Unbeknownst to him, half a month slipped by, and his cultivation successfully broke through to the 11th level of Qi refinement. His Dantian space had also expanded to twice its size at the 10th level, awaiting fulfillment. Just as Ren Feng prepared to continue absorbing blood jade, an ominous sensation suddenly washed over him. Someone had triggered the alarm array he had set up at his residence. Awakened in an instant, Ren Feng transformed into a streak of light and departed the zombie world. In the Dunyuan continent. Is the vice general here? Knock, knock. The alarm array had been set 3 zhang away from his room, and the timing of its activation coincided perfectly with his return to the Dunyuan continent. This was indeed the first activation. He had previously worried that the array would lose connection across worlds. Who? Come in. Hearing himself addressed as vice general, he could immediately rule out Lu Qin, Ma Changxing, and Bai Xian. That left only the other 4 subordinates of Lu Qin, though he was uncertain of their intentions. It is I, Xiong Kaiwei. The door swung open, revealing a burly man who entered with an awkward grin. Xiong Kaiwei, a figure etched in memory, was one who, upon their first meeting, extolled his generosity, proclaiming that he was at one's service should any need arise. Originally a mere laborer of Tiangu Valley, he had diligently practiced the Tiangu battle techniques until his latent talent for cultivation was discovered, leading to his elevation as a personal guard. Usually reticent, his unexpected approach at this moment was surprising. Is there something you wish to discuss? With a swift motion, Xiong Kaiwei rolled up his sleeve, revealing a cascade of spirit stones and several vials of elixirs that clattered to the ground. Ren Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering the intention behind this display. Was it an attempt to bribe him? What could a mere deputy general, yet to assume his post, possibly possess that warranted such an offering? Xiong Kaiwei had encountered dignitaries before. This modest gift was but a token of respect. What do you mean? If your intentions are unclear, kindly take your belongings and leave. In a perilous moment, unexpected risks could not be tolerated. If misfortune were to befall him due to a moment of greed over these trifles, it would be an outcome he wished to avoid. However, the moment Ren Feng's words left his lips, Xiong Kaiwei abruptly clung to his leg, weeping fervently, "My lord, save me. What are you doing? Get up." Ren Feng, somewhat disdainful, kicked him away. Had he been a beautiful woman, it would have been another matter entirely. But a burly man? Yet, he found himself intrigued by Xiong Kaiwei's words. Save you from what? They are coming for us. What? Chapter 35, Lu Qin's Malevolence. The Great Formation breeds the Corpse King. Is Lu Qin truly intent on your demise? Has he lost his sanity? As the day for rescuing Lu Guang approaches, rather than hastening his own strength, Lu Qin chooses to slay his subordinates. Is this not madness? Feng Gu, you have been secluded and unaware. Ever since that day of the banquet, Lu Qin has descended the mountain with the 100 Ghost banner. By sheer coincidence, I was in dire need and followed him discreetly. The result? At this point, a look of sheer terror crossed Xiong Kaiwei's face. He has blood sacrificed the villages at the foot of the mountain to the 100 Ghosts banner, inciting a torrent of resentment and elevating his cultivation to the peak of Qi refinement. Furthermore, those 300 strong men, who had practiced the Tiangu battle strategy, had their souls consumed by Lu Qin, transformed into human puppets. I was so frightened that I inadvertently made a noise, and he detected me in an instant. Fortunately, that commotion caught the attention of a commanding officer, who took Lu Qin away, which spared me. As he spoke, Xiong Kaiwei's expression shifted to one of palpable dread. Ren Feng nodded in understanding. No wonder the Tiangu sect has fallen to such depths. It is often accompanied by the moniker of evil cultivators. The Tiangu sect claims to embrace all, but in harsher terms, they indiscriminately accept anyone, promoting foundation building to commanding officers and directly appointing core leaders. This has resulted in a mix of members, many like Lu Qin, who seek to enhance their power under the guise of legitimacy, choosing to partake in rebellion. Yet, a dog's nature cannot be changed. In the end, even the faithful will be harmed. Upon hearing the thoughts of the two, Ren Feng could surmise their implications. Lu Qin's intentions were transparent. He was on the verge of a prison break, and the common folk of those villages, who were believers of the Tiangu sect, would merely become burdens to the Black Wind village. By transforming them into spirits within his 100 Ghosts banner, not only could he alleviate the burden, but also augment his strength. The royal family is devoid of virtue, and the common people suffer. Reflecting on those who once harbored dreams of a new era, risking their lives to join the Tiangu sect, only to encounter a leader like Lu Qin, is indeed a tragedy. Ren Feng considered himself decisive in matters of life and death, yet he had not descended to the depths of inhumanity. Were he in charge, he might have incited chaos among these people to divert the government's forces. Although the outcome could still be fatal, it would never be like Lu Chen's method, leading them to perish at the hands of those they believed in. Lu Chen's actions are purely a pursuit of personal gain at a great cost. While it may seem that he has temporarily augmented his power, in truth, what does it yield? Slaughtering innocents only invites karmic retribution, and the news of such atrocities would tarnish the reputation of the Tiangu sect. What is the purpose of this? His life is a gift from the Tiangu sect, and given the chance, he would still wish for its prosperity. Xiong Kaihui's approach to him may have stemmed from this very consideration. With cultivation merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, during the last prison break, had he not fled swiftly, he would likely have been coerced by Lu Chen into self-destruction in the palace's aftermath. Now confronted with this predicament, it is impossible not to feel a sense of dread that Lu Chen might take his life, asserting his dominance. It is futile to claim one is unafraid. As I survey the Black Wind stronghold, whether in terms of cultivation, status, or character, it appears that apart from myself, there are no alternatives left. Very well. Ren Feng accepted the items, and should Lu Chen decide to end your life, I shall intervene on your behalf. Thank you, Brother Xiefeng. I shall not disturb your cultivation any further. The anxious Xiong Kaihui expressed his gratitude before departing, as long as Ren Feng could save him. Even if it were but once, it would suffice. The nature of humanity. Observing the retreating figure of Xiong Kaihui, Ren Feng suddenly felt a pang of concern regarding the prison break. If even the personal guards are so frightened, how much more so the others? Lu Chen's actions are tantamount to courting death. Soon, events would unfold that would validate his apprehensions. Setting aside Ma Changxing and Bai Xian, 2 out of the remaining 3 individuals approached him in succession. They, too, offered treasures and sought refuge, one being at the mid-stage of qi refinement. He accepted their offerings. Who would refuse such unearned benefits? What Ren Feng was unaware of was that during his brief absence, Jiangcheng had descended into chaos. Roar! At the base of Jiangcheng Building No. 1, a colossal zombie, towering nearly 10 feet high, howled at the sky. Over the past fortnight, Ren Feng had been incessantly refining zombies, resulting in a veritable mountain of corpses accumulating at the foot of Jiangcheng Building No. 1. The undead continued to climb higher, eventually reaching the rooftop. A 4th-tier powerful zombie was the first to reach the summit, having consumed the blood used to lure the other zombies, thus significantly enhancing its strength. It then tore down the main flag, devouring its energy entirely, transforming into an entity comparable to an 8th-tier being. With its newfound power, it let out a triumphant howl, setting its sights on the blood jade surrounding the formation. However, the alert Xiao Jin would not allow its sustenance to be snatched away by this monster. A fierce battle ensued, leading to both combatants tumbling from the building, with the gathering zombies deprived of the grand formation's refining and the blood's allure. They scattered in every direction, focusing their attention on the recently relocated Tiangu Dao practitioners nearby. The first to sense the impending danger was Yao Qin, who, after dispatching the initial wave of zombies, hastened back to headquarters to summon reinforcements against the horde. The elite forces of Tiangu Dao proceeded towards the building center. Soon, they encountered Xiao Jin engaged in a relentless struggle with the powerful zombie. The heart-eating goo possessed a faint resonance, and combined with Tian Feng's previous encounter with Xiao Jin, they quickly identified the source of the chaos as this formidable zombie. Although their strongest members were merely at the 4th tier, most wielded ranged abilities, including Sun Feng and the formidable Yin Corpse, King Kong. Moreover, Xiao Jin, occasionally consuming blood jade, had already ascended to the 7th tier, making the conflict with the powerful zombie evenly matched. However, upon becoming the zombie king, the creature's intelligence had drastically increased. Realizing it could not withstand the assault, it summoned a dozen advanced zombies to aid it in battle. Soon, the Tiangu Dao practitioners found themselves at a disadvantage, retreating step by step. Thus, the survivors found themselves unable to attend to the relentless assault of the lowly zombies, and their refuge was besieged repeatedly. Fortunately, although these survivors were mere mortals, their prolonged existence in this apocalyptic world had equipped them with unique strategies to combat the undead, allowing them to swiftly organize a defensive formation. Yet, even this tenuous standoff was soon shattered by the corrosive toxic mist emitted by the formidable zombie. The leaders could not approach the powerful undead at all, and were compelled to retreat to face other zombies, which alleviated some pressure on the beleaguered survivors. Beside the mighty zombie, only Xiao Jin and Jin Gang remained steadfast. Jin Gang, while only marginally comparable to a fifth-tier fighter, was tireless due to being a shadow zombie. He clung tenaciously to the powerful zombie, savagely tearing at its flesh. However, Xiao Jin struggled. Though he was a seventh-tier creature, he was ultimately just a mutated beast. Engaging in a prolonged battle with a foe of a higher tier began to take its toll on his strength, coupled with his inherently timid nature. Thoughts of retreat began to creep into his mind. The onlookers from Fendu were acutely aware of these developments, and their anxiety grew increasingly palpable. With the immortal absent, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of this formidable zombie? Where are you, immortal? Brother immortal, I promise I will no longer act recklessly. Please come and save us. I am still too weak. I must enhance my strength. After sustaining a 30% casualty rate, the surrounding zombies were vanquished. Yet they could not dare step into the toxic mist, left only to await Ren Feng's arrival with bated breath. As they spoke, a sudden pang of anguish gripped their hearts, the sign of the heart-corroding parasite stirring to life. Meanwhile, far away in the chaotic realm of the Dunyuan continent, Ren Feng also sensed the disturbance of the heart-corroding mother parasite within his own pulse. Chapter 36. Baisu battles the Corpse King. Ren Feng seeks to transmit cultivation methods. What is happening? After bidding farewell to the last cultivator, Ren Feng suddenly sensed a peculiar disturbance from the heart-eating goo. Who was calling for me? He had not used any goo on the Chaos Origin continent. Thus, the only entity capable of communicating with him through the heart-eating goo must be from the zombie world. It was astonishing that, despite the vast distance of an entire world between them, the heart-eating goo could still convey messages. Or perhaps, the two worlds are not as far apart as they seem. Could they even be interconnected? Reflecting on the revival of spiritual energy in the zombie world and its depletion in the Chaos Origin continent, Ren Feng felt increasingly convinced that his conjecture was correct. However, now was not the time for such musings. The reaction of the heart-eating mother goo was growing increasingly intense and frequent. This indicated that nearly all those upon whom he had placed goo were calling for him, and the situation might be exceedingly urgent. Ensuring that no one approached his chamber, Ren Feng returned to the zombie world. The blood energy has dissipated? Upon his arrival, he found himself atop a building. And his first reaction was to notice that the thick blood mist enveloping the rooftop had become alarmingly thin. The grand formation was no longer operational. He had left behind a substantial number of spirit stones, yet the formation had ceased to function. Before he could ponder the situation further, he discovered that even the main flag of the formation was missing. What on earth has transpired? Soaring into the air, Ren Feng gazed downwards and immediately observed a fierce battle unfolding below between the mighty zombie and Xiao Jin, alongside the formidable King Kong. In the distance, the leaders of Tiangu Dao were engaged in fervent prayers. What is this creature? Ren Feng's attention was immediately drawn to the mighty zombie, not due to its strength, but because it emanated not only the aura of a zombie but also possessed an unsettling quality reminiscent of a true corpse. Squeak. Seemingly sensing Ren Feng's arrival, Xiao Jin suddenly exerted itself, tearing a chunk of flesh from the mighty zombie's arm. Baisu. With a thunderous crash, Baisu descended to the ground. Regardless of his actual strength, Baisu's second-tier ranking was sufficient to dominate that zombie. Food. In the astonished eyes of the Tiangu Dao members, Ren Feng descended slowly, simultaneously hearing Baisu's spontaneous second utterance. Food? Ren Feng turned to Baisu, only to find that the latter's eyes were unusually glowing red, fixated on the massive zombie as if it were a delectable feast. Howl. Faced with Baisu, the previously imposing mighty zombie suddenly appeared 3 degrees weaker. Especially after Baisu proclaimed the word food, its instincts warned it that this fellow creature was exceedingly dangerous. Instantly shaking off the clinging Xiao Jin, it turned to flee. But Baisu would not grant it such an opportunity. Roaring, Baisu burrowed through the earth to position himself directly in front of it, blocking its escape route. The mighty zombie, undeterred, attempted to crash into Baisu to continue its flight, only to find Baisu standing resolute, coldly regarding it as one would a platter of pork. Roar. Baisu waved his claw, and instantly, a skeletal blade emerged from his bony hand. With a single slash, blood gushed from the neck like a fountain, and the head of the mighty zombie was sent soaring into the distant horizon. With a roar of satisfaction, Baisu brought the powerful zombie crashing to the ground, first extracting its crystal core and handing it to Ren Feng, before he began to devour the creature starting from its neck. As he feasted, he emitted joyous sounds, as if the flesh of this formidable zombie were indeed a rare delicacy. Is this fellow attempting to imitate me? Accepting the crystal core, Ren Feng's mind lingered on Bai Shuli's earlier posture with the blade, which was strikingly similar to his own. With a satisfying slurp, Bai Shuli licked his tongue, drawing in a translucent substance from the zombie's body into his belly. Ren Feng then turned to ignite the corpses of the zombies surrounding the building. He had likely deduced how the mighty zombie had made its way to the rooftop. The dark flames multiplied exponentially, leaping and dancing atop the mountain of corpses, engulfing the area in a sea of black fire. Bai Shuli swiftly consumed the entirety of the powerful zombie and returned to Ren Feng's side. Has he already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement? Ren Feng also noticed that not only had Bai Shuli's strength increased, but if one gazed into his eyes, one could perceive a newfound spark of intelligence within. Soul devouring? Do zombies possess souls as well? This had previously escaped his notice, yet it now seemed highly plausible. Excellent. Bai Shuli is his innate shadow corpse, immune to betrayal. An increase in intelligence would only serve to minimize distractions in his commands, proving to be entirely beneficial. This crystal core holds no value for me at the moment. You may consume it. Ren Feng tossed the crystal core to Bai Shuli, realizing that with the absence of any follow-up to the Celestial Valley battle decision, absorbing the core would merely be a waste. After all, this mighty zombie was an 8th-tier entity, rich in energy, and might very well propel Bai Shuli to a breakthrough in Foundation establishment. In that case, whether it be prison break, escape, or combat, he would possess a formidable ally. Bai Shuli did not disappoint his expectations. Upon consuming the crystal core, he promptly signaled an impending breakthrough. Soon, Ren Feng observed countless strands of blood emerging from the meridian patterns beneath Bai Shuli's skin, swiftly forming the embryonic shape of a blood cocoon. To think before the master, even achieve Foundation establishment, this creature is poised to do so first. Bai Shuli had not been in existence for long. In the vast expanse of the Chaos Yuan continent, he had only been around for a mere few days. Yet, astonishingly, within this short span, Bai Shuli had already begun to form a blood cocoon, on the verge of becoming a copper-armored corpse. One could only wonder how the proud disciples of the Yin puppet sect would react upon discovering this. Would they be driven to jealousy to the point of spitting blood? Ren Feng relished this thought inwardly, maintaining an impassive exterior as he strolled before the assembly of Tiangu Dao. The fact that Lu Chun had not mentioned any issues with the formation plate was one reason, but his own failure to detect the problem that led to the mishap was another. However, through this incident, Ren Feng discerned that the strength of the Tiangu Dao practitioners remained woefully inadequate. If this were merely a world plagued by a sudden outbreak of a zombie virus, it would be one thing. However, at the onset of this apocalypse, their formidable strength is indeed remarkable. Yet, this realm is one that may very well usher in a resurgence of spiritual energy. Viewed from this perspective, their capabilities appear somewhat lacking. Furthermore, with the main banner destroyed, it seems that the only high-tier mutated beast in Jiangsheng to date is merely Xiao Jin. Sensing Ren Feng's malevolent gaze, Xiao Jin instinctively shrank its head. Xiao Jin, what is the master planning this time? Perhaps it's best to refrain, Ren Feng mused. Having nearly cleared the zombies from Jiangsheng after such a long period of refinement, leaving only a few scattered undead wandering about. Currently, Jiangsheng could easily be deemed the safest place in this entire apocalypse. Moreover, the blood jade accumulated on the rooftop is sufficient for the time being. Until the prison heist is successfully executed, Ren Feng has no intention of setting up a grand array to refine corpses and siphon blood. Thus, in the time that remains, Ren Feng calculated that he has only a few tasks to focus on. First and foremost, of course, is to enhance his own strength. Reaching the 13th level of qi refinement would be ideal, with the foundational cultivation method to be sought later. The second task is to find time to explore the market for any beast trapping bags. Bringing Xiao Jin along during the prison raid could yield unexpected results. Naturally, for Xiao Jin to truly shine, it must first have its strength increased. While he lacks the cultivation methods suited for rodent-type creatures, he believes he possesses the capability to transform this little beast from a mutated creature into a mouse demon. As for the third and final task, it involves enhancing the strength of the Tiangu Dao practitioners. This incident has made it evident that their capabilities have considerable room for improvement. With Jiangsheng now devoid of zombies, Ren Feng aims to continue refining the undead, which will inevitably require expanding into surrounding territories. As the territory grows and the resurgence of spiritual energy deepens, the advanced zombies and high-tier mutated beasts they face will only multiply. By that time, the current practitioners of Tiangu Dao, whose abilities are already somewhat strained, will likely find themselves even more overwhelmed. He lacks the inclination to seek out high-level superpowered individuals, leaving only one apparent course of action: to encourage these individuals to cultivate. Chapter 37. The construction of the cave abode. Little Jean becomes refined when it comes to imparting cultivation techniques to them. Ren Feng naturally has his own considerations. First and foremost, the threshold for practicing these techniques must not be excessively high. Otherwise, there may be only a few among them capable of successfully grasping the basics. Furthermore, he refrains from teaching the qi cultivation methods, as the spiritual energy in this world is scarce. If he were to instruct them in such practices, it would necessitate the concurrent transmission of blood-related techniques like the bloodborne decision to yield any significant results. Lastly, he must prevent them from ascending to an overly advanced level of cultivation, as this could potentially lift the constraints imposed by the heart-corroding insect, leading to complications in the zombie-infested world. In light of these considerations, the only suitable method for instruction appears to be the body refinement technique. The initiation into the Heavenly Valley battle decision requires virtually no prerequisites regarding talent. The only distinction lies in the pace of progress. Moreover, body refinement can utilize the cores of zombies, which these supernatural beings have amassed in their quest to enhance their abilities. Many of these cores have been squandered due to their crude absorption methods, resulting in a significant loss of energy that could have been effectively harnessed. Upon mastering the body refinement technique, they would not only be able to make efficient use of the zombie cores, but would also ignite their enthusiasm for expanding their territories and vanquishing zombies. Unlike qi cultivation, which is inherently suited for prodigious talents and is developed through a sequential progression, body refinement techniques are primarily conceived through the observation of powerful biological entities engaged in combat, lacking subsequent methodologies, thus rendering further breakthroughs impossible. Sun Feng, at your service. Sit cross-legged. Today, I shall impart to you a body refinement technique. From now on, dedicate yourself to its practice. I do not wish to see a repeat of today's events. Indeed, while this group may summon him in times of need, what if he were to face an urgent matter himself? Would it be realistic to abandon his own affairs to rescue them? At that moment, Sun Feng's face illuminated with excitement upon hearing Ren Feng's words. The immortal is going to teach me to cultivate. Could it be that I, too, shall become a being akin to the immortal? As the one who has perfected the first layer of the Heavenly Valley battle decision, Ren Feng possesses a profound understanding of its intricacies and is soon able to convey the principles leading to the fifth level of qi refinement to Sun Feng. The sensation. Upon receiving the teachings, Sun Feng immediately commenced the operation of the technique, feeling as though the previously dormant energy within him surged forth, propelling his strength to a breakthrough at the first level of qi refinement. This power, boom, Sun Feng enveloped his right fist in flames and struck, instantly creating a large crater in the road. Ren Feng nodded in approval, astonished at the potential Sun Feng displayed in the path of body refinement, and reflecting on his tragic past of losing his family and awakening his abilities. Could this be the legendary dark transformation that triples one's strength? Ren Feng mused silently, while also reminding him, as your cultivation improves, you may also nurture Jean Gang, but ensure that her strength does not surpass yours by too great a margin. Understood? If signs of backlash are detected, one can utilize the heart-eating goo to imitate my essence and instill fear. I am grateful to the immortal for imparting this knowledge. I, Sun Feng, shall remember it well. With a respectful bow, Sun Feng retreated behind the crowd, feeling an indescribable sense of pride and elation as he absorbed the fervent envious glances directed at him. He was now a cultivator, and notably the first to receive teachings from an immortal. Subsequently, Ren Feng summoned the Yao sisters, Tian Feng, Wang Chuan, and other high-ranking combatants from Fengdu to personally pass on their knowledge, though their teachings were confined to the level equivalent to the second stage of qi refinement. As for the other mutants, Ren Feng allowed them to select their own subordinates for instruction, refraining from further involvement. This transmission of knowledge was limited to those present today. Should new members join in the future, they must not impart teachings without my permission. Ren Feng pointed to his heart, indicating the consequences of disobedience. Yes, the crowd collectively shuddered, echoing in unison. In truth, even if Ren Feng had not spoken, they would not dare to disseminate the techniques, for their positions had been firmly established, and any insubordination would not be tolerated. Observing their solemn pledges, Ren Feng nodded. At that moment, the mountains of corpses surrounding the building had already been incinerated, and he gestured for the crystalline cores to be gathered, forming a small mound. He took out 1/10 of these cores, stating, Take these to aid in your physical cultivation. Once everyone has entered the fold, I expect you to venture forth. In the future, 3/10 of any zombie crystalline cores harvested shall be freely distributed among you. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes, for previously, Ren Feng had claimed 90% to ensure their cultivation and the nurturing of the undead. However, the additional 2/10 were not given without condition. Within a year, I require you to conquer the entirety of the Jiangdong province. Can you achieve this? Yes. The crowd responded in unison once more. Excellent. You may disperse. As they bowed and withdrew, Ren Feng, accompanied by Xiao Jin and Bai Su, made his way to the medical university. The number 1 building in Jiangsheng had been severely weakened by the relentless assault of the powerful zombies, rendering it no longer suitable as a stronghold. In contrast, the university's wooded area boasted picturesque scenery, abundant spiritual energy, and various potential mutated beasts awaiting the awakening of their bloodlines, ideal for his new abode. After clearing a space in the forest, Ren Feng first commanded 2 zombies to construct a wooden house for him. He then instructed Xiao Jin to dig a shallow channel to divert water from the lake, allowing a gentle stream to flow. Clad in a long robe, Ren Feng stood at the entrance, nodding in satisfaction at his creation. What a celestial ambience! Surely, one who dwells here must be a venerable figure of great renown in the realm of cultivation. Having settled Bai Su's blood cocoon, Ren Feng turned his attention to the zombie crystalline cores and blood jade, allowing the 2 zombies to absorb them to enhance their strength. Xiao Jin watched with eager anticipation, scampering over to Ren Feng and affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Do not fret, I haven't forgotten you. Xiao Jin's ability to awaken its intelligence in such a short span of time amidst the apocalypse, despite its somewhat unruly temperament, was a testament to its remarkable talent. As long as Ren Feng guides the spiritual energy to navigate through the meridians within its body a few times, it is certain that it will learn the art of transforming into a mouse demon. Do not move. Keenly observe how this energy flows within you. With a puzzled expression, Xiao Jin gazed at Ren Feng, only to be astounded as it discovered that the surplus energy within its body was meandering uncontrollably. What is happening? Soon, the spiritual energy completed a full circuit, and Xiao Jin instantaneously perceived a significant enhancement in its strength. Try to control the energy yourself. If you forget, simply return to me. All right. Sitting on the ground, Xiao Jin began to attempt the manipulation of the energy circulating within it. It did not disappoint Ren Feng's expectations. After just one attempt, it comprehended how the spiritual energy traverses through the meridians. Initially, the pace was somewhat sluggish, but as it practiced guiding the energy more frequently, it became increasingly adept, and the energy flowed with greater swiftness. Time flowed gradually, and Ren Feng observed from the side that the once surplus energy within Xiao Jin was steadily diminishing, replaced by an escalating aura of power. He also noted that, almost simultaneously, with each elevation of Xiao Jin's aura, its form would slightly enlarge, until eventually it had grown no larger than a meerkat. Concurrently, amidst a surge of energy, a halo of platinum light erupted from Xiao Jin's body. Ren Feng's eyes sparkled with recognition. He discerned that this halo and aura were identical to those he had witnessed during the rodent infestation, signifying that Xiao Jin had cultivated demonic energy. The mouse has transcended. Chapter 38. Should I engage in a deeper conversation with my sister? Indeed, you have evolved. How do you know you have evolved? I cannot say for certain. It feels as though I have suddenly come to this realization. Bloodline memory? But should not Xiao Jin be the original gold-devouring mouse in this realm? Ren Feng pondered, but soon decided to dismiss the thought. He sensed that Xiao Jin's current strength was roughly at the 3rd level of qi refinement, marking it as a competent mouse demon. By the way, Master, why have you grown so large? Xiao Jin gazed up at Ren Feng, its small head brimming with immense curiosity, seemingly bewildered by the drastic changes in the world upon awakening. Is it possible? Ren Feng bent down to meet its gaze. That you have shrunk? Eek. Xiao Jin froze momentarily, then sprang up, darting toward the door. With a swift leap, it raced towards the stream, patting the ground and rubbing its face, as if struggling to believe that it had indeed become so diminutive. I have truly shrunk, Xiao Jin exclaimed joyfully, finally able to frolic with its mother mouse. Upon landing, it dashed towards the hospital. What are you doing? Come back. Ren Feng promptly commanded the heart-eroding goo to inflict pain upon it, causing Xiao Jin to collapse to the ground, and he grasped its neck, bringing it back to the wooden hut, with a cascade of sounds. A circle of blood jades encircled Xiao Jin on the table. Your task is to absorb all of these blood jades. As Ren Feng spoke, he retrieved more than double the amount of blood jades from his storage pouch. As a beast demon, Xiao Jin inherently possessed the ability to absorb blood essence and convert it into demonic energy, making the task effortless. What? Xiao Jin's small paws slapped its face in disbelief. For the next month, I hope you will strive diligently, aiming to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. Or at the very least, reach the 6th level of qi refinement. Understood? Understood. Xiao Jin's ear drooped as it slowly picked up a blood jade. Alas, I cannot see Mother Mouse. Sitting on the table, Xiao Jin felt that the blood jade in its hand had lost its allure. Ren Feng was not one to indulge it. After instructing the 2 black creatures to enhance their strength while keeping an eye on Xiao Jin, he returned to the Chaos Origin continent. With just over 3 days until the date of the calamity, he intended to convert all his resources into strength to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. There were only 2 fixed markets surrounding Tiangu County, Stardew Market and Emerald Bamboo Jade Market. Ren Feng first visited Stardew Market to procure pills that could restore spiritual energy and heal injuries. He then proceeded to Emerald Bamboo Jade Market to acquire talismans that offered enhancement effects and facilitated escape. On his return to the mountain, he stumbled upon a roaming market where he discovered a beast-capturing bag, but alas, his spiritual stones were insufficient. Just as Ren Feng hesitated, considering exchanging blood jades, he encountered Bai Xian, who was also in pursuit of purchasing concealed weapons. Upon hearing of Ren Feng's predicament, Bai Xian voluntarily offered to cover the cost, subtly advising Ren Feng to be wary of Lu Qin. Ren Feng nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a significant increase in his fondness for Bai Xian. Although this individual had never seen eye to eye with him since childhood, he now appeared considerably more agreeable. The 2 companions made their way back to the mountain, only to serendipitously encounter Lu Chun on their return journey. Accompanying Lu Chun was a cultivator clad in a black robe, presumably the esteemed Commander Chu that Xiong Kaihui had mentioned. Brother Ren Feng, what a coincidence. Lu Chun seemed oblivious to Bai Xian's presence as he greeted Ren Feng warmly, subsequently introducing the foundational cultivator beside him. Ren Feng, this is Senior Yang Yi, a remarkable commander at the 6th level of Foundation establishment. This time, our mission to rescue my father relies entirely on this esteemed senior. Yang, you say? Ren Feng was taken aback, realizing that this surname belonged to the royal family of the Tianqian dynasty. How curious that one from such lineage would join the Tiangu Dao. Moreover, this individual was a high-ranking commander. Within the Tiangu Dao, commanders were categorized based on their cultivation levels, with those at the 5th level of Foundation establishment being considered lesser commanders, while Lu Guang was a lesser commander himself. The fact that this person had come to their aid undoubtedly indicated a desire for the riches of a legacy. Nevertheless, regardless of his inner musings, Ren Feng respectfully bowed to the black-robed cultivator, for regardless of her status, her cultivation at the 6th level of Foundation establishment was undeniable and commanded his utmost respect as a mere qi refining practitioner. Meanwhile, Lu Qin seemed to notice Ren Feng's confusion and quickly clarified, "Do not mistake the situation. Senior Yang Yi is not affiliated with the Tianqian royal family. It is merely a coincidence that they share the same surname." Ren Feng and Bai Xian bowed in deference, while the black-robed cultivator merely nodded with a hint of indifference. Following this, Lu Chun awkwardly chuckled and addressed the black-robed figure. "Senior, this is the Ren Feng I mentioned, who has cultivated to the 10th level of qi refinement." As he spoke, a flash of envy glimmered in his eyes, which Ren Feng failed to notice, fixating instead on the lingering pride on Lu Chen's face. Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, Ren Feng felt an overwhelming pressure envelop him momentarily. As he prepared to defend himself, the oppressive sensation vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. "It must be at the 11th level." A cool voice emerged from the black robe. "A woman." Ren Feng's eyebrows shot up, and he soon witnessed the figure removing her hood, revealing a cascade of flowing ebony hair and a porcelain-like visage. At that instant, Ren Feng was utterly captivated. Yang Yi, devoid of any makeup, surpassed countless women who adorned themselves for allure. One could only say that such beauty was celestial, seldom gracing the mortal realm. In all his past experiences, even with the myriad advancements in cosmetic techniques, Ren Feng had never encountered a beauty that eclipsed her splendor. Yet, it is often the most enchanting women who harbor the greatest dangers. Coupled with Lu Chen's earlier demeanor, Ren Feng felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Contemplating this, he instinctively took half a step back, a motion not unnoticed by Yang Yi. Her icy demeanor appeared to soften as she suddenly chuckled, bending slightly to gaze at Ren Feng. Is your retreat sincere? Am I truly that fearsome dear brother? A waft of enchanting fragrance enveloped Ren Feng, and he felt as though a profound chasm momentarily materialized before him. In my earlier years, I fortuitously ascended to the 10th level of Qi refinement. Yet I lacked your fortuitous destiny, as you have managed to continue making breakthroughs. As he spoke, Yang Ye's gaze shifted, appraising Ren Feng from head to toe with an unmistakable hunger. Feeling the intensity of the other's gaze, Ren Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, wondering if he had inadvertently encountered a predatory femme fatale. A foundational stage cultivator possesses a lifespan of 500 years. And given that this individual had cultivated to the 6th level of foundation establishment while maintaining such youthful beauty, she could very well be a cunning enchantress adept at preserving her appearance. To be candid, Ren Feng was not yet bold enough to harbor any thoughts about a woman of such advanced years. However, he also grasped the crux of her words. Yang Yi had not attained the 11th level of Qi refinement but was now a foundational stage cultivator, which implied something significant. It suggested that she undoubtedly possessed a unique method of foundation establishment, one that could potentially be what he sorely needed. With this thought in mind, Ren Feng adopted a similarly eager expression and seized Yang Ye's hand. Sister Yang, you flatter me. Although I have reached the 11th level of Qi refinement, I find myself at a loss in terms of foundation establishment, which troubles me greatly. As fortune would have it, I will be residing at Black Wind Stronghold for the next few days. If you are interested, perhaps we could select a fine evening for a more in-depth exchange? Chapter 39. The female cultivator of the Hehuan sect explores Qingzhou Prefecture. As the conversation unfolded, Yang Yi gazed at Ren Feng, a flicker of avarice glinting in her eyes. Swiftly masked thereafter, Ren Feng nodded in response, resolute in his determination to take risks for the sake of foundation building. Nearby, Bai Xian could hardly contain his envy, the deep-seated discontent threatening to resurface. Why does he attract so much attention from women? Thus, the four returned to Blackwind Stronghold, each harboring their own thoughts. That night, as Ren Feng set up a defensive array in preparation for his return to the zombie realm, he detected a disturbance in the formation. Brother, how cautious you are. Even needing an array in your own room. He turned, only to hear laughter echoing outside. Ha, it's Sister Yang. Please come in, do come in. Brother, don't be so formal, look what I've brought you. What is it? Ren Feng inquired with curiosity, only to be nearly blinded by a radiant light. There were 100-year-old yin-yang fire, rabbit heads roasted on the snowy mountains, honeyed abalone from the deep sea, and more. Yang Yi presented each treasure, conjuring them from her storage bag, leaving Ren Feng in awe. May I ask for your esteemed lineage? Have you heard of the Hehuan sect, which was annihilated by the court a century ago? Gasping, Ren Feng's eyes widened as he attempted to refuse Yang Ye's gifts, only to be compelled to accept them. In the dead of night, Yang Yi departed, leaving Ren Feng alone to contemplate the remnants of the celestial treasures, rendered speechless. Such potent elixirs, even I, a formidable body cultivator, find myself somewhat overwhelmed. After a long pause, he finally spoke, tidying the disarray in his room, setting up an array to shield against spiritual probing. And returned to the zombie realm. He observed the two black creatures incessantly consuming zombie crystal cores, the gradually reviving interest of Xiao Jin and the blood jade, and the pulsating blood cocoon nearby. Ren Feng couldn't help but reflect, this is truly my home. Calming his emotions, he took out the blood jade and immersed himself in cultivation. 3 days swiftly passed, and Ren Feng had diligently cultivated for an entire month in the zombie realm. With the continuous refinement of the blood jade and the support from Yang Yi's secretive assistance over 3 nights, Ren Feng successfully advanced to the 13th level of Qi refinement. Additionally, during this period, Bai Su also broke through to the foundation establishment stage, awakening a new innate talent, Corpse Qi Illusion Prison. The tumor on his back sprouted a pair of wings, making him increasingly formidable. Even De He and Air He had been nurtured to a strength comparable to the 9th level of Qi refinement under Ren Feng's care. Only Xiao Jin, having slacked off while Ren Feng was away at night, had just reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, yet this was still within Ren Feng's expectations. In the early hours of that day, the surroundings of Black Wind Stronghold were eerily silent, with only 9 soldiers standing in formation. Ahem. Ren Feng cleared his throat, exchanging a glance with Lu Chun before addressing the 6 personal guards. Since the founding of our Tiangu sect, we have encountered numerous ill-reputed leaders within our ranks. All of them scoundrels, beasts, vermin, parasites, but the father of our esteemed general, Lu Guangqiu, is neither a scoundrel, nor a beast, nor a vile creature, nor a parasite. It is he who has granted us, the wretched souls struggling to survive in these chaotic times, a chance at life. He has bestowed upon us a path that leads to the celestial realm. Yet, this noble commander has been seized by the local authorities of Chuzhou County and is to be executed at noon today. Shall we tolerate this? No. Speak louder. I can hardly hear you. No. Very well. Today, we shall be led by our valiant Commander Yang Yi to rescue Commander Lu Guang. Having spoken, Ren Feng stepped back and glanced at Lu Qin. The Tianqian dynasty has crumbled. We must raise the banner to restore order in this tumultuous world. Consider this, your fathers, having unwittingly discovered the location of a powerful treasure, are imprisoned and subjected to brutal interrogation, tormented day and night, facing execution. Only by rescuing our commander can we hope for brighter days. After this, Lu Qin also stepped back and said, Please, senior. Yang Yu surveyed the two dramatic figures and commanded, Let us proceed. Under the cover of night, the group donned their stealth garments and made their way to Chuzhou County. Upon reaching the city wall, they dispersed according to their predetermined roles. First, Yang Yi, accompanied by Bai Xian and several of his trusted soldiers in the mid-stage of qi refinement, headed for the dungeons. The Guo family had already leveraged their connections to replace the night watch with their own men, hoping to rescue Lu Guang under the veil of darkness. Meanwhile, Lu Qin and Ren Feng brought the remaining members to the Guo family estate. Haha, General Lu, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Came a voice from within the courtyard, where Guo family servants clad in leather armor wielded long knives, ready for battle. Ren Feng observed that there were also 7 or 8 young members of the Guo family in the early stages of qi refinement, leading the charge with magical artifacts. It was evident that, as a prominent family monopolizing inter-county trade, their resources and armaments were extraordinary. Ren Feng could hardly fathom the depth of the 3 foundational families within the city. Before them stood the head of the Guo family, dressed in a long black robe, gazing intently at the two. As the night deepened, Ren Feng could barely discern his features, revealing a rather stout man. Connecting this to his surname, a name slipped from Ren Feng's lips, Gui Gang. That is my father's name. I am Gui Yunjin. May I inquire who this is? This is my deputy general. Came the reply. Ah, so it is. A pleasure to meet you. Through the ensuing conversation between Lu Qin and Gui Yunjin, Ren Feng gained a clearer understanding of the situation within Chuzhou County. The apparent strongest force was the county lieutenant, Zhang Hong, a 7th-tier foundation establishment cultivator, who had been away leading an army against demons. By the time he returned to provide support, 2 or 3 days would have already passed, rendering him a negligible concern. Next was the temple's high-ranking elder, Jin Gang, a dual cultivating martial monk of 6th-tier foundation establishment, summoned by the government from Songhe Temple to oversee the dungeons. This matter was best left to Yang Yi. Finally, the county magistrate, Zhang Kuei, was a 4th-tier cultivator, currently attending a sect gathering and absent from the county. The master of the subordinate branch of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, Li Changxing, possesses the cultivation of the 3rd level of foundation establishment. And it is he along with Lu Qin who will confront the challenges ahead. Within the dungeon, there are several stationed qi refinement cultivators and mortal guards, matters which will be managed by the Guo family. Additionally, there are 3 prominent foundation establishment families. However, despite their designation, only their ancestors have truly established their foundations. The ancestors of these 3 families are advanced in age and have made little progress in their cultivation, each secluding themselves within their family ancestral halls. Their involvement in Lu Guang's affairs is driven by the hope of discovering rare treasures among the wealth of the deceased that could aid their ancestors in breaking through. In total, there are 3 late-stage qi refinement patriarchs along with various other qi refinement cultivators from their families. However, their family residences are situated at a considerable distance from the dungeon, and given the current circumstances, it is uncertain whether they would return to assist. Even if they were to support the officials, it is unlikely they would mobilize their entire forces. Thus, the responsibility falls upon Ma Changxing and others, directing the smaller families allied with the Guo family. Should the 3 major families arrive, they will temporarily hold the line, while others seek opportunities to provide aid. The Guo family head, in collaboration with us rebels from Tiangu, expresses no fear of the court's inquiries. Before departing, Lu Qin cast a wary glance at Gui Yunjin. In response, Gui Yunjin chuckled heartily. In the face of impending chaos, it remains uncertain who the true rebels are. Rest assured, I, Gui Yunjin, swear by the heavenly path that our Guo family seeks only the legacy of the Golden Core, and we are here in sincere cooperation, with no ulterior motives. Ren Feng nodded, recognizing that an oath sworn upon the heavenly path greatly enhances credibility. Lu Qin's tone softened. Might I inquire if there is a retreat for the Guo family post-event? Thank you for your concern, General Lu. The Guo family can seek refuge in Suijun, and further south, we have ancestral lands. However, you gentlemen have severely offended the court, so do exercise caution. Lu Chen retorted coldly. We have already made them our enemies since the day they inflicted punishment upon my father. It is time for us to depart, Ren Feng remarked. Glancing at the moon, Yang Yi had given him a sound-transmitting talisman, indicating that the rescue plan for the dungeon had failed, and assistance was needed. Chapter 40. The Diamond Staff Battles the Demoness. Your existence is beneficial to me, Master Guo. We shall proceed ahead. You follow closely behind. Very well. Ren Feng and Lu Chen simultaneously took flight, hastening towards the dungeon. Before they could touch the ground, they observed Yang Yi and Bai Xian already engaged in combat with the cultivators of the dungeon. Aha, brother monk, in the stillness of the night. I merely came to keep you company. Why resort to violence against a mere lady? Yang Yi's laughter rang out. Look at this staff. It strikes me painfully. As the long night stretched on, she suggested, shall we pause and share our thoughts? Even in midair, Ren Feng could hear her playful banter. While her words were light-hearted, her actions belied a different intent. She continuously released clouds of pink mist from her storage pouch, brandishing two long hooks to counter the golden staff before her. On the other side, the diamond's brow furrowed deeply. His golden staff, an instrument of considerable weight, required immense concentration to resist the dual allure of Yang Yi's enchantments and intoxicants, leaving him noticeably strained. Demoness, do not disturb my Buddhist heart. Amipa. As Ren Feng severed a late-stage qi refining cultivator in two with a swing of his blade, he heard the diamond's furious invocation, and a golden phantom materialized behind him. The great diamond glared fiercely, wielding an even larger golden staff. With a swift motion, he dispelled the pink mist Yang Yi had unleashed. Is this what the disciples of Songhe Temple are adept at? Witnessing this scene, Ren Feng recalled his previous battle with Jin Hu and hoped this fellow lacked the bothersome wooden fish. Otherwise, he would be forced to divide his attention. Xiao Fei, go. Meanwhile, several late-stage qi refining cultivators in the dungeon were flushed and swaying, clearly affected by Yang Yi's aphrodisiac powder. However, this merely made it slightly easier for Bai Xian and the others to defend themselves, prompting Ren Feng to send Xiao Fei into the fray. What the? One cultivator swung his sword, only to be caught off guard by a sudden spray of blood, and before he could react, Bai Xian's flying dagger found its mark, piercing him fatally. Thank you, Brother Xia. Upon seeing Xiao Fei's silhouette, Bai Xian cast a grateful glance. Although he had advanced to the 5th level of qi refining, dealing with the enchanted 7th level cultivators was still quite challenging. Brother Chun, while Li Changsheng is absent, let us assist in dispatching these guards. Agreed. Lu Chun grinned maliciously, opting not to summon the 100 Ghosts banner, but instead brandishing a blood-colored bone spear. Setting his sights on a qi refining 8th level cultivator wielding a ghostly blade. Hey you, do you still remember me? Humph. Of course, I remember you, defeated one. The opponent snorted coldly, stepping forward to confront him. Yet as he sensed the peak qi refining pressure emanating from Lu Chen, he was instantly taken aback. How could you have advanced so rapidly? Humph. On that day, you bombarded me with spells. Today marks your demise. With that, Lu Chen deflected his opponent's blade and thrust the spear directly into his chest. Flish. Thud. With a deft flick of his spear, Lu Chen sent the man's flesh and blood scattering across the sky, leaving him standing in place, breathless and astonished by the rapid ascension of Lu Chen's prowess. Brother Chen exhibits remarkable skill. Observing Lu Chen vanquish his foes, Ren Feng felt an irresistible urge to join the fray. Summoning the binding celestial rope, he ensnared a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement. What do you intend to do? The cultivator, already gripped by fear upon witnessing the grisly fate of his comrade, was now suspended in midair, terror consuming him. With such cowardice, he dares to serve as a dungeon guard? The Tiangu dynasty is truly in decline. Ren Feng wielded his 7-star blade, swiftly severing the man's arms. Xiao Hong, proceed. The man, on the brink of unconsciousness from pain, was horrified to see a crimson parasitic worm crawling into his wounds, inching closer to his heart. He collapsed before Ren Feng, pleading, please, end my life. End your life? Such a delightful thought. By consuming the heart of this cultivator, the heart-eating worm would flourish, ultimately yielding greater benefits for Ren Feng. Meanwhile, not far behind Ren Feng, Two mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators from the Black Wind gang fell, prompting their two guards to exchange glances and approach stealthily. And what of you two? Do you think I am blind? Clang. Clang. What? The two guards stared in disbelief at their broken low-grade magical swords. Crack. Bang. With a firm grip, Ren Feng shattered the long sword in his left hand into countless fragments. A mere low-grade artifact? My Tiangu battle body has long since rendered it ineffective. Disdainfully glancing at his opponents, he swung the 7-star blade, effortlessly severing the sword perched upon one guard's shoulder. Low-grade against high-grade. How foolish. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. After this encounter, the guards' expressions shifted drastically, regret flooding their minds as they questioned their decision to ambush this demon. With a single stroke, Ren Feng inflicted severe injuries upon both, retracting the 7-star blade to grasp them, activating his blood-burning technique. Spare us, my vitality. What are you doing? Lord King Kong, save me. The two, feeling their life force ebb away, struggled in vain, ultimately finding themselves too weak to resist. Truly impressive for a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, the purity is remarkable. Shaking the two blood jades in his hand, Ren Feng mused that if the zombies in the apocalyptic world could provide such vitality, he would not take so long to reach the 13th level of Qi refinement. However, Ren Feng had little time to ponder, as the guards' cries had drawn the attention of King Kong, who was engaged in battle with Yang Yi. It is you who killed my senior brother, Jin Hu. King Kong turned, his eyes ablaze with fury upon recognizing Ren Feng. In the Songa Temple, each foundational period cultivator possesses a personal life lamp, enshrined in the side hall. This life lamp can reflect the respective cultivator's life status and provide timely rescue. However, the circumstances surrounding Jinhu that day were beyond the aid of the onlookers, leaving only the alternative function of the life lamp, pre-death projection. Jin Gang and Jinhu, sharing the same lineage, had formed a deep bond. Upon witnessing the enemy who had slain his senior brother before him, his eyes blazed with fury. The wicked cultivator of Tiangu, pay for my brother's life. Alas, the oppressive force of a 6th-level foundational cultivator was far beyond Ren Feng's capacity to withstand. Especially with the overwhelming hatred emanating from the opponent, Ren Feng found himself completely immobilized. He attempted to summon Bai Su, only to realize that his connection with the 3 corpses seemed severed. Left with no choice, Ren Feng cried out, "Sister Yang, save me. Don't run, monk." Yang Yi, who had been trailing Jin Gang, upon seeing Jin Gang attacking Ren Feng, abandoned her playful demeanor. With a flick of her wrist, a chain unexpectedly emerged between the long hook and its handle, aiming directly at Jin Gang. "Come at me." Jin Gang, along with the shadow behind him, swung his massive staff down towards Ren Feng's head. No way. As the towering staff loomed ever closer, Ren Feng felt a chill run through his body. Yet his resolve suddenly solidified. I shall not perish. With that, he summoned all his spiritual energy and physical strength to counter Jin Gang's pressure. A thunderous roar erupted as a blood-red phantom gradually materialized behind Ren Feng, clashing against the colossal shadow of Jin Gang. Howling, Jin Gang's phantom struck down with a mighty blow, accompanied by a reluctant roar of fury, causing the blood-red phantom to dissipate instantly, leaving Ren Feng's blood surging backward, his complexion turning ghostly pale. Fortunately, the appearance of the blood-red phantom bought Ren Feng precious time. During this interval, Yang Yi had ensnared Jin Gang's spine with her long hook, anchoring him firmly in place. Are you all right? Yang Yi flew to Ren Feng's side, her gaze filled with concern. In the face of imminent danger, Ren Feng felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, and as he listened to Yang Yi's question, a delicate fragrance enveloped him. Why are you so kind to me? Ren Feng suddenly inquired, although Yang Yi had rescued him. He couldn't help but recall her peculiar behavior over the past few days. One might attribute this to the nature of a cultivator from the Hehuan sect. Yet why was she uniquely attentive to him amidst the ranks of the Heifeng Zhai, even among fellow cultivators who had broken through the 9th level of Qi refinement? Her actions remained inexplicable. A distinguished foundational mid-period cultivator, the commander of Tiangu Dao, was inexplicably close to a mere Qi refinement soldier of another commander. The thought was utterly bewildering. Your survival is of great use to me. No more questions, sister must slay the enemy, leaving behind an enigmatic statement. Yang Yi pushed Ren Feng away and engaged Jin Gang in combat. My survival is of use to her. To what end? Recalling the avaricious gaze of Yang Yi just moments ago, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of several days prior, Ren Feng felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping him. However, the pressing nature of the battle allowed little room for introspection. After the guards had been dispatched, the personnel from the Astral Monitoring Bureau arrived, led by none other than the helmsman, Li Changsheng. Brother Ren Feng, come quickly to my aid. Chapter 41. The Death of Lu Qin Attack. Charge. Meanwhile, Gui Yunjin, accompanied by the Guo family's private soldiers, hastily arrived, engaging in fierce combat with the guards from the Lord's mansion surrounding the dungeon. Patriarch Guo, come to my aid. The members of the Tiangu Dao are not your ordinary cultivators. They are seasoned warriors forged through numerous battles, adept in various combat techniques honed against a myriad of sinister cultivators. Upon his arrival, Li Changsheng rushed to assist Ji Gang, while two deputy leaders from the late-stage Qi refinement realm flanked Lu Chun, who found himself momentarily overwhelmed. With a swift motion, Lu Chun wielded his blood-red spear to parry their strikes, simultaneously summoning the 100 Ghosts banner. Instantly, an ominous wind swept over the dungeon, and countless restless spirits surged forth. What? Witnessing this spectacle, even the two leaders of the Tiangu, accustomed to confronting ordinary evil cultivators, were momentarily taken aback. The sheer number of specters and the overwhelming resentment they exuded raised questions about the bloodshed required to summon such a host. Ren Feng faced off against the remaining deputy leader, who wielded a long blade. Upon seeing the unfolding chaos, both paused their movements. The terror of the Lu family's malevolent forces was indeed formidable. Unlike the other Tiangu cultivators, Ren Feng understood the origin of these vengeful souls. Gazing at the multitude of spirits commanded by Lu Chun, he found himself at a loss for words. Ah, there are ghosts. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Among the mortal soldiers, those who had witnessed their leader being slain by the Guo family were engulfed in terror as they beheld the flying apparitions. Under Lu Qin's deliberate manipulation, a path paved with soulless corpses quickly formed through the ranks of the soldiers. Patriarch Guo, must I repeat myself? All family members of the Guo clan at the Qi refinement stage and above, come forth and slay the enemy. Guo Yunjin bellowed, leading his men into the heart of the battle. Soon after, Ma Changsheng and others, accompanied by their own family soldiers, surged into the fray, and the air above the dungeon was filled with the sounds of relentless combat. With the assistance of the Guo family, Lu Chun felt a significant alleviation of his burden, leaving him to contend with only one deputy leader. Ren Feng also repelled his adversary. Although his combat skills were somewhat lacking, his abundant spiritual energy was a decisive advantage. At the 13th level of Qi refinement, Ren Feng possessed nearly 10 times the spiritual energy of an ordinary 9th level cultivator. As long as his opponent lacked a lethal technique akin to the Thunderstorm Pearl, he could outlast them. However, such an approach would be too time-consuming. Seeing his opponent intent on continuing the assault, Ren Feng promptly summoned De He and Air He to confront the foe. Howl. With Air He's arrival, he unleashed a sonic roar that temporarily stunned all cultivators within a Tinjiang radius. De He, unwilling to be outdone, instantly transformed into his beast form and charged at the cultivator, engaging in a fierce battle after costing the deputy leader one of his arms to break free from the stun. On the other side, Lu Chun gradually gained the upper hand, dispatching the cultivator before him, though the cost was a grievous wound on his left shoulder, deep enough to expose bone. Brother Chun, catch. Ren Feng tossed a vial of elixir, which Lu Chun swiftly seized and consumed in its entirety. Miraculously, the wound began to mend at an astonishing pace. Thank you. Lu Chun acknowledged with a nod towards Ren Feng, and together they raced towards the Foundation establishment battlefield. Yang Yi was already struggling against the diamond, and with the addition of Li Changsheng, the danger intensified. As anticipated, Yang Yi's movements were frenetic, merely managing to restrain the diamond while remaining vigilant against its phantom strikes. With Li Changsheng's arrival, the pressure on Yang Yi surged dramatically. How greedy of the diamond brother. One was not enough? Now there are two. This little lady may not withstand it. Yang Yi simultaneously unleashed his charm upon both adversaries, a cloud of pink mist swirling around them. Enchantress, prepare to meet your end. Li Changsheng, a sword cultivator, embodied the relentless spirit of swordsmanship. Although his cultivation was inferior to Yang Yi's, the assistance of the diamond emboldened him, and he fought without fear. Such a fierce intent to kill from this young brother. Do temper your murderous spirit. As Li Changsheng lunged with his sword, Yang Yi instinctively extended a hook to intercept, only to hear a resounding clash of metal, his hook shattered upon impact. What? damage my innate artifact. Yang Ye's expression paled as he narrowly evaded the relentless strike of the long sword. It is merely a mid-grade artifact. How could this be possible? After dodging, Yang Yi stared incredulously at Li Changxing's sword. His own double hooks were superior quality artifacts, nurtured over time, nearly reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Yet they were destroyed by a mere mid-grade sword. Feeling the dense sword intent emanating from Li Changxing, he swallowed hard. Senior, we have come to assist you. Just as Ren Feng and Lu Chen arrived, they witnessed Li Changxing preparing to unleash a second strike. Lu Chen immediately released vengeful spirits from the 100 Ghosts banner. More than 10 furious apparitions lunging towards Li Changxing's back. Humph. Seeking death, Li Changxing quickly sensed the disturbance behind him, and with a flurry of his sword, sent 3 vengeful spirits scattering into oblivion. Diamond Senior, allow me to eliminate these 2 petty thieves first, then I shall assist you with this enchantress. With that, Li Changxing cleaved through the remaining spirits and advanced towards Ren Feng and Lu Chen. Such insignificant cultivators of the Qi refinement stage, truly delusional. With a swift motion, Li Changxing summoned another wave of potent sword intent. Clang! Another clash of metal echoed as Ren Feng turned to see Lu Chen's bone spear snap in half. A long gash appearing across Lu Chen's chest, revealing glimpses of the world behind him through the wound. At that moment, Lu Chen's face turned ashen. This level of injury was beyond the simple healing of elixirs. Now, he has begun to burn his essence, desperately supporting the 100 Demons banner above his head to thwart Li Changxing's assault. Good heavens! Feeling the piercing sword aura lingering on Lu Chen, Ren Feng could not help but gasp. Is this the power of a sword cultivator? While fear gripped his heart, he swiftly retracted his 7 stars blade. For it was his sole weapon capable of combat. Should it be broken, he would be left defenseless. Fortunately, there was no need to hide his strength any longer. Bai Su, it is you who shall come forth. Roar. As Li Changxing witnessed Lu Chen's weapon shatter and him sustain severe injuries, he intended to pursue his victory, momentarily underestimating his opponent. To his astonishment, a tremendous force struck him, sending him flying backward. What kind of monster is this? Li Changxing steadied himself with his sword, bewildered as he gazed at the suspended Bai Su. At that moment, Bai Su, clad in bone armor, wielded a bone blade. His flesh wings similarly protected by white bones, with towering horns adorning his head and fangs bared, resembling a fearsome skeletal demon. A copper-armored corpse? You are the malevolent cultivator of the Yin Corpse sect who killed my Heavenly Monitor-S enforcer? No, you belong to the Heavenly Valley sect. How audacious of the Guo family to conceal the truth. Recognizing Bai Su's identity, Li Changxing's fury erupted in an instant. So what if it is me? Ren Feng formed a hand seal, summoning De He and Er He, who were engaged in battle with others, to his side. What? How many Yin corpses do you possess? Spotting 2 more approaching Yin corpses in the distance, Li Changxing was taken aback. However, upon sensing that they were merely at the peak of Qi refinement, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he gazed incredulously at Ren Feng. You are at the 13th level of Qi refinement. With 2 peak Qi refinement Yin corpses and a copper-armored corpse as your innate Yin corpse, how could the Heavenly Valley sect harbor such a prodigy? You need not concern yourself with that. Ren Feng did not engage him further, for controlling 3 Yin corpses was already a significant challenge to his spiritual power, let alone battling against a cultivator at the 3rd level of Foundation establishment. Brother Chen continues. Just as he managed to stabilize the situation, Ren Feng retrieved a medicinal pill and blood jade, preparing to toss them to Lu Chen, only to find him already fleeing, leaving only a floating banner behind. Ren Feng, you hold him off. I shall rescue my father. Lu Chen forcefully sealed his wound and dashed toward the dungeon entrance. Yet, the way he rushed suggested he was not genuinely intent on saving his father, but rather fleeing from the confrontation with Li Changxing. Commander, you have arrived. At that moment, at the entrance of the dungeon, Xiong Kaiwei led the Zhang family, the first to reach the gates, attempting to breach the defensive array. Upon seeing Lu Chen approach, Xiong Kaiwei was filled with immense joy, believing that Lu Chen, at the peak of Qi refinement, could surely break through the door. Completely oblivious to the grim expression on Lu Chen's face. At this moment, Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot, dark smoke continuously emanating from his 7 orifices. Had Ren Feng been present, he would have sensed that this smoke was the accumulated karma of Lu Chen. In recent years, Lu Chen has acted with cruelty, accumulating a considerable amount of karma. The recent blood sacrifice of the Tiangu believers has pushed his karma to an unprecedented threshold. Li Chongqing's sword can be seen as the catalyst for a transformation. Lu Qin's amassed karma has begun to influence his mind and fate. Had he chosen to flee, Ren Feng might have been able to alleviate his burden with virtue. However, the nature of karma is inherently treacherous, and once it erupts, it offers no chance for survival. Get away from me. In midair, Lu Qin did not slow his pace upon encountering an obstruction, regardless of who it was. He unleashed a palm strike directly at the dungeon's entrance. A scream echoed through the air as Xiong Kaihui was sent flying, even in his severely injured state. Lu Qin was far beyond his capacity to confront. Had he not been a body cultivator, that strike might have claimed his life. Meanwhile, at the dungeon's entrance, the Zhang family members, who had initially reacted with surprise to Xiong Kaihui's shout, retreated in alarm upon witnessing the incident. What a sinister cultivator, attacking our own. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qin, influenced by his karma, had lost his resolve due to the impact of that sword. With his life-bound artifact destroyed and suffering grievous injuries, his life essence was compromised, making the foundation of his cultivation nearly impossible. At this moment, his singular focus was to break through the dungeon and rescue Lu Guang. Only then would he feel safe, free from the fear of Li Chongqing's wrath. Open the door, now. Lu Qin stood at the entrance, frantically pounding on the massive door, completely oblivious to the faintly glowing defensive array above. You dare, you brat. As Lu Qin's relentless assault continued, the glow of the defensive array waned. However, just as Lu Qin quickened his strikes, Li Chongqing, engaged in battle with Bai Su and the three corpses, sensed a disturbance. He adeptly used his sword to push back De He, soaring into the air to flip his wrist, summoning a sword pellet in an instant. Go. What? Ren Feng felt a sudden release of pressure on his soul. Looking up, he saw a white pellet, enveloped in countless sharp sword energies, soaring past his head. Swish. What is happening? As he regained control over Bai Su, forcing him back to the ground, Ren Feng finally had a moment to glance back. Just as he turned, he saw the sword pellet hovering above Lu Qin. In the blink of an eye, the dungeon's entrance erupted in a plume of blood mist. Countless fragments of flesh bursting apart, sending the Zhang family members fleeing in terror. Lu Qin. Is he dead? Chapter 42. The seizure of the 100 Demons banner. Long before the morning run of Lu Qin, the 100 Demons banner had gradually lost its spiritual essence, merely floating in midair, while the multitude of spirits engaged in combat purely by instinct. However, as that cloud of blood mist appeared, Ren Feng distinctly observed that the 100 Demons banner had completely fallen to the ground. The spirits, liberated from their constraints, began to swirl chaotically, launching frenzied attacks indiscriminately. Inside the dungeon, while the spirits were formidable, their numbers were not overwhelming, primarily gathering around the living Li Chongqing. Conversely, the private soldiers on the outskirts suffered greatly, becoming unwitting targets for vengeful souls amidst the densely packed crowd. With nowhere to vent their rage, the restless spirits wreaked havoc, each one slaughtering indiscriminately among the masses. Don't kill me. Please, don't come this way. Run, run. As the spirits became increasingly frenzied, all the mortals on the periphery were gripped by terror. Be they guards or family soldiers, a singular thought consumed them: escape. Flee from this cursed place. Forgetting their duties, they simply yearned to vacate this nightmarish locale. With such sentiments, the crowd began to scatter in a panic. Those who ran swiftly soon found safety, while the slower ones, or those who stumbled, faced a grim fate of being devoured by spirits or trampled to death. What in the world is happening with the spirits? Why are they turning against us too? Could it be that they intend to use us as bait for their rituals? Around Ma Changsheng, several early-stage qi refinement practitioners, unable to glimpse the scene at the dungeon's entrance, lamented as they battled against the ever-increasing number of spirits. Though they were cultivators, they lacked effective means to counter the entities, relying solely on their vitality to incinerate them. However, how much vitality could early-stage practitioners possess? Coupled with prolonged combat, they gradually grew weary, while the spirits multiplied relentlessly. Thus unfolded a dire tableau. A group of qi refinement cultivators faced spirits that could barely coalesce into complete forms. Yet they found themselves becoming increasingly fatigued, ultimately unable to defend themselves as their souls were invaded, and their minds descended into chaos. I will slay you. At last, one practitioner of the second stage of qi refinement could endure no longer. Corrupted by the spirits, his mind succumbed, and his body was compelled to swing a blade toward Ma Changsheng. What the hell? Have you lost your mind? Ma Changsheng initially reacted with fury, but upon witnessing the bloodshot, vacant eyes of his assailant, he fell silent, raising his blade in resignation. With a swift motion, the crimson blade pierced through and the possessed practitioner collapsed, a gaping wound manifesting on his back. In his final moments, he gazed at Ma Changsheng, his lips barely moving. It was evident he was expressing gratitude. Yet, Ma Changsheng had no time to respond, as more spirits, drawn by the rich scent of blood and flesh, lunged at him with feral intent. Get the hell away from me. Just as Ma Changsheng felt he could no longer withstand the onslaught, he suddenly sensed a significant reduction in the pressure before him. Accompanying this was a roar, one he knew all too well, echoing throughout the confines of the dungeon. It was Ren Feng. Just moments ago, Ren Feng had commanded Bai Su to inject corpse poison into Li Changsheng's wounds, successfully hindering his movements. Seizing this opportunity, Ren Feng dashed towards the 100 Ghost banner, attempting to exert control over it. The spirits present, liberated from the constraints of the banner, had spiraled into chaos. If left unchecked, given the current gathering of corpses and vengeful spirits, it was entirely possible that a formidable demon could emerge. At that point, whether they would be friend or foe was uncertain, but if the Golden Soul Elder from Songha Temple were to arrive, none would escape. It must be noted that he was a formidable soul-refining master of the 8th tier of Foundation establishment. The reason Ren Feng and his companions had chosen to stage the prison break at dawn was largely due to the fact that, at this time, the Golden Soul was wandering in the realm of the dead, devouring ghosts to cultivate. Should a powerful demon be birthed, regardless of its strength, its aura would undoubtedly be detected by the Golden Soul. Once he arrived, the prison break would be declared a failure. Thus, Ren Feng was in a frantic rush to reclaim the spirits. He believed that while he could not directly control them in the short term, retrieving them into the banner should pose no significant issue. Indeed, this proved to be the case. The 100 Ghost banner, inherently an instrument of evil, exhibited no loyalty to its master, and with Lu Qin deceased, combined with Ren Feng's overwhelming bloodthirsty aura, the banner quickly acknowledged him as its new master. Aiding him in gathering the spirits, it truly was effective. As he watched the myriad of spirits being drawn into the banner, Ren Feng couldn't help but feel elated. Observing the banner's reaction, it was evident it wished to recognize him as its master. Ever since Lu Qin had first wielded the 100 Ghost banner, Ren Feng had coveted it. He had even contemplated forging one for himself, never imagining he would find such a ready-made one today. However, it was clear that this was not the moment to refine and control it. Having gathered the lesser spirits into the 100 Ghost banner, Ren Feng stowed it away in his storage pouch, leaving behind a few fierce refining spirits that had been fiercely battling Li Changsheng to serve as a distraction. Huff. Although Bai Su was also at the Foundation establishment stage, he was ultimately weaker than Li Changsheng in terms of realm. Under continuous assault, Bai Su's skeletal frame began to show numerous cracks of varying sizes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Su opted not to force an attack, instead retreating while expelling a cloud of dark purple mist from his mouth. This was his innate spell awakened after reaching Foundation establishment. Corpse, Qi, Illusion Prison. What was this? Upon seeing the mist, Li Changsheng instinctively sealed his mouth and nose, unaware that the mist was actually targeting his soul. As the corpse Qi penetrated his mind, the scenes before Li Changsheng began to shift gradually. In a daze, he discovered that the 2 spectral corpses previously engaged in battle with him had vanished, replaced by 2 scantily clad beauties. Where did these enchantresses come from? Erhe roared, perceiving before him a sultry demoness, seductively enticing him. The great black spider's legs moved in unison, while the dog's claws fiercely grasped him. In his eyes, it appeared as though a graceful female cultivator, revealing her thighs, beckoned him forward. Bai Su bared his fangs, intending to inject the venom of the dead once more in his vision. She resembled a seductive femme fatale poised to lightly kiss his neck. Do not disturb my sword heart. The intense pain jolted Li Changsheng back to reality, and as he thrust his sword, the illusion shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, he realized that the enchanting beauty who had been by his side had vanished, replaced by 3 grotesque, ghastly faces of the undead. You are courting death, Li Changsheng bellowed in fury. If his adversary had been a mere woman, it would have been tolerable. Indeed, proximity to beauty could be a form of enjoyment. However, upon regaining his senses and recalling that the alluring figure had transformed into the 3 hideous corpses before him, he felt utterly mocked. With a swift thrust of his sword, he pierced the chest of the second black undead. Yet, even this did little to alleviate his wrath. He had previously found the fragrance of that beauty quite delightful. Now, it was evident that it was not a sweet scent at all, but rather the stench of decay emanating from these 3 wretched beings. Oh, It seems that the sword heart of the esteemed Captain Li is not as steadfast as one might think, to be so easily ensnared by beauty, Ren Feng mocked, observing his expression. However, such derision only served to incite Li Changxing's anger further. Upon hearing Ren Feng's voice, he recalled that this impudent brat was the master of the three undead. Thus, the true culprit behind his humiliation was indeed this insolent boy. Heretical fiend, meet your end. Li Changxing roared, swinging his sword, only to be intercepted by the great black beast. At the cost of having one of his hands severed and sent soaring into the air. Failing to strike, Li Changxing was even more enraged. Recalling his earlier bravado before the venerable King Kong and the curious glances cast upon him by the subordinates of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau amidst the battle, he felt utterly humiliated. You were seeking death, Li Changxing shouted, and a formidable sword intent erupted from him, coalescing into a palpable force. In the hazy distance, a phantom of a long sword began to materialize behind him. Is this truly happening? Ren Feng stood frozen, a tremor coursing through his heart. As a familiar sensation washed over him, he sensed that should this sword strike him, the lightest consequence would be severe injury. He wished to defend himself. Yet he could not fathom what could possibly obstruct the sword energy capable of severing magical artifacts. Hal, Bai Su, sensing the peril faced by his master, intensified his assault on Li Changxing. Yet, no matter how the corpse venom infiltrated him, Li Changxing's movements remained unfettered, his sword energy becoming as solid as reality. Suddenly, Ren Feng's eyes brightened. He still had an unplayed card. Just moments ago, images of Li Changxing severing the magical artifacts of Yang Yi and Lu Qin had flashed through his mind as he contemplated strategies for confrontation. In a blink, the scene of Little Gold devouring metallic weapons began to overshadow the image of Li Changxing. A long sword is also made of metal. He just wondered if Little Gold could consume it. Let it be. One might as well treat a dead horse as if it were alive. If that fails, one could always retreat into a world of zombies. After a few years, he mused, those people would hardly still be waiting to capture him. With this thought, Ren Feng swiftly unfastened the beast trap that he had secured around his waist. Little Gold. Ren Feng released Little Gold, unaware that the Merit Golden Pearl within his dantian had suddenly erupted with brilliance once more. Chapter 43. Foundation Establishment and the Escape of the Corpse Slave Squeak. Wow, such abundant spiritual energy. Master, where are we? Little Jean climbed onto Ren Feng's hand, its nose twitching in sheer delight. I'll tell you later. First, devour that thing. What? Delicacies. The two communicated through the heart-eating goo, their words flowing rapidly. Upon hearing Ren Feng's command, Little Jean paused in surprise, then turned to see the long sword in Li Changxing's hand, its eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. Whoosh, crunch, crack, peef. In the blink of an eye, everything transpired like a flash of lightning. Li Changxing only saw a white light darting from Ren Feng's hand, and in an instant, his long sword was shattered into two pieces, the tip crashing to the ground and carving a deep fissure. But that was not the end. The moment the sword was bitten through, a surge of reverse blood welled up in Li Changxing's heart, causing his cultivation to plummet dramatically. My spiritual energy. Unlike other cultivators, as long as one possesses sufficient essence, blood, and soul power, multiple life-bound magical treasures can be refined. As a sword cultivator, however, once Li Changxing embarked on the path of cultivation, he could only refine a single sword into his life-bound flying sword. Its fate was inextricably linked to his own. His sword, imbued with his sword intent and cultivation, could annihilate other magical artifacts. Yet he too would suffer immense harm if his life-bound flying sword were destroyed. Before long, Li Changxing's cultivation had dropped to the second level of foundation establishment, and it was still descending towards the first level. Realizing this, he cast aside any sorrow and hastily retrieved a vial of heart pulse pills from his storage bag, swallowing it whole in a desperate attempt to stabilize his cultivation. Crack, crack. What sound was that? A wave of excruciating pain surged through him as Li Changxing followed the sound's origin, and his eyes widened in horror. There, on the ground, a white mouse had pulled the tip of his sword from the earth and was gnawing at it voraciously. Stop! Li Changxing gritted his teeth against the searing pain and, with his fingers poised like a sword, prepared to strike at Little Jean. If the destruction of his life-bound flying sword merely resulted in a significant decline in his cultivation, he could potentially recover in the future. But who would have imagined that this creature before him would consume the very tip of his sword? Li Changxing could distinctly sense that with each bite the mouse took, the connection between him and his life-bound flying sword diminished further. Crack, pop. Li Changxing spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, his sword heart shattered. The possibility of restoring his life-bound flying sword was extinguished, and his journey in cultivation was halted at the initial stage of foundation establishment. All of this devastation was wrought by the diminutive creature before him, no larger than a cat. The boundless sorrow and raging fury in his heart transformed into a murderous intent. He gathered the last trace of sword intent, concentrating it on his fingertips, intent on eliminating the culprit. Whoosh, with a flick of his fingers, the sword intent shot forth, transforming into a phantom of a longsword that surged towards little Jin. However, Ren Feng had long since noticed his movements the moment he acted. Ren Feng began to activate the beast trapping bag, preparing to retrieve little Jin. As Xiao Jin returned to the confines of the beast bag, that fleeting sword aura lost its target, dissipating into the air and cleaving into the ground, resulting in a gaping pit measuring a staggering 7 zhang in length and over 3 feet in width. Heavenly Valley's wicked cultivator, Li Changxing, shall not. Observing that the final trace of sword intent also missed its mark, Li Changxing's spirit waned, dissipating even more thoroughly than Lu Qin's. Consequently, he found himself lacking the strength to combat Bai Su's corpse poison. The potency of Bai Su's corpse poison was already formidable, and with their powers being nearly equal, coupled with Li Changxing's inability to resist, the poison swiftly coursed through his veins. Ren Feng then witnessed Li Changxing, who had yet to finish his fierce proclamation, transformed, his complexion darkening into a shade of deep green. Even before he could articulate the word two, Ren Feng saw Li Changxing, now with a bruised visage, kneel before him. Master, is this a corpse slave? Upon seeing Li Changxing's state, Ren Feng was filled with delight. Bai Su's innate spell had taken effect. He had gained another foundational period corpse slave. Although a corpse slave, unlike a zombie or a spectral corpse, could not awaken spells and retain the cultivation level it had at the time of transformation, this was indeed a foundational period corpse slave, even if it possessed only physical attack capabilities. Anyone with a body cultivation level akin to his own would falter against a foundational period corpse slave. Not to mention, this corpse slave carried its own corpse poison with each attack, resulting in a chain reaction unless the opponent had an antidote, ultimately evolving into an ever-increasing number of corpse slaves. Opening Li Changxing's storage bag, and considering the fact that the individual had now become his corpse slave, Ren Feng easily unsealed it. As he opened it, the dazzling array of items within nearly blinded him. Moreover, the storage bag possessed an impressive volume of 300 cubic units, far surpassing the typical storage capacity of foundational period cultivators. It was evident that this was indeed the treasure trove of a branch master from the Heavenly Monitoring Bureau, truly opulent. However, it was clear that this was not the time for counting spoils. The battle between Yang Yi and the diamond was still underway. And with Yang Yi's primary artifact having been damaged significantly, the disadvantage was becoming increasingly apparent, allowing the diamond to gain the upper hand. This situation could not continue. Unlike Lu Qin, who had abandoned all to rescue Lu Guang, leaving 2 shadows to protect his corporeal form, Ren Feng possessed a sense of urgency. He possessed Bai Su and, with Li Changxing in tow, rushed to assist Yang Yi. With a howl, after seizing a few corpses of cultivators and draining their blood essence, the cracks in Bai Su's bone armor were instantly mended, rejuvenating it completely. Ren Feng let out a satisfying roar, flapped his wings, and aimed his claws directly at the diamond's nape. Ah, abomination, you seek death. The diamond, fixated on relentlessly assaulting Yang Yi, remained utterly oblivious to Ren Feng's approach from behind. Furthermore, as Ren Feng targeted the vulnerable area of the human body, his claws sank into flesh, causing the diamond to bleed profusely in an instant. Just as Ren Feng was about to inject the corpse poison, the diamond violently flung him away, and the wound healed rapidly. Enraged by the ambush, the diamond swung its massive club towards Ren Feng. However, Ren Feng exhibited remarkable agility, soaring into the air in an instant, leaving Jin Gang in a state of impotent fury. Well done, Yang Yi exclaimed, recognizing Ren Feng's maneuvering skills. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes caught sight of Li Changxing trailing behind Ren Feng, prompting her to cry out, "Beware of what's behind you." Behind? Ren Feng turned to see Li Changxing's ashen face, and a smile spread across his lips, for he understood that this was a misunderstanding on Yang Ye's part. Rest assured, Sister Yang, this fellow has already been transformed into a corpse slave. What? Yang Yi gasped. What? Jin Gang echoed. Both turned their attention to the sky, where Li Changxing moved sluggishly. His pallor was striking, his eyes devoid of life, and most alarmingly, He bore a broken sword in his hand. In stark contrast to Yang Ye's astonishment, Jin Gang felt a surge of trepidation upon witnessing Li Changxing's condition. Although they were not closely acquainted due to their differing departments, Jin Gang was aware of Li Changxing's prowess in swordsmanship. Not only was he among the finest in Chengzhou County, but he also ranked among the elite of the younger generation across the entire Jin province. Yet here he was, wielding a shattered blade and appearing so wretched, clearly having been turned into a corpse slave as the white-bone specter had claimed. This signified that he was now to face 3 foundational cultivators. Even if 2 of them were at the early stage of foundation establishment and only one was at his level, the formidable strength of the undead bodies was undeniable. Moreover, the white-bone specter possessed the ability to transform individuals into corpse slaves, and Jin Gang had no desire to become an aberration, a creature neither human nor ghost. Unlike him and Yang Yi, these 2 corpse slaves were not their true forms. Even if they perished, it would not significantly impact their master. However, if he were to die, it would be irrevocable. With Master Jin Hun absent, it was uncertain whether Lu Guang could procure the resources to secure a refuge in the illusion realm. Consequently, Jin Gang was increasingly disinclined to engage in combat, his earlier ferocity waning. Meanwhile, Ren Feng and the others became increasingly fervent in their assault, exchanging blows until Jin Gang was left battered and bruised. Is big brother Jin Gang faltering? Why have you stopped wielding your golden staff? I am not yet finished playing. With Ren Feng's assistance, Yang Yi felt relieved from her earlier burdens and resumed her verbal onslaught. Which, just wait. As Yang Yi unleashed a torrent of invectives, Jin Gang felt his composure tarnished. Leaving behind a harsh retort before transforming into a streak of golden light, racing towards the direction of Songha Temple. Don't run. Upon witnessing Jin Gang's retreat, Yang Yi attempted to pursue, but Ren Feng intervened. What's wrong, brother? Are you feeling jealous? Rest assured, sister is solely yours. If you don't believe me, feel my conscience. With that, Yang Yi reached for Ren Feng's hand. That is not what I meant. Ren Feng felt exasperated, thinking, who wants to feel your conscience? And if I were to, it certainly wouldn't be with Bai Su's body. What utter nonsense. Our foremost priority is to rescue the talented strategist, Lu Guangxiu. If King Kong returns, he will undoubtedly summon the Golden Soul Monk, and once he arrives, escape will be impossible. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi ceased his commotion and solemnly declared, then let us hasten our departure. Nodding in agreement, Ren Feng's spirit returned to his body as he and Yang Yi proceeded to the entrance of the dungeon. Karma? At the dungeon's threshold lay countless fragments of flesh, still bearing the remnants of Li Changxing's sword energy. Moreover, Ren Feng observed wisps of thin black smoke drifting about, the aura of the merit golden pearl inducing a profound discomfort within him, undoubtedly a manifestation of karma. However, there was no time to delve into such matters. The urgent task was to rescue Lu Guang. To his surprise, a formidable defensive array awaited them. Ren Feng lowered his gaze while discreetly retrieving Lu Qin's storage pouch. Let me handle this, Yang Yi exclaimed as he brandished a long hook, preparing to forcefully breach the door. No, 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 Ren Feng urgently interjected. If you break the door like that, you might trigger some mechanism. Allow me to take care of it. Do you actually understand formations? Yang Ye's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her gaze towards Ren Feng now laced with a hint of hesitation, in addition to her earlier greed. A little, Ren Feng replied, squatting down to scrutinize the defensive array closely. Following Lu Qin's previous assault, the array's spiritual energy had been significantly depleted, with many runes dimming considerably. Furthermore, Ren Feng discovered that his conjecture was correct. If they were to forcibly breach it, it would trigger a self-destruct mechanism, potentially obliterating the entire dungeon. How ruthless. Ren Feng mused, recalling Lu Qin. Even if he had not been slain by Li Changxing, this array would have surely claimed his life, along with Lu Guang's. In such a scenario, their efforts would be in vain, resulting in an unwarranted loss. Is there a way to break through? Yang Yi inquired, observing the shifting expressions on Ren Feng's face with growing curiosity. It should be possible, Ren Feng replied, channeling his spiritual energy to navigate the array. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures were swiftly approaching from the distant sky. Chapter 44. The Wealth of 3 Clans. The Rescue of Lu Guang. 4K. In midair, Li Shoujuan and Wang Lushan's sword, accompanied by several hundred family guardians trailing behind them. Master Li, have you heard about the prison break orchestrated by the demonic cultivator that day? Indeed. It was said that the skies above the dungeon were filled with 100 ghosts, leaving a gruesome trail of corpses, truly a hell on earth, Li Shoujuan animatedly recounted. clearly skeptical of his subordinate's claims. Initially, Wang Lushan chuckled lightly, yet his expression shifted upon hearing further details. Masterly. Do you know that my family's informants reported the same? They even mentioned that among the prison break's assailants, there was a figure suspected to be from the Yin puppet sect, adept at controlling ghostly corpses. Is it truly so? Li Shoujuan's demeanor turned serious at this revelation. If it were only his family's informants making such claims, one might dismiss it as exaggeration. However, if the Wang family's sources corroborated this, the implications warranted considerable contemplation. What of Lu Furu? Why is he absent? It would be beneficial to compare our information with his. Are you still unaware of that old dog? He is exceedingly evasive. He always appears last whenever there is an issue. Let us proceed. Indeed. I wonder what Lu Furu is thinking, with the formidable Lord Vajra overseeing the dungeon. What could possibly go awry? Exactly. Moreover, Senior Li from the Sky Monitoring Bureau is present. Should any trouble arise, he would undoubtedly intervene. What is there to fear? Perfect. Let us take this opportunity to address his lack of initiative. I believe the Golden Core inheritance should not be distributed to the Lu family. How fortuitous. I share the same sentiment. Let us hasten, lest he catch up with us. Absolutely. Ugh. Release us. Bah. I warn you, lad. You cannot afford to offend us. I suggest you release me at once, or you shall face dire consequences. Cease your clamor, you wretched cur. At the entrance of the dungeon, two middle-aged men were bound by celestial ropes. They were none other than Li and Wang, who, upon arriving above the dungeon, witnessed attempts to surreptitiously breach its confines. They promptly descended to intervene, eager to ensure the authorities recognized their contributions. As for the outcome, it is precisely the predicament they now find themselves in. In response to their brazen proclamations, Ren Feng chose to disregard them. Offend me? What a jest. I, Ren, have offended countless individuals both in court and in the wild. What significance do you hold? Ah. With a single slap, Dehe silenced them, letting out a menacing roar. The two immediately fell silent, not out of fear, but rather from revulsion. You, the chubby one. Yes, Gui Yunjin, I'm referring to you. Come here. Hey. At this moment, the area above the dungeon was strewn with corpses, with only remnants of the Black Wind Gang and key members of the Gui family remaining. The rest had either perished or fled, disappearing without a trace. You called for me. Gui Yunjin responded respectfully, though engaged in battle. He had not neglected to observe Ren Feng, the vice commander. With a mixture of raising insects and summoning ghostly corpses at the pinnacle of chi refinement or even the foundation establishment stage, he had even managed to acquire the 100 Ghosts banner originally belonging to Lu Qin. Having slain the branch leader of the Astral Monitoring Agency and frightened away the venerable elder of Songha Temple, he realized that even a mere 2 of these feats were beyond his capacity to withstand. It became abundantly clear to him that this vice commander was a more formidable character than the commander himself. What status do these 2 old men hold? Gui Yunjin glanced at them, only to be met with their furious glares. You, Gui Yunjin, unable to secure any benefits, have resorted to colluding with outsiders to stage a prison break. Li Shoujuan, when the magistrate returns, your demise shall be at hand. Wang Luxian, go to hell. What if there is an ancestor at the foundation establishment stage? What is so impressive about that? Gui Yunjin kicked out, having long harbored disdain for them. In terms of cultivation, he too was at the late stage of chi refinement, and in commerce, the Gui family had indulged in this path for centuries. Who among them could rival his prowess? Just because they had an additional ancestor at the foundation establishment stage, who remained locked away in seclusion, they acted as though they were above everyone else. After delivering a kick to each, Gui Yunjin felt a sudden sense of clarity and returned to the matter at hand, stating, they are the heads of the 3 prominent foundation establishment families in Chengzhou. This is Li Shoujuan of the Li family, and this is Wang Luxian of the Wang family, while Lu Furu, the head of the Lu family, is not present. Clan heads? Ren Feng's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, clan heads indeed. They oversee the resources of their entire families. No wonder they are so audacious. They must be quite affluent. I mean wealthy. Baisu. Ren Feng called out, and Baisu immediately understood, slowly injecting corpse poison into the 2 men amidst their terrified gazes. Before long, 2 corpse servants knelt before Ren Feng, uttering, Master, return to your families and ensure that all the spirit stones and treasures from your treasury are brought outside the city. After this incident, Ren Feng anticipated he would not return to Chengzhou, yet unexpectedly had the opportunity to extract the wealth of the 3 major families beforehand. What a delightful surprise. As he watched the 2 depart, Ren Feng resumed his attempts to decipher the array. As the moon gradually descended in the west, he had managed to unravel about 80% of the formation, but at this moment, he halted. Why have you stopped? Seeing Ren Feng furrow his brow, Yang Yu could not help but inquire. I cannot break it. This formation seems to require a specific key for access. Then what shall we do? I have no idea. I truly do not know how Luo Chen managed to infiltrate last time. Is there a possibility, Gui Yunjin suddenly interjected, that due to the previous incident, the authorities specifically reinforced the dungeon? Ren Feng. Yang Yi. Just as Ren Feng found himself in a quandary, an unusual sound from not far away captured his attention. Bai Su reacted instantly, swiftly tossing a middle-aged man, who appeared to be of similar age to Li and Wang, onto the ground. Spare me, my lord. Spare me. I understand the rules. I will return immediately to have my Lu family's assets gathered. Who is this? Ren Feng turned, and Gui Yunjin immediately understood. This is Lu Furu, also known as Lu the Old Dog. Quite the survivor, indeed. Ren Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed. With the old dog making such a move, he found himself at a loss for a suitable justification to eliminate his adversary. Meanwhile, Lu Furu, observing Ren Feng's silence, presumed that Ren Feng intended to transform him into a corpse servant akin to Li and Wang. Frowning, he appeared to deliberate extensively before finally gritting his teeth and retrieving an item from his storage pouch. I have something here that should assist you, he stated. Ren Feng took the object and discovered a uniquely shaped iron seal engraved with runes. This is the key to activate the Grand Formation, albeit a one-time use. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Ren Feng was astounded. Was this the benefit of accumulating merit, where one's needs are met as they arise? Once he rescued Lu Guang, he would certainly return to the world of corpses to establish several blood-draining formations. Noticing Ren Feng's continued silence, Lu Furu elaborated, to be candid. My Lu family specializes in formations. This grand array was set up at the behest of the county magistrate. As for this key, it was originally intended as a contingency for my family should we enter the dungeon, but today, it is presented to you. Very well. Ren Feng regarded Lu Furu with appreciation. This action undoubtedly bound them together in a shared struggle. It was evident that Lu Furu, the renowned king of Go in Chengzhou County, would do anything to preserve his life. Their prison break would likely become the talk of Chengzhou by the following day, and the authorities would certainly not spare them, nor Lu Furu. Should they be captured, Lu Furu, as the provider of the key, would likely receive a more favorable treatment than the others. However, there were benefits. At least he would not face immediate death. Given Lu Furu's perceptiveness, Ren Feng had no intention of killing him. As for the future, that would depend on his mood. Consume this, and return to the Lu family to redirect resources. Lu Furu unhesitatingly swallowed the heart-eating goo and turned to depart. With this, the three foundational families were effectively dealt with. As long as the three ancestors remained uninvolved, no further complications would arise. Let us proceed. Ren Feng exchanged a glance with Yang Yi and activated the iron seal to unlock the dungeon. With a resounding boom, the defensive array disengaged, and the dungeon door slowly creaked open. Let me out. I am wronged. I am wronged. As soon as they descended into the dungeon and stepped onto the Xuanwu stone floor, Ren Feng was inundated with cries from all directions. Most of those imprisoned on this level were mere mortals or early-stage qi refinement practitioners. Upon seeing unfamiliar faces, they were instantly stirred, fervently hoping to be liberated. We must go deeper. Yang Yi disregarded the clamor and addressed Ren Feng, informing him that Lu Chun had previously mentioned the location where his father was held. Understood. Ren Feng nodded and approached the end of the first level of the dungeon, where he spotted a staircase leading to the second level. Upon reaching the second layer, it was evident that the cultivation levels of the imprisoned practitioners had significantly increased, with mid-stage qi refinement cultivators now visible. Yet, there were still no signs of Lu Guang. The pair continued their descent. Upon reaching the third level, there was still no sign of him. Instead, numerous vacant cells came into view. Ascending to the fourth level, the flooring transformed into polished iron, and the descent was devoid of any stairs. This level boasted an even greater number of empty cells, housing practitioners who had just begun their journey in the late stages of qi refinement. Their conditions were markedly superior to those above, as Ren Feng even spotted a lecherous old man at the first stage of foundation establishment cradling a woman in his arms. However, after circling the fourth level, Ren Feng still failed to uncover any trace of Lu Guang. This was perplexing, Lu Chen had mentioned that his father had previously been confined here. In front of an unoccupied cell, Yang Yi pointed at the dried blood on the floor. He was indeed held here. Ren Feng nodded. Having spent considerable time in the zombie world, he had mastered the art of discerning the freshness of blood to ascertain time. He moved out just last night. Then did we come here for nothing? Yang Yi frowned. She had risked exposure solely for information on Lu Guang, and now, with no sign of him. Her perils seemed futile. Not at all, Ren Feng said, casting a meaningful glance at the ground. Do you really think I'm blind? According to the blood imprint of the guards, I can distinctly sense that Lu Guang is undeniably nearby. Since he is not on the 4th level, we must descend further. As for the absence of stairs, they must exist, merely concealed from sight. Ren Feng vividly recalled that the floors of the first 3 levels were constructed of black tortoise stone, while the 4th level had been replaced with iron. Wasn't that a clear indication of something sinister? Although the iron flooring was meticulously crafted, rendering it impossible for him to locate any mechanism. It did not imply he was without recourse. Little Jean. G? Ren Feng tapped the beast bag, and Little Jean promptly emerged. Create a hole in this floor for me. Understood. Little Jean nodded obediently, and before Yang Ye's bewildered gaze, it began to gnaw away at the iron floor, gradually forming an opening sufficient for a person to pass through. How did you discover this? Yang Yi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed down into the next layer of the dungeon. It's a secret, Ren Feng smiled. Stay here and wait for me. Once I rescue Commander Chu, we will leave immediately. Without waiting for Yang Ye's response, he leaped into the deepest dungeon. This time, the ground was made of basalt. The space on this level was rather confined and shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few bronze lamps. Ren Feng landed in a corridor, and at its end, a corner awaited. His instincts urged him that this was the very place where Lu Guang was imprisoned. Step, step, crash. This layer of the dungeon was eerily silent, initially. Ren Feng could only hear the echo of his own footsteps. Yet, as he drew closer to the corner, the sound of iron chains scraping against the ground became increasingly discernible. As he turned the corner, a figure suddenly materialized before him. It was Lu Guang, though they had never met. The sensation imparted by the blood seal of his elite soldier and the striking resemblance to Lu Chun was unmistakably conveying to Ren Feng that this was indeed his objective for the rescue, Commander Lu Guang. However, in stark contrast to his memories, the present Lu Guang appeared woefully ravaged. His naked form bore countless wounds, and 4 iron chains inscribed with runes pierced through his pelvic bones. Moreover, a black and white venomous insect resided at the center of his brow. Ren Feng speculated that it was likely a parasite connected to the soul. Do not inquire further. I shall remain silent. Soul-searching proves futile, as you have already discovered. You will never uncover that illusion. Cease your attempts. I require rest. Tomorrow shall be a sunny day, yet you must execute me at noon, he chuckled hoarsely, his voice akin to sandpaper scraping against bone. Lu Chen averted his gaze, disinterested in the figure of the torturer before him. It seemed that the prolonged suffering had left him somewhat disordered in speech. Additionally, Ren Feng observed that when Lu Guang mentioned his own execution, he endeavored to mask his sentiments of relief, yet the timbre of his voice revealed a deeper current of desolation and resignation. Is this truly the commander? The sight of the man before him stirred a tumult of emotions within Ren Feng. Had he not sought to train elite soldiers, he might have perished from hunger shortly after his arrival in this realm. Was he a savior? The malevolent cultivator Lu Guang, my benefactor? No. It is Tiangu Dao that is the true savior. In this chaotic era, a terminator is needed. Besides, am I not also a practitioner of the dark arts? What was the true motivation behind my promise to Lu Chen to rescue Lu Guang? Was it for the inheritance of the Golden Core? Or was it merely to glimpse this commander, whose identity as an elite soldier had forced him into obscurity and exhaustion? To meet the commander in person? To cultivate him directly? 3 years ago, that was imperative. Even a month prior, it was essential. But now, it holds little significance. Countless thoughts flitted through Ren Feng's mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular declaration. I, Ren Feng, Deputy General of the elite soldiers under the command of Commander Lu Guang of the Tiangu Dao, pay my respects to you. An amalgamation of 2 chapters, the map shall soon be changed. The humble author seeks data with utmost earnestness. Chapter 45, Lu Guang's Shock. The formation sealing silence. A prolonged silence enveloped the two, neither uttering a word, while only the echoes of Ren Feng gradually faded within the empty dungeon. Deputy Commander? After a while, Lu Guang broke the stillness. It seemed he had just grasped the significance of Ren Feng's words. Yet it also appeared he had been contemplating them for some time. I do not recall having a deputy commander. Lu Guang slowly lifted his gaze. Scrutinizing the unfamiliar face before him, a look of bewilderment etched across his features. However, he did not doubt Ren Feng's identity, after all. The blood seal of his personal guard was unmistakable. The rank of my subordinate was conferred by Commander Lu Chun, Ren Feng replied truthfully. As he spoke, he noticed Lu Guang's expression twitch noticeably at the mention of Lu Chen's name. Indeed, my son is the commander. Where is he? Why are you the one to rescue me? Lu Guang abruptly raised his head, the iron chains surrounding him responding to his sudden movement by tightening painfully to the bone. Yet, even such agony could not deter his actions as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of Lu Chen's presence. Commander Lu is dead. This is his legacy. Ren Feng struggled to shed a tear, placing Lu Chen's storage pouch into Lu Guang's hands. Regardless of their relationship, he had to present himself as a loyal subordinate in front of Lu Guang. After all, Lu Guang had not even confided in his own son about the inheritance of the Golden Core. So how could he easily divulge the location of the illusion to an outsider? Looking at Lu Guang, he fumbled with Lu Chen's storage pouch, effortlessly unlocking its restrictions. This must be Xiao Chen's. I crafted these bone chains. The imp, did he not claim to find me repulsive? Why carry them? Lu Guang's emotions oscillated between laughter and tears as he gazed at the pouch, leaving Ren Feng momentarily stunned. According to his prior assumptions, Lu Guang had withheld even the matter of the Golden Core inheritance from his son, and Lu Chen often expressed his ire upon learning of it. Their father-son relationship seemed far from amicable. However, it appeared otherwise now. After all, they were each other's soul kin, and prior to the Golden Core inheritance, Lu Chen had shown unwavering determination to rescue his father. Indeed, Lu Guang's reticence in sharing information with Lu Chen stemmed from a profound understanding of his son. If he revealed this matter, Lu Chen, with his inherent nature, would undoubtedly spare no effort in pursuing the inheritance, willing to resort to any means necessary. Such actions would inevitably draw the attention of the authorities, and with Lu Chen merely at the qi refining stage, Lu Guang would have been powerless to assist. Should the Celestial Monitoring Agency apprehend them, the fate of the Golden Core inheritance would remain shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, he chose to bury the news within himself and depart from this world with it. How did Xiao Chen meet his demise? After a brief moment, Lu Guang's voice steadied, and he looked up at Ren Feng. It is as follows. Ren Feng hastily recounted the essential events of the evening to Lu Guang. The assassin of the general, Li Changsheng, transformed into a corpse slave by his subordinate, serves as a form of retribution for both the general and you, Commander Chu. With a gesture, Ren Feng summoned Li Changsheng to approach Lu Guang. Observing Li Changsheng's ashen visage and the broken sword in his hand, Lu Guang nodded. He was well aware of Li Changsheng's formidable strength and the unfathomable sword intent he possessed. The fact that Ren Feng was capable of turning him into a corpse slave during the qi refinement stage attests to Ren Feng's remarkable abilities. Had he encountered Ren Feng sooner, perhaps the current predicament would have been avoided. However, if that were the case, Ren Feng might never have had the opportunity to acquire the Bronze Ancient Gate and could still be a fledgling cultivator in the early stages of qi refinement. It is said that every action, no matter how trivial, is dictated by fate. Suddenly, Lu Guang fixed a piercing gaze upon Ren Feng. Where is my son's 100 Ghost Banner? Faced with his penetrating stare, Ren Feng felt as though he were being scrutinized to his very core and promptly produced the banner. As the 100 Ghost Banner emerged, a chilling wind swept through the dungeon, carrying with it the anguished cries and resentment of countless vengeful spirits. If I hadn't asked. Would you have kept it hidden? Lu Guang grunted coldly as he accepted the banner. Instantly, a vivid red light flickered across its surface, accompanied by an intense heat that made him frown in discomfort. Noticing Lu Guang's expression, Ren Feng's heart raced. After all, he had simply failed to present it immediately. Surely that did not warrant a death sentence. I trust my loyalty has been adequately demonstrated, he pondered anxiously. For this Commander Chu was a notorious practitioner of dark arts with whom he had little experience. Who could truly fathom the depths of his character? So it has recognized its master. Lu Guang remained silent, absorbed in attempting to refine the 100 Ghost Banner. To his astonishment, it exhibited no reaction, affirming that it had indeed acknowledged Ren Feng as its master. In truth, this banner had originally belonged to Lu Guang, though it was not crafted by him. It had been discovered during his days as an ordinary qi refinement cultivator within the ruins of an ancient demonic cultivator's lair. Nearly everything within had decayed, save for a few incomplete tomes and this singular banner. Unlike the current 100 Ghost Banner, which requires the infusion of blood and soul to inscribe its mark, This banner had stirred to life upon their first contact, recognizing its master after merely leaving behind a soul imprint. It was through this banner and the incomplete teachings that he rapidly advanced in strength, eventually becoming a Foundation establishment cultivator and later assuming the role of Commander Chu in the Heavenly Valley sect. However, one fateful day, he discovered that the 100 Ghost banner had become unusable. As he touched it, the same red light had flashed. The cause being that Lu Qin had attempted to seize the banner to exact vengeance while he was away, only for it to recognize Lu Qin as its master. This incident led to a fierce argument between them, and after Lu Qin secured a position as a general as personal guard, he moved out. Initially, Lu Guang had contemplated whether, with Lu Qin's demise, he might reclaim the 100 Ghost banner, only to find it had once again acknowledged Ren Feng as its master. After a prolonged silence, Lu Guang handed the 100 Ghost banner back to Ren Feng. You have performed admirably. This banner shall serve as your reward. From this day forth, you shall be the commander of my personal guard. Thanks to General Xie's cultivation. Ren Feng rejoiced. Since Lu Guang was willing to appoint him as the commander and bestow upon him the 100 Ghost banner as a reward, did this not signify that he no longer regarded himself as an outsider? The legacy of the golden elixir lay before him. However, he remained oblivious to Lu Guang's true intentions, unaware that Lu Guang harbored another scheme. The 100 Ghost banner had, after being subjected to the blood sacrifice by Lu Qin, absorbed an excess of resentment and karmic energy in a short span of time. Lu Guang believed that his capture was merely a matter of fortune and, upon reflection, preferred not to utilize an object laden with such immense karma for the time being. Was it not the case that when the time came, should Ren Feng perish, the 100 Ghosts banner would ultimately revert to him? After all, the life and death of the personal guard rested within his thoughts. It was indeed wise to present it to Ren Feng now. On one hand, it would incentivize him to exert greater effort on his behalf. On the other, it would allow Ren Feng to absorb a portion of the karmic energy, thereby minimizing the repercussions when Lu Guang reclaimed the 100 Ghosts banner. Ren Feng, blissfully unaware of these machinations, was currently elated to accept the 100 Ghosts banner, seeking to uncover the legacy of the golden elixir for Lu Guang. General Chu, it is temporarily safe outside. I shall assist you in breaking free from these iron chains. Useless, you should call down Yang Yi. These chains are impenetrable and can only be broken by exceptional artifacts. Crack. Lu Guang had intended to mock Ren Feng's overconfidence, but soon heard a crisp sound behind him as an iron chain fell to the ground. Squeak. Little Jean scurried across his shoulder, biting at another iron chain. Is this a gold-biting mouse? You are indeed fortunate. Controlling demon beasts is an intricate skill, and capturing a swift creature like the gold-biting mouse is exceedingly challenging, which is why the Spirit Beast sect holds its esteemed position among the 5 great sects of the Tianqian dynasty. Observing that Lu Guang had misunderstood him, Ren Feng chose not to clarify. Sometimes, misunderstandings can be beneficial. Yet, even so, this is insufficient. This soul-devouring goo is parasitic within my soul sea. Creak. With a sharp sound, Ren Feng unleashed Xiao Hong, who promptly devoured the opponent. These two types of goo were indeed close kin, capable of mutual consumption. Lu Guang. General Chu, this is the blood jade I have refined. I implore you to accept it. Lu Guang casually accepted it. I did not expect you to possess the skill to refine blood jade. However, you, being merely at the qi refining stage, this purity. Cough cough. To achieve this level of purity is a commendable feat, and might barely rival my own. Lu Guang found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishingly crafted from pure human blood, devoid of any animal blood, and of such superior quality. Given him 10 years, he could not produce such blood jade. This Ren Feng was certainly formidable. This cannot continue. Where is the dignity of General Chu? Since I must escape regardless, why not? Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Guang. Amidst Ren Feng's astonished gaze, he levitated into the air, his eyes ablaze, exhaling a chilling wind, and in the blink of an eye, the entire dungeon began to tremble. Rumble. Ah, what is this? So cold. So cold. How can this be extinguished? Help me. Someone, please save me. Countless cries echoed from all directions. And Ren Feng clearly observed an immense surge of blood energy permeating the iron floor, flowing continuously into Lu Guang at the dungeon's deepest depths. Soon, the wounds on Lu Guang's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, yet this was not the end. As the gathered blood energy increased, Lu Guang's aura ascended with equal fervor. In a mere moment, his presence restored to its former glory, but still, it did not cease. Once the surrounding blood energy had finally dissipated, Lu Guang's aura growth came to a halt, revealing that his cultivation had astonishingly advanced to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Let us depart. This way. This is true demonic cultivation. Ren Feng guided Lu Guang, his heart brimming with envy. When would he himself be able to refine the corpse-burning and soul-refining technique to such a degree, so that when his Yin fire emerged, all would bow in submission? Upon reaching the 4th level, they encountered a rather perturbed Yang Yi. Lu Guang, you triggered the dungeon's alarm system. I fear we have already alerted the county governor and his guards. We must make haste. What is there to fear? Let us go. Though Lu Guang's cultivation was inferior to Yang Ye's, his indomitable courage surpassed all. He immediately led the two out of the dungeon. As they emerged onto the surface, they spotted the frantic Gui Yunjin pacing like a distressed ant on a hot pan. Aside from him, the remaining 4 loyal soldiers from Blackwind Stronghold appeared equally anxious. Yet they did not exhibit the same panic as Gui Yunjin. They sensed that the master of the Blood Seal was drawing nearer. Ren Feng had rescued the commander. Subordinates Ma Changxing, Bai Xian, Xiong Kaiwei, and Mu Yuan pay their respects to the commander, whom Lu Guang nodded, recognizing these men as his loyal soldiers. Though they paled in comparison to Ren Feng. Indeed, we must hurry. Lu Guang looked up, noticing a crimson substance gradually coalescing in the skies above Qinzhou County. This was the sealing formation arranged by the Lord of Jinzhou, in accordance with the terrain. Once activated, it would permit entry but deny exit. Chapter 46, Escape from Qinzhou County. Is this the esteemed Commander Lu Guang to you? I'm Gui Yunjin, the head of the Gui family. Upon witnessing the reaction of the Black Wind Gang, Gui Yunjin perceived that the gaze directed at Lu Guang was akin to that of beholding a mountain of gold, prompting him to approach with flattery, only to be abruptly interrupted. Silence, Lu Guang commanded coldly, an aura of bloodlust emanating from him, rendering Gui Yunjin speechless. As a mere merchant, even as the patriarch of his family, he had never encountered such ferocity. Noticing Lu Guang's frown, a sense of foreboding filled his heart. He had failed to leave a favorable impression on the other party from the outset, and with the recent death of Guochun, their family's position had grown precarious. Clatter. Clatter. Ren Feng perked up his ears and turned around. Spotting an elderly man clad in official robes accompanied by a cadre of young clerks and scholars attire hastening towards them. Thieves, do not flee. The elder bellowed, revealing himself to be Lu Shui, the county magistrate. A mere qi refinement cultivator dares to obstruct me? Lu Guang scoffed, casually conjuring a surge of Yin fire. To his surprise, Lu Shui remained unfazed, sending a book soaring into the air, which erupted in radiant white light. The supreme artifact, the Howren book? You dare to audaciously misuse the county magistrate's artifact? Lu Guang exclaimed in anger, witnessing his previously formidable Yin fire, capable of incinerating even foundation establishment cultivators, disperse instantaneously upon contact with the white light. The Howren book, nourished by righteous qi, was the bane of such malevolent flames. As long as I can delay you, what does it matter if I transgress? Lu Shui snorted disdainfully, refraining from direct confrontation with Lu Guang and his company, instead encircling them with his entourage of clerks. After all, even if it came to battle, a late-stage qi refinement practitioner like himself could not contend with this group. However, as long as he could stall Lu Guang and his companions until the great formation was complete, his mission would be accomplished. Block us? How navi? Lu Guang soared into the air, heading southward towards the city. Observing this, Ren Feng and the others promptly took flight to follow. But soon Ren Feng noticed something amiss. Why had his speed increased? No, it wasn't that he had accelerated. It was that everyone around him had slowed down. Ren Feng observed a faint layer of white light enveloping Lu Guang, Yang Yi, and even the members of the Black Wind Gang, reminiscent of the righteous qi that had just dispelled Lu Guang's Yin fire. As for why he was not affected by the speed restriction, Ren Feng speculated it must be related to his merits. Additionally, a very thin layer of white light surrounded the Gua family members, imposing minimal restrictions on their speed. Before long, Gui Yunjin caught up to Lu Guang, inquiring, "Commander Lu, are we heading to the Golden Elixir Illusion?" "We?" Lu Guang glanced at him. Then at Lu Shur and his entourage, who were not far ahead. "If you wish to go to the Golden Elixir Illusion, then do me a favor." "What favor?" "I shall not hesitate," Gui Yunjin exclaimed joyfully, only to suddenly feel an immense force surge through his shoulder. "Stop them," Lu Guang sneered, hurling Gui Yunjin directly towards Lu Shui. "What?" Gui Yunjin shouted in disbelief, quickly knocking Lu Shui to the ground. In an instant, the white light beside Lu Guang vanished, and his speed surged. Observing Lu Guang's swift movements, Yang Ye's eyes brightened, and he seized a member of the Guo family nearby, hurling them towards the group of minor officials. Subsequently, the others from Haifeng's High, including Ren Feng, followed suit, discarding the Guo family members who were weaker than themselves towards the throng of officials. Lu Guang, you lack integrity. Gui Yunjin bellowed in rage as he witnessed more of his kin plummeting from the sky. Damn it, come down here. Yet, he was soon pushed aside by Lu Shui beneath him. The Guo family has colluded with the evil cultivators of Tiangu to stage a prison break. Annihilation of your clan is ordered. Understood. Upon seeing Lu Shui draw his sword, Gui Yunjin attempted to evade, but the movement agitated his wounds, providing Lu Shui the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. The remaining members of the Guo family, similarly grievously injured, were slaughtered by the minor officials. Ren Feng observed all of this unfold, reflecting on the irony that the Guo family, driven by greed, betrayed the government, only to be ultimately betrayed by their own avarice. However, he felt no sympathy for Gui Yunjin. Were it not for their actions, the group would not have successfully escaped from Tiangu County, and they had now reached the outskirts of the southern city. Lu Guang, where is that illusion? Can you reveal it now, perhaps towards Yuan County? Yang Yi inquired. Further south from here leads to another city. I suspect not, Ren Feng interjected. Given Lu Guang's ability to conceal this matter for so long, it is improbable that he would expose the illusion's location while fleeing. Indeed, the illusion is actually located on the outskirts of Suijun. What? Yang Ye's expression shifted immediately, realizing that Suijun lay to the northwest of Changzhou, meaning they had unwittingly added distance to their journey. If the illusion's location is exposed, will you take responsibility? Lu Guang shot a glance at Yang Yi, seemingly questioning the other's intellect. You. Yang Yi glared, then clung to Ren Feng's arm. At least I have brother Ren Feng who can deduce it. Feeling the warmth behind him, Ren Feng's nose tingled, sensing something peculiar about Yang Ye's demeanor. She seemed reluctant about going to Suijun. Was it merely due to the distance? It must be more than that. Ren Feng scrutinized Yang Ye's expression, and this moment was fully captured by Lu Guang, who misinterpreted Ren Feng's gaze as one filled with affection. His attention flitted between Ren Feng and Yang Yi, particularly focusing on Yang Yi, who, in his memory, was not someone of this nature. The only conclusion was that their commander was indeed extraordinary. However, this was clearly not the time for such discussions. The formation had yet to be entirely sealed, and Lu Shui and the others might still catch up. Let us proceed. Lu Guang rose but noticed that none of the personal guards, except for Ren Feng, had gotten up. They lay on the ground, displaying expressions of distress. Commander, can we wait a moment? Our injuries are too severe. We fear we won't be able to keep up with you. Just a brief pause will suffice. It won't take long. Ma Changxing whispered, striving to make himself and the others appear less burdensome. Useless. Lu Guang muttered a curse under his breath, though he maintained an outward calm. Despite his desire to abandon the group, they represented his last remaining strength. Unlike the outsiders from the Guo family, these individuals were his loyal soldiers. Treating them poorly today might lead Ren Feng to speculate about his own treatment in the future, which would be detrimental to leading the team. However, bringing them along would inevitably slow their progress. A sharp pain throbbed in his head. If only his flying shuttle were available, he could transport everyone directly. Alas, his storage bag had long been seized by Zhang Kuei, leaving him with nothing but his personal magical artifact. How about this? Ren Feng suggested after a moment's thought. You all should return to the Black Wind stronghold to recuperate. I will leave you Li Changxing's corpse slave. Additionally, the inheritance from the 3 great families will be sent to Black Wind stronghold. You will assist in receiving it. When the time comes, I will notify you to return to Suijun. What do you think, Commander Chu? Excellent. We shall proceed as you have advised. Lu Guang exclaimed, his eyes brightening at Ren Feng's proposal, which indeed appeared to be the optimal solution. How had he failed to recognize such a talented individual before? Unbeknownst to him, Ren Feng had ulterior motives. Although Li Changxing was at the Foundation establishment stage, as a corpse slave, he could neither fly nor be recalled like by Su. He could only traverse the ground. Furthermore, given the rampant demonic beasts between Chungshou and Suijun, leaving him with Ma Changxing and the others served as a perfect means of protection. This way, they might even delay the authorities from discovering their whereabouts, allowing them to abscond long before the Golden Core inheritance arrived. After finalizing their plans, Ma Changxing and the others set off towards the Black Wind stronghold with Li Changxing in tow. Meanwhile, Ren Feng and his companions concealed themselves and took flight towards Suijun. Chapter 47. The cannibalistic illusion as the crimson sun ascended in the east, the morning rays cascaded through the dense forest, illuminating the undulating terrain with countless flecks of light. Safety was attained. Lu Guang descended to the ground, followed closely by Ren Feng and Yang Yi. They had now entered the territory of Sui County. As the capital of Jin Prefecture, Chengzhou County no longer held the authority to govern their movements. Should Chengzhou County wish to apprehend them, they would be compelled to report to Sui County, risking penalties for concealing information regarding the master of Tiangu Dao, rendering such an endeavor counterproductive. Thus, before the matter was exposed, Chengzhou County would even be obliged to assist in concealing their prison break. Was the illusion situated here? Yang Yi surveyed his surroundings, seemingly seeking clues amidst the trees. Ren Feng was equally alert. There remained a distance to traverse. Lu Guang pointed ahead, signaling them to continue onward. As the trio advanced, the surrounding trees gradually thinned, revealing a meadow adorned with blooming flowers. Stop! Lu Guang suddenly gestured, and they beheld a contingent of soldiers approaching from across the meadow. The commanding officer, evidently in the early stages of foundation establishment, surveyed the area before swiftly commanding, "Search here." "Yes, sir." "What?" Upon hearing the command, Ren Feng was taken aback. Were they discovered? That could not be. Their aim should not be them. Yang Yi concealed himself, crouching on a branch, assessing the soldiers' movements to form a judgment. Ren Feng held his breath, remaining still, and only exhaled with relief when a Qi refinement soldier passed by him, weapon in hand. Then, he overheard the conversation between the Foundation officer and his aide. "Are you certain it's here?" "There is nothing in sight." "It is indeed here," replied the aide. "The young master went missing 3 days ago at this very spot, but there are no traces of any beasts. Where are we to search for the young master? Alive, we seek him. Dead, we must find his body. The county lieutenant has issued us an ultimatum. If we fail to locate the young master, we shall be the ones missing. Alas, enough talk. Let us search." The two men, with furrowed brows, dispersed to join the search efforts. The young master? Missing? Were they not the city defense army? Why were they tasked with the search? Furthermore, did they not belong to the Sui County government? Who was this young master? Ren Feng, intrigued, glanced at Lu Guang, only to find him deep in thought. However, his attention was soon captured by the chatter of other soldiers. "Where's Old Wang? Have you seen Old Wang?" "Old Wang? No, he was just with you, wasn't he?" "Exactly. We were speaking just a moment ago, and then he vanished." "Li Godin is missing too." "What? Wait, what about Lu Sanner? This place couldn't he possibly be haunted, could it?" As he finished speaking, the two soldiers before Ren Feng exchanged glances, both clearly reflecting the fear in their eyes. "There are ghosts," a voice suddenly rang out, causing the soldiers around Ren Feng to descend into chaos. Panic ensued, leading to a complete breakdown of order. An angered Qi refining stage practitioner, leading the group, bellowed in an attempt to restore calm to the disordered camp. "My lord, there are ghosts here that will devour humans." "Nonsense. There is not a trace of malevolent energy here. Where could any ghosts possibly come from?" The Qi refining practitioner was furious, clearly perceiving that no spectral presence lingered, while the common soldiers were in disarray. "What is happening?" The commotion attracted the attention of a Foundation establishment officer who approached the Qi refining practitioner. "Sir, they claim there are man-eating phantoms, yet I see no trace of ghostly energy." I was about to discipline them. The Qi refining practitioner turned to salute, gesturing in the original direction. Why is one person missing? Missing? Another one has vanished." The Qi refining practitioner rubbed his eyes, and upon reopening them, realized yet another soldier had disappeared. "Cease the search. Assemble." The Foundation establishment officer commanded loudly, blowing a whistle, summoning troops from all directions to gather around him. "Check the numbers." "Yes. Team 1, 11. Team 2, 8. Team 3 is 12. But you few cannot even account for your own members. What use are you?" "Enough with the idle remarks. Team 5 has 10. Where's the captain of Team 4? With each passing moment, the officer's expression darkened. His squad was originally composed of 12 members. Now nearly every team reported missing personnel, with some teams lacking even their leaders. This is not right. Something is amiss. The Foundation establishment officer immediately ordered a retreat. "Brother, we will be punished upon our return. It is better to risk punishment than to wait here to vanish without a trace. I will lead them back. You report to the county lieutenant about the situation here." "All right." The soldiers began their retreat, yet even then, countless individuals disappeared suddenly along the way, including several Qi refining practitioners. "Commander, what is happening?" After the soldiers withdrew, Ren Feng revealed himself and approached Lu Guang. Yang Yi leapt down from a tree. Is this the illusion you spoke of? Are you certain this is an illusion? Indeed. This is the very place. When I discovered it years ago, it was precisely like this. Otherwise, I would not have serendipitously entered the illusion. So how do we enter? Shall we wait for it to devour us? No need. We can directly activate it with our spiritual energy. Lu Guang shook his head and began to channel his spiritual energy, causing a translucent portal to gradually materialize before him. Once inside the illusion, one would be randomly transported to any location within it. This illusionary space was extensive, with the golden core ruins likely positioned at its center. Moreover, this illusion had consumed numerous surrounding beasts, rendering them quite peculiar. You must exercise caution. With that, Lu Guang did not wait for Ren Feng or Yang Yi to respond and stepped directly through the portal. Sigh, how can one only speak of entering, yet remain oblivious to the means of exiting? Ren Feng pondered, his curiosity piqued regarding the peculiar beast. Yet, upon his attempt to inquire further, he realized that the portal created by Lu Guang had vanished into thin air. No matter, I shall pose my questions upon encountering him within, Yang Yi dismissed. Casting a flirtatious glance at Ren Feng. We shall meet inside, dear brother. With that, she summoned her own portal and slipped into the illusion. Left alone on the grass, Ren Feng stood rooted in place, the lingering allure of Yang Yi's gaze nearly igniting a reaction within him once more. After a brief moment of contemplation, he expelled his distractions and conjured a portal of his own. Ren Feng mused. As the instant the portal manifested, he perceived a tremor in the ancient bronze door within his mind, as though something within the portal was irresistibly enticing it. Moreover, the golden pearl of virtue nestled in his dantian began to emit a faint glow, seemingly urging him to hasten his entrance into this illusion. He sensed an alluring presence within the illusion, drawing him closer. I must ascertain what this mysterious entity is. With a determined huff, Ren Feng stepped into the illusion. Instantaneously, a sensation of vertigo enveloped him. However, he experienced no discomfort. The feeling of entering this illusion mirrored precisely that of his previous venture into the zombie realm. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the ancient bronze door had ceased its trembling, while the response of the golden pearl of virtue intensified. Could it be that the zombie realm is also an illusion? Surveying his surroundings, Ren Feng found himself upon a desolate expanse, devoid of life. With only the relentless winds and sands swirling around him, he endeavored to sense the spiritual energy, only to realize that it was significantly more sparse here than outside. Nearly a mere tenth of the external abundance. This familiar sensation led him to contemplate a possible connection between these two realms. Unsure of the answers, he resolved to set aside his thoughts and first seek the boundaries of the illusion, intending to locate its center thereafter. Lacking a sun to guide him, he opted to follow the direction indicated by the responsive golden pearl of virtue. Chapter 48. The Astonishing Illusion, the Blood Eagle of Foundation Establishment. Are there truly no plants here? Ren Feng, soaring through the air, traversed the desolate expanse of the wasteland. Throughout his flight, he scarcely beheld any flora. The vast land stretched before him in a stark, barren spectacle, devoid of even a withered blade of grass. Indeed, this illusion actively devours both humans and beasts. If it were to consume plants as well, the world outside would have long succumbed to a desolate desert. However, despite the absence of vegetation, Ren Feng encountered numerous beasts along his journey. Yet, these creatures bore a striking resemblance to none he had encountered before. Observing closely, he noted that each of these beasts possessed a portion of their bodies tinged crimson. To his astonishment, these red areas were formed from coagulated blood. Ren Feng termed this phenomenon blood transformation, and it became evident why Lu Guang remarked that the beasts here had transformed into peculiar entities. Driven by curiosity, Ren Feng resolved to find a blood-transformed beast to refine into blood jade. After all, he had yet to experiment with refining blood jade from beasts, particularly these blood-transformed ones. As he would not readily locate the golden core ruins, this seemed an opportune moment to experiment. After a brief flight, Ren Feng selected a wolf demon of early chi refinement stage, whose head and forelimbs were already blood-transformed, presenting a fearsome visage. You will do, he thought, and without hesitation, he descended to the ground, summoning the seven-star blade into his right hand with a flourish. Howling, he initially contemplated a stealthy strike to dispatch the creature swiftly. Yet, to his astonishment, the wolf demon seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, suddenly lunging toward him as if it had eyes in the back of its head. Presumptuous, courting its own demise. Ren Feng was taken aback. then scoffed at the audacity of this mere early Qi refinement wolf daring to confront a formidable practitioner of the 13th layer of Qi refinement. As the wolf demon approached, Ren Feng swiftly brandished his blade. Swish what? To his shock, he discovered that the 7-star blade passed through the wolf demon's head as though it were traversing water, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Sizzle, upon observing the wolf demon, he was astounded to find that after its blood-formed head had been cleaved in two by Ren Feng's strike, fresh blood immediately coalesced to restore it. Seemingly enraged by Ren Feng's assault, the wolf demon let out a ferocious howl, accelerating its charge towards him. With no time to mount another assault, Ren Feng immediately activated the Heavenly Valley battle art, yet he still cried out in pain. How could this be? A mere Qi refinement beast should not be able to breach my defenses. Quickly evading, Ren Feng inspected his wound, only to find himself unscathed. Upon closer examination, he realized the source of his earlier discomfort was, astonishingly, an injury to his soul. Ren Feng gasped in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Clearly, it is related to some grotesque mutation of flesh and blood, yet it inflicts damage upon my very soul. Meanwhile, the wolf demon, seeing it had failed to slay this two-legged lamb, surged forward once more. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Ren Feng soared into the air, his mind racing with calculations. Earlier, he struck a part of the wolf demon that had yet to undergo blood transformation, resulting in no effective damage. What if he had targeted an untransformed area? The wolf demon was now spinning on the ground, attempting to leap and attack him, allowing him to observe that its back remained in a normal animal state. With a swift motion, Ren Feng seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive blow, instantly bisecting the wolf demon. A mournful howl escaped its lips before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. This time, it did not recover from its wounds. I am curious to uncover your true nature. As Ren Feng descended to the ground, he was taken aback to witness the blood transformation area of the corpse rapidly expanding. What is happening? He exclaimed, watching in disbelief as the blood swiftly spread across the entirety of the wolf demon's body, ultimately dissolving it into a pool of blood that melded into the desolate landscape. Hiss, what manner of creature is this? With the ground stained red, Ren Feng cautiously positioned himself on the untouched earth. What kind of trickery exists within this illusion that even the beasts within are so peculiar? Could it be that humans might also undergo such a transformation? A chill ran down his spine. Yet he recalled that since Lu Guang had remained unharmed during his prolonged stay here, perhaps he too would encounter no issues hopefully. Never mind. Pondering further would only serve to frighten himself. It would be wiser to seek out the source of the significant reaction from the Merit Golden Orb. Ren Feng took to the skies once more, reflecting on his recent encounter with the wolf demon. He realized he had been too reckless. With the presence of the zombie world, he should have bided his time, slowly cultivating blood jade instead, perhaps learning from Lu Frue's example. However, the blood-transformed demon beast was indeed strange. Its physical form was mutated, yet its method of attack was through the soul. Such oddity. Yet, if that is the case, does it imply that soul attacks could also inflict harm upon them? As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. But Ren Feng found himself unable to quell his inquisitiveness. Driven by audacious thoughts, he sought out a wild boar. For safety's sake, he chose one with only the cultivation of the first layer of Qi refinement. Unlike before, he had no intention of landing this time. He planned to unleash his attack from the air. As for his method of assault, it was, of course, the soul-searching technique. Remarkably, it proved effective. Upon invoking the soul-searching technique, the wild boar succumbed instantly under the immense disparity in soul strength. Yet the outcome mirrored that of the previous wolf demon, as it too transformed into a pool of blood that seeped into the earth. I truly have too much time on my hands. The soul strength of this wild boar could barely be compared to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, containing only rudimentary memories of feeding and reproduction, providing Ren Feng with no insights into the illusion. Additionally, the demise of the boar left him with nothing but disappointment, as it yielded not even a kidney. Very well. I shall continue my search. The sensation from the Merit Golden Orb grew increasingly intense, and Ren Feng pressed on, unwavering in his pursuit. Approximately half an hour later, Ren Feng's pace gradually slowed. He hovered in midair, and from a distance, he could discern that the barren land ahead was suffused with a faint crimson hue, which deepened as he advanced further. This red was strikingly similar to the bloodstained earth resulting from the slaughter of the wolf demons and wild boars he had previously vanquished. It struck Ren Feng that countless blood-transformed beasts must have perished here, their life essence staining the ground and coalescing into this expansive scarlet wasteland. Nevertheless, this revelation did not deter his progress. The merit golden pearl within his dantian was no longer merely responding, it was now vibrating vigorously, emanating a subtle golden light of merit, as if to proclaim, "You are close, so very close." Ren Feng continued to soar forward, and the surrounding crimson expanse grew increasingly darker. From his aerial vantage point, he observed numerous varieties of blood-transformed beasts engaged in fierce combat, relentlessly launching soul attacks against one another. As the ground deepened in red, the number of battling beasts escalated, and their cultivations appeared to be increasingly formidable. Countless blood-transformed beasts fell, their blood spilling forth and further saturating the desert in a profound crimson hue. "I must leave this place as soon as I locate that object," Ren Feng silently vowed. Yet, perhaps due to the recent frequent use of the merit golden pearl, just as he set this resolve, he found himself suddenly enveloped by a shadow. "Caw, what is that?" Ren Feng looked up to discover a blood-red giant eagle circling ominously above him. A foundational beast. Chapter 49. Escape, Organizing Gains. The abundance of virtue is a double-edged sword. The giant eagle, upon locking eyes with Ren Feng, seemed to be incensed, letting out a piercing shriek. "Ah!" Ren Feng grasped his head in agony. This colossal avian could launch a soul attack through sound alone. He attempted to employ the soul-searching technique, yet the strength of the eagle's soul was merely slightly inferior to his own, rendering it impervious to his interference, and, in fact, inciting even greater fury. Unbelievable! The eagle's onslaught intensified, leaving Ren Feng with no option but to evade continuously in midair. However, birds are inherently adept at flight, and the speed of this foundation-stage giant eagle far surpassed his own. Regardless of how hard he tried to dodge, he could not completely evade its strikes. This is troublesome. With the Seven Stars blade in hand, Ren Feng found no opportunity to counterattack. The eagle was nearly entirely drenched in blood, with only its tail feathers retaining a semblance of its animal form. Yet, not only was it futile to strike there, but given the current speed, even targeting the tail feathers proved an arduous task. "Baisu, come forth." Ren Feng summoned Baisu to help alleviate the pressure, but it could only share the burden. Baisu's physical attacks were utterly ineffective against the giant eagle, and even releasing the corpse chi illusion would be swiftly shattered by the foe. What to do now? Ren Feng maneuvered Baisu to restrain the eagle, his mind racing for a solution. As it stood, he could not inflict effective damage on the creature, and each of its assaults dealt a grievous blow to his soul. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. What should I do? Am I truly destined to perish at the jaws of this beast? No, absolutely not. With furrowed brows, a spark of inspiration suddenly flickered in Ren Feng's eyes. Of course, the bronze ancient gate. I can take refuge in the zombie world. If I remain there for a few days, the giant eagle will surely lose track of me after several hours and depart. With this thought, he promptly recalled Baisu and attempted to commune with the bronze ancient gate, infusing it with spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the illusion. What? In the illusion, the previously menacing giant eagle suddenly appeared bewildered, its large eyes filled with profound confusion. Where did that two-legged sheep go? I cannot let any two-legged sheep escape. Don't let me catch you. After scanning the surroundings and confirming Ren Feng's absence, the eagle spiraled downward to its nest nestled in the mountains. Meanwhile, in the zombie world. Phew, that was close. You truly? How could you lead me into such peril when you promised to enhance my fortune? Complaining to the virtue golden pearl within his dantian, Ren Feng began to regulate his soul. If only the night soul flower were available. Ren Feng lamented, though he currently possessed seats. The high-level mutated beasts in Jiang City, aside from Xiao Jin, had perished. To seek them, he would have to venture elsewhere, and heaven knows how long that would take. Upon careful reflection, he concluded that it would be far more convenient to refine his own soul. Seizing the opportunity to cultivate his spirit, Ren Feng began to examine the spoils from the prison break. First and foremost, of course, was Li Chashan's storage bag. The ample 300 cubic space had tantalized him for quite some time. What caught Ren Feng's eye first were the spirit stones. It was evident that the captain lived up to his title. Within the storage bag, he discovered no less than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, forming a veritable hill. Atop this mound lay a small collection of mid-grade spirit stones, 46 in total. It is worth noting that a single mid-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 low-grade stones. Yet such transactions were rarely conducted, as few would willingly trade their mid-grade stones for the lesser variety. Aside from spirit stones, Ren Feng also uncovered a plethora of spiritual materials, both for alchemical and crafting purposes, a veritable cornucopia. However, the majority comprised materials suitable for the qi refining stage, sorted by attributes into 5 small hills, with some rare attributes separately stored. A small portion of foundation establishment materials were set aside by Li Changxing. After a quick tally, Ren Feng noted 16 taels of purple cloud gold, a single millennium-struck jujube wood, 3 earth flame spirit crystals, and several other items of which he was unaware, but certainly valuable. Diverting his gaze from the materials, Ren Feng was momentarily blinded by the sight of the pill mountain. The elixirs within Li Changxin's storage bag were piled high as well. Like the materials, the pills were categorized by their respective stages of qi refinement and foundation establishment. Notably, the qi refining pills bore numbers, suggesting they were meant for distribution to the officials of the Sky Monitoring Bureau, yet now they had come into his possession. As he rummaged through the contents, he finally discovered a vial of foundation establishment pills, known as the soul nourishing pill, for practitioners at the foundation establishment stage. This elixir served to enhance their soul, much like replenishing spiritual energy. Upon uncorking the vial and inhaling its essence, Ren Feng felt a substantial alleviation of his soul's injuries. After retrieving a soul-nourishing pill and consuming it, a sudden sensation of pressure surged through his soul sea. It was still a bit overwhelming. Despite his soul power being comparable to that of foundation establishment practitioners due to enhancement, he had yet to reach that stage himself, especially considering this vial contained superior-grade pills. The soul power they held was exceedingly potent. Fortunately, he successfully absorbed it, healing his spiritual wounds and even augmenting his soul's strength. With his soul restored, Ren Feng continued to inspect his acquisitions. Aside from the earlier treasures, the remaining items in Li Changxin's storage bag were rather meager and miscellaneous. There remains a section housing the official attire and ritual implements of the Celestial Monitoring Agency, yet even the finest among them pales in comparison to the 7 Stars blade. Lacking its ease of use, Ren Feng contemplated seizing an opportunity to amalgamate them into materials for sale. Consequently, Li Changxin's storage pouch became devoid of contents, leaving ample space, into which Ren Feng meticulously stowed his previous possessions. Aside from Li Changxin's storage pouch, there existed the assets of several other qi refinement practitioners. Yet Ren Feng merely cast a fleeting glance before discarding them into the pouch as well. Having gazed upon the vast ocean, he no longer found interest in the trivial gains of streams and ponds. He turned his attention to another matter. With a flourish of his right hand, a long pole materialized within his grasp. Simultaneously, a chilling wind swept through the surroundings, for he had summoned a 100-ghost banner. Since it had been bestowed upon him, he felt compelled to wield it to its fullest potential. Upon sensing its essence, Ren Feng recalled that during the annihilation of the Qin family, the 100-ghost banner was a superior-grade artifact. However, following the blood sacrifice prior to the prison break, it had ascended to become an exceptional artifact. Once he sealed foundational ghostly entities within it, he presumed that the 100-ghost banner would elevate to the status of a spiritual artifact. As for the pervasive karma enveloping it, Ren Feng chose to disregard it entirely. Apologies, but the abundance of merit truly confers such audacity. Chapter 50. Devouring Lu Chen's Phantom. Refining the 100-ghost banner. Clutching the 100-ghost banner, Ren Feng beheld a multitude of vengeful spirits surging towards him from its surface, seemingly intent on his demise. However, upon closer inspection, he soon discerned that these apparitions were merely posturing. Each time a spirit approached, a crimson light would emanate from the banner, causing the specter to dissipate into a wisp of smoke. At that moment, Ren Feng mistook this phenomenon for an illusion, only to later realize that the 100-ghosts banner had recognized him as its master and was actively shielding him from the backlash of the spirits. Meanwhile, Ren Feng's brow furrowed as he noticed the gradual emergence of dark patterns upon his arm. These markings, albeit shallow and brief, were ominous. They were linked to the karmic energy surrounding the 100-ghost banner. This pattern served as a harbinger of the curse inflicted by the karmic forces, and he recalled vividly that Lu Chen frequently bore such markings upon his skin. "O my virtuous patrons, where art thou? Lend me your strength," Ren Feng exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Could it be that as a refined individual, possessing the merit of a golden wheel of virtue, he would be adversely affected by the inherent karmic energy of the artifact? Indeed, as he contemplated this, he noticed the golden pearl of virtue within his dantian gradually glowing, and soon the patterns on his arm vanished entirely. Even the surrounding black smoke of the banner diminished significantly. Now this is more like it, Ren Feng nodded in approval, then began to endeavor in the refinement of the 100 Ghosts banner. Having traversed the martial world for over a decade, he was well acquainted with the characteristics of the banner, despite never having possessed one himself. After all, it was a standard tool among practitioners of the dark arts. First, one must use spiritual power to intimidate the spirits dwelling within the banner's realm. No, wait, the 100 Ghosts banner is not of my own crafting. I must first eliminate the previous owner's imprint. Ren Feng murmured, promptly setting to work on dispelling Lu Qin's soul imprint. In his estimation, Lu Qin's spiritual strength was rather feeble, likely owing much to his father. With his own soul power comparable to that of a foundational cultivator and Lu Qin being utterly deceased, removing the imprint should prove to be a mere trifling task. With this thought, Ren Feng envisioned his soul energy separating and entering the 100 Ghosts banner. This should do the trick. The perception of soul energy during the qi refinement stage was not particularly pronounced, thus, Ren Feng closed his eyes, relying solely on the vague awareness of his soul to sense a diminutive black figure within the banner. Surrounding him were several towering black silhouettes that loomed ominously, as if hesitating over some crucial decision. Behind these giants, countless feeble spirits clamored in a cacophony, their rage directed towards the small black figure at the center. Eager to rend it asunder, Ren Feng recognized them as the spirits of the qi refinement entities previously contained within Lu Qin's 100 Ghosts banner, along with the vengeful souls of the Tiangu Dao followers. And the small black figure encircled by them was undoubtedly the soul imprint left by Lu Qin. Farewell, my general lord. Ren Feng commanded his soul form to advance, only to be beset by several malevolent spirits lunging towards him from the periphery. While countless other apparitions brandished their claws and fangs in a frenzy. Loyalty is commendable, yet it is unfortunate that your allegiance is misplaced. Depart from my presence. As Ren Feng's soul energy surged, his spirit body radiated beams of virtuous golden light, instantly reducing the audacious malevolent spirits to mere ashes. In the distance, the once menacing crowd, witnessing this spectacle, deflated immediately, daring not to approach him even a step closer. With no hindrances, Ren Feng swiftly arrived beside the spiritual imprint of Lu Qin. Upon nearing, he could barely discern Lu Qin's visage, which appeared frail and feeble, teetering within the realm of the banner, akin to a candle wick on the verge of extinguishment. From this alone, it was evident that, even if Ren Feng had not intervened to expel it, Lu Qin's lingering soul shadow would soon dissipate on its own. A truly pitiful sight. After commanding his spirit body to consume it, Ren Feng could not help but remark on the matter. Despite being a peak qi refinement practitioner, the quality of the soul was astonishingly poor, barely augmenting his soul energy. Unbeknownst to him, this was akin to someone who had just indulged in a large cup of syrupy water complaining about the bitterness of plain water thereafter. Nonetheless, while he indulged in his musings, he could not neglect the pressing task at hand. Ren Feng produced a qi refinement elixir designed to nurture the soul, attempting to separate a portion of the spirit body. Drawing on his previous experience with Baisu, the discomfort this time was considerably lessened. Congeal. As the spirit body detached, he immediately wielded his soul energy to solidify its form. Before long, a soul shadow emerged within the banner's realm, standing over 10 times taller than Lu Qin's diminutive silhouette. This apparition was grand and formidable, surrounded by a shroud of blood energy, forming a Rakshasa specter, with a resplendent wheel of virtue glowing behind its head. With a silent roar, Ren Feng's shadow stirred the winds within the banner's realm, causing the malevolent spirits, who had previously eyed Lu Qin's shadow with hostility, to tremble in fear, akin to rats before a cat, as they bowed in reverence to him in the void. Beyond them, the myriad spirits that Lu Qin had once gathered in his early years also knelt in submission the moment Ren Feng separated the spirit body, and had they been able to vocalize, they would have undoubtedly hailed him as their sovereign. However, Ren Feng did not focus on them. Instead, his attention turned to the vengeful souls of the Tiangu Dao adherents. Upon witnessing the imprint of Lu Qin being consumed, the fury and resentment in their eyes vanished, replaced by a profound bewilderment. They appeared unaware of their fear, gathering in mid-air, vacantly observing themselves and those familiar around them. Sighing, Ren Feng pondered how best to address their plight. Should he choose not to release them, the 100 Ghosts banner would maintain its status as an exceptional artifact, allowing them to engage in a brutal struggle, ultimately leaving behind only the strongest 100 spirits, which would greatly enhance his own power. At that juncture, surveying the entire illusion, No matter how many blood-transformed beasts one might possess, or even if he were to encounter that foundational blood eagle once more, when Ren Feng unleashed the 100 Ghosts banner, they would have no choice but to flee in disarray. Moreover, the transgressions wrought by Lu Chun were not his to bear. If they were to be released, it would indeed be a benevolent act, perhaps even garnering a considerable amount of merit. However, such a decision would cause the 100 Ghost banner to diminish in its quality and rank. Consequently, Ren Feng's confidence in facing the Foundation Establishment Blood Eagle would wane significantly. Never mind, it is better to retain them for the time being. Ren Feng found himself in a quandary, as he sought to neither release the vengeful spirits nor allow them to engage in mutual slaughter. By controlling the souls to depart, Ren Feng prepared for his next course of action, inscribing the banner's surface with his vital blood and immersing the entire 100 Ghost banner in blood. Typically, malevolent cultivators would use their own essence blood for the inscription and then soak it in the blood of other beings. But who is Ren Feng? He is a master of blood jade. He recalled that some vigorous evil cultivators would mix a portion of their own blood into the blood of other beings to ensure a seamless connection. Without hesitation, he retrieved the 7 Stars knife to draw his own blood. With his left hand clutching a piece of blood jade, he drew forth blood from the wound on his right arm, which gushed forth like a fountain. Should the wound heal, he would simply inflict another cut. After 7 incisions, the vessel, larger than Ren Feng himself, was filled to the brim with this potent blood. Fortunately, the zombies in Jiang City had already been eradicated. Otherwise, such a reservoir of blood might have incited a zombie tide. Contemplating this, Ren Feng summoned the 100 Ghost banner, preparing to coat its surface with his essence blood. Yet he remained blissfully unaware that the banner had become extraordinarily responsive under his control. Chapter 51. The Specialty of Little Gold Gurgle. Gurgle. Excellent. Observing the bubbling blood in the barrel infused with the 100 Ghosts banner, Ren Feng couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Soon, once the banner absorbs his blood completely, the ritual would be complete. At that moment, he could return to the illusionary realm to exact his vengeance, regardless of the blood-transformed demonic beasts or soul attacks. How could they withstand the might of Ren Feng against countless spirits? However, this incident served as a reminder his offensive capabilities were still insufficient. This was merely a blood-transformed beast that could only attack using simple soul techniques. How would he respond when facing cultivators specialized in soul magic? Should he rely on a soul-searching technique in battle? The need to prioritize the mastery of soul techniques was evident. Additionally, the perfect foundational establishment was another matter. Since Yang Yi had promised him assistance, he had yet to clarify how one could achieve a flawless foundation. Given that Songhe Temple had nurtured soul masters like Jin Han, there might be suitable soul techniques available. At this moment, Songhe Temple, which had suffered considerable damage and loss of vitality, remained unaware that their Tower of Tomes was being targeted by an old acquaintance. Nevertheless, Ren Feng merely entertained this thought, for it seemed that the entire Chengzhou prefecture had placed a death warrant on him, making a swift return impossible. It would be more prudent to take advantage of the time spent refining the 100 Ghosts banner to see what else he could accomplish in the zombie world. He also wondered how well the refuge had been constructed. Suddenly, Ren Feng recalled that he had promised the people of Fengdu to assist them in resolving their land issues. It was a perfect opportunity to check in on them. Prompted by this thought, Ren Feng summoned the 2 black creatures to guard the 100 Ghosts banner and prepared to take flight, only to discover that the beast confining pouch at his waist was shaking incessantly. What was happening? Ren Feng pondered as the beast confining pouch, though not as effective as the spirit beast pouch, usually kept the creatures inside calm, especially since Little Gold had been afflicted with the heart-eating goo. It shouldn't he be acting so restlessly? Was something amiss? Filled with curiosity, Ren Feng released Little Gold. As the pouch opened, a white figure immediately darted out. Little Gold. It was rolling on the ground, clutching its belly, exuding an expression of profound discomfort. What's wrong? Is your stomach upset? Observing Little Gold's demeanor, Ren Feng suddenly felt a sense of deja vu. It seemed reminiscent of the hamster from his past life, which had exhibited similar behavior, implying that. A series of odorless, resounding flatulence erupted, followed by several shiny, metallic spheres rolling out from behind Little Gold. Ren Feng, Little Gold, much better indeed. It was a stomachache. The little creature was rather particular about cleanliness, unwilling to relieve itself in its own abode. However, this was a sentiment only the gold-eating mouse clan would find relevant, as they were, in fact, cleaner than those emerging directly from a furnace. Yet, Could the digestive capabilities of the gold-eating mice truly lead to such discomfort? Ren Feng, filled with curiosity, observed as Xiao Jin let out a belch, a transparent stream of air suddenly erupting from his mouth, cleaving a significant fissure across the floor. Ren Feng mused, I believe I may have discerned the reason. A sudden insight struck him. If all proceeded as anticipated, Xiao Jin must have consumed both Li Chongqing's lifebound sword and the accompanying sword energy, which would certainly explain the discomfort in his stomach. As he pondered this, Ren Feng picked up the small sphere from the ground, thus affirming his hypothesis. These spheres, having undergone an intense refinement process, were not only remarkably dense, but also enshrouded in potent sword energy. Furthermore, this energy was unstable. If infused with energy and subjected to a forceful impact, the sword energy would be unleashed, potentially causing immense harm, particularly given its origin from a foundational stage sword cultivator. Chirp chirp, can I return now, master? Xiao Jin inquired. Return? How naive. Ren Feng collected the sword energy metallic spheres with an impassive demeanor, casting a cold gaze at Xiao Jin. You wish to emerge and wreak havoc upon my home without soiling your confinement bag, do you? Behold the chaos you have wrought. He pointed at the significant fissure in the floor. I grant you 1 day to rectify this. Otherwise, I shall sever your rations for a week. Do not even dream of consuming blood jade spirit stones. You shall not even touch iron. Understood, chirp chirp. Xiao Jin's ears drooped immediately, and upon looking up, he noticed Ren Feng had vanished, leaving only the duo of De He and Er He, who regarded him with mocking expressions. Xiao Jin, what are you staring at? Have you never seen a rodent cultivator before? Turn away. His voice resonated with anger, yet all that emerged was a series of chirps, deepening the mockery in the eyes of the two dark figures. Nearby, beside Building 1 in Jiangcheng, undisturbed by the undead, an increasing number of survivors had voluntarily congregated in this settlement. Under the guidance of the Yao sisters, the place had been transformed into a vibrant community, with some even dubbing it a beacon of hope amidst the apocalypse. Ren Feng felt a profound satisfaction, although he had not constructed it himself. It was evident that he possessed a keen eye for talent. Upon his arrival, Ren Feng encountered Sun Feng, who had just returned, his physique bulging with muscle, a grotesque fish with limbs slung over his shoulder. The carcass bore no signs of charring, clearly indicating it had been slain purely by brute strength. Quite a bountiful harvest, Ren Feng remarked, noting the orderly operations within the survivor base, which elevated his spirits. Thanks to your guidance, we no longer require abilities to confront ordinary mutated beasts. This fish was pummeled to death by my own hands. Sun Feng, delighted by Ren Feng's willingness to engage in conversation, proceeded to share the latest developments at the base. To the north, hills obstruct our path, an arid expanse even before the apocalypse. We are currently preparing to cross the river towards Tiangu City in the southwest, a populous region rife with zombies. There exists a peculiar breed of mutated fish, its flesh offering both the exquisite taste of fish and the tender succulence of pork tenderloin. Do not be in haste to depart. I shall prepare one for you to savor shortly. Your provisions appear quite satisfactory. Alas, this is all we can procure. Vegetables and grains available in Jiangcheng have either expired or become contaminated. The consumables have long been depleted, and now we must rely on the meat of mutated beasts to replenish our energy. Yet, this predicament has its silver lining, igniting a fighting spirit. Even ordinary survivors now dare to band together to hunt feeble, mutated creatures. Sun Feng expressed with a sense of relief. Indeed. But have you considered attempting to cultivate your own? Surely you possess some seeds? Well, we do have some. A few days ago, Yao Qin discovered a patch of land with a lesser degree of contamination, situated right beside the base. Tian Feng and Wang Chuan have been tending to it for 3 days now. How's the outcome? Observing his expression, Ren Feng had already deduced the answer. It does sprout. However, the seedlings wither away shortly after, and currently, they are investigating the cultivation of bean sprouts. Sun Feng replied, Bean sprouts? They truly are resourceful. Take me to see them. Oh, Immortal, please follow me. Sun Feng rejoiced, for the Immortal was about to assist them in resolving a significant dilemma. Chapter 52. Purifying the soil. A beauty feeding meat. 3K. Another one has perished. This is exhausting. On the periphery of the base, what was once a park has been unexpectedly discovered by Yao Qin to have a relatively shallow level of pollution, thus repurposed as farmland for the base. However, it is evident that even with its minor pollution, the soil remains far from meeting the standards necessary for cultivation. At this moment, 2 men lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gazing sorrowfully at the withered plants they had uprooted. Why can't we succeed? Wang Chuan buried a seed, attempting to hasten its growth, only to discover that his energy had completely depleted. Old Tian, do you have any water left? I'm parched. There is none left. Your energy is exhausted too. It seems so. Though reluctant to admit it, Ren Feng nodded with difficulty. The continuous 3 days and nights of attempting to cultivate plants had taken a tremendous toll on him. At this point, he truly had nothing left to give. Old Tian. Old Wang, look who I've brought. What on earth happened to you two? Sun Feng, while introducing Ren Feng to the recent occurrences, pushed the door open and was greeted by the sight of the two haggard individuals. Who? An immortal. Ren Feng and Wang Chuan had encountered an immortal before and immediately bowed in reverence. Please, no need for formalities. You have both endured much. The two expressed their gratitude and exchanged glances, their cheeks flushing as they instinctively tidied their appearances, feeling embarrassed to face an immortal in such a disheveled state. All right. Take a rest. Ren Feng tossed a piece of blood jade, signaling them to withdraw. Without requiring an explanation, he could discern from their dusty, weary appearances the trials they had faced over the past few days. Lacking sufficient strength, they compensated with effort. He admired such spirit, though, in the face of his absolute power, any amount of effort would ultimately be in vain. The quality of the soil here is indeed acceptable. Ren Feng stroked the earth, making his assessment this was. Of course, in comparison to other lands in the zombie world, even the nutrients of the deserts in the Dunyuan continent would surpass this soil. One wonders if it will yield results. Ren Feng closed his eyes, carefully recalling the records of soil enhancement spells contained within the Tiangu Dao method. Such spells are typically best executed by cultivators with an earth attribute spiritual root, such as Ma Changsheng, who possesses a low-grade earth root. Though he lacked this, he believed he could manage the problem with a simple approach. Soon, Ren Feng recalled the incantation method for the spell. With his right hand flat against the ground, he crouched slightly, his left hand forming seals in the air, while he murmured incantations. Instantly, spiritual energy surged throughout his body, and streams of red and green spiritual energy flowed from him, quickly transforming into yellowish magical power that merged into the earth. What is this? Beside them, Ren Feng and Wang Chuan had absorbed a portion of the blood jade, and their conditions had improved significantly. At this moment, they stood in awe, gazing at the astonishing scene unfolding before them. As the earthy yellow mana flowed more abundantly from Ren Feng's body, the landscape began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Streams of dark yellow gas emanated from the ground, ascending into the sky and dissipating, only to be replaced by a vast expanse of earthy yellow spiritual energy enveloping the surroundings. Mother Earth, bring forth life. The cycle of the 5 grains is ordained, and the primal energy flows. With the passage of time, Ren Feng's recitation of incantations quickened, culminating in a powerful shout as he forcefully struck the ground with his left palm. Remarkably, the soil in the entire field changed color in an instant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following the transformation of the soil, the ice cubes previously stored by Ren Feng melted into the ground, and tender shoots began to sprout quietly, growing at an astonishing rate. A miracle indeed. Ren Feng was overjoyed, for he realized that these budding seedlings were none other than the seeds they had buried in the earth, which had not germinated for so long. He had thought them dead, yet under the celestial arts of the immortal, these seeds had miraculously revived, thriving with unprecedented vigor. Similarly, although Sun Feng had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but be astounded upon witnessing this spectacle. Indeed, the immortal was truly extraordinary. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's astonishment. Wait, why was Wang Chuan unresponsive? They turned to see Wang Chuan sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes fixed intently on the scene of rampant plant growth. Just as they were about to rouse him from his stupor, they noticed a multitude of faint green lights emanating from his body. It was an awakening of his abilities. Wang Chuan's powers were inherently linked to the nurturing of plants, and now, witnessing Ren Feng's magic promoting the growth of grains, he experienced a moment of profound realization. Oh, Ren Feng also noticed this sudden shift. He observed Wang Chuan as, after a moment of insight, his eyes suddenly radiated a brilliant green light, accompanied by a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from him. He had broken through. This chubby fellow had considerable talent. Perhaps in the future, he could find a wood attribute cultivation method for him to practice. Ren Feng mused, then turned to the other two. The pollution here has been eradicated, and the fertility now surpasses even the black soil of the pre-apocalyptic era. You two will be responsible for managing and protecting this place to prevent future contamination. Yes. Tian Feng and Wang Chuan nodded earnestly. The fact that the immortal entrusted them with such a significant task was a testament to his trust, and they vowed not to betray that confidence. Excellent. Now, Sun Feng, show me your skills in grilling fish. With their affirmative responses, Ren Feng nodded lightly and stepped out of the field, leaving the three standing in a daze. Is this what an immortal truly is? Calm amidst chaos. When shall I reach such a state? Dream on. The dishes are nearly cooked. Let us hasten to gather them. Quite reasonable, I assent it. Sun Feng, what are you doing here? Did not the immortal instruct you to grill the fish? Ah, indeed. Thank you for the reminder. I shall attend to it at once. Sun Feng paused momentarily, then promptly followed in Ren Feng's footsteps. At the heart of the base stands a magnificent mansion, impeccably clean, its towering presence starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. This abode was constructed specifically for Ren Feng by the inhabitants of Tiangu Dao. Whether the immortal resides there is dictated by the immortal's mood, yet the decision to construct it reflects their attitude. In the back courtyard of the mansion, Sun Feng has erected an iron frame. With one hand, he breathes fire, while the other holds the already prepared mutant fish meat, soon filling the air with an enticing aroma. Meanwhile, a sofa has been brought out into the courtyard, where Ren Feng reclines, sipping the delightful beverage prepared for him by Yao Zhang. Having been away from the modern world for so many years, savoring this familiar flavor is truly nostalgic. Elder brother immortal, I heard you purified the soil in the garden I discovered. Is that true? And what do you think? Where did the fresh lettuce for Sun Feng's meat wraps come from? I just couldn't believe it. Careful. Yao Zhang shot a glare at Yao Qin. This younger sister possesses many admirable qualities, yet her lack of decorum is notable. Is it not entirely normal for the immortal to accomplish such feats? Though she herself is equally astonished. I was mistaken. Yao Qin stuck out her tongue, her eyes darting around before she suddenly lifted a plate of grilled fish from the table. Here, elder brother immortal, let me feed you. Sister. Upon witnessing this, Yao Zhang glared at her again, anxiously glancing towards Ren Feng, hoping he would not take offense. Ren Feng, initially taken aback, soon broke into a wry smile and opened his mouth to accept Yao Qin's offering, though they bear a striking resemblance. The personalities of these two sisters are indeed worlds apart. Turning his head, Ren Feng inadvertently caught sight of two towering peaks at his elbow. Lifting his gaze, he accidentally brushed against Yao Qin's delicate nose, bringing them momentarily together. Ah! Yao Qin squealed, her face flushing as she quickly recoiled. Yao Zhang seized the opportunity to mercilessly critique. You're usually so bold while driving. Yet, when faced with a mere touch, you act as timid as a mouse. In the wooded area of the medical university, Jean, who was transporting logs, suddenly shivered. Achoo. Which old mouse is thinking of me again? Hearing Yao Zhang's jibe, Ren Feng could not help but glance at her, surprised to see that beneath her seemingly unadorned exterior lay a cunning side. Youth is indeed a treasure. Although his actual age is not vastly different from theirs, he has lived 2 lifetimes and endured over a decade of turmoil. His thoughts are no longer in the same realm. Especially after engaging in profound discussions with seasoned cultivators like Yang Yi during the foundational stage, his perspective has shifted significantly. Upon the 2 young women, he sensed a unique vitality of youth. However, amidst the merriment, he recognized the importance of attending to more pressing matters now that he was present. What Sun Feng had previously conveyed was merely a glimpse from the operational level. To truly comprehend the current state of Tiangu Dao, he needed to hear the report from Yao Zhang. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Yao Zhang assumed a serious demeanor and began to elucidate the recent developments concerning Tiangu Dao. Initially, her account aligned closely with what Sun Feng had mentioned. They were preparing to expand into Tiangu City. Yet, as she continued, new information emerged. For instance, they had successfully established contact with certain survivor groups in Tiangu City and discovered that several factories had begun to operate, albeit with great difficulty. The delightful beverage that Ren Feng had just enjoyed was a special product from one of these factories. Given the scarcity of water resources in this post-apocalyptic world, did they not consider this a waste? Indeed, it was a waste. Such a rare and delightful beverage could only be savored by the upper echelons of Tiangu City. And even the factory director lacked the privilege to partake. Their primary business involved selling purified water in exchange for weapons or food. Ren Feng inquired whether they had awakened individuals like Tian Feng on their side. If so, it would seem they were making the most of their resources. However, Yao Jing shook her head, indicating that they did not possess any awakened individuals associated with water or ice. According to survivors from Tiangu City seeking refuge with them, there appeared to be a peculiar mutated beast capable of purifying water through a unique method. The factory director had been selected for his position in the upper echelons of Tiangu City due to his mastery of this technique. Oh, Ren Feng raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the notion that such a technique was merely employed for the benefit of others, Tiangu City seemed rather intriguing. We do not fully understand the situation, but it is indeed the case. Yao Zheng responded with a hint of confusion, and then slowly continued. Moreover, this mutated beast seems to share some genetic affinity with the mutated fish we consume. Is that so? Ren Feng remarked, glancing at the mutated fish skeleton discarded on the ground. If this mutated beast were truly as remarkable as suggested, it might not be a mere mutated creature, but rather a species evolving towards a more extraordinary form, akin to Shaojin. In that case, Ren Feng felt compelled to investigate further. Chapter 53. Encounter with the sixth-order mutant crocodile. Early the next morning, Ren Feng instructed Yao Zheng to organize matters in Jiangqing, leaving Tian Feng and Wang Chuan to continue cultivating plants. He then set off with Sun Feng and the Yao sisters on their journey to Tiangu City. The purpose of Ren Feng's expedition was twofold. Firstly, he was invited by Yao Zheng to assist in establishing a foothold in Tiangu City. Secondly, he intended to investigate the nature of the mutant beast that had been reported. With Hu Weijin at the wheel, the quartet swiftly arrived at the riverbank, a mere waterway separating them from Tiangu City. Return now, Xiao Hu, Ren Feng commanded. Yes, immortal, Hu Weijin respectfully replied, turning the vehicle back towards Jiacheng as he watched the four disembark. Duang, standing by the river, the four observed as Hu Weijin drove away smoothly. As the vehicle receded into the distance, Sun Feng could not help but remark, this kid's driving skills have finally improved. Ugh. He promptly turned to squat by the riverbank, adding yet more unsavory elements to the already polluted waters. This is what you mean by a reliable driver? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the two Yao sisters who were desperately avoiding his gaze. He's much better than when he first started learning. Yao Qin murmured. Much better? I can hardly believe it, Ren Feng exclaimed incredulously. Initially, he had intended to fly over himself and have the three of them drive to the riverbank, but Hu Weijin enthusiastically volunteered to escort them. With Yao Jing's assurance, he reluctantly acquiesced, granting this exuberant youth a chance to approach his dreams. However, who could have anticipated that this fellow's driving would leave even a cultivator of the 13th level of Qi refinement, who had perfected the first layer of the Tiangu battle decision, feeling unsteady, nearly questioning the alignment of his internal organs. The tumult he caused was more effective than an ordinary confusion array. Ren Feng even considered whether, in future battles, he might incorporate Hu Weijin's driving projection into his strategies, allowing his adversaries to experience the disorientation he felt today. How wonderful it would be if the 100 Ghosts banner were completed, he mused. With the banner in hand, he would not have to endure such tribulations. He could simply ride the winds of the underworld to Tiangu City without needing to pause at the riverbank. I apologize, immortal. Xiao Hu has always wished to be close to you and has been diligently practicing his driving skills, Yao Zheng interjected. That's quite all right. Let us prepare to cross the river. How do you typically conduct trade with the people of Tiangu City? Usually by speedboat, Yao Zheng replied. However, today's circumstances are unique. I contacted our partners from Tiangu Dao last night to arrange for a large vessel to come. With that, she glanced up at the sun. It should be arriving soon. Ren Feng nodded, remaining non-committal. At this moment, he could only hope that the captain of the vessel would prove to be dependable. Before long, a modified large fishing boat approached the shore. A dark-skinned middle-aged man jumped off the vessel, clearly someone accustomed to working near the water. Leader Yao, Leader Sun, he greeted. The three individuals nodded and shook hands with him, appearing quite familiar. Elder, this is our contact in Tiangu City, Director Zhao from the City Federation, Zhao Peng, introduced Yao Zheng to Ren Feng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's expression transformed into one of excitement. Is this truly the elder from Jiang City? Having met the elder before, Zhao Peng gestured for him to come over. Observing the overly eager middle-aged man before him, Ren Feng felt a tinge of discomfort. After acknowledging him with a nod, he ascended onto the fish boat. Truly a remarkable elder. On the shore, Zhao Peng looked up at Ren Feng, envious of his ability to fly. This way, please. The drinking water you ordered has been purified to 76. Within 4 days at most, it will be completely purified. Excellent. We shall exchange at the previously agreed price, Yao Zheng replied with a smile, evidently pleased with Zhao Peng's efficiency. However, upon hearing this, Zhao Peng forced a smile. Leader Yao, let us clarify first. It's not that I intend to go back on my word. Yao Zheng raised an eyebrow. Already guessing what Zhao Peng was about to say? As you know, after the apocalypse descended, water resources have been exceedingly scarce. And Tiangu City is the only place within the entire Jiangdong province capable of providing a substantial supply of drinking water. Yao Zheng nodded, aware that this was not the crux of the matter. Recently, many factions have temporarily cleared the zombies within their territories, and now, the most pressing need is water. They all hope to collaborate with us in Tiangu City, offering quite enticing terms. Furthermore, you must know that mutated beast meat is no longer as difficult to procure as it was in the early days of the apocalypse. Even the provincial capital of Yinghai City is prepared to exchange water sources for newly developed mutation agents. It's in high demand. And I have worked hard to secure this opportunity for you, considering our long-standing partnership and the Elder-S involvement. So what do you think about this price? As he spoke, Zhao Peng rubbed his hands together, revealing a sincere smile. Yao Zheng snorted coldly, thinking he took her for a naive university student. After assisting Ren Feng in managing Fengdu for such a long time, she was accustomed to these tactics. It was merely a ploy to raise the price. There was no need for such circumlocution. However, it was intriguing that Yinghai City had indeed developed mutation agents. She should look for an opportunity to report this to the elder. What? You dare to raise the price? Before Yao Zheng could respond, Sun Feng erupted in anger, conjuring a fireball in his hand. Do you believe I want to smash this boat right now? You can forget about returning to Tiangu City. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Peng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, a familiar sensation creeping back. Sun, don't be so agitated. Look. Thus. Sun Feng and Yao Qin played their respective roles, with Yu Zheng ultimately mediating, bringing the price down to a mere 20 increase over the original. At least 40 more. I'm not the main person in charge, and it would be quite difficult for me upon my return. Zhao Peng feigned a troubled expression. Let us consider this. I am well aware that mutated beast meat is no longer a rarity. However, our Jiang City has successfully developed the technology for cultivating fresh vegetables. I wonder if your esteemed city would be willing to become our primary partner in this endeavor? Fresh vegetables. Zhao Peng's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Absolutely, absolutely. It appears that my expression was lacking. Why would prices increase? Once your first batch of vegetables is cultivated, you must certainly consider our city federation. In the morning, Ren Feng sat in the cabin, listening to Yao Zheng introduce the situation in Tiangu City. Unlike the previously fragmented Jiang City, where survivors were scattered in various locations and even forces like the Nightingale Club were relatively small, Tiangu City had gradually developed the embryonic forms of three factions in the early days of the apocalypse: the Blue Shark Gang, formed from the local underground forces, the city federation established by the Tiangu government, and a mobile group organized by local wealthy individuals. These three factions engaged in constant overt and covert struggles while collectively referring to themselves as the Tiangu City Doomsday Committee, abbreviated as Qianma Committee. Zhao Peng, being a member of the city federation, was preparing to claim territory that belonged to the mobile group. Securing this land would allow them to use it as a springboard to gradually encroach upon Tiangu City. As for this matter, unless faced with significant danger, Ren Feng would not intervene, focusing instead on fostering self-sufficiency in Fengdu. And what about that water purification plant? Ren Feng inquired curiously, still intrigued by the mutated fish species. That water purification plant was originally a public-private enterprise in Tiangu City, backed by the Wanjing Reservoir. After the apocalypse, a special mutated fish species emerged in the reservoir, possessing purifying properties for the water. Coincidentally, the plant's director awakened an ability to calm animals, allowing him to produce purified water for personal use and delivery, thereby falling under the control of the three major factions simultaneously. I see, so it is located. Boom. What just happened? Is the one piloting the boat Hu Weijin's half-brother? Ren Feng had intended to inquire about the water purification plant's location to fly directly there. But just as he began to speak, the entire fishing vessel began to pitch violently. I don't know. Let us go outside and take a look. Yao Zheng's expression mirrored his concern, as she too had endured enough of Hu Weijin's erratic driving. Moreover, this was the second unexpected incident to occur after she had assured Ren Feng earlier that day. Zhao Peng's fishing vessel had always navigated smoothly, yet this time, with the presence of the immortal, an incident arose. Was this not a slap in her face? As the two exited the cabin, Ren Feng took to the air, instantly feeling much better. At the same time, he observed the situation outside. A group of combat personnel clad in specialized attire wielding unique fishing spears were attacking a peculiar giant creature in front of the fishing vessel. One team retreated, 3 teams advanced, and the second team lunged forward. At the center of the chaos, Zhao Peng, his demeanor now serious, commanded his troops to engage in the assault. What manner of creature is this? Do we need to assist? That would be splendid. What tasks do the personnel at the water purification plant undertake? How is it that the river is teeming with so many mutated water crocodiles that have not been exterminated? You can simply discharge electricity at those water crocodiles that have yet to make contact with the vessel. It won't be long before they succumb to the electric shock. As his words echoed, a thunderous sound pierced the air. Zzz. Indeed, dear sister, you must come and try this. At the ship's railing, Yao Qin formed a cup shape with her hands, unleashing formidable bolts of lightning that erupted forth, instantly littering the river's surface with the lifeless bodies of electrocuted mutated crocodiles. After a period of diligent training, the sisters had ascended to the 4th tier of mutation. With a flourish, Yao Zheng hurled a lightning ball the size of a basketball into the water, which erupted into a towering splash over 6 meters high. In an instant, the air crackled with electricity, and Zhao Peng hastily instructed the combat personnel, all units retreat. Allow the 2 leaders from the Yao family ample space to unleash their powers, lest you incur harm. Free from concerns, the Yao sisters intensified their electric discharges, and soon, the river around their vessel was strewn with charred corpses. All right, ladies. We are ready to depart. Zhao Peng called for an end to their assault, extending his arms as if preparing to take flight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In no time, Ren Feng observed the surrounding air begin to swirl rapidly, coalescing behind the vessel under Zhao Peng's command, creating tremendous thrust for the ship. A wind-based mutant? As Ren Feng landed, he sensed a notable increase in the vessel's speed. Gliding more smoothly, it seemed they would soon reach Tiangu City. However, the good fortune was short-lived. Before he could return to the cabin, another violent tremor shook the vessel, with the hurricane's force amplifying the impact. The bow of the ship was significantly deformed upon colliding with an obstacle. Ren Feng took to the air, unaffected, yet this did not imply that others were similarly unscathed. Particularly Yao Qin, who had been joyfully showcasing her newly discovered attack method to Yao Zheng, was abruptly flung away by the force of the recoil. Sister! Yao Zheng cried out, attempting to pull Yao Qin back, but she could not keep pace with her sister's backward trajectory. Soon after, Yao Zheng noticed a dark shadow darting across the sky behind Yao Qin. It was Xianren. Are you all right? The moment Ren Feng saw her being thrown, he soared towards her, managing to catch Yao Qin just in time as she flew backwards. However, he too was compelled to land on the deck due to the force of the recoil. Brother Xianren. Yao Qin opened her eyes, and upon realizing she was unharmed, she joyfully exclaimed, Sister, did you see that? Brother Xianren caught me. What do you think, Brother Xianren, am I light? With an eager expression, Yao Qin gazed at Ren Feng. Yet, all she received was a perplexing reply. Pink, pink. What is pink? Following Ren Feng's gaze downwards, Yao Qin quickly comprehended what he was referring to. With a piercing scream, Yao Qin leapt from Ren Feng's embrace, clasping her hands to her chest. Moments earlier, while employing a lightning strike to vanquish the mutated water crocodile, enormous splashes had erupted, soaking her delicate white shirt and revealing the 2 fair bunnies beneath. Ahem. Ren Feng brushed his nose, feigning nonchalance. It must be said, youth possesses a certain elasticity, indeed. Fortunately, their peculiar situation went unnoticed by the others aboard the vessel, who were wholly focused on combating the colossal mutated beast before them. This creature bore a resemblance to the previous mutated water crocodile. Yet its entire form was a vivid crimson, with dual layers of hardened scales rendering their specially designed harpoons utterly ineffective. Instead, their futile assaults only served to incite the creature's ferocity, prompting it to ascend the ship's hull and leap onto the deck. With a thunderous crash, its mere jump caused the entire vessel to tremble, and Zhao Peng noted that since the enormous crocodile had boarded, the fishing boat began to submerge slowly. If they did not resolve the situation promptly, they might find themselves drowned before ever being devoured by its jaws. Zing! Yao Zheng hurled a lightning orb, only managing to shatter a single scale, failing to deliver any meaningful damage. Indeed, it was a 6th-tier mutated beast. We are doomed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Peng sensed the energy intensity surrounding the giant crocodile, his face paling instantly. What was the fuss about? Ren Feng scoffed. having expected something far more monstrous. It merely turned out to be a 6th-tier beast. Ah, yes, and the immortal. Immortal, please save us. Upon hearing Ren Feng's sardonic remark, Zhao Peng's spirits soared. Yes, it was said that the immortal from Jiang City had recently slain an 8th-tier corpse king. A mere 6th-tier mutated beast was nothing. They were saved. Do I need to handle this? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the poised Sun Feng. Sun Feng, allow me to witness the fruits of your training. Haha, Sun Feng shall undoubtedly not disappoint the immortal. With that, Sun Feng clenched his right fist, and a sphere of blazing flames materialized. Was he not also a 4th-tier ability user? Zhao Peng looked at Yao Zhang, expressing his skepticism regarding Sun Feng's capability to contend with this mutated beast. Yet, he could voice no objections. He was reliant on Ren Feng to navigate their perilous predicament, merely hoping Sun Feng would act swiftly, allowing the immortal to intervene. Roar. The giant crocodile let out a thunderous roar, its tail sweeping across the deck, sending more than a dozen combat personnel tumbling from the fishing boat. It was enraged. How dare this mere 4th-tier human challenge its supremacy? However, just as it sharpened its claws in preparation to teach Sun Feng a lesson, an ominous premonition surged within, compelling it to halt its advance. Before it, the flames in Sun Feng's hands intensified, but that was not sufficient. Waves of blood-red energy surged from his dantian, continuously merging with the flames he wielded. Upon witnessing the scene, Yao Zhang let out a sigh of relief. He was no ordinary level 4 ability user. He was, in fact, a level 4 ability user who had cultivated the celestial technique to its 2nd tier. After a long day of busyness, I returned home only in the evening. Nevertheless, I have ensured that the necessary updates are still available. I hope the readers enjoy this combined chapter. Tomorrow, I will strive to provide updates during the day. Additionally, I noticed a decline in recommendations today, and seeing the data in the background truly disheartens me. Would any kind-hearted readers be willing to support the author by promoting the book? The humble author, Xian Yin, is earnestly pleading for retention rates. Chapter 54, The Blue Shark Gang and Sister Shin? A low growl escaped the giant crocodile, clearly puzzled by the remarkable shift in the man's aura within such a brief span of time. Yet, its instincts urged it to flee. Trying to escape? It's too late. Sun Feng scoffed, his presence surging to its zenith. With a thunderous leap, he propelled himself towards the giant crocodile, flames raging around him, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. With a resounding clash, the giant crocodile emitted a defiant roar, initially fierce but soon faltering into a feeble whimper. No way. Zhao Peng stood frozen in disbelief, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. At the moment Sun Feng's fiery fist connected, the hardened scales of the crocodile shattered and exploded outward. But that was merely the beginning. Following the breach in its defenses, Sun Feng bellowed, "Explode!" and the flames enveloping his fist erupted in a violent explosion. As the blaze dissipated, the crocodile's head lay in ruins, a gruesome sight of charred flesh, releasing an acrid aroma that wafted across the deck. Zhao Peng pondered in astonishment. How can there be such a disparity among those at the same 4th tier? A shiver of dread coursed through him. He was grateful he hadn't been overly demanding during their negotiations. Had Sun Feng directed that fury towards him, he feared not even ashes would remain. Let's go? Seizing the moment while his energy still surged, Sun Feng delivered another kick, sending the giant crocodile hurtling from the fishing boat, crashing into the river with a tremendous splash. With agility, Sun Feng landed atop the crocodile, effortlessly tearing through its scales and muscle to extract a crystal core, roughly the size of a walnut. He approached Ren Feng, respectfully presenting the core with both hands. The core, reminiscent of the crocodile itself, glowed a deep crimson, yet within its shell, a semi-transparent blue orb was visible. Under the sun's rays, the entire core radiated a violet luminescence. What is this? Ren Feng inquired as he accepted the core, an instant wave of familiarity washing over him. Particularly, the blue orb resonated within him, reminiscent of a beast's inner core. Indeed, the revival of spiritual energy was at play in the Dunyuan continent. Beasts only formed inner cores upon reaching a cultivation level equivalent to a human's golden core stage. Certain dragon species even birth nascent cores during their foundational phase. He speculated that this crystal core was likely the embryonic form of an inner core. If allowed to mature, this giant crocodile could potentially evolve into a formidable golden core beast, wreaking havoc in the future. Regrettably, in the zombie-infested world, the lack of spiritual energy had led this nascent golden core beast to fall at the hands of a mere 1st-tier physical cultivator. It was indeed a twist of fate. Soaring into the air, Ren Feng prepared to collect the giant crocodile, intending to present it to Dahei and discover what beastly traits it might awaken. As he meticulously observed the entirety of the colossal crocodile's corpse, a familiar sensation surged within him. A blackwater mystic crocodile? No, that could not be correct. He had never heard of a red variant of the blackwater mystic crocodile. What species could this possibly be? Ren Feng found himself utterly perplexed, but nonetheless waved his hand to stow the crocodile's remains into a storage pouch, eliciting a wave of astonishment from Zhao Peng. A mustard seed space? Could this be the legendary celestial art? Ren Feng chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. For he possessed no such grandiose sorcery, it was merely a storage pouch, after all. Look at how startled you are. After Zhao Peng repaired the fishing vessel, the group set forth once more, this time encountering no further mishaps, and they safely docked ashore. The recent peril was indeed unforeseen, and it was thanks to the celestial being and the three leaders that they had escaped unharmed. Upon returning, I shall certainly petition the Tiangu Dao for the maximum allocation of resources as a token of gratitude. To this, Yao Zheng did not decline. After all, they owed their lives to Zhao Peng and his crew. Pausing momentarily, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "That is secondary. I merely wish to know. Has the security and regulatory oversight in your city deteriorated to such an extent that a sixth-tier mutated beast could appear in the river?" Zhao Peng faltered, internally cursing the personnel at the water purification plant, for although it was not his fault, he found himself forced to wear a smile. Recently, it just so happened to be the breeding season for the female crocodile, and perhaps an overwhelming number of newly hatched mutated water crocodiles had emerged, leaving the purification plant somewhat overwhelmed. I assure you, I will address this matter upon my return, rest assured. At these words, Yao Zheng rolled her eyes. Did he truly consider a sixth-tier mutated beast to be merely newly born? Nevertheless, she understood that this was not a matter for which the locality could take responsibility, and she chose not to press further. After all, they had come today to negotiate with the municipal association regarding the allocation of low-tier mutated beasts in the river, and they still needed to accept the territory from the mobile group, leaving them quite busy. Celestial being, we must take our leave. Yao Zheng bid farewell to Ren Feng, and Yao Qin waved her hand somewhat reluctantly, watching him depart. Above the Wanjiang Reservoir in Tiangu City, Ren Feng spotted a colossal factory situated beside the reservoir, resembling a steel behemoth dominating the landscape. His objective in Tiangu City remained that mutated beast capable of purifying water. After slaying the giant crocodile, he had specifically inquired about the location of the purification plant from Zhao Peng, and it appeared he had found it. As Ren Feng descended slowly, he observed individuals orderly pushing large water barrels out of the factory's entrance. They were clad in neatly arranged uniforms. Were it not for their gaunt faces, suggesting they had not eaten in quite some time, he might have thought the apocalypse had ended. This Tiangu City had surprisingly restored order to such an extent. He noted that the workers, after transporting the water barrels to designated locations, queued at another entrance of the plant to receive food, exhibiting a commendable level of organization. Perhaps Yao Zheng could take a leaf out of their book. Although Tiangu Dao now had ample supplies of mutated beast meat to barely sustain the survivors, the base remained chaotic, utterly incomparable to the order seen in Tiangu City. He was uncertain about the whereabouts of the mutated beasts, intrigued by the notion of these creatures being manipulated by human hands. He strode towards the entrance of the purification plant. Do not inquire why he did not attempt to sneak in, as a dignified immortal. He could not afford such a loss of face. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by two security personnel clad in uniforms. "Halt! Who are you?" demanded a somewhat naive-looking man, his tone cold and unyielding. Ren Feng furrowed his brow. Was he truly about to encounter a clique where security guards looked down upon others? Then, another tall and slender guard swiftly apologized, saying, "I sincerely apologize. My colleague is somewhat rigid. May I ask where you hail from? Could you please present your visiting certificate from the Qianma Committee?" The slender guard adopted a humble demeanor, having already discerned that Ren Feng descended from the heavens and was undoubtedly an extraordinary being. Although his ancient garb seemed peculiar, the aura of authority he exuded was unmistakable. It was possible he was a leader from a nearby faction seeking collaboration with the Qianma Committee, certainly not someone they could afford to offend. Ren Feng replied, "Jiangqing Tiangu Dao, is it that I cannot enter without proof?" "Tiangu Dao," the two exclaimed in unison. The city of Tianhu was merely separated from Jiangqing by a river, and Tiangu Dao was the only force that had completely unified the surrounding area. They had certainly heard of it. However, it was curious that none of the three leaders of Tiangu Dao had visited the purification plant in ancient attire. And without a visiting certificate, what if he were an operative from another faction attempting to sabotage the plant due to dissatisfaction with the prices? Conflicted yet unwilling to provoke Ren Feng, that could only smile apologetically, I regret to inform you, esteemed sir, that without a visiting certificate, entry is prohibited. If you would kindly wait in our lounge, I shall report to the plant manager. Would that be acceptable? Our lounge is equipped with delightful beverages and snacks still within their expiry dates for your enjoyment. Ren Feng nodded. Very well, I shall wait here. Indeed. He wished to maintain cordial relations between Tiangu Dao and Tiangu City, and it was certainly not because of the refreshments in the lounge. The slender guard promptly nodded in agreement, leaving the other guard to engage in a silent stare-off with Ren Feng. Delightful beverages and snacks, here I come. Though these treats were far from healthy, he was a cultivator, and having been away from modern conveniences for so long, he yearned for such indulgences. With a glance that conveyed his intent, Ren Feng made his way to the lounge. How he longed for this. With chips in one hand and a delightful beverage in the other, he reclined on the sofa in his long robe. The scene was undeniably peculiar yet inexplicably pleasurable. As he munched away, he discreetly stashed some snacks into his storage bag. For this way, he would not have to worry about expiration and could savor them at a later date. After a while, the entire supply of snacks in the lounge had been exhausted, yet there was still no sign of the slender guard's return. What could be the reason for this delay? Ren Feng stepped out of the lounge, only to witness the security guard from earlier hastily descending the stairs, dutifully opening the door for an imposing vehicle. The automobile in question was a modified Land Rover, its exterior reinforced with steel bars, and Ren Feng even discerned a machine gun positioned beside the sunroof. As the door swung open, two burly men with tattooed arms and crew cuts promptly leaped out, subsequently bowing respectfully at the side door, as if awaiting a distinguished guest. Intriguing, Ren Feng mused, stroking his chin as he observed the scene before him. Wasn't he that slender, tall security guard claiming that this individual was rather stubborn? Yet, his current demeanor suggested otherwise. Soon, the door opened wider, and amidst Ren Feng's puzzled gaze, a leg clad in black stockings and high heels elegantly emerged, followed by a statuesque woman who descended gracefully from the vehicle. Casting a disdainful glance at the security guard, she flicked her hair and strode towards the entrance. Is the water ready, as requested by your director? Delays in our transaction will have consequences, she stated, her tone commanding. Indeed, it is prepared, awaiting your inspection. The security guard replied, immediately falling into line behind the woman with utmost respect. Impressive was Ren Feng's first impression. Graceful was his second. This elegant woman bore a striking resemblance to Yang Yi, but exuded an added fierceness, hinting at a history steeped in bloodshed. Unpleasant was his third sentiment. She had yet to provide any proof of her identity, what entitled her to enter unchallenged. Contemplating this, he stepped forward to interject. Does she not possess any form of identification? On what grounds does she gain entry? To his astonishment, the security guard dismissed his words with a derisive roll of his eyes. What do you know? This is Sister Shin, the vice leader of the Qing Shark gang. In terms of credentials, she is the one who issues identification. You may masquerade as a member of the Tiangu Dao, but to not recognize Sister Shun is a grave error, especially if you dare to negotiate in our Tiangu city. He detested men more handsome than himself. Initially restrained, he now spoke with newfound bravado, emboldened by his association. Vice leader of the Qing Shark gang? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow, the pieces falling into place as he realized the source of her formidable aura. She was indeed a figure of the underworld. At that moment, the security guard glanced eagerly at Sister Shun, hoping for her approval. However, upon hearing his words, she furrowed her brow and turned away. Yet, upon observing Ren Feng's appearance, her expression shifted dramatically. An ancient garb, and a Tiangu Dao practitioner. Could you be the immortal from Jiangxing? Chapter 55. The anomaly at the water treatment plant. Is it really you? How do you recognize me? Ren Feng asked, surprised that this formidable woman from the underworld knew him. Come now, Taoist, your reputation precedes you, she replied. But what brings you here? Taoist? Ren Feng paused, realizing she was addressing him. As a member of the Tianshan sect, and having founded the Tiangu sect, her calling him Taoist felt rather fitting. That would be a question for this security guard, Ren Feng remarked with a hint of mischief, amused that he had stumbled into such a scenario. Her gaze shifted to the security guard, and piecing together the earlier conversation, she immediately grasped the situation. You dim-witted fools! This is a celestial being from Jiacheng. You too. Seize him and dispose of him. Celestial being. Spare me, please. The security guard cried out in desperation as two burly men dragged him away. His pleas falling on deaf ears. In this apocalyptic world, surviving without being devoured by zombies and awakening otherworldly abilities was already a stroke of fortune. Offending someone at such a time was simply asking for death. As for this Sister Shun, she was willing to risk the reputation of the water treatment plant to curry favor with him. It left Ren Feng pondering her true intentions. Please, Taoist, this way. I am Shen Qian, but you may call me Xiao Qian, she said, leading him further inside. Upon witnessing Shen Qian's expression after the security guard was dealt with, the two burly men nearly widened their eyes in disbelief. Was this truly the deputy leader they knew? Ren Feng smiled, given the age of this body. He ought to address her as Sister Shun. Yet, in the face of absolute power, she seemed compelled to lower her status to gain his favor. As they walked deeper into the water treatment plant, Shen Qian spoke. I've heard that your Fengdu sect has collaborated with both the Municipal Alliance and the Mobile Group. I wonder if you would be interested in a partnership with me? With you? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow. He noted that she spoke of herself rather than the Qing Sha gang, indicating that the gang was not as unified as it seemed. It made sense. A conglomerate of underground forces could hardly be of one mind. This was advantageous. He could infiltrate one by one, starting with the Qing Sha gang and gradually absorbing the entire Qianma committee. Eventually, the Fengdu sect would dominate two territories and expand its influence without him needing to make an appearance. However, while Shen Qian showed him respect, she appeared somewhat unclear about her own standing. What Ren Feng required was not mere collaboration, but absolute obedience. Yet, it was premature to dwell on such matters. As he followed Shen Qian into the water treatment plant, he quickly grasped why the lanky security guard had vanished without a trace. The interior of the plant was in utter disarray, with countless crimson mutant water crocodiles breaking free from their tanks and launching a frenzied assault on the workers nearby. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with bodies, the lanky security guard among them. Upon their entrance, the mutant water crocodiles locked onto their new targets and charged forward. Be careful, Taoist, Shen Qian warned. With a soft yet commanding utterance, Shen Qian summoned an abundance of thorned roses that sprouted forth from her being. The advancing, mutated water crocodile was first ensnared by the hallucinogenic allure of the roses, only to be subsequently strangled to death by the thorns entwining its roots. In the blink of an eye, the steel walls of the water purification plant were breached by her thorny roses, transforming the surrounding space into a garden of thorns adorned with the carcasses of water crocodiles. What a remarkable tactic! Ren Feng discerned that Shen Qian possessed a formidable strength at the 5th tier, a commendable feat in the current apocalyptic landscape. However, the offensive capabilities of the thorned roses were regrettably limited. The water crocodiles that had initially attacked were merely of the 1st and 2nd tiers, and soon, several mutated water crocodiles of the 3rd and 4th tiers began to emerge from all directions. Their scales were tougher, rendering Shen Qian's thorny blossoms ineffective against them. Damn it! How could that Wang manage the water plant so poorly, allowing them to escape? Shen Qian shouted angrily, and Ren Feng then witnessed the surrounding thorny flowers wither instantaneously. With her arms crossed, a thick and formidable thorn vine, reminiscent of a giant serpent, lunged towards a 4th-tier water crocodile. Before long, the scales of that crocodile were crushed, exposing its tender flesh to the venomous thorns, which swiftly claimed its life. Yet, this pace was undeniably too sluggish. The speed at which she dispatched her foes was far outstripped by the gathering of water crocodiles surrounding them. Roar. Moreover, her actions only served to incite the ferocity of the remaining crocodiles. Witnessing the demise of their companion, they were filled with rage, and several 4th-tier crocodiles launched a simultaneous assault on the vine. Ren Feng heard Shen Qian call out, and the vine immediately retracted, but several deep, bone-exposing wounds appeared on her arm. Cursed be this! Shen Qian placed her hand beside the wound, and a vibrant azure light enveloped her entire being. To Ren Feng's astonishment, her injuries began to heal rapidly, as if she were a plant rejuvenating itself. Once she was restored, she prepared to launch her next attack, only to find that the number of crocodiles had swelled around her. While the two burly men had long since been reduced to mere pulp beneath the onslaught of the crocodiles. Faced with this grim reality, Shen Qian's complexion turned ashen. She had merely come to inspect the goods, never anticipating such a calamity. It seems I must take charge, Ren Feng murmured to himself. He had long been acquainted with the abilities of supernatural beings in this apocalyptic era. Though they appeared ornate and formidable, their efficacy was often disappointingly minimal in practice. With a hum, he partially clenched his right hand, and a sphere of shadow fire materialized instantly. "Go forth," Ren Feng commanded coolly, and without the need for further gestures. The shadow fire leapt into action like a famished beggar seizing a morsel, soaring towards the throng of crocodiles. "Master Dao, your fire is truly extraordinary," Shen Qian remarked, initially skeptical of the diminutive flame's ability to vanquish the crocodiles. However, her doubts were swiftly dispelled as she beheld a water crocodile become engulfed in the dark flames from Ren Feng's hand, instantaneously reducing it to ash without so much as a cry of anguish. The burgeoning shadow fire spontaneously divided into countless smaller flames, leaping and landing upon the surrounding crocodiles, transforming the once thriving swarm into a vast inferno of blackened flames. Shen Qian was left utterly astonished, realizing her folly in measuring the powers of an immortal with the capabilities of an ordinary ability user. How utterly absurd! A sudden roar echoed, causing the distant group of crocodiles to panic as they witnessed their numerous comrades reduced to ashes by the eerie flames before them. Fear gripped them, and they promptly began to retreat, preparing to flee, yet their speed was no match for the rapid spread of the shadowy fire. Before long, Ren Feng retracted the ominous flames, leaving behind a scattering of crystal cores of various sizes strewn across the ground. A few isolated water crocodiles, observing the situation from afar, were also deterred from their previous arrogance and hastily fled in the opposite direction. The Taoist. Shen Qian's gaze was hazy. Her stockings tattered as she sat on the ground, her face a mixture of disbelief and relief. Had she not encountered an immortal? She would likely have met a tragic end in this dire situation. Simultaneously, she recognized the absurdity of her earlier words to suggest collaboration with Shen Qian. Did she truly believe herself worthy? "What direction is that?" Ren Feng inquired, pointing towards the path taken by the fleeing water crocodiles. That area not only bore the remnants of a shattered water tank, but also featured a large hole in the wall, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. Chapter 56. The Mutant Crocodile and the Neon Shikigami. Moreover, what is the nature of these mutated aquatic crocodiles? Over there lies the Wanjin Reservoir. Shen Qian propped herself up and followed Ren Feng's arm with her gaze. As for these mutated aquatic crocodiles, I am not entirely certain either. The last time such anomalies occurred was during the early days of factory establishment, when the matriarch beast was merely at the 3rd tier, while the rampaging aquatic crocodiles peaked at the 2nd tier, many of which were not even classified. What could have triggered such a phenomenon? Ren Feng inquired as they walked. This is related to the purification methods employed by the water treatment plant. Look over here, Taoist. Shen Qian pointed towards an intact water tank, within which more than a dozen first-tier aquatic crocodiles were swimming. Unlike the mutated aquatic crocodiles he had seen outside, these creatures were not entirely crimson but retained their normal black coloration. Not quite. Ren Feng noted that above the water tank, several hydraulic columns would rapidly descend at random intervals, forcefully pressing down on the crocodiles, which resulted in the surrounding water becoming somewhat cleaner. Simultaneously, the pressed crocodiles gradually began to exhibit a red hue. Your method of water purification involves inflicting harm on these crocodiles with machinery, subsequently stimulating their biological instincts to purify the water? I thought the factory manager possessed the ability to communicate with animals. Why resort to such measures? With this realization, he understood why these aquatic crocodiles attacked humans with such fervor upon escaping the tanks. Initially, it was not like this. These crocodiles inherently possessed the ability to purify water, and the water treatment plant was established after negotiating with the matriarch beast, who agreed to have their food supply addressed. However, as the plant fell under the control of the Qianma Committee and the demand for purified water escalated, their biological instincts could no longer meet the supply. Coincidentally, our Azure Shark Gang discovered that the aquatic crocodiles would significantly purify water when subjected to attacks. Consequently, at the behest of the Municipal Federation and the Mobile Group, the water treatment plant modified its original machinery, resulting in the purification method you see today. However, this method inflicts irreversible damage on the crocodiles. Once they turn entirely crimson, they lose their ability to purify water. To conserve space, the Qianma Committee assigned empowered individuals specifically to hunt the red aquatic crocodiles. The matriarch beast was incensed by this and quickly instigated the first rebellion. Following its resolution, the matriarch crocodile was confined to the Wanjin Reservoir. Ren Feng nodded, comprehending the situation. The rebellion of the aquatic crocodiles ultimately stemmed from humanity's unrestrained exploitation. Yet, in the face of an impending apocalypse, without sufficient water resources, human survival becomes equally precarious. There is no sympathy to be found in this matter. Ren Feng held no compassion for either side. His sole desire was to catch a glimpse of what the matriarch beast resembled. The black aquatic crocodiles he had just observed bore an uncanny resemblance to the black water shin crocodile in his memory. If the matriarch resembled them, he might very well find himself on the brink of a significant revelation. As for the reasons behind this, they could be elucidated later. As the two approached the grand cave entrance, Ren Feng inquired once more. When I arrived in Tiangu City, there were numerous red water crocodiles appearing in the river. Was it due to your failure to manage the situation? Indeed, Shen Qian affirmed with a nod. The matriarch recently evolved to the 7th tier and is currently in her breeding period, resulting in a surge of powerful, mutated water crocodiles. The Qinma Committee was utterly unprepared for this. However, given that the Wanjiang Reservoir serves as a barrier, they should not have been aware of the circumstances within the water purification plant, unless exiting the back door of the purification facility led them to flat terrain, connecting to the dam of the Wanjiang Reservoir. Shen Qian's brows furrowed as a sudden thought struck her. Unless someone maliciously informed the matriarch about the situation here, inciting her wrath and triggering chaos once again. Alternatively, the matriarch might have awakened a perception-type ability, learning of the circumstances through distant communication with her offspring. But are there really such fools in Tiangu City? Ren Feng interjected, leaning towards the latter possibility. Perhaps there are. Shen Qian replied with a bittersweet smile, for she had just spotted a familiar silhouette above the dam. Is that a dragon? Ren Feng exclaimed in astonishment, gazing upward to witness a colossal crocodile, towering over 100 feet, suddenly leaping from the reservoir, unleashing an enraged roar at several figures standing before it. Wait, that is a dragon-blooded creature. How could a crocodile possess dragon blood? And how could a mere 7th-tier creature attain such immense size? Ren Feng pondered in disbelief. Yet the grim reality stood starkly before him. At that moment, he strained to catch the shouts, or more accurately, the furious roars of the individuals atop the dam. Wang Debiao, have you lost your mind? By revealing this to the matriarch, do you wish for us all to perish? Diho, you no longer even call me brother, do you? Have you forgotten your old comrades while serving the authorities? If it weren't for my initial support, do you think you could have established this water plant? And now, my Longhu society must scrape together every little process just to draw water. Do you still hold me in regard as your cousin? If I cannot acquire water, then fine. None of you shall have it. Ignore him. Attack. In an instant, vibrant energy ripples erupted above the dam, all converging upon the colossal dragon crocodile. Who is this madman? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow at Shen Qian, who then explained with a pained expression, that is Wang Debiao, another vice leader of the Qing Shark Gang, and the former leader of the Longhu Society in Tianhu City prior to the apocalypse. He has always acted erratically, believing that the establishment of this water plant solidified the city's status due to his contributions. He has clashed with the Qinma Committee over water distribution issues, resulting in them no longer inviting him to meetings. Quite the audacious character. Ren Feng nodded in agreement, genuinely appreciating such a person who preferred to shatter than to compromise, albeit only when it comes to their own. But then again, indeed, he was such a hypocrite. However, logically speaking, even if he resented the meager allocation of water bestowed upon him, such actions were unwarranted. Inciting the mother beast into a frenzy could hardly serve his interests. Shen Qian shared this bewilderment. Although such behavior seemed characteristic of Wang Debiao, she could not fathom his motivations. Was it merely for the sake of venting his frustrations? Was it truly worth risking his own life? It was evident from the situation. In the midst of Shen Qian's astonished gaze, Ren Feng scooped her up and soared toward the dam above. Simultaneously, as the dragon crocodile defended itself against the onslaught, Wang Dihu earnestly implored, "Brother, you know well that although I hold the title of factory director, my primary role is to soothe the mother beast's emotions. I possess the qualifications to redirect water, yet I cannot conjure up an abundance. Moreover, I've heard that the City Federation has struck a deal with Yinghai City, exchanging mutated potions for water. Additionally, Feng Dedeal noted that the external team recently visited. They have devised a method for cultivating fresh vegetables, and with so many orders to fill, how can we possibly accommodate them?" Upon hearing this, Ren Feng cast a glance at the two, realizing that he was entangled in this matter as well. Orders. Orders. Wasn't his own plight an order too? Wang Debu bellowed in rage. The Black Dragon Society from Neon has already promised me that if we fulfill their requirements, they will impart the knowledge for cultivating spirit beings. Are you content to remain a mere caretaker for the rest of your life? Neon, did you not mention it was an adjacent province? Have you secretly established contact with those from Neon? Realizing he had let slip a critical revelation, Wang Debiao unabashedly replied. And if I have, the Neon faction has initiated the Heavenly Kingdom plan, which would grant us the means to transport water. Soon, both you and I can relocate to the Dragon and Tiger Society, living a life far more joyous than before the apocalypse. But you show me no respect. And rest assured, the Neon faction will not overlook my grievances. If death is our fate, let us meet it together. With that, Wang Debiao conjured a mass of molten lava in his hand, melting a significant hole in the dam's entrance. Neon? Spirit beings? Ren Feng set Shen down. And upon hearing this, his brow furrowed. It seemed Wang Debiao was indeed a traitor. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The dam was on the brink of collapse. And after enduring a round of attacks, the dragon crocodile remained unscathed. If not addressed promptly, even if he seized control of Tiangu City, it would merely become a desolate ruin. With a thunderous roar, the dragon crocodile opened its massive jaws, and a colossal black water sphere began to materialize in the air. Chapter 57. Subduing the Dragon Crocodile, Part 1. It was unmistakable. It was the Blackwater mysterious crocodile. Observing its familiar mode of attack, Ren Feng immediately identified the creature. The origins of the Blackwater mysterious crocodile remain unknown, yet it possesses the remarkable ability to transform ordinary water sources into spiritual springs. Many sects and powers, in the absence of suitable natural spiritual springs, opt to cultivate Blackwater mysterious crocodiles to artificially generate such springs. However, cultivators in the Chaos Origin continent, much like those in the zombie world, have an insatiable demand for spiritual springs, leading them to exploit the Blackwater mysterious crocodiles. Although incidents of these creatures turning hostile towards humans have not occurred, this exploitation has driven the Blackwater mysterious crocodile to the brink of extinction. To encounter such a creature in the zombie world, especially a female, promises immense benefits for Ren Feng. Of course, the precondition for reaping benefits from the Blackwater mysterious crocodile lies in possessing absolute strength, ensuring that the creature remains undisclosed. Until then, he could only keep it within the confines of the zombie world, utilizing it solely for his own spiritual spring. After all, the female Blackwater mysterious crocodile is an extraordinary beast coveted even by golden core cultivators. However, such considerations were merely theoretical at this point. The immediate priority was to subdue this Blackwater mysterious crocodile. Xiao Qian, can your roses seal that breach? Ren Feng inquired, pointing to the enormous hole in the dam. He could contend with the dragon crocodile but was unable to simultaneously ensure the safety of the dam. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qian glanced at the dam. Noting that the lava had extinguished and nodded, in the short term, it poses no problem, but complete restoration is rather unrealistic. Short term is sufficient. Ren Feng took to the air, observing that Wang Dihu had already contacted reinforcements. As long as Shen Qian could hold on for a while, there should be no significant issues. Meanwhile, the black water sphere in the dragon crocodile's mouth had fully formed and was now hurtling towards the location where the group stood at the purification plant. With a sizzling sound, the water sphere descended, instantly tainting a vast area of water into an inky black. Nearby, a low-level ability user inadvertently splashed with the contaminated water. And in an instant, the flesh where the water touched was corroded, revealing ghastly white bone. Wang Debiao, you absolute scoundrel! Wang Dihu bellowed in fury, swiftly rallying everyone to evade while seeking an opportunity to strike at the dragon crocodile. Wang Dihu positioned himself at the edge of the dam, attempting to communicate with the dragon crocodile using his abilities. After repeated failures, yielding only the creature's furious roars, he abandoned attempts to placate it and opted for hypnosis. Perhaps due to his prolonged interactions with the dragon crocodile, the moment his ability was activated, despite being 2 ranks lower in power, the dragon crocodile's movements noticeably slowed, momentarily halting in the reservoir. Seeing this, Wang Dihu was overjoyed. Quick, aim for its vital points and attack. With a thunderous roar, an array of colorful attacks struck the dragon crocodile, and anticipation bloomed on the faces of the crowd. Alas, as the dust settled, it became apparent that the dragon crocodile had merely lost a few scales. Feeling increasingly provoked, it grew more furious, violently thrashing its tail and sending a multitude of superhumans soaring into the sky. When they finally fell to the ground, only a scant few survived. Yet they were rendered incapable of further combat. There is hope. Continue the assault. Lu, take them down to reinforce the dam. Understood. A man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. His hair a patchwork of black and white, gathered earthen steps in his hands and descended with several others. You think you can mend the situation after the fact? Dream on. Upon witnessing this, Wang Debiao leapt down to unleash a barrage of molten attacks, causing the breaches in the dam to multiply rapidly. Shenqian, what are you doing here? Are you here to assist me? Excellent. Quickly help me eliminate them. The neon forces will arrive shortly. And we must subdue the mother beast and transport it there to become citizens of the heavenly kingdom. Seeing Shenqian, Wang Debiao assumed she had come to aid him, thinking his relentless pursuit had finally borne fruit. Meanwhile, those from the water treatment plant exchanged anxious glances. A sixth-tier Wang Debiao was already formidable enough. Did they truly need to contend with a fifth-tier Shenqian as well? Fortunately, their tension soon dissipated as Shenqian rolled her eyes at Wang Debiao. I have no interest in assisting a traitorous dog like you. You lot, weren't you here to repair the dam? Why do you linger? Ah, understood. Lu and the others rejoiced at her words, immediately activating their skills to help restore the dam. This is outrageous. Wang Debiao seethed. The thing I despise most is being called a traitorous dog. You simply do not comprehend that joining the heavenly kingdom is the most prudent choice in this apocalyptic world. As he spoke, molten projectiles continued to erupt from his hands, instantly reducing the dam, painstakingly restored by Shenqian with thorny vines, to ashes. Shenqian's complexion paled. The connection she had with those thorny vines remained intact, and Wang Debiao's actions were akin to incinerating her very limbs. Witnessing this, Lu and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. If even the fifth-tier Shenqian could not halt Wang Debiao, what hope did they have? You wish to impede me? All of you shall perish. With that, he clasped his hands together. A massive cannon of molten lava, radiating overwhelming heat and light, began to materialize in his grasp. What? The crowd gasped in alarm. Should that shot be unleashed, the entire dam would likely collapse. Suddenly, two bolts of white lightning shot in from the distance, forcing Wang Debiao to evade. It was reinforcements from Qianma, recognizing that the dragon crocodile was vital to the safety of the entire Tiangu city and could not be taken lightly. At the base of the dam, three major factions converged. Even the trio from Tiangu Dao had been summoned. The ones who had unleashed the lightning were none other than the Yao sisters. You think you can play with fire like this? Sun Feng scoffed, immediately sending a fireball hurtling towards Wang Debiao's molten cannon. If it struck, a violent explosion would ensue, and Wang Debiao would either perish or be severely injured. However, the speed at which Sun Feng could unleash his abilities was somewhat sluggish. Upon witnessing this, Wang Debiao immediately turned and unleashed his lava cannon, striking directly at the body of the dragon crocodile. With a roar, the creature felt the searing pain as hot magma seeped through the gaps in its scales, forcing it to retreat into the depths of the Wanjing library. There, it was met with a barrage from a host of sixth-tier ability users from Tiangu City. What a preposterous situation! Seeing his energy-concentrated cannon fail to yield results, Wang Debiao erupted in fury. A mere fourth-tier dares to provoke me? How bold you are! He then exclaimed, Oh, and look, there's a pair of beautiful twins. Care to join me for a heavenly trip to Neon? Haha. With that, Wang Debiao leapt to the ground, casting a mischievous glance at the Yao sisters. Perhaps you should be more concerned about your own safety, Yao Qin retorted coldly, leading her sister behind Sun Feng. What? Do you really expect this insignificant fourth-tier ability user to save you? Suddenly, Wang Debiao's expression shifted from disdain to sheer terror. Why did the aura emanating from this man before him suddenly become so formidable, one that seemingly surpassed his own? No, I cannot sit idly by. With that thought, Wang Debiao began to condense lava for another attack, only to be met with a fiery punch from Sun Feng. Boom. The clash of magma and fireball sent both men hurtling away in a massive explosion. However, while Sun Feng emerged with only tattered clothing and minor injuries, Wang Debiao was reduced to a charred corpse. A gust of hot wind blew through, scattering the remnants of Wang Debiao's body, and a crimson crystal fell to the ground. Sun Feng approached and picked it up, an instinct telling him that absorbing Wang Debiao's crystal could potentially enhance his abilities. Yet, it was evident that this was not the moment for such an upgrade. Nearby, the third and fourth tier ability users from Tiangu Dao gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. Was this the true power of Tiangu Dao? A fourth tier effortlessly slaughtering a sixth tier, surely he must have consumed some divine elixir. Looking at the twin sisters, they mused that perhaps they could achieve the same. Having a celestial being as a protector was indeed advantageous. They genuinely contemplated whether they should seize an opportunity to cross the river and join Tiangu Dao, as they had heard that the number of ability users there was still sparse. If they went now, might they not earn a position as a minor leader? As they pondered this, a middle-aged man in a City Alliance uniform suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. Leader Ren Feng, to what tier can your abilities be compared? Can you assist our 6th tier users in dealing with that mother beast? Ren Feng looked up to see 6th tier ability users from the 3 major factions battling the mutated water crocodile with great difficulty. At most, I can only be compared to a 6th tier ability user myself, so I fear I cannot be of much help to you. I see. The man immediately lowered his head in disappointment upon hearing this. However, Ren Feng shifted his gaze and discerned a familiar figure in the sky. My inability to assist you does not imply that our Tiangu Dao cannot subdue this mutated beast. Chapter 58. Subduing the Dragon Crocodile, Part 2. What? The crowd gasped, yet only the Yao sisters exchanged knowing smiles, raising their heads to gaze at the sky. Meanwhile, a circle of injured individuals around the dam bore expressions of despair as they beheld the mutated water crocodile, which appeared to have only sustained superficial wounds. Could it be that Tiangu City was destined for such an end? Regardless of their affiliations, a shared thought echoed within their minds. It all hinges on me. Ren Feng shook his head at the sight. In this world of the undead, both mutated beasts and supernatural beings remained at a rudimentary level in their utilization of energy. Particularly among humans, their capacity to harness energy was limited to merely 10 or 20%. Mutated beasts fared slightly better, instinctively channeling energy to enhance their physical forms with an efficiency of approximately 30 to 40%. This disparity often resulted in supernatural beings being outmatched by their mutated counterparts in battles of the same tier, if they could scarcely rival their equals. It was even more disheartening to note that the strongest among these humans barely reached the 6th tier. To have injured this dragon-blooded black water Xian crocodile to such an extent was likely the pinnacle of their capabilities. Upon witnessing the dam fully repaired, Ren Feng no longer harbored concerns about whether he should restrain himself. With a swift leap, he landed atop the black water Xian crocodile's head. Hey, little one. Look at me. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Little one? The sudden appearance of a strangely dressed individual atop the towering mutated water crocodile was already astonishing enough. But the fact that he referred to the colossal creature as little one was almost too much for them to accept. Wait, do you see who that is? An enhanced sensory supernatural being discerned Ren Feng's attire with clarity. A long-haired man in traditional garb. Could this be the immortal from Jiang City? Immortal? Zhaopeng. A 5th-tier supernatural being involved in the rescue efforts, stood at a distance on the dam, his gaze fixed on the figure in the sky. Initially, he felt a sense of familiarity with the silhouette, but upon hearing the words of the other supernatural being, he concluded, indeed, that must be the immortal. Our Tiangu City is saved. Are you so certain? Skepticism arose from a nearby individual. Though he had heard tales of the Jiang City immortal commanding zombies to vanquish an 8th-tier corpse king, he had never witnessed it firsthand and thus felt a twinge of doubt. What he saw today was merely a man in ancient attire. There were no signs of extraordinary powers, leading him to believe the figure was simply an awakened supernatural being with multiple abilities. What? You don't believe? Zhaopeng raised an eyebrow, noticing the dubious looks directed at him from those around. He promptly recounted the tale of how Ren Feng had slain a 6th-tier mutated beast with his 4th-tier prowess. If even those who served the immortal possessed such terrifying strength, how formidable must the immortal himself be? Is that so? Upon hearing these words, the skepticism on the faces of those present noticeably diminished as they turned their curious gazes toward the depths of the Wanjian reservoir, eager to witness how this immortal would confront the creature he referred to as a little fellow. Within the reservoir, the dragon alligator also caught wind of Ren Feng's voice. As Ren Feng communicated using his soul power, there were no barriers to their interaction. It was perplexed by the sight of this human, who, devoid of wings, soared through the sky like a bird. Even more baffling was the fact that despite enlarging its own form, this human dared to call it a little fellow. However, sensing the formidable aura of threat emanating from Ren Feng, it refrained from immediate aggression, instead attempting to warn him. Human, I harbor no hatred towards you and wish to avoid conflict. Step aside, I seek revenge. Step aside, I think not. And as for your revenge, do you truly believe I cannot see that your anger is merely a fade? At this juncture, Ren Feng deliberately chose to communicate with the dragon alligator through their souls. What? The dragon alligator was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the human on the other side of the dam had not sensed anything amiss before turning back to face Ren Feng. Indeed, I simply wish to no longer be controlled by humanity. If you allow me to venture into the sea, we shall remain in our respective domains. Oh, so you can articulate that we shall not interfere with one another? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow. I can ensure that you will no longer be under their control, but the price will be your servitude to me from this point forward. Are you willing? Isn't that still being governed by humans? The dragon alligator roared in discontent. Had it not felt a dangerous aura emanating from this human, it would have attacked long ago, since its mutation. No one had dared to speak to it in such a manner. No, it is different. In this world, you may refer to me as a god. As he spoke, a wicked amusement surged within Ren Feng. The inhabitants of this realm dubbed him an immortal, but that was merely a title of respect for his prowess. If that were the case, why not showcase his divinity before the masses? Not only would this allow him to subdue the dragon alligator, but it would also manifest his strength before the denizens of the zombie world, facilitating the future development of Tiangu Dao. God, not just the dragon alligator, but all the supernatural beings present heard Ren Feng's proclamation, and they instinctively focused their attention upon him. Moments later, they witnessed a series of intense energy fluctuations erupting from his being. What? What is that? The enhanced perception of one of the supernatural beings allowed them to be the first to perceive a crimson specter gradually materializing behind Ren Feng. As this specter solidified, everyone beheld the emergence of a colossal phantom behind him, which continued to expand until it reached an awe-inspiring height of 10 zhang. After several expansions of his dantian, the blood-colored Rakshasa phantom had grown significantly, but this was not the end. He summoned the merit golden beads within his dantian, and immediately, 2 enormous merit golden wheels manifested behind his and the phantom's heads. What? The 3 individuals from Tiangu Dao were filled with awe at the newfound strength of the immortal, while the residents of Tiangu City, who had never witnessed the spectral figure of Ren Feng, stood in stunned silence. Could it be that he is truly a deity? Come, follow me, and I shall bestow upon you power akin to my own, Ren Feng proclaimed, as he summoned the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the very heavens to shift in hue. The dragon crocodile hesitated, for it too yearned for greater strength. It aspired to venture into the ocean, driven not only by a desire for freedom but also by a yearning for power. Since its ascension, it had realized that remaining in the Wanjing reservoir would no longer suffice for its growth. Breaking free to the sea was merely a matter of time. Wang Debiao's actions had merely accelerated that timeline. Its intent to attack humanity under the guise of vengeance was also aimed at making them understand the vast chasm between them. To deter any further attempts to confine its freedom, it was acutely aware of what had befallen its offspring, and it would never submit to such a fate. I still desire freedom. Is this dragon crocodile truly so obstinate? Freedom, what a jest! Seeing that gentle persuasion failed, Ren Feng fixed a cold gaze upon the creature. In this world, there exists only relative freedom. You shall require time to comprehend this truth. Remember, I am not negotiating with you. You are presented with but 2 choices, either submit to me or perish. With a roar, the dragon crocodile bellowed in fury, realizing that these humans sought to curtail its freedom. How vile. It opened its massive maw, conjuring a black water sphere in an attempt to strike at Ren Feng, only to find itself utterly immobilized. Overreaching, Ren Feng scoffed. Even during his 3rd level of chi refinement, he had been capable of contending with 7th-tier mutated beasts. Now, at the 13th level, he was far beyond that. He had already granted the dragon crocodile an opportunity. If it refused to acquiesce, he would not hesitate to capture a beast to tame. For he could not believe that these mutated water crocodiles were all lunatics willing to forsake their lives for the sake of freedom. What have you done to me? The dragon crocodile roared in fury, yet beneath its rage lay a tinge of fear. It had expected this human to merely be slightly stronger, never anticipating such overwhelming power. What is happening? As Ren Feng remained unresponsive, the dragon crocodile sought to question him further, only to realize that the sensation of being enveloped by water had vanished. What is going on? It turned its eyes, only to be astounded to discover that this human had lifted it off the ground. From the perspective of the dam's onlookers, they were left utterly dumbfounded. They witnessed the immortal bend slightly, the blood-red specter moving in tandem, and then, with a single heave, Ren Feng raised the enormous mutated water crocodile, which was the size of 100 feet, as if it were nothing more than a mere morsel. A god, a deity. An elderly mutant was the first to succumb to awe, kneeling in reverence, and soon, those around him were similarly inspired, prostrating themselves in admiration. Such behavior did not cease. As Ren Feng soared ever higher, the number of kneeling individuals multiplied, until ultimately, not a single person remained standing. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Either submit to my will, or I will elevate you to an even greater height before casting you down to your demise. Ren Feng continued to ascend, unknowingly reaching the pinnacle of the clouds. Still unwilling to comply? Observing that the dragon crocodile remained unresponsive, Ren Feng could not help but marvel at the existence of a mutant beast with such a longing for freedom. Then farewell. Just as he prepared to release his grip, he sensed a powerful wave of emotion emanating from the dragon crocodile. No, no, no. I agree to your terms. I shall obey you from now on. Can you let me down? I have a fear of heights. Upon lifting the restriction, he witnessed the colossal crocodile, towering 100 feet high, thrashing about in his grasp, occasionally peeking cautiously downward before hastily shutting its eyes. Faced with the creature's cowardly demeanor, Ren Feng found himself at a loss for words. You, a crocodile of dragon lineage, are afraid of heights? Very well then, consume it, and I will release you. A heart-eating bug emerged from its heart, leaping into the dragon crocodile's mouth. The dragon crocodile disregarded the nature of the entity, believing that anything that could return it to the ground was favorable. Moments later, Ren Feng sensed that he had established a connection with the creature through the heart-eating bug and began to descend towards the earth with the dragon crocodile. Observing the creature's mixture of relief and lingering fear of heights, Ren Feng couldn't help but feel exasperated. Why do the mutant beasts of this world continually surprise him? First, there was a timid, gluttonous, and lecherous golden-eating mouse, and now he had acquired a height-phobic dragon blood blackwater crocodile. Family, who understands? However, subduing it ultimately proved beneficial, as he would now possess a continuous source of spiritual energy, especially considering its dragon lineage, which might lead to further transformations in the future. Next came the matter of naming it. Little Black? No, that would easily confuse it with Big Black and Second Black. Since you are so afraid of heights, I shall call you Little Gao. Upon concluding this naming process, Ren Feng nodded contentedly, and as he did so, he found himself nearing the ground with Little Gao. Upon reaching his original position, he beheld the entirety of Tiangu City kneeling before him. What is this situation? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow, soon noticing strands of white silk emerging from the heads of the Tiangu City populace, converging towards his brow and soul sea. These white strands varied in thickness, and with each one that entered his soul sea, he felt his spirit augmented by varying degrees. Remarkably, the three thickest strands, which provided him the greatest enhancement, originated from the trio of Tiangu Dao. I never expected to have another chapter today, A new month. And the little author is once again seeking data. Chapter 59. The Power of Incense. 3 plum blossoms. What is this power of incense? Although I had never encountered it before, the term immediately surged to the forefront of Ren Feng's mind. After 2 decades of wandering the Duyuan continent, he had heard numerous legendary tales, including those of formidable beings who attained immortality through the power of incense. Practitioners who achieved immortality in this manner were often referred to as incense immortals. Although they were indeed immortals, their strength paled in comparison to those who ascended through rigorous cultivation and tribulation. However, even incense immortals had not been seen for over a millennium in this era of dwindling spiritual energy. The Duyuan continent had even given rise to the notion of the absolute immortal. It was truly astonishing that he, merely a chi refining stage cultivator, could come into contact with the power of incense. Indeed, while chi refiners were scarce on the Duyuan continent, they were not entirely absent. Even ordinary mortals might have relatives who were chi refiners. It was still impractical for common cultivators to acquire the power of incense through trickery in this realm. Yet, the situation was entirely different in the world of zombies. Although this place boasted a resurgence of spiritual energy, even the so-called 9th-tier powerhouses could perhaps only rival those in the mid-chi refining stage, with their singular means of attack, having never witnessed the wonders of spells. Ren Feng never anticipated that his fleeting display of divine prowess would yield such a function in the zombie world. This also suggested that if he were unable to ascend due to issues with spiritual energy in the future, he could still attain divinity through incense in the zombie realm. However, Such considerations were still distant for Ren Feng. After merely glancing into the future, he felt a drain of spiritual energy, yet managed to assist others to their feet amidst their astonished gazes. I see you possess the ability to change your form. Could you reduce your size? Certainly. Upon returning to solid ground, Gao let out a sigh of relief, simultaneously coming to terms with reality, and informed Ren Feng of its capabilities. It was then that Ren Feng learned that its towering 100 zhang form was a deliberate enlargement. Its normal physique was around 10 zhang, and it could forcibly shrink down to a minimum of 1 zhang. Let us settle on 3 zhang. I could use a mount. It is said that dragons can grow larger or smaller, can ascend or conceal themselves. When grand, they summon clouds and emit mist. When diminutive, they hide their forms. This black-water mystic crocodile, being of dragon blood, should have mastered such abilities, albeit with some lack of refinement. Ren Feng leaped onto Gao's back, and the creature instinctively adjusted its scales to provide him with a flat space. Meanwhile, the 3 men atop the dam, who were evidently of high status, exchanged glances filled with astonishment at the sight of the mutated water crocodile, which had unexpectedly become Ren Feng's obedient steed. They approached him with reverence. Great immortal, we of Tiangu City wish to join your Fengdu path and will heed your guidance. These 3 men were, respectively, the leader of the Qin Shark Gang, the president of the City Federation, and the chairman of the Mobility Group. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Feng decided to bestow upon each of them a heart-eating goo. Thus, the Fengdu path expanded its territory without the need for military force. Although the effects of the Jiancheng headquarters have been lost, it has nonetheless strengthened the foundational base of the Fengdu path, facilitating future expansions into surrounding areas. Moreover, aside from the city center, Tiangu City possesses vast expanses where zombies roam, serving as an excellent point for corpse refinement. That evening, following discussions among chairpersons Yao Zheng, Chen Mo, and a third committee member, they decided to hold a celebratory ceremony at the largest hotel in the inner city of Tiangu. Ren Feng, as the undisputed leader of the Fengdu path, naturally took precedence, while Gao discreetly supported his chair beneath the table. Observing those who once harbored deep-seated grudges against him now bowing in submission before their new master, he had come to accept his own limited freedom. Perhaps, in this world, absolute freedom was merely an illusion. As the evening progressed with wine flowing and dishes served, Ren Feng established the organizational framework for Tiangu City. The 3 major factions would merge overlapping functional departments, while all other departments would remain unchanged. Direct leaders were required to consume the heart-eating worm. Simultaneously, the previous organizational name was abolished, temporarily designated as a sub-hall, with the hall master assumed by the former leader, who would report directly to Ren Feng's appointed agent for Tiangu City. This agent was none other than Shen Qian, whom Ren Feng had known the longest. To express her gratitude, Shen Qian visited Ren Feng's room after the banquet. Influenced by the wine, he accepted her advances, only to be astonished to discover that this notorious underworld matriarch was, remarkably, still a virgin. Unbeknownst to him, in the adjacent room, the Yao sisters struggled to sleep, disturbed by the sounds echoing through the night. Sister, do you think we've been upstaged? The younger one inquired. Upstaged? Nonsense, Yao Zheng replied. Her face flushed as she waved her hand, though it was evident from her wistful gaze that she felt some discomfort. After all, they had known the immortal first, only to have a newcomer seize the opportunity, which was undeniably disheartening, especially since the immortals' intentions were unpredictable. There was no telling how their status might shift after this night. Despite having endured the trials of the apocalypse, they were, after all, just 2 university students who had known nothing a year prior. How could they possibly compete with someone like Shen Qian, a seasoned underworld queen? Not at all. Yao Qin retorted defiantly. Even in terms of age, I am merely a few minutes behind you. Had I not felt sorry for you being so cramped and pushed you out, I would be the elder. All right, Qin sister, are you satisfied now? Is this the time to discuss such matters? Yao Zheng replied, her tone softened. Sister, you agree with me, don't you? Yao Qin's eyes sparkled mischievously as she added. But don't be disheartened. Shen Qian, for all her skills, is just one person, and we are sisters, twins, no less. Listen to my grand plan. Yao Qin meticulously outlined her elaborate scheme, leaving Yao Zheng oscillating between wide-eyed astonishment and frowning contemplation, until she finally relented, blushing. That night, Ren Feng bid farewell to the limping Shen Qian, and, after changing the bed linen, lay back down on the bed. As soon as he felt a hint of drowsiness, he was startled by a series of furtive sounds emanating from the doorway, followed by the unmistakable sensation of his blanket being lifted, forming two large lumps. In that instant, he comprehended that a clean bedsheet was no longer within his reach. "You lie still, and do not move an inch," Ren Feng commanded fiercely, addressing the unwelcome guests who were about to face their reckoning. The night passed in silence, and as dawn broke, the hotel lobby buzzed with the gathering of familiar faces for breakfast. Observing the 3 vacant seats, an unspoken understanding passed among the group, and they refrained from uttering a word. Ultimately, it was Ren Feng who shattered the tranquility. "Sun Feng, you've reached the 5th tier? Impressive indeed. We owe a debt of gratitude to that treacherous traitor." Sun Feng chuckled, revealing that upon returning to his room the previous night, he had attempted to absorb Wang Debiao's essence crystal, resulting in a remarkable transformation. Not only could he now manipulate flames, but he could also summon magma to confront his adversaries, much like Wang Debiao himself. If he were to compare his current prowess to that of yesterday, he would be capable of directly challenging a 7th-tier dragon crocodile. Is that so? In that case, the treacherous traitor has indeed served his purpose, Ren Feng remarked. Despite having traversed this alternate realm for many years, his deep-seated resentment towards the Neon people remained unabated, and his contempt for traitors of his own kind only intensified. He lamented the missed opportunity to exact vengeance upon that traitor the day before. "Speaking of that traitor, I recall he mentioned that some Neon people would be arriving?" Ren Feng inquired. "They have arrived," Zhao Peng confirmed, nodding. "They came last night, but you may have been preoccupied, immortal. With the assistance of Leader Sun, we have already taken them into custody, awaiting your instructions." Ren Feng felt a wave of annoyance wash over him, fully aware of the implications behind Zhao Peng's term preoccupied. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it and replied, "In that case, lead me to them." Chapter 60. The Overconfident Neon Woman and the Emergence of the 100 Demons. The Immortal is right here. After finishing their breakfast, Zhao Peng and his companions escorted Ren Feng to the outer city. This place was once the prison of Tiangu City and had been repurposed since the apocalypse. The warden of the prison was a 4th-tier ability user with the power of control, and there were several other 2nd-tier ability users with similar powers responsible for monitoring the inmates. Upon entering the prison, the sound of several short individuals chattering in a foreign tongue reached their ears. Fortunately, Ren Feng could comprehend their meaning through his spiritual connection. Otherwise, they would have needed to find a translator. "Where's Wang Jun? He's your superior, and we are here for a friendly exchange. Release us at once." Your nation's attitude towards outsiders remains as deplorable as ever. How outrageous. I advise you to let us go promptly, or you shall witness the wrath of our esteemed leader. Ren Feng counted, noting that 6 Neon individuals were imprisoned here. Among them, appeared to be ordinary ability users, their powers ranging from 4th to 5th tier. Additionally, there was a man and a woman clad in peculiar vintage attire, both exhibiting an aura of 6th-tier strength, their faces pale and exuding a chilling presence. Ren Feng surmised that they were likely the Shikigami mentioned by Wang Debiao, and according to his memories from a past life, they must be the Onmyoji of Neon. "Release them," he commanded. "Understood." The warden followed closely behind Ren Feng, unhesitatingly freeing the captives, confident that no mishap would occur with an immortal present. "You little devils. The Wang Debiao you speak of is dead. I suggest you behave accordingly." The warden growled as he untied them, indifferent to whether they understood his words. Once liberated, the Neon individuals stretched their limbs and quickly turned their attention to the 2 Onmyoji. "Sir, you must be their leader. I am Abe no Yoko, representing the Holy Heavenly Kingdom, to greet you." The female Onmyoji, perceptive to the dynamics around her, recognized Ren Feng as the de facto leader based on their strength and the demeanor of those surrounding him. Sensing a subtle superiority in the group, her tone was cordial, and she even spoke in Mandarin. "Sir, address him as immortal," the warden retorted, displeased that she had the audacity to refer to the immortal as sir. Just yesterday, he had witnessed the immortal's grandeur. The entire city, including his superiors, had knelt in reverence, and this insolent individual dared to address him so casually. "Immortal?" Abe no Yoko looked quizzically at Ren Feng, pondering how a figure from Dragon Kingdom mythology could manifest in the apocalypse. Surely, it was due to his immense power, akin to how their own nation's leader was revered as a god in Japan. With a smile gracing her lips, she continued, "Esteemed immortal, I wonder if you would be interested in joining our Heavenly Kingdom's initiative to explore the mysteries of immortality. I am certain our leader would warmly welcome your presence." "Immortality? Ren Feng disdainfully rejected the notion that a group of diminutive beings, barely surviving in their meager existence, would dare to speak of immortality. It is essential to understand that even those who have ascended to the realm of immortals after enduring the tribulations of lightning on the Chaos Origin continent must still confront the limitations of their lifespan. It is merely a matter of duration. The audacity of these fools, lacking even the foundational strength to cultivate, to discuss eternal life is indeed laughable. What is this attitude? The male Onmyoji beside him seemed displeased with Ren Feng's mockery. Our esteemed sovereign is the only man in the world blessed by the divine, destined to lead us towards immortality. Brother, do not be rude. I believe this immortal has yet to witness the might of our sovereign, stated Abe Yoko, who had already dispatched her Shikigami the previous night and was aware of the happenings in Tiangu City, while obtaining purified water sources now seemed unfeasible. Perhaps bringing back a formidable immortal from the Dragon Kingdom would yield rewards. Is that so? I am curious to see the might of your sovereign, Ren Feng replied, intrigued by the so-called Shikigami's potential power. Then you must watch closely. Serpent God of Thunder. The male Onmyoji intoned incantations, and gradually, scales began to emerge upon his skin, his eyes transforming into serpentine slits. As he chanted, his tongue elongated and thinned, eventually resembling that of a serpent. A serpent of thunder? Ren Feng observed as a massive green serpent's phantom emerged behind the Onmyoji. I expected a true serpent of thunder. This is merely a green python, he scoffed. The serpent of thunder within the Chaos Origin continent is an ancient beast, adorned in golden and emerald hues, with wings sprouting from its back. A creature comparable to dragons, how could this mere long worm be its equal? Moreover, he noted the distinct signs of mutation on the green python, resembling the soul of a mutated beast. At that moment, the male Onmyoji, filled with rage, exclaimed, "What did you say?" As he spoke, he lunged at Ren Feng with clawed hands, the phantom serpent behind him opening its gaping maw, charging towards Ren Feng's brow, like a mudfish. Seeing this impudent fellow attempting to attack him, Ren Feng delivered a swift kick, sending both the man and serpent crashing against the prison wall, creating a deep indentation. Baka, how dare you treat Lord Abe in such a manner? Following the male Onmyoji's unfortunate fate, the gathered onlookers, rather than feeling fear, expressed indignation, demanding Abe Yoko avenge their fallen comrade. Observing her brother's plight, Abe Yoko's expression darkened. Very well, it seems you still do not comprehend the sovereign's might. General Maki, she commanded coolly, and immediately, Ren Feng witnessed a surge of ominous energy converging from all directions within the prison, ultimately coalescing into the ghostly figure of an ancient general. Oh, this is becoming interesting. Ren Feng gazed upon the so-called General Mai, whose presence confirmed his suspicions that these so-called Shikigami were likely mere phantoms. What intrigued him further was the faint trace of cultivation he sensed emanating from this General Mai. Although the method of cultivation appeared rather rudimentary, it bore a striking resemblance to the aura of an otherworldly being he had encountered previously. My warriors, let this man taste the wrath of our sovereign. The ghostly general bellowed, and instantly, countless dark energies erupted from the orifices of Abe no Yoshiko, transforming into grotesque apparitions upon reaching the ground. Beware, celestial beings. The onlookers could not perceive the true forms of these spirits. They merely beheld ominous shadows that sent shivers down their spines, standing defiantly against Ren Feng. Unlike them, Ren Feng could distinctly discern the authentic appearances of these assembled so-called warriors, and to his astonishment, they resembled zombies. As he confronted the grotesque creatures with their bulging eyes and disheveled forms, Ren Feng was suddenly reminded of the day Bai Su had consumed the soul of the King of Corpses. It dawned on him that not only high-level zombies possess souls, this was indeed fortuitous. His pupils dilated in surprise, yet this scene, witnessed by Abe no Yoshiko, painted him as a man gripped by fear. You have offended our sovereign. Should you choose to join us now, I may still intercede on your behalf. Otherwise what? Ren Feng chuckled, bemused by the notion that she could best him. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Farewell, Dragon Kingdom man. With that, Abe no Yoshiko swept her right hand forcefully, and a horde of spirits surged towards Ren Feng. Alas, why is it that some fail to recognize their own limitations? Ren Feng sighed softly. Had this woman launched her assault sooner, he might have faced a challenge against these apparitions. However, during her moment of idle threats, he had distinctly felt the completion of the 100 Ghosts banner he had been refining in Jiacheng, ready to summon at a moment's notice. Ren Feng ascended from the ground, and simultaneously, a shadow soared from above Jiangqing, hurtling through the fabric of time and space towards Tiangu City. Allow me to show you what true spirit mastery entails. As Ren Feng's words echoed, a boundless tide of dark energy enveloped the entire prison, accompanied by a cacophony of ghostly wails. Chapter 61. The Woman with a Split Mouth. Is there a ghost cultivation method in the zombie world? Summoning spirits? When Abe Makako first heard Ren Feng's words, she was consumed by a mix of humiliation and fury, glaring at him with intense anger. This is the great Onmi Jutsu taught to us by our Lord. It is not some mere spirit summoning. General Makino. Let this man from the Dragon Kingdom receive his due punishment. Abe Makako bellowed, while several other individuals from Neon glared at Ren Feng with similar rage. It was as if they had altogether forgotten that their strength paled in comparison to his, fixated solely on proving their prowess. The Heavenly Kingdom plan? I suspect it is nothing more than a pyramid scheme. General Makino, come and face my wrathful spirits. Observing the frenzied expressions of the Neon individuals before him, Ren Feng was reminded of those who had unwittingly fallen into similar schemes he had seen on television in his past life. That so-called Heavenly Kingdom ruler was likely engaged in pyramid schemes in Neon before the apocalypse, possessing a silver tongue capable of persuading even the Abe clan to partake in that so-called Heavenly Kingdom plan. Abe Makako was directing General Makino to prepare an assault on Ren Feng, but soon she realized something was amiss. She could no longer control General Makino. What is happening? Abe Makako sensed a powerful force of attraction emanating from above, the source of which was obstructing her control over General Makino. Baka, what is that? Behind her. A Neon individual pointed at the sky in terror, shouting, Nanny? Upon hearing this, Abe Makako instinctively looked in the direction indicated, only to find Ren Feng wielding a peculiar large flag, surrounded by a swirling mass of black energy that felt eerily similar to the spirit she commanded. How is this possible? Could it be that you two are a benefactor of our Lord? I know your Lord, and I am certainly no benefactor. Ren Feng was becoming increasingly annoyed by these nuisances. He declared, if you continue to provoke me, I shall send you to the west for eternal rest. Hello, Ugahuwu. Amidst the swirling winds of darkness, a multitude of ghostly entities roamed, and as Ren Feng waved the Hyaki Yagi banner, several imposing spirits dove towards the ground. Nanny? General Makino, stop them. Witnessing the terrifying spirits hurtling towards her, Abe Makako was struck with alarm. Her previous air of superiority vanishing in an instant as she hurriedly commanded the general spirits to intercept the impending danger. Yet she had forgotten one crucial detail. Her spirits no longer heeded her commands. Ugh, what are you doing? As she watched General Makino frozen in place, a furious spirit approached and delivered a resounding slap. In the blink of an eye, more than half of General Makino's soul dissipated. How could this be? Abe Miko stood in a daze, rooted to the spot, as she witnessed the soldiers summoned by her general, Makaya, being devoured one by the bizarre apparitions emerging from the black banners. Oh, whoa, she is mine, cried a spirit of chi cultivation, its eyes glimmering with a lewd hunger, clearly a gluttonous ghost. Baka, the majesty of the sovereign, is inviolable. What other tricks does the little flower possess? Ren Feng halted the spirit's assault, observing as waves of dark energy began to emanate from Abe Miko. The peculiar abilities of these Neon individuals appeared remarkably strange. Perhaps they might inspire him in unforeseen ways. To harness the power of spirits within a human vessel? Truly, what audacity from the little devils. Meanwhile, on the ground, as Ren Feng called for a cease in the attack, Abe Miko's expression transformed into one of newfound confidence. In stark contrast, the Neon individuals behind her, including the brother she had mentioned, were suddenly engulfed by terror, as if Abe Miko were some monstrous entity. For our sovereign, offer your lives. At that moment, Abe Miko began to recite incantations in Japanese, her words weaving a spell. Simultaneously, dark mist gradually coalesced above the heads of the Neon individuals, as if something was striving to break free. A soul? Ren Feng mused, and soon after, he beheld the male Onmyoji kneeling before Abe Miko, pleading for mercy. Oh, please. Spare me. We are all of the Abe clan. Bakayuru, you are a disgrace to the Abe clan. Offer your soul as a tribute to the Shikigami. With a swift kick, Abe Miko sent him sprawling. The male Onmyoji, enduring the agony of his soul being extracted, collapsed before Ren Feng, exclaiming, Great One of the Dragon Kingdom, please, slay this demon. I beseech you. I am willing to offer my loyalty. So, it can speak Chinese, Ren Feng thought. Yet he remained indifferent. Is your loyalty truly so rare? His gaze remained fixed on the dark energy hovering above Abe Miko, sensing that something extraordinary was on the verge of emergence. Meanwhile, in the prison, the inmates of Fengdu felt an unsettling chill. Why has it suddenly turned so cold? Has anyone awakened ice abilities? No, it seems the cold emanates from that dark mist. By the way, what is that above the little devil's head? It feels dangerously ominous. Is no one intervening? You know nothing. The warden raised his head, appearing to possess great insight. The immortal allows her a glimpse of hope, only to let her experience the depths of despair afterward. Wouldn't you agree, Director Zhao? Yes, that seems to be the case. Although Zhao Peng did not grasp the warden's intent, he nodded in agreement. Just as their conversation unfolded, the dark energy above Abe Miko solidified completely. Her corporeal form gradually became translucent, transforming entirely from a living being into the visage of a ghostly entity. Yet this metamorphosis was merely the beginning. After becoming a soul body, the spirits of the several neon individuals were extracted at an even swifter pace. The female specter grinned, swiftly devouring them whole. No wonder your brother referred to you as a demon. You truly are a monstrosity. After consuming the souls of the neon figures, Abe no Miko did not cease her gluttony. Instead, she continued to devour the Shikigami she had summoned earlier. With each zombie-like specter she consumed, her form became increasingly peculiar. Her stature rising while her appearance evoked memories in Ren Feng of a certain urban legend from the Neon realm. The slit-mouthed woman. Is this what you refer to as Shikigami? Ren Feng meticulously sensed the energy emanating from Abe no Miko, a sensation that felt strikingly familiar, Oni cultivation. Unlike the rudimentary method of cultivation he had previously encountered, Abe no Miko now resembled a practitioner of a flawed, inferior form of Oni cultivation. Her prowess barely rivaled that of a chi-refining third-level cultivator. Regrettably, her attack methods were exceedingly simplistic, relying solely on howls as she continuously fragmented her ghostly energy into head-like forms, launching them towards Ren Feng. This national leader possesses remarkable ingenuity, having devised a method akin to Oni cultivation. This world is replete with talent. It seems I too must augment my strength forthwith, Ren Feng mused. However, in the face of Abe no Miko's onslaught, he found himself easily countering her attacks. With a mere gentle shake of the Hyaki Yagi banner, countless specters surged forth, eager to engulf the malevolent energy. It was time to bring this to a conclusion. Ren Feng murmured softly, and then the Hyaki Yagi banner slipped from his grasp, soaring effortlessly above Abe no Miko's head in the blink of an eye. Huh? Abe no Miko gazed up at the object above her in confusion, only to witness a dark crimson light suddenly burst forth from the Hyaki Yagi banner. Chapter 62. Are myths and legends real? The formation to capture souls, what is that? After Abe no Yoko transformed into a spectral being, the inmates in the prison could still see her. Initially, they thought it was absurd for a living person to suddenly turn into a ghost, but they were even more astonished by Ren Feng's extraordinary methods. He was able to throw out an object resembling a banner that floated in midair and emitted a radiant glow. Ah, I understand, the warden suddenly exclaimed, instantly drawing the attention of the crowd. This must be the legendary magical treasure. Indeed, celestial beings are truly celestial. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Sun Feng, who sensed something amiss. Why does it feel like someone is stealing my words? At that moment, a crimson light descended, enveloping the entire figure of Abe no Yoko. Roar. Initially, Abe no Yoko maintained the form of a slit-mouthed woman, furiously howling as she struggled against the pull of the 100 Ghosts banner. However, as her struggles intensified, the banner's attraction grew stronger, continuously siphoning the negative energy from her. What are you still holding out for? Is it of any significance? Come to me, Ren Feng commanded, and the 100 Ghosts banner erupted with a brilliant red light. At that moment, Abe no Yoko could no longer sustain her form, as the negative energy dissipated. She plummeted to the strength of approximately the second level of chi refinement. Her appearance gradually transformed back to her original visage, and ultimately, apart from still being a spirit, she bore no discernible difference from an ordinary person. At this juncture, Abe no Yoko seemed to finally grasp the terror of her situation. In midair, she let out a terrified cry, attempting to plead for mercy from Ren Feng. But he was not inclined to grant her such an opportunity and promptly drew her into the 100 Ghost banner. All right, children, come back, Ren Feng said. Immediately, the boundless negative energy in the sky dissipated, and the surrounding spirits obediently began to flow into the 100 Ghost banner. It is time for you to return as well. As Ren Feng prepared to store the 100 Ghosts banner in a storage pouch, he was taken aback when the banner exhibited a strong resistance, then suddenly transformed into a deep crimson light that darted into his brow. No way. My innate magical treasure? Ren Feng pondered in confusion. Logically, Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage can refine such innate magical artifacts. Unlike ordinary magical tools, innate artifacts can be directly stored in the sea of consciousness within the brow, sharing a common space with Baisu. The dual hooks wielded by Yang Yi during the battle to rescue Lu Chun were innate artifacts, as was the golden staff of the Vajra. However, both innate artifacts and treasures are typically crafted only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. How could a mere chi refinement practitioner like him experience such an encounter? Suddenly, Ren Feng recalled that he was not an ordinary chi refinement cultivator, but rather a practitioner of the ancient chi refinement path, having reached the 13th level of chi refinement. Being able to possess the might of a foundation establishment practitioner at this stage was not so peculiar after all. After all, his desire to store the 100 Ghost banner in his pouch stemmed from not wanting to extract it from his spine during combat, akin to Lu Qin. Ren Feng pondered to himself, unaware that the truth was in stark contrast to his thoughts. The spirits of these little devils had been extracted, as exemplified by the female ghost they encountered. The claims made by these neon individuals regarding Shikigami and Onmyoji were mere fabrications. In essence, they were simply a group of extraordinary individuals who had mastered the art of controlling spirits. The so-called Abe no Yoko had fallen victim to a backlash. As Ren Feng cast a glance inside the 100 Ghost banner, he noticed Abe no Yoko cowering in a corner, fearfully shouting, occasionally haunted by ghostly heads that would emerge, causing her to scream in terror. Had it not been for Ren Feng's command, the nearby malevolent spirits would likely have torn her to shreds, unable to endure her distress. Ghosts, spirit control. These neon folks are truly terrifying. Thankfully, they refrained from employing such spells last night. Otherwise, you might not have seen us today, Zhao Peng remarked, a hint of dread in his voice, recalling that he had led the operation to capture these neon individuals. Any untoward incident could have had dire consequences. His gaze toward Ren Feng grew more reverent. After all, a celestial being capable of handling spirits was truly deserving of admiration. However, Ren Feng had no time for idle chatter. His original intention was to complete the ritual with the 100 Ghosts banner and return to the illusionary realm. Although delayed by the neon individuals, this situation sparked a more significant thought. If the zombies from the Little Devil's side could have their souls extracted to serve as Shikigami, then there was no reason to believe that the zombies from Long Kingdom lacked souls. Despite their lack of strength, the energy accumulated within these zombies was undeniable. If harnessed appropriately, it might enhance the efficacy of the 100 Ghosts banner. Moreover, if that were the case, the vengeful souls of the Tiangu Dao followers he had previously left behind would no longer need to be confined within the banner. Given that he had discovered a more suitable alternative, these souls, having suffered greatly during the twilight of the dynasty, deserved to return to the cosmos. Furthermore, this encounter with the neon individuals also led Ren Feng to contemplate another question. If the neons had combined their leadership with extraordinary abilities to develop methods akin to ghostly cultivation, naming them after the Shikigami and Onmyoji from their mythology, could it not be possible that within the vast expanse of Long Kingdom, rich in myths and legends, someone might have also uncovered that the essence of the apocalypse is a revival of spiritual energy? Perhaps those so-called myths were indeed rooted in reality, existing in a time when the world of zombies was still brimming with spiritual energy, much like the Duan Yuan continent, which was home to numerous cultivators. As spiritual energy waned, these cultivators gradually faded from existence or perished, giving rise to the legends we know today. As Ren Feng contemplated further, he became increasingly convinced that his speculation was indeed plausible. He recalled a passage he had encountered in the Tower of Books at Songha Temple, which detailed a period in the history of the Dunyuan continent characterized by an exceedingly scarce abundance of spiritual energy, a dark age referred to as the Age of Final Law. This led him to boldly conjecture that the world of zombies might very well evolve into a realm akin to that of the Dunyuan continent in the future. With this thought in mind, Ren Feng bid farewell to the gathered crowd in Fengdu and ascended to the highest building in Tiangu City. He intended to set up another grand formation for corpse refining and blood extraction, akin to what he had done in Jiangqing. However, this time, his ambitions extended beyond mere blood extraction. He also sought to capture souls. He planned to ensnare the souls of the zombies within the 100 Ghost banner, orchestrating a deadly contest among them akin to raising insects, with the survivors ultimately serving as the primary souls of the banner. Without hesitation, Ren Feng unfurled a high-grade beast hide gifted to him by Tiangu City and meticulously inscribed the main flag with blood. Upon activating the formation plate, an unusual commotion engulfed Tiangu City. Countless zombies wandering the outer city suddenly seemed drawn by an unseen force, their pace shifting from sluggish to rapid as they began to converge swiftly upon Ren Feng's designated formation site. Meanwhile, within the inner city of Tiangu, Sun Feng, stationed at the prison entrance, and the Yao sisters, lounging upon a hotel bed, simultaneously turned their gazes towards the outer city. The familiar sensation washed over them once more. Tiangu City was on the brink of transformation into a safe haven. Chapter 63. Release of the Wronged Souls and the utterly ruthless extermination of zombies on the rooftop. Ren Feng sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the gathering of zombies from all directions. Initially, their approach was sluggish, but as he offered a few more drops of his blood, their pace quickened dramatically. After approximately 10 minutes, the entire building was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies. It was time to devour them. Ren Feng activated the killing function of the Grand Formation, and one by one, the zombies below the building perished. Streams of faint crimson energy began to emanate from their bodies, eventually coalescing into an intensely rich blood mist in the sky. Blood jades formed around Ren Feng, while heaps of zombie corpses accumulated around the building. More zombies, stepping over the bodies of their predecessors, began to climb upward. In previous circumstances, Ren Feng would have unleashed ghostly flames to incinerate the corpses, but now that was not an option, at least for the time being. As the 100 Ghosts banner slowly descended, an overwhelming aura of energy surged forth from its vicinity, so dense that it even took on the forms of ghostly entities. However, the zombies below seemed oblivious, drawn inexorably toward the building by Ren Feng's blood. Suddenly, the previously fallen zombies jolted awake, and a semi-transparent, gray-black mist erupted from above their heads, racing toward the 100 Ghosts banner. Remarkably, within a mere cup of tea's duration, Ren Feng observed that the spirits within the banner had reached a congested state. The consumption of such a multitude of spirits had granted him unprecedented enhancement of his soul power, solidifying his conviction that the 100 Ghosts banner had indeed become his true spiritual artifact. Yet, this was not entirely advantageous. The internal space of the 100 Ghosts banner was nearing critical capacity. Without intervention, irreversible damage could ensue, complicating any future advancements. It was time for you to emerge. Within the realm of the 100 Ghosts banner, the newly arrived souls of the zombies coalesced into a singular entity, distinctly different from the ghostly beings of the previous realm. This led to a fierce confrontation between the two factions, and had it not been for Ren Feng's command, a frenzy of battle would likely have erupted within the banner. This was indeed part of his plan, but first, he intended to allow the wronged souls of the Tiangu Dao believers to escape. With a hum, Ren Feng opened a seal, and the spirits of the Tiangu Dao, initially bewildered by the sudden appearance of the void before them, quickly regained their senses and rushed eagerly toward the outside world. Alas, the spirits that had first emerged into this unfamiliar world, although bewildered, were acutely aware that their tragic lives, both mortal and spectral, were drawing to a close. Thank you, esteemed one. With these words, an elderly specter, leading the others, expressed gratitude, followed by a chorus of thanks from the subsequent apparitions before they ascended towards the heavens, dissipating into the ether. Sigh, prosperity brings suffering to the common folk, and death also brings suffering to the common folk. Witnessing the scene of these tormented souls, once filled with hope for the Tiangu Dao, now finding solace in their departure, Ren Feng could not help but reflect. Though he did not consider himself a saint, within his capacity, he could offer assistance where possible. After all, his actions were not devoid of merit. As the number of spirits expressing gratitude increased, Ren Feng noticed that his previously amassed essence of incense had grown more refined, now adorned with hues of azure in addition to the white. It seemed the faith these souls held for Tiangu Dao could not dissipate alongside them. And since he alone possessed the lineage of Tiangu Dao in the realm of the undead, it was unsurprising that this essence coalesced around him. Furthermore, he discerned that as more spirits departed from the 100 Ghosts banner, the karmic energy it bore began to diminish. Faintly, the merit pearl within his dantian glimmered, as if stirring to action. Before long, the souls of Tiangu Dao vanished entirely, and Ren Feng observed that some of the zombie souls appeared eager to emerge. Amused by their folly, he promptly sealed the space of the 100 Ghosts banner and lifted the restrictions against mutual aggression. Hell, in the blink of an eye, it seemed as though a cataclysmic battle erupted within the 100 Ghosts banner. He understood that the spirits had commenced their conflict against one another. A surge of dark flames incinerated the mountain of corpses from which souls had been extracted, drawing more zombies to the fray. Bai Su. Hell. A skeletal figure materialized. It was Bai Su. Ren Feng commanded him to descend and gather the cores from those zombies, to be utilized later for enhancing the physical cultivation of the Tiangu Dao practitioners. Thus, these zombies were drained of their sanguine essence to forge blood jade, their souls extracted to enrich the 100 Ghosts banner, and their corporeal fat employed to elevate the quality of the dark flames. Even the remnants, namely the cores, were ordered by Ren Feng to be collected entirely by Bai Su. It was a case of utilizing every resource to its fullest potential. Ren Feng, the great capitalist, indeed. Yet, even amidst such a terrifying spectacle, the relentless pursuit of the zombies, drawn by the potent energy contained within Ren Feng's blood, continued unabated. Another half-hour passed, and Ren Feng found himself surrounded by a mound of blood jade, while the dark energy encircling the 100 Ghosts banner swelled even further, within the depths of existence. After a fierce struggle where souls fought to the death and consumed one another, the remnants of their essence became sustenance for the 100 Demons banner. Though it may appear insignificant, the sheer volume accumulates over time. Bit by bit, the 100 Demons banner astonishingly seems poised to ascend to a higher tier of spiritual artifact. The city of Tiangu is indeed far larger than Jiangxing. Surrounding the towering edifices, approximately 10,000 zombies have perished, yet countless others continue to approach relentlessly. A gust of wind sweeps through, heralding the arrival of more distant hordes of the undead. Perhaps it is nearly time? Ren Feng ceased his alchemical work on the blood jade and suddenly ascended into the air, gazing down at the corpses of zombies yet untouched by flames. A sudden inspiration striking him. If memory serves him right, the last time in Jiangcheng, a similar scene unfolded, and he seemed to have summoned a celestial phenomenon, acquiring the merits of the heavens, coalescing into the first round of merit gold wheel, and unexpectedly awakening that blood-colored Rakshasa apparition. Logically, he should experience something similar this time as well. Ren Feng murmured to himself, and as his words fell, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly descended from the heavens. Chapter 64. Perfect Foundation, 9 Turns of Annihilating World. Black Thunder. Do you see what is happening over there? What is going on? Wait, why is that lightning golden? I see it too. It is indeed golden. Moreover, do you perceive that there seems to be a creature amidst the clouds? It appears to be a dragon? I think so as well. Wait, is that direction where the immortal resides? Yes, precisely. On the road back to the inner city from the prison. The group was once again captivated by the extraordinary phenomenon conjured by Ren Feng, halting their return as they turned to gaze at the sky above him. Seeing their astonished expressions, Sun Feng could not help but flick his hair. You've never witnessed this before, have you? This is an immortal in the midst of cultivation. Each time an immortal breaks through in strength, a celestial phenomenon occurs. We, the people of Jiang City, are accustomed to it. Wow, is that true? Leader Sun, could you share more tales regarding the immortals? Well, Sun Feng paused, realizing he was not particularly knowledgeable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Have you noticed that the zombies in the outer city are all heading towards the immortal? That is indeed the case. One person observed a zombie rushing towards him, initially expecting an attack, only to find that the creature paid him no heed and continued forward. The immortal is cultivating to save the world. Soon, Tiangu City will transform into a safe zone like our Jiang City. Saving the world? One individual murmured, finding it difficult to reconcile the image of Ren Feng as a savior with the ominous aura he had exuded while controlling the spirits in the prison. Yet, one must ponder, who else in this world, apart from an immortal, could entirely transform a city into a sanctuary? Perhaps only an immortal. Meanwhile, Ren Feng remained oblivious to their discussions, as he prepared to accept the baptism of virtue from the world of zombies. He vaguely recalled that the last baptism of virtue had successfully opened the door for him to cultivate to the 13th level of qi refinement. He wondered what surprises awaited him this time. Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with extraordinary phenomena, with even more auspicious divine beasts appearing above Ren Feng than before. Shortly thereafter, a bolt of golden lightning flashed, and a golden pillar of light, as thick as 3 men, descended from the heavens, completely enveloping Ren Feng's body. This is made in virtue. Ren Feng felt an unprecedented sense of comfort wash over him. Simultaneously, he discovered that the golden pearl of virtue within his dantian was rapidly expanding. The golden aura of virtue spilling forth and intertwining with the blood qi and azure mana in his dantian, forming a vague spiral shape. Yet this was not the end. Following his instinctive guidance, the blood-colored Rakshasa appeared behind him in an instant. Jia. Upon the emergence of the blood-colored Rakshasa, it was overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the abundant blood essence surrounding it. With a mighty opening of its gaping maw, it inhaled deeply, and soon Ren Feng witnessed the Rakshas's belly swell dramatically, only to swiftly return to its original size. In its place, the blood-colored Rakshasa now towered an impressive 10 zhang high. Yet, this was still insufficient. The Rakshasa was also imbued with the radiance of virtuous merit. However, rather than exhibiting fear, it appeared to revel in the sensation, much like Ren Feng himself. Before long, the golden light began to dissipate, and behind the blood-colored Rakshasa, a golden wheel of merit gradually emerged. Buzzing. What? My cultivation has broken through? In midair, Ren Feng lightly clenched his fist, feeling as though his dantian had become empty. Yet, this was not due to a sudden depletion of his spiritual power. The total amount of power remained unchanged, but it had become more substantial, with 3 distinct colors of energy coalescing together. Under the incessant spiral attraction, Ren Feng's spiritual essence successfully liquefied, and he had achieved a perfect foundation establishment. If I recall correctly, a perfect foundation establishment seems to invite the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Ren Feng's thoughts raced, and he looked up to see the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky gradually fading, replaced by an expanse of ominous dark clouds. Booming. Strikes of tribulation lightning coalesced in the air, the terrifying energy contained within them resembling the annihilating thunder of the gods, threatening to obliterate the entire zombie world in an instant. The zombie realm can actually manifest foundation tribulation lightning? Ren Feng swallowed hard at the sight, fully aware that he was utterly unprepared. It is said that the perfect foundation establishment tribulation is categorized into 9 ranks, distinguished by blue, purple, and black colors. The higher the rank, the more favorable the foundation effect, yet correspondingly, the might of the tribulation would also intensify. Please, do not let it be black lightning. Although Ren Feng yearned for the benefits of black lightning, given his scant preparations, merely surviving the purple lightning would be his utmost limit. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have created so many zombies. And now, facing the tribulation, I find myself utterly unprepared. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Ren Feng's hands moved swiftly, as he gathered various elixirs capable of withstanding the tribulation's force and replenishing his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Is it coming? Is it purple? No. It's black lightning. A tremendous clap of thunder erupted. Ren Feng initially felt relief, thinking it was purple lightning, but when the ordinary white lightning around him vanished, he realized it was unmistakably black lightning. Surely not. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? First, you grant me such ample merit for my breakthrough. Then you send down annihilating black lightning to obliterate me? Ren Feng felt tears welling up, yet he had no choice but to face the tribulation. He raised his Qixing blade, preparing to confront the impending doom of the first annihilating black lightning. Booming. Instantly, the sky erupted with thunder, and the colossal black lightning, having gathered its might, descended from the heavens. Is this it? Am I, Ruin, destined to see my illustrious name come to ruin in an instant? Feeling the dense energy enveloped by the dark thunder, Ren Feng's face turned ashen. However, after a prolonged wait, he did not experience the immense impact he had anticipated, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to open his eyes and gaze upward. To his astonishment, he discovered that a golden luminous barrier had suddenly surrounded him, its presence both mysterious and familiar. It was indeed the power of virtue. He realized that the power of virtue possessed this remarkable effect. Overjoyed, Ren Feng retracted the 7-star blade, reflecting that had he known this earlier, he need not have felt anxious. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and beheld as the formidable black thunder, upon encountering the luminous barrier generated by the power of virtue, gradually diminished in intensity, from a thickness akin to a grinding wheel to that of an ordinary tree, and eventually to the slenderness of a wrist. Crack! The luminous barrier parted, allowing the black thunder to surge in. Yet Ren Feng found himself entirely unaffected. In fact, the spiritual energy within his dantian had become even more substantial. Thus, the first bolt of tribulation thunder officially vanished, and there remained a total of 8 such bolts. Chapter 65. The Shattering of Meritorious Deeds, the Dissipation of Rakshasas. The golden light of the celestial canopy come forth. Regarding the impending tribulation thunder, Ren Feng felt no trepidation whatsoever. With the power of meritorious deeds at his disposal, the sole purpose of these thunderbolts was to enhance his strength. And indeed, this was the case. Another bolt of tribulation thunder descended, its grandeur awe-inspiring. However, as it approached Ren Feng, the familiar power of meritorious deeds coalesced into a grand canopy, once more shielding him from the thunder's assault. Before long, this second bolt of thunder, much like the first, dissipated rapidly, just as it was on the verge of complete dissolution. The meritorious canopy unfurled and merged into Ren Feng's being. Has my spiritual power increased? The effect of this bolt of thunder was markedly different from the first. While the initial bolt solidified the spiritual energy within Ren Feng, leaving the total amount unchanged, this one genuinely augmented his spiritual power. Before Ren Feng could even comprehend the ramifications, the third bolt of thunder quickly descended, this time enhancing the solidity of his spiritual energy. Boom! After the eighth bolt of thunder struck, the ninth lingered in the heavens, yet it refused to descend. Given my current strength, I dare say I would not fear even a typical mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Ren Feng turned his gaze inward to his dantian. The eighth bolt of thunder, akin to the second, had increased the total amount of spiritual energy therein. His dantian was nearing its capacity. Through these 8 bolts of thunder, Ren Feng discerned a pattern. Odd-numbered bolts assisted in condensing spiritual energy, elevating the quality of his magical power, while even-numbered bolts directly augmented the quantity of spiritual energy in his dantian, albeit maintaining the same quality as after the previous solidification. With each successive solidification, Ren Feng felt as though the spiritual energy in his dantian could no longer be classified as liquid. Were it not for his ability to control its flow, he might have suspected that it had transformed into ice. Oh heavens, must you continue to brew? The outcome remains unchanged, and I still need to return to the illusion to seek the golden core legacy. As the 9th bolt of thunder lingered, Ren Feng grew increasingly impatient. Above, it seemed the heavens were incensed by his nonchalant attitude towards the tribulation, and suddenly, a thunderclap shattered the clear sky. Crack! Several small black bolts of tribulation thunder manifested in the heavens, and then Ren Feng beheld an unforgettable sight. A bolt of thunder, thicker than the building beneath him, coalesced in the sky, poised to strike. Surely not. Feeling the overwhelming aura of annihilation, Ren Feng was gripped by panic. The meritorious power that had formed the canopy had become increasingly translucent after enduring the previous 8 bolts. If it retained its former strength, he might have managed with his various artifacts like the 7-star blade for defense. Yet, given the intensity of this bolt, it was unlikely that even his spiritual tools or profound artifacts would suffice. This is disastrous. However, the calamity of thunder has already taken shape. Words are futile now. Ren Feng exerted all his strength to consolidate the power of virtue, and the great curtain reluctantly solidified a bit more. Meanwhile, the blood-capturing formation continued its operation, and the actions of the 100 Ghosts banner remained unimpeded. An unceasing tide of blood energy surged towards the rooftop of the building, while Ren Feng's profound blood-colored Rakshasa phantom frantically absorbed the blood energy, its form continuously swelling. Rumble! The thunderous tribulation was finally about to descend. Ren Feng soared into the air, casting aside all distractions, and fixed his gaze upon the 9th world-destroying black thunder. Life or death hinged upon this moment. The tribulation swiftly descended, and the power of virtue surrounding Ren Feng erupted in brilliant golden light. The thunder began to dissipate gradually. However, in the face of its overwhelming might, the assistance provided by the power of virtue was merely a drop in the ocean. Crack, accompanied by a sharp sound. Ren Feng was taken aback to discover the great curtain of virtue had shattered. He attempted to communicate with the golden pearl of virtue, only to find that it possessed a mere facade, offering him no substantive aid. How? The blood-colored Rakshasa was enraged. Confronting the provocation of the tribulation, it charged forth. Rumble! At the moment the blood-colored Rakshasa surged towards the thunder, Ren Feng distinctly felt a tremor in his heart, and soon after, he witnessed the thunder being indeed obstructed. Yet this was insufficient. With the blood-colored Rakshasa's defense, the thunder began to gradually dissipate, but the disappearance of the Rakshasa was even swifter. It was likely that even if the Rakshasa vanished, the thunder would be considerably more formidable than the 8th strike. What to do? Watching the blood-colored Rakshasa above strive to withstand the thunder while emitting pained wails, he noticed the golden wheel of virtue behind it continuously radiating dim light. replenishing the Rakshasa's energy. Virtue. Yes, I still possess virtue. Observing the dwindling horde of zombies below, Ren Feng steeled himself, summoned the seven-star blade, and plunged it into the artery of his left arm. Hot blood gushed forth, and the zombies below immediately went into a frenzy. Yet this was still not enough. Ren Feng recalled the 100 Ghosts banner, and a gust of chilling wind swept out from within. However, unlike before, this time the chilling wind was meant to carry the sin of blood further. He aimed to let the zombies of the entire Tiangu city, and even those from surrounding cities, catch the whiff of foundational blood. Only in this manner could he gather enough zombies. Afterward, he would activate the blood-capturing formation and annihilate them all, inevitably drawing down the blessings of virtue. At that time, the great curtain of virtue would reappear, and the tribulation would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, due to the inherent limitations of the zombies' physical capabilities, even though they were irresistibly drawn to Ren Feng's blood, they could not keep pace with the vanishing speed of the blood-colored Rakshasa. Activate now. Ren Feng cast out several mid-grade spirit stones, fully aware that this would subject the corpse-raising blood collection formation to excessive strain, likely leading to its complete destruction. Yet, he remained unfazed. As long as he could ascend to the ranks of a foundation-building cultivator, with his current wealth, no formation would be beyond his reach. Indeed, at the moment the mid-grade spirit stones connected with the formation, the entire array trembled violently, causing the very building to sway. A howl erupted, accompanied by a furious roar, and the blood-red Rakshasa vanished. The thunderclouds above loomed larger than grinding wheels, striking down directly with Ren Feng as their target. A wave of overwhelming chaos surged through him. However, this was far from the conclusion. The heavenly lightning began to infiltrate his body, coursing through his meridians with relentless fury. The violent energy shattered his meridians completely, and Ren Feng found himself engulfed in excruciating pain, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, just before he succumbed, he perceived the storm clouds parting above, revealing a radiant expanse of golden light. Chapter 66. Successful Breakthrough. Return to the illusion. Where is this? In a haze, Ren Feng opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar world. As he wandered within it, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him. This was his Dantian. How did I end up here? Confounded, Ren Feng pressed forward, driven by curiosity. As he glanced around, he soon realized that his Dantian was enveloped in the distinctive black lightning of calamity. The spiritual energy within him surged and pulsed, seemingly striving to expel the encroaching calamity. He could still feel the pain coursing through him, desperately attempting to harness the energy in his Dantian to resist the calamity, yet the energy refused to heed his command. The calamity drew closer, and amid the agony, Ren Feng discovered that his Dantian was riddled with wounds. Watching this unfold, he felt powerless to intervene, slowly succumbing to the intense suffering of his body. Am I to meet my end here? No, it must not be so. Ren Feng recalled that he possessed merit. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating rending brought on by the calamity, he fervently searched for the whereabouts of the merit golden pearl within his Dantian. There, so high, I can't reach it. At the heart of his Dantian, the merit golden pearl shone like a radiant sun, repelling the annihilating black lightning. However, in the areas it could not illuminate, the destructive black lightning slowly infiltrated Ren Feng's Dantian. Suddenly, with a jolt, Ren Feng lifted his head. He felt a warm sensation enveloping his body. Boom! It is merit. In an instant, the merit golden pearl erupted with brilliance. The surrounding calamity was forced to retreat, and Ren Feng's Dantian gradually returned to its former state. But this was not the end. Ren Feng sensed the pain within him diminishing. Although he could not see the outside world, he knew that this was the resurgence of merit once more. As the explosive aura of the calamity waned, Ren Feng regained his ability to move. He then observed as the energy clusters, previously eroded by the calamity, began to condense, shrinking from gaseous to liquid, and then to solid form. Yet this was still not the conclusion. The radiance of merit grew ever more resplendent, and the magical power within Ren Feng's Dantian became increasingly solidified. In astonishment, he watched as the energy gradually began to take on distinct shapes. What is this? Suspended in midair, Ren Feng could do nothing to influence the energy's transformation, merely observing as it continued to shrink. Were it not for the sensation of energy within him not only remaining intact but also increasing, he would have done everything in his power to halt this unfolding phenomenon. The energy continued to morph, and before long, it began to take on a nascent form. Ren Feng gazed as the energy gradually coalesced into a structure reminiscent of a circular platform. And upon glancing at the merit golden pearl hovering above the center of the platform, a thought surged within him. An altar? The transformation of spiritual energy has not ceased. After taking on a general form, it began to undergo minor deformations, and as Ren Feng had surmised, the direction of these changes was towards the altar. The spiritual energy platform gradually differentiated into layers of steps, ultimately culminating in 9 tiers. At the pinnacle of this spiritual platform, 3 colossal pillars of red, gold, and blue ascended, collectively venerating the resplendent merit golden pearl suspended above them. Yet, the metamorphosis of the spiritual platform was far from complete, as the overall outline of the altar began to materialize. Intricate carvings resembling the various exotic beasts that had appeared when Ren Feng summoned the descent of merit gradually emerged around the steps. Was this the foundation establishment? Why had he never heard of such a phenomenon? Typically, the foundation establishment process involved the transformation of spiritual energy into a liquid state, although he had experienced that stage. The spiritual energy before him had evidently solidified, forming an altar of unknown purpose. Suspended above the altar was a glowing merit golden pearl. This sensation led Ren Feng to doubt whether he was merely establishing a foundation or had transcended to the realm of golden elixir. What was he even pondering? Despite the diverse functionalities of merit, it could not possibly allow him to leap across 9 minor realms, achieving the golden elixir from a major realm. He mocked himself, only to discover that he seemed capable of harnessing the spiritual energy within his dantian. Wisps of translucent smoke gradually rose from the altar, and Ren Feng recognized this as his own magical power. Suddenly, the merit golden pearl blazed with brilliance. Instinctively, Ren Feng closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found himself back in the zombie world. The calamity of thunder had vanished. Indeed, the ominous clouds had completely dissipated, replaced by a radiant aura of merit enveloping his form. Oh, how it itched, yet it was exhilarating, as the merit illuminated his entire being. Ren Feng felt the annihilation caused by the thunderstorm gradually dissipate. His meridians were steadily rejuvenating, even becoming more robust than before. He attempted to channel his spiritual power and found it flowed much more smoothly than it had previously. Before long, his meridians were fully restored. Yet the merit's golden glow did not fade. With a howl that echoed to the heavens, the blood-colored Rakshasa re-emerged, having also endured the baptism of thunder and merit. The blood-colored Rakshasa now appeared tangible, and behind its head, another halo of merit golden light slowly formed. 3 halos of merit golden light. Surely, even the most revered Buddhist monks of this era could not match the extent of my merit. Elated by the immense accumulation of merit, Ren Feng rejoiced, knowing that upon returning to the Dunyuan continent, whether facing a golden elixir master or a primordial ancestor, those who sought to harm him would have to carefully consider the repercussions. The time was ripe. With the successful establishment of his foundation, he was now prepared to claim the inheritance of the greedy Qian. As the merit golden light dissipated, Ren Feng cast one last glance at the zombie world, uncertain of when he would return. Summoning the ghostly winds of the 100 Ghosts banner, Baisu arrived at the summit of the skyscraper, bearing an imposing collection of zombie crystal cores. It was time to depart. Ren Feng retracted Baisu, murmuring to himself, as a wisp of dark flame was cast down, causing him to vanish from the zombie world. Beneath the edifice, a fierce inferno erupted. The zombies, emboldened after the destruction of the array, suddenly sensed an overwhelming threat, only to witness a surge of black flames rushing towards them. Unbeknownst to Ren Feng, at the very instant of his disappearance, countless figures emerged on the horizon, moving in unison to kneel in the direction where Ren Feng had vanished. Within the illusion, the blood-red desert remained, now even more crimson than when Ren Feng had departed. Yet this time, upon his return, Ren Feng was unafraid. Not only did he possess the 100 Ghost banner to fend off adversaries, but he had also just made a startling discovery. His Yin fire had remarkably evolved. This meant that he could now, like Lu Chun, scorch souls. Little Eagle, where are you? Grandfather has returned. Chapter 67. The Strengthening of the 100 Ghost banner. The amnesia of the female ghost. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Feng scanned the surroundings, yet he failed to locate the previously encountered foundational blood eagle, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, it was this creature that had driven him into the realm of the undead. What manner of being was that? He continued to soar forward, guided by the resonance of the merit golden pearl. Following 2 upgrades, His sensitivity towards that entity had become increasingly pronounced. During his flight, he caught sight of a peculiar creature. It was a blood beast, yet it bore little resemblance to the blood beasts he had encountered before. This particular blood beast appeared to have once been a bear. However, most of its body had undergone a sanguine transformation, leaving only its hind legs and the lower half of its rear torso in their original state. What caught Ren Feng's attention was its head. Atop the blood bear's skull blossomed a magnificent flower, reminiscent of the spirit seeds he had once cultivated, which seemed to be parasitically entwined with the blood beast. Strangely enough, the blood beast appeared entirely untroubled by this affliction. Perfect. You shall serve as a test for my 100-ghost banner, Ren Feng mused. For since the completion of its refining, the banner had yet to experience a formal battle. Roar. Upon witnessing Ren Feng's descent, the blood bear bellowed defiantly. As if in response, the malevolent spirits within the 100-ghost banner, barely contained, surged forth, clamoring to assist their master in combat. Unbeknownst to him, the malevolent energy emanating from the banner had already enveloped the space surrounding Ren Feng and the blood bear. Roar. The blood bear, sensing the terrifying aura, began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Ren Feng had initially intended to unleash his ghostly minions to prevent the creature's escape, only to witness a sudden flash of black light erupt from the bear's eyes, transforming its demeanor into one of ferocity. Roar. Come forth, my children. Ren Feng chuckled sinisterly, as his bond with the 100-ghost banner had deepened, compelling him to act in such a manner. Howl. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the illusion, and grotesque specters burst forth. Roar. The smaller spirits, having previously evaded the grasp of the larger ghosts, immediately launched their assault upon discovering the blood bear. However, their power proved insufficient. The bear possessed at least mid-stage chi refining strength. With a thunderous roar, it struck the ground with its blood-infused forepaw, causing those feeble spirits to dissipate instantly. Roar. It appeared to be invigorated by some unseen force, brimming with combat fervor as it gazed at the oncoming spirits soaring toward it. Yet, regrettably, it was overestimating its capabilities. These formidable spirits had devoured countless ordinary ghosts to achieve their current forms, far beyond what it could withstand. Howl. A formidable specter with 3 arms suddenly descended. He grasped the body of the blood bear with one hand, while with the other 2 hands he firmly held its shoulders. With a sudden, fierce tug, the bear's head was violently severed from its body. This separation was not akin to the previous instance where Ren Feng had employed the 7-star blade to cleave the blood wolf. In an instant, the bear's head was devoured by the 3-handed specter. Immediately thereafter, Ren Feng observed the sanguine transformation of the bear's blood, which rapidly expanded and soon coalesced into a pool, merging seamlessly with the vast, desolate expanse. Why does this peculiar entity still remain? Ren Feng pondered, realizing that the strange flower on the blood bear had not vanished. Instead, it lay motionless on the ground as if desiccated by sunlight. Intrigued, Ren Feng commanded the 3-handed specter to retrieve the flower for him. The obedient specter promptly picked up the flower from the ground and presented it to Ren Feng with an air of obsequiousness. The 100-ghost banner? Just as Ren Feng was about to examine it closely, he noticed the banner quivering violently, as if it were exceedingly intrigued by the flower. Is it for you then? But you must. Good heavens. Just as Ren Feng was curious about the banner's interest in this object, the 100-ghost banner suddenly soared to his side, and with a flash of crimson light, it absorbed the desiccated flower. Moreover, this absorption was not merely for storage, it was a devouring act. Yes, devouring. Ren Feng distinctly felt that after the 100-ghost banner consumed the withered flower, it became significantly more powerful, akin to a great specter consuming a lesser one. It was noteworthy that the 100-ghost banner was already a premium magical artifact. If it were to grow even stronger, it might well ascend to the status of a spiritual tool. What a revelation! He had not anticipated that this illusion would not only harbor the legacy of the golden elixir, but would also assist his 100-ghost banner in its advancement. With this thought, Ren Feng decided to unleash all his spectral entities at once. In an instant, the entire illusion was engulfed in chilling winds. With dark mists obscuring the sky, coupled with the already crimson terrain, the entire realm seemed to transform into a veritable domain of the undead. As the specters emerged en masse, Ren Feng simultaneously discerned the strength of his current assembly within the 100-ghost banner. Foremost among them were the formidable entities that had possessed chi refinement strength even before they began absorbing the souls of zombies. These spirits, initially endowed with tremendous power, collaborated seamlessly, and under the Matthew effect, the strongest among them had already reached the foundational stage. Meanwhile, the other half comprised a significantly larger army formed from the souls of zombies. Their strengths varied from early to late stages of chi refinement. But they all shared a common trait that confirmed their prior existence as zombies: their appearances. These specters retained their semblance from their former lives. And due to their consumption of numerous kindred souls, their visages had grown even more grotesque. They have, to varying degrees, sprouted new limbs, at the very least. Some have developed new facial features. Among them is the formidable three-handed demon, which possesses the strength of a late-stage chi refinement practitioner. These numerous undead entities boast considerable power. And upon their emergence, Ren Feng commanded them to scour various locales in search of blood beasts bearing botanical traits. Ultimately, what surprised Ren Feng the most was that the soul of Abe no Yuki, previously ensnared by the 100 Ghost banner, had not been devoured. Rather, it had grown significantly stronger. At this moment, Abe no Yuki no longer resembled the image of the slit-mouthed woman, but had reverted to her original appearance. Perhaps due to the nourishing influence of dark energy, her visage appeared even more vibrant. Master, simultaneously, upon noticing Ren Feng's gaze upon her, Abe no Yuki respectfully called out. Although her voice retained a hint of stiffness, it had transformed into a melodious tone, and with the passage of time, it would surely return to normalcy. What is this? Ren Feng summoned her closer and observed the profound emptiness in her eyes, suggesting that she had forgotten the events of her past life. This prompted Ren Feng to entertain a thought, perhaps, to seize the moment. Chapter 68. The manifestation of Yin fire and the golden altar in Ren Feng's mind. The image of Abe Yoko transforming into the slit-mouthed woman suddenly surfaced, causing him to abandon his earlier bold thoughts. After all, Ning Kaijin succeeded primarily due to the alluring beauty of Xiaoqian. Although Yoko appears acceptable at present, one must not forget the countless zombie souls she has devoured, granting her a strength comparable to that of foundational cultivation. It is uncertain when she might transform into the slit-mouthed woman, and he could hardly withstand such a fate, since she has lost her previous memories. Yoko it shall be called. Chao Feng remarked that Yoko should not be trifled with, yet her appearance was indeed pleasing to the eye, especially considering her foundational power, which would suffice to handle ordinary blood beasts with ease. You all come with me, he commanded. A dozen chi cultivators followed Ren Feng's lead, continuing their flight forward. Along their journey, members of the zombie legion occasionally approached Ren Feng, accompanied by withered plants. The 100 Ghost flag would instinctively absorb these offerings, enhancing its strength while simultaneously nourishing Ren Feng's soul. Should they encounter any blood beasts along the way, he would simply instruct Yoko and the others to handle the situation, allowing him to remain unperturbed. Before long, Ren Feng sensed himself drawing closer to the location indicated by the Merit Golden Pearl. However, he had one crucial task to accomplish beforehand. Found you, he exclaimed upon spotting the foundational blood eagle. At that moment, a peculiar vine encircled its form, yet it did not hinder its flight. The blood eagle was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a giant python, both possessing foundational strength. Birds of prey, such as eagles, are natural enemies of serpents. Thus, one would expect the python to retreat upon encountering the eagle. Yet for some inexplicable reason, this blood python faced the blood eagle without flinching, growing more tenacious as the battle raged on. It would occasionally strike the ground with its tail, launching a spray of venom resembling a torrential downpour of blood towards the great eagle. Screech, hiss, the two blood beasts clashed ferociously, but upon noticing Ren Feng's arrival, they miraculously ceased their hostilities, turning their attention toward him. What is going on? Do continue, Ren Feng said, unfazed. Even if two foundational blood beasts stood before him, he had two foundational specters by his side as well. Moreover, his own soul was inherently stronger than the average foundational cultivators, and now wielded the ability to incinerate souls within fire, leaving him unperturbed. Onward. Without waiting for the blood eagle and blood python to react, Ren Feng commanded his accompanying specters to charge forth. He intended to take the initiative against the beasts. Howl. Wail. Suddenly, a chilling wind surged around him, and soon his group of specters was embroiled in combat with the two blood beasts. Seizing the opportunity amidst their skirmish, Ren Feng discovered what he had been seeking. Beneath the coiled form of the giant python lay an unexpected sight, a well. In the vast, desolate desert, the emergence of a well was indeed a curious anomaly. Particularly when he noticed the well, the reaction of the merit golden pearl within his dantian suddenly intensified. Thus, Ren Feng could ascertain that within that well lay the object of his desire. However, to obtain that object, he must first dispel the blood python. Yet, given the current speed of this group of specters, Ren Feng felt somewhat dissatisfied. At that moment, the crimson wasteland was littered with the wounded blood eagles and blood pythons. But he believed that to truly dissipate them, a spark was still required. A genuine fire. Go, Ren Feng whispered. And immediately a ball of dark flame appeared in his hand. Hiss! As the giant python drew nearer, sensing the presence of the dark flame, a hint of human-like fear emerged on its blood-formed face. However, before long, Ren Feng noticed a flash of black light in the giant python's eyes, followed by a ferocious opening of its gaping maw, lunging directly at him. Isn't this fortuitous? Ren Feng chuckled as he beheld the abyssal mouth before him, and with a swift motion of his hand, he tossed the dark flame directly inside. Hiss! In mere moments, the dark flame ignited upon contact with the python's tongue, flaring up as if fire had met oil. Instantly, the giant python was engulfed in agony, writhing upon the ground. It attempted to close its mouth to extinguish the flames. But instead, its entire jaw became tainted by the dark fire and ignited rapidly. Soon after, the python's head transformed into a massive fireball, burning violently. Ren Feng also noticed that the blood beasts, with their blood-infused bodies, quickly caught fire upon encountering the dark flame. In just a few breaths, the giant python was reduced to a mere flick of its tail, the only part retaining its original scales. But what did it matter? Ren Feng scoffed. As the dark fire consumed the beast, the blood python was utterly vaporized, not even leaving a trace of blood to merge with the wasteland. Caw! Witnessing the tragic fate of the python, the foundational blood eagle felt a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. Displaying a fearful expression at the sight of the more enchanting dark flame coalescing in Ren Feng's hand. Yet soon, another flash of black light appeared, following the directive of his will. Overestimating their own capabilities, Ren Feng mused, intrigued by the black light, yet aware that it was beyond his comprehension. Thus, after casting another ball of dark flame, he followed the guidance of the merit golden pearl to the edge of the well. Let me see what you are. Ren Feng summoned Bai Su, ready to evade should danger arise. How? Bai Su understood its task, swiftly spreading its wings and descending gracefully. Time passed swiftly, and soon the giant eagle could no longer withstand Ren Feng's dark flame, ultimately turning to ash during its descent, leaving behind an eerie vine that fell to the ground. In response, the 100 Ghost banner did not require Ren Feng's command, effortlessly absorbing the remnants. After the 100 Ghost banner had absorbed the remains of the giant python, Ren Feng distinctly felt a reduction in the energy being replenished to him. This also indicates that the Hakataka banner has reached the limit of its absorption capabilities. It merely requires an opportunity to completely transform into a spiritual instrument. Ren Feng's intuition informed him that this opportunity lies within the well. However, half an hour has passed, and Bai Su surprisingly has yet to show any response. Is the well truly that deep? Ren Feng mused, and just then, he sensed Bai Su's reply. He is coming up. Ren Feng swiftly stepped aside from the well's mouth, granting Bai Su the space to ascend. With a resounding splash, a colossal fountain of water erupted, and Bai Su re-emerged. In his hands, he astonishingly cradled an object resembling an altar. Upon closer inspection, this object bore a striking resemblance to the altar within Ren Feng's dantian. What is the meaning of this? Could it truly be an illusion? Ren Feng pondered, perplexed. Ever since the emergence of this gigantic altar, the intense sense of guidance from the merit golden pearl had dissipated. All signs suggested that this should indeed be the object he sought. It is said that many sentient treasures require mental perception, lacking mental awareness. I wonder if the soul will suffice. With this thought, Ren Feng activated his soul power and placed his right hand upon the golden altar. Chapter 69. Strengthening the Een Soul Banner, the familiar shadow of merit. The cycle pool? The altar radiated a resplendent golden light, revealing its name to Ren Feng. However, he found himself perplexed by the altar's resemblance to a pool. Despite its unremarkable appearance, its efficacy greatly satisfied Ren Feng. This artifact could remarkably interchange merit and karma. True to its name, if Ren Feng infused his own merit into the cycle pool, it would transform into karma, specifically unsanctioned karma that could be bestowed upon whomever he wished. Conversely, he could also infuse his own karma or that from his magical treasures into the cycle pool, which would then revert to merit for the original owner. What a wondrous treasure. Noticing the absence of danger around him, Ren Feng summoned a host of spirits to act as his guardians, while he retrieved the 7 Stars Blade and the 100 Ghosts Banner. The karma accumulated on the 100 Ghosts Banner from his previous endeavors had been thoroughly cleansed. However, the residual karma left by its former owners still lingered, akin to maggots feasting on bones within the banner. Ren Feng speculated that this was the reason preventing the 100 Ghosts Banner from transcending into a spiritual artifact. After activating the cycle pool, Ren Feng directly cast the 100 Ghosts Banner into its depths. Should he infuse spiritual energy as well? Ren Feng pondered, recognizing that the ability to interchange merit and karma must require a significant expenditure of magical power. Nonetheless, he felt confident that his current reserves would suffice for several attempts. Go! Ren Feng bellowed, and instantly, his entire being surged with spiritual energy, causing dark smoke to gradually envelop the 100 Ghosts Banner within the cycle pool. Upon infusing his magical power, Ren Feng discovered that the merit pearl within his dantian had established a connection with the cycle pool. And soon the black mist began to shift towards a golden hue. Approximately half an hour later, the karma on the 100 Ghosts Banner was entirely consumed, replaced by a radiant orb of golden light, merit. Ren Feng ceased the infusion of magical power, and the golden merit seamlessly integrated into the 100 Ghosts Banner. Buzz! The chilling winds continued to swirl, yet inexplicably, Ren Feng felt that something was amiss with the banner in his hands. Similarly, the spirits surrounding him sensed a change within their home. Wait, it truly has been strengthened. Ren Feng felt a powerful feedback emanating from the 100 Ghosts Banner, prompting him to lift it and observe. The 100 Ghosts Banner had upgraded. It had now transformed into a spiritual artifact. And perhaps due to the prior absorption of numerous spiritual materials, it had ascended directly to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Excellent, Ren Feng mused, sensing that the 100 Ghosts Banner no longer restricted the number of spirits contained within. As long as he could maintain control over the spirits inside, he could accommodate as many as he desired. Moreover, he could even limit the banner to one spirit, whose rank could not exceed his own by a major realm, to serve as the primary soul. Thus, it would no longer be appropriate to refer to it as the 100 Ghosts Banner. Ren Feng stroked his chin and decided to name it the Soul Banner. He then sensed a wave of joy emanating from the 100 Ghosts Banner. Truly, it was worthy of being a spiritual artifact. A chilling breeze blew forth from the Soul Banner, instantly bringing delight to the surrounding spirits. Ren Feng could feel that these ghostly entities had been significantly enhanced since the Soul Banner transformed into a spiritual tool. However, this was merely the beginning. He also intended to upgrade the 7-Star Blade. Unlike the 100 Ghosts Banner, Ren Feng planned to infuse karmic energy into the blade's body. With the protection of his virtuous power, he felt no fear. Yet for those lacking in virtue, contact with the 7-Star Blade would instantly taint them with the karmic energy it harbored. Even if they did not perish immediately, their fortunes would inevitably decline, leading to a series of unfortunate events until their demise. Determined, Ren Feng channeled a portion of his virtuous power into the rotation pool. Although it required spiritual energy, the conversion of pure virtue into karmic energy was significantly expedited. Soon, a dark mass materialized before him, enveloped in swirling mist and exuding an ominous aura. He cast the 7-Star Blade into this mass, and it was as if the karmic energy had found its master, surging into the blade with fervor. Before long, the karmic energy dissipated, and the 7-Star Blade transformed into a sleek, obsidian blade. Excellent. Ren Feng tested the blade by swinging it, and immediately, karmic energy radiated through the surrounding space. The 7-Star Blade had now ascended to the pinnacle of spiritual artifacts, even surpassing most offensive spiritual tools. After all, which artifact could inherently inflict karmic damage? With the ritual complete, Ren Feng prepared to stow the rotation pool in his storage pouch, only to discover that, much like the 100 Ghosts Banner before it, the rotation pool resisted being stored, just as he thought it would become his lifebound treasure. The rotation pool transformed into a beam of golden light and merged into his abdomen. Upon introspection, he realized that the rotation pool had integrated into his dantian, becoming one with the spiritual platform forged from spiritual energy. When he attempted to communicate with the rotation pool again, he found that he now possessed its functions within himself. This meant that even if he encountered an enemy blessed with virtue, given sufficient time and spiritual energy, he could gradually transform them into a being burdened by karmic energy. This was an extraordinary ability, akin to a game-breaking skill. After examining his newfound power, Ren Feng noticed that the Yin soul banner had grown considerably, now large enough to accommodate him comfortably. It seemed to sense his thoughts, and with a swift motion, the Yin soul banner descended before him, as if inviting him to mount it. Eagerly, he leaped aboard. It was time to seek the legacy of the golden core. Meanwhile, in another realm of the illusory wilderness. "Ant, we must flee quickly. Do not run recklessly. Be careful not to be caught." Yang Yi stood poised with dual hooks, ready to confront the blood beasts before him. The one who referred to her as Ant was a boy who appeared to be just over 10 years of age. This boy, adorned with an air of nobility, unmistakably bore the marks of a life enveloped in luxury. Yet, at this moment, he stood with trembling legs, exuding an aura of lethargy. Clearly a victim of a blood beast assault. Surrounding them lay several soldiers' lifeless bodies strewn across the desolate expanse, each one bearing a gaunt visage, as though their very souls had been siphoned away. Had Ren Feng been present, he would have noted the striking resemblance between the attire of these soldiers and that which he had encountered upon entering the illusion. "Begone!" Yang Yi exclaimed with a voice laden with fury, her countenance tinged with exhaustion, not from the attack of the blood beasts, but rather a consequence of her relentless use of unfamiliar soul attacks. A mighty wolf, resplendent in stature, howled skyward, prompting a throng of blood wolves, varying in their degree of corruption, to emerge from all directions. Their eyes glowed crimson, each one fixated on Yang Yi and the boy with an unmistakable glimmer of avarice. "It is over." As Yang Yi beheld the swelling pack of wolves, a shadow of despair crossed her features. She was not skilled in soul attacks, and these blood beasts could only be repelled by such powers. Even though their cultivation fell short of hers, escaping unscathed seemed a formidable challenge, particularly with a child in tow. "Am I destined to fall here?" Reluctantly, Yang Yi closed her eyes, only to hear the boy behind her suddenly exclaim, "Ant, look at that in the sky." Curiosity piqued, Yang Yi turned her gaze skyward to behold a massive, swirling mass. No, not a cloud, but a gathering of malevolent energy. As the ominous cloud drew nearer, she gradually discerned the scene unfolding above. Countless grotesque spirits clashed within it, their visages twisted yet emanating an aura of formidable power, akin to the march of ghostly soldiers. That is, as Yang Yi focused intently, she was startled to recognize a familiar figure among the multitude of spectral beings. Chapter 70. The Fainting Yang Yi. "Oh, Ant, how terribly you call out. So many blood beasts." Ren Feng stood atop the soul banner, gazing downwards. Initially, he observed a considerable number of blood beasts poised for extermination. He had discovered that his specters, following the upgrade of the soul banner, could indeed grow stronger by consuming blood beasts, making this fortunate encounter exceedingly time-efficient. However, as he gradually approached the wolf pack and descended, he spotted a familiar figure, who likewise looked up at him. "Yang Jia?" "Ren Feng. Hurry and help me." Upon confirming it was indeed Ren Feng, Yang Yi felt a surge of joy. Although she couldn't fathom how Ren Feng had summoned such formidable specters, she was certain that these ethereal beings could contend with the blood wolves. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the area, and new specters leapt forth from the soul banner, eagerly descending upon the wolf pack to rend and tear. Awu, the blood wolves, confronted with the sudden emergence of these peculiar figures, showed no fear, rallying their pack to launch an assault on the specters. Yet, they seemed oblivious to the true extent of their own power. The strongest among them was merely at the late stage of chi refinement. How could they possibly withstand Ren Feng's legion of specters? With a piercing howl, the leader of the pack lunged, seizing a massive wolf by the head and savagely tearing it apart, the creature's head separating from its body in an instant. What? Yang Yi gazed in shock at the scene before her. Were these truly the strange beasts that had driven her to such desperation? How could they appear so feeble in the presence of Ren Feng's spectral army? She found it hard to believe, yet had no choice but to accept this reality. As the specters gradually drove the wolves away, Ren Feng retracted the soul banner and approached Yang Yi. "Yang Jia, how did you provoke this horde?" Ren Feng inquired, his tone laced with concern, though tinged with envy. How was it that he could not encounter such a multitude of blood beasts at once? This. Yang Yi let out a bitter smile. "You should ask him." "Him?" Ren Feng questioned, only to see a boy emerge from behind Yang Yi, his eyes filled with admiration. "Big brother is so incredible. He chased away the blood beasts that even my aunt could not defeat." "Aunt?" Ren Feng was puzzled. Had Yang Yi not claimed to be a female cultivator of the Hehuan sect? How could she possibly have such a young nephew? Moreover, where had this child come from? Yang Yi, noticing Ren Feng's confusion, sighed. "Well, dear brother, I shall no longer feign. He is actually the so-called missing young master we encountered on our way here." and I am not a member of the Hehuan sect. I am the adopted daughter of a royal uncle of the current Tianqian dynasty. His father is that prince's son, and he is my brother. So, you are indeed of royal lineage? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow. Initially, he had doubted Yang Ye's identity, but he had come to believe her claims of being from the Hehuan sect, as her actions were consistent with his understanding of female cultivators from that sect. Indeed, Yang Yi nodded, acknowledging that he was but a pawn in his father's game. Under his father's orchestration, he had been disguised as a remnant of the once extinguished Hehuan sect and integrated into the Tiangu Dao. Ren Feng understood well that these noble families indeed favored hedging their bets, a principle akin to the notion of officials and bandits being cut from the same cloth. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a situation. Since childhood, he had been haunted, a condition exacerbated by the necklace crafted at great expense by his father. Designed by a master craftsman, the monsters, too, were likely drawn to its allure. As Yang Yi spoke, he suddenly felt the world spin around him, rendering him faint and disoriented. Sister Yang, Ren Feng exclaimed in surprise, hastily embracing Yang Yi. It then dawned on him why Yang Yi had collapsed. She had overexerted her soul power during her battle with the blood beasts and had remained in a state of tension. Now that he had come to her aid, the backlash from her prior exhaustion had manifested. Aunt, what is wrong? It's nothing. Your aunt has merely had her soul severely weakened. I will tend to her, Ren Feng reassured, quickly retrieving a soft bed from his storage pouch, along with a bottle of foundational soul-nourishing elixir that appeared in his hand. Ah, this one tea suffice. He hesitated, concerned that the rich aura beneficial to the soul might attract the blood beasts, so he produced a tent instead. The young master outside watched in confusion, hoping fervently that the older brother would soon restore his aunt to health. Sister Yang, please take this elixir. Ren Feng poured out a pill, but soon encountered a vexing dilemma. Yang Yi had already lost consciousness and could not hear his words. He attempted to pry open her mouth, but her teeth stood in the way, making it impossible for the pill to enter. It seems I have no choice. Ren Feng took a deep breath, placing the pill in his mouth, and slowly leaned toward Yang Yi. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and he controlled his muscles to prevent swallowing, directing the substance toward her mouth. Through skillful maneuvering of his tongue, he pried open her teeth, allowing the medicinal liquid to flow into Yang Yi's mouth. Instantly, her complexion improved. However, just as Ren Feng prepared to administer another pill, he was suddenly embraced by delicate arms. He then noticed a nimble tongue moving tantalizingly before him. Yang Yi had awakened, yet he was perplexed by her actions. Nevertheless, since she had willingly approached him, he had no reason to refuse and promptly kicked off his shoes to launch an ardent advance. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, revealing Yang Yi in disheveled attire, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Ren Feng. This Ren Feng stood up, his eyes drawn to the alluring sight before him, igniting a fire within his heart. Oh, don't do this. Feeling the warmth emanating from Ren Feng's hand, Yang Yi attempted to push him away, only to find herself utterly devoid of strength. It was not their first encounter of this nature. Ren Feng began to prepare. However, my nephew is still outside. What does he understand? Ren Feng raised an eyebrow, then lifted Yang Yi's chin. Isn't it you who initiated this mischief? Are you frightened now? Humph. Provoked by his words, Yang Yi let out a cold huff. I wonder who should truly be afraid. Ah, humph. Approximately an hour later, the entire tent was suffused with the mingling scent of their sweat. Look at the mess you've created, Yang Yi complained, wiping the dirt from her skirt while shooting a furious glare at Ren Feng. Oh, just give it a wipe. It's not a big deal. I've packed up the tent, Ren Feng replied, seemingly unfazed by her reaction as he began to stow away the soft bed and tent into his storage bag. Unexpectedly, he was met with the fearful gaze of Yang Yi's nephew. By the way, you've endured your fair share of those blood beasts' attacks, haven't you? Here, take this pill, Ren Feng said, producing a medicinal pill. However, he noticed that the fear in Yang Yi's nephew's eyes intensified. I don't want it. I don't want to be treated. Yang Yi, puzzled, urged. You must eat it. After you do, you'll feel invigorated. No, I refuse. Aunt. You cried out in such agony. This pill must taste horrid. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the awkwardness reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 71. The bizarre flora in the illusion. After considerable persuasion, the two managed to convince Yang Yi's nephew to consume the elixir. Ren Feng also learned his name, Yang Ming. Now that the two had crossed paths, it was likely they were not far from the heart of the illusion. Ren Feng remarked that since they had met, It mattered little whether they ventured towards the illusion center or sought out Lu Guang. After all, Lu Guang would surely know the whereabouts of the Golden Pill legacy. Yang Yi concurred, and Ren Feng summoned the Yin Soul Banner to carry the three of them forward. In an instant, the air above the illusion was filled with ominous winds, and among the legion of specters, two more figures had joined. During their flight, Ren Feng, sighting the cramped space, invited Yang Yi to sit upon his lap, which left Yang Ming perplexed. He could not fathom the closeness between his uncle and aunt. Nor could he understand their incessant shifting. Was it not perilous? Observing the surrounding phantoms in flight, Yang Ming felt a twinge of fear but dared not voice it, silently vowing never to engage in reckless escapades again. Uncertain of their precise direction, Ren Feng could only erratically maneuver the Yin Soul Banner in search of Lu Guang's trail. Perhaps due to Yang Ming's presence, the blood beasts they encountered were noticeably more numerous than when Ren Feng had acted alone. Naturally, this pleased Ren Feng, as he would seize any opportunity to augment his strength. The Yin Soul Banner was a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Perhaps by the time he exited the illusion, it would ascend to a superior grade or even transcend into a profound artifact. Ren Feng had always harbored optimistic aspirations for the future, yet he could not foresee the events that would unfold upon his departure from the illusion. With a beautiful figure nestled in his embrace, he found himself distracted from controlling the Yin Soul Banner and summoned Yu Zi to take over the task, as manipulating the banner required no special incantation. Meanwhile, he dispatched other phantoms to eradicate the blood beasts, regardless of whether they bore the peculiar flora. After all, the beasts with plants could be utilized to enhance the Yin Soul Banner, while even the pure blood beasts without such flora could bolster the power of the phantoms themselves. Thus, as Ren Feng soared through the skies in search of the Golden Pill legacy, he ruthlessly hunted down all blood beasts that crossed their path or sought them out. In his determination to leave no stone unturned, Ren Feng even retraced his steps to capture any escaping blood beasts. Yang Yu accepted this with enthusiasm, as every moment they flew allowed her to savor her time on the Yin Soul Banner. Notably, she observed that since Ren Feng had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, his yang energy had significantly strengthened. With their minds occupied by their own thoughts and phantoms swirling about, only Yang Ming remained, gripping the pole of the Yin Soul Banner tightly, fearful of losing his grip. Why had his aunt suddenly become so peculiar? And why did she emit such strange sounds? Was his brother administering treatment to her once more? Young Yang Ming dared not inquire, content to sit quietly behind them. In the realm of illusions, devoid of sun and moon, time became an abstract concept. Ren Feng noticed a significant reduction in the number of blood beasts surrounding him. Yet, his cultivation had notably advanced. He could no longer perceive any blood beasts below the mid-stage of qi refinement. The weakest among them now possessed the strength of late-stage qi refinement, with the majority being at the foundation establishment stage. Occasionally, he encountered a few late-stage foundation establishment beasts, compelling him to retreat from their formidable presence. After all, his primary objective was to seek the legacy of the Golden Core, and slaying blood beasts was merely a secondary endeavor. As he encountered more foundation establishment beasts, the spectral entities he had relied upon began to lose their efficacy. Regrettably, Xiao Yifeng had to release Yang Yi and personally unleash his Yin fire. Fortunately, this effort was not in vain. After vanquishing nearly 10 foundation establishment blood beasts, combined with his prior achievements, the Yin Soul Banner successfully ascended to a superior spirit tool. Both the quality of the Yin energy and the speed of flight saw tremendous enhancement. With a defiant roar, a blood beast succumbed, its massive sanguine form collapsing. Yet, before it could dissolve into a pool of blood upon the desolate expanse, the spectral entities that had been poised nearby surged forth to rend its body asunder. Quickly? What do you mean by quickly? Yang Yi inquired, perplexed. I sense we are nearing the resting place of the avaricious Qianda. Is that so? I can't feel it. Yang Yi strained his eyes to gaze into the distance, but all he perceived was an endless wasteland. Witnessing this, Ren Feng chuckled heartily, leaving Yang Yu even more bewildered. This was, in fact, the advantage of abundant merit. Treasures would often present themselves upon venturing forth. Ren Feng was now experiencing this firsthand. Although he did not stumble upon treasures immediately, a mere flight had led him to Yang Yi. He felt an unmistakable intuition that a treasure lay ahead. In this vast illusion, aside from the transformation pool he had previously acquired, what else could be deemed a treasure? It could only be the legacy of Qianda. Driven by this instinct, Ren Feng accelerated his flight, the fierce gale compelling Yang Yi to clasp Ren Feng's waist, akin to Yang Ming, fearful of plummeting. Wow, Ren Feng. You were indeed correct. Since Ren Feng had broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Yang Yi no longer casually referred to him as brother, but rather addressed him as an equal. At that moment, Ren Feng began to gradually reduce his speed, for a dimly crimson desert loomed ahead. Unlike the desert he encountered when discovering the transformation pool, this one was far more vividly red, as if drenched in strange blood. Even more remarkably, upon this crimson wasteland, flora they had never before encountered appeared. Indeed, plants. These flora, vibrant and resplendent, appeared stunning, yet in this bizarre illusion, they exuded an unsettling peculiarity. Particularly, their bright colors seemed to lure creatures as if they were poison. As Ren Feng paused to observe, he witnessed a blood beast drawn to the plants. Captivated by their allure, just as he intended to consume it, he observed the plant suddenly sway, a seed drifting down upon the sanguine beast's blood-infused region, promptly taking root and sprouting within its body. Yet, this was only the beginning. Ren Feng expanded his gaze, and more sanguine beasts emerged upon this bizarre prairie. Without exception, they were all drawn to these peculiar plants, subsequently becoming hosts. Some sanguine beasts managed to survive post-parasitism, their strength inexplicably amplified severalfold, blissfully indulging in the delectable flora surrounding them to nourish the enigmatic plant residing on their bodies. However, not all were so fortunate. Many succumbed before the plants had fully established themselves, crashing to the ground and transforming into blood to sustain the very soil. Moreover, numerous sanguine beasts, akin to what Ren Feng initially witnessed in the illusion, neither perished nor sprouted vegetation. Instead, the areas of their blood-infused bodies continued to expand. It must be that, as Ren Feng soared through the sky, surveying these strange flora and fauna, he pointed towards the distance with one hand, where a magnificent and colossal flower was flourishing. Within the petals, a shadowy figure could be discerned, faintly visible amidst the bloom. Chapter 72. The enigmatic poison flower and Lu Guang's conspiracy. What could that be? Yang Yi inquired, perplexed, as he observed Ren Feng unexpectedly piloting the spectral banner in the direction they had just come from. What are you doing? I suspect there may be peril ahead. It would be prudent to leave your nephew, Rong Yi, here to avoid any complications. Ren Feng descended to a location distant from the bizarre flora, gently setting Yang Ming down. After offering him some reassurance, he decided to leave Yuzi to keep him company. After all, Yuzi was the most reliable spirit under his command, and Ren Feng had taken great care to ensure Yang Ming would not be frightened. With all arrangements in place, Ren Feng took to the skies once more with Yang Yi. Unlike their previous excursion, this time they ventured directly into the heart of the strange vegetation. Before them loomed the immense flower, its presence now unmistakable. Concurrently, a figure within became increasingly discernible, a man clad in a long robe, bearing the insignia of Tiangu Dao at his waist, likely a middle-aged individual. If all went as anticipated, this was indeed Qiantan. Moreover, in light of Lu Guang's revelations, it was reasonable to conclude that this peculiar, gargantuan bloom was the very source of Qiantan's demise. Yet, if even they, who were unfamiliar with the path, had managed to arrive here, then Lu Guang, with his superior knowledge of the illusionary realm, should have reached this point long before them. Yang Yi had not considered this, and promptly began to scrutinize the surroundings for any signs of concealed spaces. Do not approach just yet. Upon seeing Yang Yi inch closer to the poisonous flower, Ren Feng immediately intervened, harboring suspicions of deceit. What is it? Haven't both the flower and the man perished? Hold on, I intend to secure his storage bag first. With that, Yang Yi attempted to unfasten the storage bag from Qiantan's waist. Buzz, come back. Ren Feng swiftly pulled Yang Yi away. That thing seemed to move just now. What? Yang Yi was taken aback, quickly turning to carefully inspect the poisonous bloom. Her attainment of the foundation establishment stage was not merely a result of resource accumulation. Her earlier oversight had been a momentary lapse, obscured by the allure of the Golden Core legacy. With Ren Feng's warning, she soon recognized something amiss. However, regardless of how intently she observed or even prodded the flower with her dual hooks, it remained unresponsive. Instead, the wilting exterior of the flower shed a portion of its withered skin. Now, even Ren Feng began to doubt whether he had misjudged the earlier situation. How about this? Yang Jie? Since we were led here by Lu Chu, if we were to dismantle this poisonous flower before his arrival, he might suspect us of having taken something extra. As a practitioner of sinister arts, he may employ unfathomable means against us. It would be wiser to wait for him. But Yang Yu nodded halfway, only to quickly realize the inconsistency. If he had already been here, Should he not have arrived before us? This is another concern of mine as well. Lu Guang is well aware of the location, and his understanding of the illusion far surpasses our own. At this moment, although we have all arrived, he has yet to make an appearance, which arouses my suspicion of potential deceit. Could it be that he has been delayed due to an attack from a formidable blood beast? Yang Yi speculated that within this illusion, dangers arise incessantly. Even if Lu Guang is aware of the route, he may not be able to reach safety. This possibility cannot be dismissed, which leads me back to my initial concern. After some contemplation, Ren Feng resolved to exercise caution. At this moment, the blood mark of his loyal soldiers stirred not at all, indicating that Lu Guang was indeed not in the vicinity. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that for the sake of safety, it would be wise to heed Ren Feng's counsel. However, what actions can we take now? Do you see those plants? Ren Feng remarked with a smile. From the very beginning, he had set his sights on these peculiar flora, with the golden core legacy temporarily out of reach. It was only natural for these plants to claim his attention. The mere parasitic blood beasts clinging to them had already elevated his Yin Soul banner from a mid-grade spiritual tool to a superior grade one. The bizarre plants surrounding this poisonous flower resembled a multitude of fish crossing a river. Could they not potentially elevate the Yin Soul banner to an exquisite spiritual tool? As far as he was aware, Lu Guang possessed no magical artifacts at present. Therefore, even if he were to entertain any sinister thoughts, his various methods would be rendered futile under the absolute suppression of the magical artifacts, ensuring Ren Feng's safety. Yang Jie, assist me in safeguarding our perimeter, and keep a vigilant eye on any anomalies from this poisonous flower. I intend to absorb these peculiar plants. Rest assured, she replied. Observing Ren Feng once again summon the Yin Soul banner, Yang Yi nodded. After several profound exchanges, she had come to regard Ren Feng as one of her own. With Ren Feng holding more trump cards, her own safety would also be assured. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi summoned her twin hooks, bracing herself against the lurking blood beasts and the colossal poisonous flower behind them. Roar! Hallowoo! Ren Feng stirred the Yin Soul banner, and in an instant, a chilling wind swept around the poisonous flower, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy from the banner. Concurrently, a host of spirits within the 100 Ghosts banner seized the opportunity to surge forth, their ghastly visages lunging toward the distant blood beasts. The efficiency was commendable. Before long, spectral entities emerged from all directions, presenting the strange plants they had plucked from the blood beasts to Ren Feng with reverence, before being entirely consumed by the Yin Soul banner. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood in stunned silence, observing the scene before her. She had encountered fierce spirits before, and she was familiar with the 100 Ghosts banner, even having seen some of the tragically deceased entities, all emanating an aura of overwhelming resentment. It dawned upon her that it had not been long since Ren Feng acquired the 100 Ghosts banner, yet he had already upgraded it to a magical tool. If he had indeed encountered numerous peculiar plants, Yang Yi could somewhat comprehend that. However, from where did these fiercely malevolent spirits originate? Ren Feng had mentioned that Lu Guang hailed from a lineage of sinister practitioners, employing a myriad of techniques. Perhaps he himself was no different. Fortuitously, she was not an enemy of Ren Feng. Contemplating the relationship between the two, Yang Yi could not help but exhale in relief. She certainly did not wish to become a fearsome specter crafted by Ren Feng after her demise. Meanwhile, Ren Feng remained oblivious to Yang Yi's thoughts. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly exclaim his innocence. Heaven bear witness. All of these are meritorious deeds acknowledged by the heavenly path. How have I become a target of persecution as a malevolent cultivator? However, at that moment, he was too preoccupied with his own intentions to concern himself with Yang Ye's musings. The Yin Soul banner, under his command, soared through the thickets, tracing ephemeral paths in the air. With each arc it carved, a plant would vanish, replaced by the burgeoning energy of the Yin Soul banner. Soon, Ren Feng felt an exhilaration surging within him. The constant reciprocation from the Yin Soul banner made him believe that the strength of his soul might rival that of a golden core cultivator. Suddenly, an ominous premonition gripped him. The distant blood beasts, for reasons unknown, seemed to have been struck by a fright as they began to flee in a frenzy. A sight unprecedented in its intensity. Simultaneously, the earth trembled violently. Most alarming to Ren Feng was the sensation imparted by the blood imprint of his personal guards. The radiant light was approaching. Chapter 73. The Eerie Light and the Blood Beast. Ren Feng, Yang Yi, come help me. A familiar voice echoed from afar, alerting not only Ren Feng, but also Yang Yi to the arrival of Lu Guang. At that moment, Lu Guang's face was etched with terror as he sprinted desperately forward, pursued by a blood beast that appeared to be over 20 zhang in length. What in the world is that? Yang Yi was filled with dread, and Ren Feng was equally astonished, questioning how Lu Guang had attracted such a creature. If he had provoked this beast, why was he running toward them? Did he truly believe they could contend with this ferocious entity? If you are to perish, do not drag us along. Ren Feng's heart was a tumult of fear and anger. As the blood beast drew nearer, he sensed its aura, golden core stage. Ren Feng felt as if struck by lightning. No, being struck by lightning at least brings merit and golden light. What on earth was this? Had they entered this illusion merely for the golden core legacy? Now, an additional golden core beast had appeared to complicate matters. Ren Feng's frustration toward Lu Guang intensified. However, he could not act on his wrath. After all, Lu Guang was a combatant of sorts. We cannot escape, Yang Jie. We must confront it, Ren Feng declared, glancing at Yang Yi, who was already poised with her dual hooks. Subsequently, Ren Feng cast several bottles of elixirs from his storage bag, remnants of Li Chanshan's legacy, which were now fortuitously useful. Lu Guang, hold it off. We shall join you momentarily, Ren Feng shouted, recalling the Yin Soul banner, as a host of spirits prepared for battle. What are these things? Lu Guang, who had been barely fending off the beast's attacks, was startled to find many ghostly entities surrounding him. No, these were indeed spirits. But where had such eerie apparitions come from? Lu Guang gasped, seizing the opportunity while the spirits engaged the blood beast to glance at Ren Feng. There he saw Ren Feng, hands forming a seal and chanting incantations, a Yin Soul banner billowing behind him. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through, and boundless ghostly energy wafted from Ren Feng's vicinity. This is certainly not the 100 Ghosts banner, Lu Guang marveled, recognizing that although the 100 Ghosts banner was no longer his, he had become quite familiar with it over time. However, what Ren Feng wielded was distinctly different from the banner he knew. The resemblance was uncanny, and the identical function could only lead one to wonder. If it was not the 100 Ghost banner, what could it possibly be? Suddenly, a Foundation establishment ghost flew beside Lu Guang, launching an assault on the blood beast. Soon after, another Foundation establishment ghost joined the fray. After so many blood beasts had been refined, Ren Feng now commanded a total of 24 Foundation establishment great ghosts. Even though Yuzi was absent to protect Yang Ming, there were still 23 spirits at his side. Just a moment ago, 5 of them had taken flight. Yet, even this was enough to astonish Lu Guang. Was this truly the Ren Feng he knew? Was this still the Bai Gui fan he recognized? No. When did Ren Feng reach the Foundation establishment stage? And this Bai Gui fan, how could it possibly harbor so many Foundation establishment ghostly entities? Logically, it should have been torn apart long ago. Wait, this aura. Is it a spiritual artifact? Lu Guang gradually approached Ren Feng, the aura emanating from the Yin Hun fan, rendering him breathless. How could this be possible? Lu Guang summoned Yin Fire to attack the blood beast while casting a covetous gaze at Ren Feng. This should rightfully belong to me, my spiritual artifact. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Soon enough, you all shall belong to me. Lu Guang mused inwardly, feigning exhaustion and defeat as he slowly retreated, leaning against the massive poisonous flower, pretending to rest. Fear not, Commander Lu. Consume this, and we shall continue to deal with this creature. With that, Ren Feng produced a vial of medicinal pills from his storage bag. Observing the standardized pills in his hand, Lu Guang swallowed one whole and instantly felt rejuvenated, even replenishing the soul energy he had previously expended. This lad is truly affluent. However, it matters not, for soon he shall be mine. With such thoughts, a flicker of darkness flashed in Lu Guang's eyes. Had Ren Feng glanced at him at that moment, he would have noticed that the dark glimmer in Lu Guang's eyes mirrored precisely that which had appeared in the blood beast's eyes earlier. At that moment, Ren Feng felt his confidence swell as he released one Foundation establishment ghostly creature after another from the Yin Hun fan. Simultaneously, he conjured up swirling Yin Fire. Although it could not rapidly spread across the blood beast's body, it continued to burn fiercely at the points of impact. No matter how the blood beast struggled, it remained ensnared in his assault. Moreover, Ren Feng discovered that as his legion of ghostly entities relentlessly gnawed at the blood beast, devouring its flesh, their own power grew correspondingly. With the Yin Hun fan's restorative effect, his spiritual strength was also on the rise. Provided no unforeseen events transpired, he felt assured that even if Yang Yi merely idled, he could entirely manage this golden core blood beast. In fact, the blood beast, now battered and bruised, had transformed in Ren Feng's eyes from a fearsome beast into a creature eagerly offering experience. He believed that upon devouring this monster, although his cultivation would remain at the foundation establishment stage, his soul power would likely be formidable enough to face even a golden core cultivator without fear. Ren Feng contemplated this in his heart, yet alas, misfortune soon struck. Just as the blood beast lay wounded, seemingly on the brink of death, Ren Feng suddenly heard a pained cry from beside him. Turning his head, he was astonished to see Yang Yi. At this moment, although Yang Yi still wielded his double hooks, he was battered and bruised, emanating an air of lethargy and despair. Impossible. How could the blood beast, so far away, possibly attack Yang Yi? Ren Feng focused intently and finally discerned the truth. It was not the blood beast that assaulted Yang Yi, but rather Lu Guang. Lu Guang. Have you lost your mind? Yang Yi came to assist you in battling the blood beast. Why would you strike at him? Ren Feng shouted in fury. Abandoning even the formal address of Commander Chu, he could sense that the aura behind Yang Yi was none other than Yin fire. At this moment, Yang Yi was still striving to extinguish the Yin fire with his own soul power, but he could only suppress it to the weakest degree. It could not be extinguished. Go. Seeing this, Ren Feng immediately conjured a sphere of his innate Yin fire and carefully directed it to flow towards Yang Yi. Hiss, an intense suction arose, gradually drawing away the Yin fire from behind Yang Yi, replaced by the more vigorous flames of Ren Feng's own Yin fire. Do you think this will resolve the issue? Lu Guang suddenly let out an eerie laugh. Look behind you. Chapter 74. The death of Yang Yi, what does it mean? Ren Feng turned his head and was astonished to find that the golden core blood beast had inexplicably breached the defenses of his spectral minions and was charging directly towards him. What is happening? Confused, Ren Feng swiftly attempted to unleash an effective attack using the soul banner. Alas, the golden core blood beast seemed to have lost its fear of the spectral beings, remaining impervious to their gnawing as it continued its relentless advance towards the poisonous flowers. What kind of monstrosity have you summoned? Just as Ren Feng was about to inquire, a ball of Yin fire hurtled towards him. Damn it! Is that scoundrel Lu Guang trying to kill me? Undeterred, Ren Feng confronted the beast head-on, though his methods for dealing with blood beasts were limited. It was rather audacious for a mere human cultivator to persist in this manner without facing consequences. Baisu. Roar. A formidable roar erupted as Baisu, clad in bone armor, appeared among the three. What? Cursed be it. I had forgotten you possessed such a creature. Lu Guang, taken aback, attempted to ambush Ren Feng, but was abruptly intercepted by Baisu. Your opponent is me. Roar. With a thunderous crash, Lu Guang was sent flying by Baisu. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Feng struggled to control the soul banner to restrain the blood beast. Rushing to Yang Ye's side, Sister Yang, are you all right? My soul's origin has been damaged. I fear I can no longer assist you. Yang Yi lay weakly on the ground, her eyes sunken, devoid of the vigor she had displayed when teasing him earlier. Sister Yang, take these pills. Saying this, Ren Feng retrieved numerous elixirs from his storage pouch, only to have Yang Yi push them back one by one. It's futile. These pills cannot save me. You should keep them for yourself. With that, Yang Yi brandished her dual hooks, forcefully sending Ren Feng away. You need not concern yourself with me. Our initial acquaintance through Lu Chen was merely a ploy for me to seize your perfect foundation. It appears you have succeeded now, and I am no longer needed. Slay this blood beast and Lu Guang, and take the golden core legacy with you. If possible, allow my body to remain in the illusion, so that Yang Ming does not witness me in this wretched state. Sister Yang, Ren Feng cried out, wishing to take action, but suddenly felt as though his soul had endured a grievous blow. What? Turning around, he discovered that the blood beast had somehow arrived at his side, striking him with a force that nearly expelled his very soul. No, though my soul power is comparable to that of the golden core stage, my physical body is still merely at the foundation establishment stage. It is unrealistic to confront this blood beast directly, Ren Feng thought, simultaneously commanding 23 foundation establishment specters to launch a relentless series of attacks against the golden core blood beast. Roar. The blood beast finally grew furious. Finding these pesky little creatures intolerable, the third ghostly entity attempted to tear off the ears of the blood beast, only to have the beast seize it with a single hand and consume it whole. What? Ren Feng was taken aback. After the blood beast devoured the ghostly being, he could distinctly sense its aura had grown significantly stronger. Even the wounds inflicted upon him by the ghost were gradually healing. You wish to end my life? Dream on. Nevertheless, Ren Feng felt no fear. I have endured the cataclysmic black thunder, and you, a mere creature, dare to be audacious? If the Yin Soul banner fails, then I shall wield the seven-star blade. As Ren Feng drew the seven-star blade, the karma that had clung to it manifested within the surrounding space. Howl. Sensing the terrifying power embedded within this dense karma, the blood beast initially attempted to unleash a roar against it, but upon realizing its futility, it quickly recoiled. Yet, even so, a layer of its skin had been corroded by the karma. With a swift motion, Ren Feng commanded a legion of ghostly beings to restrain the blood beast from behind, while wielding the seven-star blade to inflict wound after wound upon the beast with the power of karma. Unlike his previous encounters with the blood wolf, the attacks from the karma-infused seven-star blade would not heal against the golden core blood beast. Howl. As Ren Feng swung his blade, he occasionally concentrated a ball of Yin fire and hurled it at the beast's wounds, eliciting a pained, skyward scream from the beast. Yet, this did nothing to halt Ren Feng's onslaught. In fact, the beast's anguish cries only served to further ignite Ren Feng's fighting spirit. Howl. The golden core blood beast sensed its inferiority against this two-legged creature, and fear glimmered in its eyes. It turned to flee. Soon, a fleeting shadow of darkness crossed its gaze. Ren Feng had expected it to remain and continue fighting, but to his astonishment, the blood beast merely struggled momentarily before darting away with even greater speed. Howl. What? The world consciousness cannot let the two-legged creature escape. No, I must endure. The two-legged creature is dangerous. Sister Yang, this entity is vulnerable to our attacks. Come and assist me. Just as Ren Feng was about to heal Yang Yi, urging her to use the karma-infused dual hooks against the blood beast, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Lu Guang was being relentlessly pushed back under Bai Su's frenzied assault. In terms of physical prowess, he could not compete with Bai Su, who was at the mid-foundation stage. As for spiritual strength, Lu Guang had already expended considerable energy, while Ren Feng's elixirs had restored some of his vitality. It was essential to remember, Bai Su was Ren Feng's own life-bound Yin corpse. To attack Bai Su with spiritual energy meant engaging in a direct confrontation with Ren Feng's own formidable soul power. He was merely an ordinary malevolent cultivator. How could he possibly possess the ability to contend with Ren Feng, who wielded the soul strength of the Golden Core stage? Yet, despite this, Bai Su's slower speed allowed Lu Guang to seize the opportunity, launching a ball of Yin fire. His target, however, was none other than Yang Yi. Lu Guang, you truly are a madman. Ren Feng unleashed a surge of dark flames in an attempt to contend with him. However, the distance was too great for him to effectively repel Lu Guang's dark flames in time. A thunderous roar echoed, signaling Ren Feng's defeat. It turned out that Yang Yi had preemptively detonated her own physical form before he could act. Yang Jie, Ren Feng lamented deeply. Yang Yi had been the first true woman he encountered in the Dunyuan continent, and now she had fallen victim to Lu Guang's treachery. What are you calling out for? I am still here. Where is your soul banner? Let me in. Yang Jie, are you still with me? Ren Feng exclaimed in surprise, realizing that after her self-detonation, Yang Yi had preserved her spiritual essence. She was now communicating with him in a ghostly form, albeit her state was precarious due to the influence of the dark flames, making her existence precariously unstable and liable to dissipate at any moment. Come here quickly. Without hesitation, Ren Feng summoned the soul banner, and a flash of crimson light illuminated the space as Yang Ye's soul entered the banner. However, before he could exhale in relief, he beheld Lu Guang enveloped in an ominous aura, exclaiming, "You dare defy the edicts of the world consciousness, you beast?" Chapter 75. What is the world consciousness? World consciousness? What is that? Ren Feng was perplexed, and as he turned his head, he saw the golden core blood beast suddenly erupt in a surge of dark light, gradually turning to charge toward him under Lu Guang's command. With a howl, the dark light dissipated, revealing that the wounds on the golden core blood beast had nearly healed. However, this was not the end. Lu Guang, who had previously been at a disadvantage against Bai Su, suddenly leaped into the air. And then a similar red-black glow erupted from him and the golden core blood beast. Lu Guang, you actually reached the false Dan realm. Weren't you here to cultivate from the golden core legacy? How could you engage in such a self-destructive act? The blood beast continued to weaken, while Lu Guang's aura surged steadily upward, soaring directly into the false Dan realm. This shift rendered Bai Su, who had previously held the upper hand, utterly powerless. With a mere wave of his hand, he was forcefully slammed into the ground by Lu Guang. Roar. Bai Su, furious, could not comprehend why this human had suddenly grown so powerful. Yet, under Ren Feng's orders, he had to eliminate this peculiar individual promptly. With a roar, Bai Su unleashed his illusory prison, simultaneously exhaling a miasma of death, relentlessly assaulting Lu Guang. Humph, futile, Lu Guang scoffed. And Ren Feng then witnessed his right hand transform into a blood-infused organ. With a tremendous crash, Bai Su's coalescing illusory prison was obliterated by Lu Guang. But that was not the end. Lu Guang's blood-infused organ not only inflicted spiritual damage, but also augmented his physical strength. With a single punch, Bai Su's breastplate shattered, and the soul attack penetrated deep into his mind, even impacting Ren Feng's own spirit. Had it not been for the nourishment of the Yin Soul banner, he might have succumbed to Lu Guang's assault and perished on the spot. However, Ren Feng could not allow Bai Su to continue battling Lu Guang. Bai Su's current strength was no match for Lu Guang. In fact, Bai Su's presence could become a liability for Ren Feng. Thus, he withdrew Bai Su back into the Soul Sea. On the ground, Lu Guang, seeing that Ren Feng was unharmed, was equally astonished. Isn't this your life-bound Yin corpse? How are you unscathed? But what does it matter? Slave beast! Lu Guang roared, then leaped fiercely toward Ren Feng. Roar! Meanwhile, the weakened blood beast, its eyes flashing with dark light, no longer feared and was also preparing to assault Ren Feng. This is absurd. With attacks coming from both sides, Ren Feng could only think of one escape, to ascend higher into the air, as that would at least keep him out of the blood beast's reach. As for Lu Guang, he believed he could still manage the situation. Ren Feng, why not obediently become my personal soldier? Submit to the commands of the world consciousness, and let us ascend to the pinnacle. Lu Guang murmured, his eyes gleaming with dark light. What is this world consciousness you speak of? Ren Feng was perplexed. Yet his movements remained swift. With the 7-star blade in hand, he swiftly unleashed a strike. A whirlwind of karmic energy coalescing into a blade-like force that hurtled towards Lu Guang. Feudal karmic energy? How intriguing. Just how many secrets do you harbor, young man? Nonetheless, this will ultimately prove useless. You shall become a sacrifice to the consciousness of the world. Lu Guang had no intention of evading the karmic assault. He boldly charged forward to withstand it head-on. Instantly, dark scars marred his flesh, revealing bone beneath, yet Lu Guang displayed no sign of distress. The areas of his body that had transformed into blood began to multiply, until half of him bore a sanguine visage. What kind of place is this? Ren Feng was baffled, preparing to launch a second attack against Lu Guang, when he suddenly felt an overwhelming force of constraint emanate from deep within, seizing control over his actions. This is the blood seal of the Imperial Guard. Indeed, Ren Feng, as the chief of the Imperial Guards. How dare you display such disrespect towards your commander? It is time for you to experience retribution. Retribution? Ah. A surge of excruciating pain coursed throughout Ren Feng's entire being. He could no longer maintain his flight and plummeted to the ground. This blood seal could simulate the utmost agony endured by the guards to ensure their absolute obedience to their commander. In the past, this would have posed little challenge. After all, the pain Ren Feng had endured was not insurmountable. Moreover, at that time, Lu Guang was merely a foundation-building cultivator, and given Ren Feng's cultivation level, resisting the blood seal's control would not have been particularly difficult. However, the situation had changed. Lu Guang had, through some means, sacrificed a blood beast that had dramatically elevated his cultivation to the false Dan realm. Furthermore, Ren Feng had recently endured the tribulation of perfect foundation building. The cataclysmic black thunder that had once inflicted torment upon him now returned under Lu Guang's command. Yet this torment was paradoxically illusory. He could not perish, nor could he succumb to unconsciousness to alleviate his suffering. Submit to me, Ren Feng, and become a tribute to the consciousness of the world. I shall lead you to another realm of eternal life. Eternal life? For some reason, Ren Feng suddenly recalled the so-called heavenly kingdom plan of the neon figures in the zombie world. It seemed that the ruler there also sought some form of immortality. What exactly is this consciousness of the world? Why has it ensnared Lu Guang into such a state? Confusion clouded Ren Feng's mind. Yet he bore the agony while commanding an array of specters to attack the blood beast. Fortunately, the blood beast, having been refined by Lu Guang, had also attained a strength comparable to the false Dan realm. Otherwise, Ren Feng would have been at a loss in facing both a golden Dan monstrosity and another false Dan lunatic. Suddenly, Ren Feng sensed a golden light emanating from his dantian. It was the golden pearl of merit. But what should he do with it at this moment? Ren Feng gazed within his dantian, and to his astonishment, he beheld the meritorious golden pearl enshrined upon the spiritual platform suddenly erupting in a brilliant golden radiance, illuminating the entire Dantian with a resplendent glow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Amidst Lu Guang's astonished gaze, 3 resplendent golden wheels of merit materialized behind Ren Feng. The wheels hummed with a resonant sound, and soon Ren Feng realized that the pain coursing through his body was dissipating. What? Lu Guang was taken aback, attempting to maintain his control over Ren Feng through the blood seal of his loyal soldiers, only to find the connection between them growing increasingly tenuous. What is it that you seek? Crack! A thunderous sound reverberated within Ren Feng's mind, as the blood seal shattered under the influence of the golden light of merit. From that moment forth, he was a free man. Allow me to take charge, Ren Feng. The blood beast, battered by the onslaught of numerous spirits, was on the verge of collapse, and from the ghostly banner emerged the voice of Yang Yi. Consuming it will aid in my recovery. Very well. Ren Feng nodded and released Yang Yi. Now, he had ample time to confront Lu Guang. Chapter 76. I am the world consciousness. Fendu Realm Conclusion. What do you intend to do? Witnessing the malevolent intent in Ren Feng's gaze, Lu Guang instinctively took a step back. Although his cultivation surpassed Ren Feng's, an inexplicable dread gripped him as he observed Ren Feng ascend into the air. Commander Lu, what is the purpose of this conflict? Would it not be more advantageous for us all to share the Golden Dan inheritance? Must it descend into a battle to the death? You have yet to comprehend the magnificence of the world consciousness, Lu Guang retorted with a scoff. Acquiring any Golden Dan or nascent soul is but a figment of illusion. Only by experiencing the grandeur of the world consciousness can one truly grasp the essence of existence. Such cryptic musings. Ren Feng found himself unable to decipher Lu Guang's words. Perceiving that he seemed almost brainwashed, each mention of the world consciousness triggered a flicker of darkness in Lu Guang's eyes, reminiscent of the blood beasts he had encountered previously. Now that Yang Yi was dead and Lu Guang had lost his mind, it implied that if he could vanquish Lu Guang, the Golden Dan inheritance would belong solely to him. As for the means to confront Lu Guang, Ren Feng's thoughts began to crystallize. Is he not one to evade? Though my magical prowess may not rival his, I possess karma. With this resolve, Ren Feng initiated a connection to the transformation pool, channeling merit. Instantly, a swirling aura of gold and black enveloped him, causing Lu Guang to feel a surge of unease. What are you planning? Witnessing the intensifying karma surrounding Ren Feng, Lu Guang's heart raced. The mere hint of karma had already inflicted substantial damage. Should Ren Feng truly consolidate his power, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, he aimed to interrupt Ren Feng, only to realize that Ren Feng could halt the process at will. In an instant, a massive wave of karma surged toward Lu Guang. No, stop! Lu Guang exclaimed in alarm, attempting to flee, yet the karma seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly pursuing his every move. Soon, nearly half of the karma had tainted his being, and he felt his movements grow sluggish, the activation of his magic becoming a cumbersome task. You seek my demise? Your cultivation hardly suffices. Realizing he could not escape, Lu Guang swiftly shifted his strategy. By eliminating the source of the karma, Ren Feng, the burden would dissipate naturally. He began to gather Yin fire to launch an attack. Unfortunately, during this brief pause, even more karma infiltrated his body. As he conjured the Yin fire, it became ensnared in the encroaching karma. Before Lu Guang could unleash it, he found the flames slipping from his control. What? Lu Guang gasped, knowing that he had condensed his very life force into this Yin fire, a force potent enough to severely injure a Golden Dan practitioner. Yet now, it was beyond his command, which meant his right eye twitched as the Yin fire in his grasp suddenly expanded, enveloping his entire form. Ah, do not burn me. Extinguish it at once. Lu Guang bellowed, yet this ultimately proved to be a futile endeavor. Driven by karmic forces, the shadowy flames intensified, consuming him entirely. Come back, Ren Feng beckoned, and immediately the remnants of karma returned to his side, swiftly transformed into merit and reintegrated into the merit golden will behind him. Had Lu Guang perished? Just then, Yang Yi soared over, having vanquished the blood beast. Her cultivation now at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. He is dead, Ren Feng stated. Let us see what treasures lie within the legacy of Qiantan. With a nod of agreement from Yang Yi, they both flew toward the toxic flower. In the wake of the recent battle, the flower had wilted further, revealing Qiantan's corpse even more starkly. With a gentle flick, Ren Feng shattered the petals, causing Qiantan's body to tumble to the ground. At his waist, a finely crafted storage pouch caught Ren Feng's eye, alongside an object resembling a miniature altar. What is this? he pondered, momentarily disregarding the storage pouch, as it could be opened at any time. He removed the altar, and immediately a beam of azure light surged into his soul sea. Is this the Heavenly Valley Dao altar? Ren Feng gasped. The reason the Golden Core altar masters were called masters was their possession of the Heavenly Valley Dao altar bestowed by the Heavenly Valley Dao Lord. With this altar, one could appoint leaders to expand their influence. Moreover, if strong enough, one could sever their ties with the Heavenly Valley. He had originally believed this altar to be hidden away by Qian Tan, only to discover it was carried on his person. As Ren Feng grasped the altar, he intended to channel the power from his dantian to elevate himself to the status of a master. Unexpectedly, the moment his spiritual platform connected with the altar, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he felt as though the world spun around him, suddenly finding himself in the realm of the undead. What was happening? Surveying the familiar yet strange surroundings, Ren Feng was puzzled. Where was Qian Lake City? Where had the Tiangu Dao practitioners gone? Ascending to the skies, he was astonished to find no trace of a single zombie. At the former site of Jiangqing No. 1 building, an enormous altar had mysteriously appeared. What? In shock, Ren Feng was bathed in a radiant beam from the heavenly path of the zombie world, causing his body to gradually vanish. Meanwhile, in the chaotic realm of the Dunyuan continent, Yang Yi was filled with dread. After Ren Feng's sudden departure, the environment seemed on the verge of collapse. The entire blood-red wasteland fracturing into pieces. Thunderous roars erupted as the sky tore apart and the earth crumbled. Without time to contemplate further, Yang Yi snatched up Lu Guang's storage pouch and prepared to flee, only to realize she had no idea how to escape this illusion. As she fretted, she felt a sudden, intense pull from the soul banner. Yes, the soul banner was Ren Feng's life-bound spirit tool. Perhaps entering it would lead her to him. Embracing such thoughts, Yang Yi soared into the realm of the Yin soul banner, unbeknownst to her that at the very moment of her departure, a strange world emerged on the other side of the illusion, the world of the undead. What is this? Amidst the radiance, Ren Feng gradually awakened, countless memories melding into his consciousness. After recognizing the ancient bronze gate, he had become the very essence of the world of the undead. Henceforth, all his actions were merely manifestations of a corporeal form he had fabricated. With the altar of greed absorbed, the world of the undead began to elevate, evolving into a realm imbued with genuine spiritual energy conducive to cultivation. What he must now undertake is to merge with the heavenly principles and sustain the operation of the undead realm. I am, indeed, the essence of the world. Ren Feng stood in a daze, having lost his physical form. With merely a thought, he could manifest in any location within the world of the undead. He attempted to return to the Chaos Origin continent, only to discover that the ancient bronze gate in his mind had vanished, now fused with his very being. Gradually, time flowed on. Ren Feng began to accept his new reality. Since he had become the essence of the world, he would govern this realm of the undead. No. Since there are no longer any undead, let it be called the Fengdu realm. As soon as the words left his lips, an involuntary lament echoed within the hearts of all members of Fengdu. The immortal appears to have departed from them. And with the absence of the undead, where are we to go? At the altar of Jiang City, Sun Feng, as Ren Feng's first disciple, found himself surrounded by adoring onlookers at the center. It seems I have shattered the shackles of the immortals' teachings. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the Fengdu realm scattered, officially heralding the dawn of the cultivation era.